Chapter 301, The Way He Eyes Ingredients. Yan opened her breathtakingly beautiful eyes wide and slightly parted her moist red lips. Her face was filled with puzzlement. Bulletin Fang had just walked out and lifted up his head upon hearing the astonished exclamation. He blinked his eyes as he saw the familiar face of a beauty. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence," Bulletin Fang uttered. Tang Yin was a bit hurt considering how his master Ni completely blew him off once bumping into owner Bulletin. Did she really need to treat him so differently? Behind Yan stood the city lord of the Western Mystery City, Kong Yao, and a whole group of people. Kong Xian, the top warrior of the city, was also amongst the crowd. But Kong Xian's face was rather glum at that moment since he had never seen such a look on Yan's face. He never expected the aloof Yan to be so warm to another man. Were they that close? And so, Kong Xian's gaze currently landed on Bulletin Fang as he tried to discern just who he was. As Bulletin Fang chatted with Yan some more, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation rush down his body. He lifted up his head in confusion and looked around only to see Kong Xian sending him the death glare from a distance. Bulletin Fang twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling quite speechless. Why was this cross-eyed fellow glaring at him? The third corporate of the Western Mystery Army also suffered a great loss this time, which put a sober frown on Kong Yao's face. Zhu Yu recounted to him the series of unfortunate events they had encountered on their way. The stories only deepened the city lord's distressed expression. The downfall of Mo Luo City was no good news, as it meant that a crisis would hit the Western Mystery City very soon. Besides, the number of spirit beasts roaming around the Western Mystery City has also increased. The spirit beast fever that happens once every 3 years was about to hit the Western Mystery City, which serves as another great obstacle the city must face. With the enemy troops on top of the potential spirit beast attack, the Western Mystery City was really caught between two fires. The so-called spirit beast fever happened once every 3 years, during which hordes of spirits beasts from the 100,000 mountains would ferociously attack humans. Every time it happened, the smaller towns and villages near the Western Mystery City would be trampled by the spirit beasts. It became a custom for the Western Mystery City to open its gates to the residents of these unfortunate communities. With the Western Mystery City resisting the spirit beast fever, residents of the nearby towns and villages can then return home safely once the attacks ended. However, the spirit beast fever was due to come at a really bad time this year round. Bulletin Fang returned to the tents of the cook's army unit. Yan actually trailed behind him and followed him back to the tents. Ever since she learned that Bulletin Fang was cultivating his cooking in the cook's army unit, she became highly intrigued and insisted on stringing along. Yan was a spectacular cook herself but was always eager for more gourmet delicacies. Getting to taste owner Bulletin's dishes was, of course, a rare opportunity. However, for the next few days, Bulletin Fang did not cook as much as before. Due to the fact that Yan and Tang Yin now recognized his identity, he had officially returned to his usual stony demeanor. The number of dishes he made then became limited. Wei Dafo had already witnessed what Bulletin Fang was capable of and was now scared to bother him. In fact, he allowed Bulletin Fang to have first pick on all of the ingredients that contained spirit energy so he could cook to his heart's content. With the right ingredients, Bulletin Fang planned on cooking up dishes deemed satisfactory by the system. Yet none of his most recent attempts succeeded. It felt like he was losing his edge. This gave Bulletin Fang a headache. As time passed, the atmosphere in the Western Mystery City became tenser. One could often hear beasts howling outside the city walls. As of now, people are no longer allowed to leave the Western Mystery City without permission. In order to protect the safety of the residents and prevent anyone from being assaulted outside the walls, the authorities have decided to lock down the city. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. A rich aroma surged out of the tent in the form of hot mists, almost like a wriggling serpent. Bulletin Fang tilted the pot, pouring the content inside into his spoon and then onto the porcelain plate on the table. The spirit energy dish was colorful and luster. Just its appearance was enough to tease one's appetite. Yan plopped herself down, not concerned with her image at all. She peered down at Bulletin Fang's dish, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and stuffed a piece into her mouth. Yan was thoroughly impressed with Bulletin Fang's food. His ability to retain the spirit energy in ingredients has reached unimaginable heights. It was truly challenging to perfectly preserve the spirit energy of ingredients whilst cooking. Even Yan yearned for this special technique. Delicious. Yan stuck out her delicate tongue and licked her ruby-red lips as she smiled. However, Bulletin Fang wore no cheerful look on his face and instead sat there with scrunched brows. Though this dish tasted just fine, it was no comparison to the flower iguana. With none of his recent dishes passing the system's test, Bulletin Fang began to feel agitated. A few hundred miles outside the Western Mystery City was the intersection to the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains was known for its steep cliffs. Its conditions were so dangerous that even 7th-grade battle saints dare not thoughtlessly tread through it. The Western Mystery City has been tightly garrisoned in the past few days, with guards patrolling the walls at all times. Someone standing on the walls peered towards the direction of the 100,000 Mountains. Yet what he saw was smoke rising up and covering the sky, almost like towering waves of the sea. The sight drained all the color from the solider on patrol, who immediately reported this finding to the city lord. Kong Yao stepped up to the city walls and gazed at the smoke storm from afar. His face trembled and paled. The spirit beast fever from the 100,000 Mountains is coming. Sent down my orders, shut all city gates. After merely half a day, everyone inside the Western Mystery City could begin to detect the ground underneath their feet violently shaking. Such quakes sent shivers down their spines. Bang bang bang! Alongside the thunderous beastly roars were earth-shattering tremors. The city walls were packed with soldiers staring at the horde of beasts down below. Their faces were as pale as ghosts. Not a trace of confidence or courage could be seen on their complexions. The swarm of beasts filled the space like waves in a boundless ocean. Though the hordes were made up mostly of less impressive 3rd and 4th grade spirit beasts, there was still a handful of 5th to 6th grade spirit beasts in the mix. The spirit beast fever originates in the 100,000 Mountains. Every time it occurs, even the Clear Sky Pagoda within the 100,000 Mountains must call for a lockdown and seal all towers. This means the almighty and powerful Clear Sky Pagoda also seeks to avoid confrontation with these beasts. Yan explained as she stood on the city walls. Bulletin Fang and Tang Yin also eyed the flock of beasts down below. Bulletin Fang had never seen so many different spirit beasts all at once. It was an indescribable experience. Bulletin Fang knitted his brows and fell into a deep contemplation as he stared at the spirit beasts. Beside him, Tang Yin exhaled a long breath to release the depressed sensation he bottled up inside. In the face of this sea of spirit beasts, he felt so powerless and insignificant. Nobody knew exactly how these spirit beasts stormed out of the 100,000 Mountains all at once. Yet the 100,000 Mountains was a boundless plain of continuous large Alps. That it was home to so many spirit beasts was not that surprising. After all, the 100,000 Mountains was a buffer for the southern region. It was rumored that the 100,000 Mountains was a vast expanse of exceptional beauty and charm. Yet few to none had ever visited the place, so most people had no idea if that was true. Roar! That was the howl of a mammoth crocodile. Its body was covered with pointy shells. Clenching its sharp and ferocious teeth, it crawled on the floor at an incredible speed. A wolf with a body of snowy white fur sprinted on the plains swift as the wind, kicking up a smoke as it bolted. There was also a fiery red, gigantic lion, an elephant covered with needles, a mountain tortoise, and so many more powerful, exotic spirit beasts. As they charged in, they weren't surrounded by other galloping spirit beasts, instead, each marked their own territories. These spirit beasts all stormed toward the Western Mystery City. Everyone on the city walls wore terrible expressions on their faces as their hearts thudded with fear. However, Bulletin Fang paced around on the wall, wearing a very different look from that of the other folks. He studied the numerous spirit beasts down below, a sparkle flickering in his eyes. He has been quite vexed given his failure to create a third dish deemed acceptable by the system. Unable to cook the dish and complete the task, he couldn't receive his reward. He had arrived at the conclusion that the ingredients available in the cook's army unit were of poor quality. With better ingredients, Bulletin Fang felt like he could easily cook a dish deemed satisfactory by the system. As for how to obtain finer ingredients, Bulletin Fang's gaze landed on the sea of spirit beasts down below, so many spirit beasts. What the others perceived as a disaster Bulletin Fang saw as an ingredient storehouse. Once this idea flashed across his heart, Bulletin Fang's mind began to explode. Even the pace of his breathing quickened. Yan and Tang Yin glimpsed at Bulletin Fang in perplexity as they both detected the fervor burning in Bulletin Fang's eyes. They were dumbstruck as they glanced at the spirit beasts down below and then looked back at Bulletin Fang's peculiar expression. Master, do you think owner Bulletin will rush down? Tang Yin asked Nian quietly. Nian's face also froze. Don't talk nonsense. As for owner Bulletin's gaze, that's just how he normally eyes ingredients. How he eyes ingredients? Tang Yin's face scrunched up as he prayed to the gods inside his heart. Owner Bulletin. Let's not be reckless. It is way too early to tell who will end up as the ingredient. Chapter 302, Everything this knife points to shall become ingredients. An ear-splitting growl resounded across the heavens, reverberating through the western mystery city. It prompted the hearts of every resident to tremble. The crowds on the city walls gazed down at the sea of spirit beasts, each with a hard look on their face. The beautiful Nian, for one, had on a grave expression. The city lord Kong Yao's complexion, for another, was as pale as a ghost. As for the soldiers, terror was stamped all across their faces. However, there was a glaring outlier of face that displayed an unexpected degree of delight. Delight. How is there thrill on your face when there are swarms of spirit beasts below? Tang Yin, observing Bulletin Fang's ecstatic face, suddenly felt his heart jerk. He felt like he could never genuinely understand owner Bulletin's mind. Bulletin Fang, on the other hand, was indeed extremely excited. He had spent the last few days mulling over how to make a dish that could pass the system's evaluation. Alas, all the ingredients provided by the cook's army unit were of mediocre quality. He had cooked the 4 precious soup with rather unremarkable ingredients before. Though the system had approved it then, Bulletin Fang couldn't use the same approach again, and this was precisely what gave him a headache. He was just fretting over the lack of superior ingredients when he came across the spirit beast fever that occurred once every 3 years. This was akin to a timely dose of rain after a long period of drought. Father, don't worry. Although these flocks of spirit beasts appear unnerving, it isn't anything we haven't already dealt with in the past. We should stay put and not ruffle their feathers. Once today passes, the spirit beast fever will naturally recede. Though Kong Xian wore a long face, he managed to pull himself together in consoling Kong Yao. City Lord Kong Yao nodded his head. Every single encounter with such spirit beast fever was a blow to his peace of mind. Nonetheless, just as what Kong Xian had proposed, the best they could do now was to stay in the city and wait it out. The swarms of spirit beasts were due to retreat after a full day. Roar! The growls of 7th grade spirit beasts reverberated in all directions, ear-splitting and deafening. Those standing on the city wall felt like the wall was even quivering amidst the beastly howls. Want to taste more gourmet delicacies? After more waves of roars, Bulletin Fang suddenly turned his head to Nian, who was on his side. He curled the corners of his mouth before asking her this question. Nian was taken aback. Tang Yin, after hearing these words, was also shocked. Owner Bulletin. What do you mean? Do you really see the fearsome spirit beasts below as ingredients for your dishes? Tang Yin felt his entire world go dark. Knowing the nature of his master Ni, he had an extremely bad feeling about this. Gourmet delicacies? More tasty gourmet delicacies. Nian's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, as resplendent as a pair of glittering gemstones. Yes. I promise they will be extremely delicious. Bulletin Fang nodded seriously. Speak up, what do you need me to do? Nian stuck out her delicate, rosy tongue to lick her red lips, asking enthusiastically. Tang Yin immediately rubbed his forehead helplessly. He knew it. His master Ni could not contain herself when it came to food. This was definitely a sickness that needed to be treated. Yet what Bulletin Fang said next really made Tang Yin lose the will to live. Do you see that fiery red lion? Imagine its flesh roasted by flames, it'll be oh so juicy and succulent. Also, observe the elephant covered with thorns, which help protect its high-quality flesh. We need to see through the appearances to observe the essence within. I can promise that this elephant flesh will be a fine treat. And there's that giant tortoise, with its shell brimming with energy. Given that it is cooked properly, it could be a highly nutritious dish. Bulletin Fang critiqued the 7th grade spirit beasts one after another. As he went on, Nian's eyes sparkled even more brightly. So you're saying that the 7th grade spirit beasts down below are all extraordinary ingredients? Then which one do you need captured? Bulletin Fang paused for a moment. Then, he stood up straight, curling the corners of his mouth. He scrutinized the ferocious waves of beasts below. A wisp of smoke twirled around his hand and the pitch-black dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his palm. He gripped the knife firmly, using it to point at the beasts below. Everything this knife points to shall become ingredients. Bulletin Fang announced majestically. Yan was dumbfounded, and so was Tang Yin. Kong Yao, Kong Xian, and the other generals of the Western Mystery City all shoot him a crazy look. Was this fellow loony? With the spirit beast fever erupting down there, forget about cooking ingredients already, plus, it is hard to determine who will be whose dinner once you charge down there. Maybe tomorrow, you'll be effectively digested and passed out of the spirit beast's system. Senior Bulletin. Don't mess around. This is the spirit beast fever. Once it recedes, we can come up with a better plan to hunt for praise, Tang Yin said in a feeble voice. With his goofy, gluttonous master on top of a maverick like owner Bulletin, he sensed that something was about to go down. Will it really be that delicious? Be that as it may, just as Tang Yin had predicted, Yan stared at Bulletin Fang and inquired him with glistening eyes. If not, you can kick my ass. Bulletin Fang waved his hand skillfully and the dragon bone kitchen knife instantly twirled in his hand like a magician's tricks. All right. This lady shall take your word for it this time. All for the sake of gourmet delicacies. A breathtakingly beautiful smile beamed on Yan's incredibly charming face, her eyes narrowing into slits. Bulletin Fang patted Whitey's belly, and instructed, Whitey, let's go. Go where? Everyone on the city wall except for Tang Yin and Yan ogled at Bulletin Fang in utter disbelief. After a split second, they gawked at Bulletin Fang with mouths agape, as if they were looking at a lunatic. Right under their eyes, Bulletin Fang jumped up and leaped over the city walls. Oh my god! Is this guy committing suicide? There's a sea of spirit beasts down there. Could you not behave like you're jumping into a bathtub? That is so unfitting. Is this pale-faced fellow scared out of his wits? Feeding the beasts with his own body. The crowds failed to comprehend Bulletin Fang's actions. They all leaned against the wall, craning their necks to peer down. Swoosh! A refreshing breeze swept by, bringing with it a wonderful scent. An exquisite figure also soared high into the sky. Her white satin robe danced in the wind, her head of silken hair fluttering in a dreamy fashion. Without any warnings, Yan also followed after Bulletin Fang and jumped. Elder Ni. Kong Xian's pupils shrank as he burst out shouting. He leaned against the wall, feeling like all meaning has been sucked out of his life. You are too beautiful to be sacrificed, why cast away your life? Bulletin Fang's legs parted, still clutching the dragon bone kitchen knife firmly in one hand. His knife shone radiantly under the sunshine. His entire body swooped down like a gust of wind. Boom! Whitey was the first to land, causing the ground to tremble as its figure left behind a deep indent. Several spirit beasts were directly crushed to death under Whitey's weight. Afterward, Bulletin Fang's feet also hit the ground. He trampled on the back of a spirit beast, squashing it onto the pavement. Yan was as swift and agile as a swallow. As her white robe rippled, she managed to tread upon the air, gracefully hovering right above the spirit beasts. Her ruby lips curled slightly as her delicate fingers tapped the air softly. Then the spirit energy around her body began to boil, transforming into waves of fluctuations that spread to all directions. Owner Bulletin, I'll take care of this lion. Keep your promise in mind, for if the food is not good I'll punish you. Yan's delightful voice rang before she became a flash of light and charged at the lion burning like a ball of fire. Trust me, there will be a hearty feast. Bulletin Fang replied calmly. He stood up straight. The spirit beasts nearby were all recovering from their initial shock. Savage ferocity filled their eyes as they bolted toward Bulletin Fang. Everyone on the walls gasped out loud. From their perspective, the flock of beasts below was much like an army of ants, swarming around Bulletin Fang and piling together like a small mountain. The sheer amount of beasts prompted one's heart to race and one's muscles to twitch. Kong Xian stood up straight and gave a dry cough. He had forgotten that Elder Ni had a superior cultivation level and that she could walk among the clouds, and so her life wasn't necessarily in danger. However, that young fellow was merely a 6th-grade battle emperor who couldn't even tread on air. What gave him the guts to jump off the city walls? Wasn't he aware that even the 6th-grade spirit beasts down there were beyond count? Watching as beasts after beasts charged toward Bullet and Fang aggressively, a trace of thrill unknowingly flashed across Kong Xian's eyes. Yan has visited Bullet and Fang much too frequently over the past few days, something that irked Kong Xian deeply. If Bullet and Fang was blatant enough to court death himself, it certainly saved him from doing the dirty work later on. Tang Yin rubbed his forehead. Sure enough, the combination of Senior Bulletin and Master Ni always led to trouble. From afar, tempestuous waves of true energy burst out of Ni Yan's body. She battled that wild 7th grade fire lion with her bare hands. Ni Yan's cultivation level was indeed excellent, enabling her to quickly subdue the fire lion. Unfortunately, she was surrounded by waves of beasts, so plenty of other spirit beasts tried to pounce on her as she fought the fire lion. That she did find somewhat netlesome. However, all was worth it for gourmet food. She trusted Bullet and Fang and especially had faith that his cooking would never disappoint. Ni Yan twisted her head toward Bullet and Fang and her face instantly blanched. What she saw was Bullet and Fang completely swallowed up by layers after layers of spirit beasts. The corners of her mouth twisted. She suddenly recalled that Bullet and Fang was merely a 6th grade battle emperor. Owner Bulletin hasn't already been devoured, has he? Bang! With a deafening boom, a golden beam of light shone through the cracks of the mountain of beasts. It shot straight to the sky, glistening brilliantly. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the heavens. An invisible fluctuation began to spread through the heap of spirit beasts, much like waves rippling when a stone was tossed into a lake. Right under everyone's astonished gazes. The swarm of spirit beasts suddenly exploded. A figure carrying a giant golden kitchen knife stood proudly amidst the shambles. Beside him was a puppet flashing its deep purple eyes. This spectacular duo slowly sauntered out of the circle of spirit beast carcasses. With a wave of the kitchen knife, countless spirit beasts all recoiled fearfully. Chapter 303, 9 Ingredients, 9 Big Walks. A golden ray of light flashed with an overwhelming glare. An invincible roar erupted from the kitchen knife in Bullet and Fang's hand, and the true energy within his energy core revolved at high speed. True energy gushed out from within into his limbs and infused into the golden dragon bone kitchen knife in this grip. The draconic might of the golden dragon bone kitchen knife naturally suppressed spirit beasts. This suppression allowed Bullet and Fang to maneuver through hordes with ease. With the huge kitchen knife in hand, Bullet and Fang steadily approached the elephant that was covered in thorns. This was a 7th grade spirit beast, Thorn Elephant. Its attack power was fierce. Its weapon was its frightening long trunk, completely covered with huge thorns. It could tear its prey apart in seconds, and crush them underfoot, right after. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife could suppress spirit beasts that possessed the dragon clan bloodline. However, the thorn elephant possessed an extremely rare dragon clan bloodline, so it couldn't be suppressed as much as the others. Boom! Whitey's robotic eyes glowed purple and it flew off in a gust of wind, charging toward the thorn elephant. The thorn elephant rolled up its trunk and issued an ear-splitting roar. It stomped its enormous hooves hard, causing the walls to shake uncontrollably. Large chunks of rock crashed down and the experts atop the walls began to panic. This was a very powerful spirit beast. However, Whitey showed no fear as it rushed over, and its arms transfigured into a huge machete in mid-air. The thorn elephant smashed its spiked trunk into the ground, resulting in a quake that shook the firmament. Then, it took aim at Whitey. If Whitey took a direct hit, it would definitely be torn apart by the thorns. Everyone shared the same thought. The pressure exuded by the thorn elephant was overwhelming, and it was considered top tier among 7th grade spirit beasts. Pu-chi. However, when everyone thought that Whitey would get smashed to pieces by the beast, a ray of light flashed by so fast that no one could get a good look at it. Thereafter, in a stunned silence, the crowd witnessed the trunk of the thorn elephant get severed, followed by a rain of blood. The thorn elephant wailed miserably and thrashed about violently, its thorns and hooves reaping the lives of several spirit beast bystanders. Whitey landed atop the thorn elephant, which kept flapping its large ears, gazed at it ruthlessly and slashed the top of its head, before giving it a final punch. The thorn elephant felt agonizing pain. Bullet and Fang's kitchen knife, which he held in one hand, exuded a golden radiance. He focused his attention on the old mountain turtle carrying an enormous shell in the distance. It was also a powerful spirit beast. The pressure exerted by the golden dragon bone kitchen knife frightened the surrounding spirit beasts and made them retreat backward. They didn't dare approach Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang cared little for the low-level spirit beasts. He couldn't contain his excitement as he stood in front of the gigantic mountain turtle. The old mountain turtle was a rich ingredient, after all. The turtle's brain lay within its shell. The beast had retreated back into its shell, probably because it had sensed the dragon might. The turtle's shell was tough and difficult to pierce through a natural shield. Bullet Fang examined the complex patterns on the turtle shell and felt amazed. Suddenly, 2 spots of red light flashed with the shell, and with a resounding bang, a huge brain burst out from within the turtle's shell and streaked toward Bullet Fang, in an attempt to hit him. This was the brain of the mountain turtle. It was old and wrinkled. With bloodshot eyes, the mountain turtle howled and charged at Bullet Fang with its mouth wide open in a bid to bite him. Bullet Fang squinted his eyes. He hadn't expected the beast to withstand the dragon mite's suppression and even attack him. Indeed, the older it was, the more cunning it got. Dang! Bullet Fang blocked the attack with the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. The turtle saw its attack fail and tried smashing into Bullet Fang with its enormous body. It rammed its brain into the golden dragon kitchen knife with an impact so strong that Bullet Fang was blown away, along with the kitchen knife. Bullet Fang twirled in the air and crashed further away, but he stood up immediately. He donned a serious expression. His true energy vortex circulated even faster and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife glowed brighter. Boom! The rock underneath Bullet Fang's feet shattered as he rushed out. Bullet Fang gripped his knife in one hand and streaked towards the old mountain turtle. The draconic might aura intensified, causing the surrounding beasts to retreat. The turtle's shell was extremely tough, so Bullet Fang couldn't be bothered trying to attack it with the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. Destroying the shell would be almost impossible for him, and even if he could, he would exhaust his true energy in the process. By then, the golden dragon bone kitchen knife's form would be lost, and that would put him in dire straits. The old mountain turtle roared, bared its sharp teeth and tried to bite Bullet Fang again. Bullet Fang dodged the attack, slid under the mountain turtle and seized the opportunity to slash upwards, successfully cutting off one of its legs. Maneuvering between the turtle's legs, Bullet Fang gripped the heavy golden dragon bone kitchen knife and slashed at the beast's abdomen. The shell around the turtle's abdomen was tough, but slightly more brittle compared to the other body parts, making it easier for Bullet Fang to attack. This was a technique to deal with the old mountain turtle. On the other side, Yan had wrapped up her battle. As an 8th grade war god, dealing with 7th grade spirit beasts was a piece of cake for her. The fire lion crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yan landed on it with an indifferent expression. Whitey punched the elephant repeatedly and completely shattered all of its thorns. The gigantic thorn elephant was then knocked to the ground, unable to retaliate. Si-la! This was the sound of the enormous turtle being torn apart. To everyone's amazement, torrents of blood gushed out from underneath its belly. The violent turtle collapsed and stopped breathing. The 3 of them had actually defeated the 3 7th grade spirit beasts. The people atop the city wall all heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Yun's face seized up slightly at the sight. These 3 were ruthless indeed. Kong Xuan couldn't accept that Bullet Fang at 6th grade Battle Emperor defeated a 7th grade spirit beast. How come he wasn't killed by the 7th grade spirit beast instead? It was too illogical. The stampeding spirit beast horde all went on a rampage. However, they still retained their spirit beast nature and feared the aura of experts. The spirit beasts stayed clear of the 3 7th grade spirit beast corpses and went through a different part instead. Bullet Fang took a deep breath, patted the old mountain turtle's shell and glared at the remaining spirit beasts. The people at the top of the city wall were shocked. What sort of person was this guy? He still wasn't satisfied with a 7th grade spirit beast? Suddenly, Bullet Fang charged out with his knife. The stampeding spirit beasts retreated hastily. Although it wasn't time for them to retreat yet, the ground was already littered with the corpses of several 7th grade spirit beasts. The combined energy emitted by the corpses deterred the spirit beasts from approaching them. Thus, they changed their destination and fled back toward the 100,000 mountains. Beads of sweat dripped down Bullet Fang's forehead as he gazed at the retreating spirit beasts. He was slightly reluctant to see them leave. There were quite a number of good ingredients among them, but they had fled. The others would surely be speechless if they read his thoughts. Whitey returned to Bullet Fang's side, followed by an out-of-breath Yan. Fighting 3 7th-grade spirit beasts alone had worn her out. She defeated 3 of the 8 7th-grade spirit beasts. She had held unto Bulletin Fang's promise to cook some delicacies for her and gave all she had in the battle. Owner Bulletin, if the delicacies you cook this time cannot satisfy me, phew! I'll definitely beat you to a pulp. Yan exclaimed as she panted. Bulletin Fang smirked at Yan and ordered people to open the city gate. Now that the spirit beasts had retreated, it was safe to open city gate again. With the help of the soldiers, the corpses of the 8 7th-grade spirit beasts were hauled into Western Mystery City. The sight stunned the people of Western Mystery City. They had never seen a single 7th-grade spirit beast before, let alone 8. Moreover, these 8 had all been slaughtered. The giant elephant covered in thorns looked really frightening. Owner Bulletin, what delicacies will you be cooking? Are 8 7th-grade spirit beasts enough? Yan asked. Wei Daifu and Long Cai rushed over as well. Although the 7th-grade spirit beasts were dead, the corpses still emitted an aura that frightened them. Bring me the biggest woks in Western Mystery City, as many as you can find. This time around, I'm going to prepare a feast for the entire army, Bulletin Fang said to Wei Daifu. Biggest woks? Wei Daifu was flabbergasted. Then, he looked over at the 8 spirit beast and gulped. Adding the gigantic iguana that Bulletin Fang killed previously, the total number of 7th-grade spirit beasts would go up to 9. There were so many 7th-grade ingredients, what dish would he cook? A crowd gathered. The soldiers spent a lot of effort to haul the corpses back to the camp. That night, a bright campfire was started. The biggest woks in Western Mystery City were delivered to the vacant area of the camp, and several Cook's Army unit soldiers tried to light fires beneath the woks. Many people, including Yan, were curious about the delicacies Bulletin Fang planned to prepare using the 9 7th-grade spirit beasts. 9 7th-grade spirit beast ingredients, the thought alone excited the crowd. Chapter 304, Premium Wok of Fortunes. Bulletin Fang sat cross-legged inside his tent, rested, and was able to recover some true energy. He was restricted from using the system's storage space, so he couldn't retrieve the oyster pancake he had placed in it, and this made him feel a little helpless. Although he didn't have the oyster pancake, Bulletin Fang still regained most of his true energy after his rest. He didn't use any cultivation techniques, but the vortex in his energy core revolved at breakneck speed akin to top-level cultivation techniques. Once he had recovered his true energy, Bulletin Fang left the tent. The 9 7th-grade spirit beasts had been placed outside his tent. These were the 7th-grade spirit beasts they had killed. The corpses emitted a strong depressing aura that filled the camp and caused many to vacate the area surrounding Bulletin Fang's tent. Bulletin Fang washed his hands and approached the spirit beast closest to him. This was the fire lion slaughtered by Yan. How Yan managed to kill the fire lion was unknown, as there were no visible wounds on it. Green smoke shrouded Bulletin Fang's hands and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared. He gripped the knife and walked a circle around the lion. What he needed to do now was to prepare the ingredients. He displayed his meteor cutting technique, and the knife in his hand, resembling a genie, twirled and revolved deftly around the fire lion. Pick, scoop, cut, and chop. He displayed a dazzling top-tier knife skill, and within minutes, he successfully removed the skin and bones of the fire lion. His knife continued moving at lightning speed, and soon, a bowl was filled to the brim with lion meat. The meat of the fire lion scorched the ceramic bowl and left it blazing hot. Although the fire lion was dead, its meat remained as hot as charcoal. Once he had prepared the fire lion meat, Bulletin Fang clapped his hands and walked to the next spirit beast. While Bulletin Fang handled the spirit beast corpses, he casually asked Long Cai to find and bring back a large amount of spirit energy vegetables. He didn't require vegetables that were high level, however, they had to be fresh and contain some spirit energy. Long Cai agreed and, immediately, went around the entire city. He waited for Bulletin Fang to prepare the 9 spirit beasts and came over with some men from the Cook's Army unit. They all carried several baskets filled with spirit energy vegetables. Bulletin Fang had just finished preparing the 9 spirit beasts, and the men from the Cook's Army unit, who had just come with Long Cai, were all stunned and astonished. They were greeted with the sight of multiple skeletons behind Bulletin Fang, and none of the skeletons had a single strand of meat still attached to them. The meat had been removed, completely. This. They were speechless. It was an extremely difficult feat for a normal person to achieve, but Bulletin Fang had done it. Moreover, he had separated the meat from all 9 beast corpses in an incredibly short time. Senior Bulletin Fang's knife technique. It was superb. 9 big ceramic bowls had been filled with the meat of the spirit beasts, and the baskets of spirit energy vegetables had been delivered. Bulletin Fang instructed the cook's army unit to carry the ingredients to the field. 9 huge woks were placed in the center of the field with fires lit underneath them. The flames seared the woks and smoke filled the air. Everyone sat and waited patiently, especially Ni Yan. She had put in a lot of effort this time, and if Bulletin Fang's dish failed to satisfy her, she would be pissed. Her anger was terrible to behold. Tang Yin puckered his lips and calmly glanced at Bulletin Fang, who had walked past him, and concluded. Senior Bulletin is always so calm. The 9 heavy ceramic bowls filled with fresh spirit beast meat landed heavily on the ground and caused a loud impact. Many spectators stared at the 9 ceramic bowls. Soon, a strong spirit energy covered the entire camp, leaving the crowd amazed. These ceramic bowls contained the meat of the 9 7th-grade spirit beasts. Too terrifying. A feast for the entire army meant that all soldiers would get to taste a delicacy. Moreover, the 9 ceramic bowls were enough to fill the bellies of the soldiers. Bulletin Fang once again washed his hands with clean water. His long hands were as fair and beautiful as a girl's. Then, with just one hand, he lifted one of the ceramic bowls and jumped. He landed beside one of the huge lit woks. Bulletin Fang's expression was serious as he took a deep breath. This was his last shot at cooking a dish that could satisfy the system. If he failed, he had no other way left. He slammed his hand on a ceramic bowl, channeled his true energy, and a piece of lion meat, that resembled charcoal, flew out of it. This is the meat of the 7th-grade fire lion. The patterns on the meat are like a piece of art, it even glows occasionally. Owner Bulletin handled it excellently. This fire lion meat is flawless and high quality. Ni Yan was impressed and praised Bulletin Fang. Her knowledge of delicacies was vast, so she began explaining to the rest. As each piece of fire lion meat was placed into the wok, it created a scene reminiscent of flower petals placed at the bottom of the wok, covering it entirely. The large amount of meat was placed in the piping hot wok, and the sound of splattering oil could be heard. As the oil splattered, thick smoke accompanied by a strong and fragrant aroma of meat filled the air. Vegetables. Bulletin Fang looked toward Long Cai and whispered to him. Long Cai nodded, picked up a basket filled with spirit energy vegetables, and threw it at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang caught the basket. He placed a foot on the side of the huge wok and leaped up high. With a flick of his hands, some vegetables floated out of the basket and into the huge wok. These white vegetables contained spirit energy and were specially produced in Western Mystery City. Those are Azure Sky Vegetable, one of the special local products of Western Mystery City. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with it. Its texture is chewy and moist, Ni Yan explained. Her eyes glowed with astonishment. She couldn't predict what type of dishes Bulletin Fang would prepare, having using these 2 ingredients already. Was he trying to cook each spirit beast in separate woks? If that was the case, everything would make sense. However, Bulletin Fang's next action made her completely clueless. As soon as Bulletin Fang landed on the ground, he moved to another bowl, and this bowl contained the giant iguana meat. Most of them had tasted the meat of the flower iguana meat. That meat was succulent and tasted extremely delicious. Bulletin Fang slowly placed pieces of juicy iguana meat into the wok, right above the Azure Sky vegetables. The spirit energy of the 3 different ingredients combined and gave off a distinct smell. 3 different ingredients already, what kind of dish is owner Bulletin trying to cook? Ni Yan gasped, but she wasn't the only one who did so. Everyone was shocked. This was because, if a dish contained 2 7th-grade spirit beast ingredients and a spirit energy vegetable, the accumulated spirit energy would be intense, and this would make the dish difficult to cook well. Every chef understood this principle. The more spirit energy ingredients a dish contained, the harder it was to cook. The 3rd spirit beast meat was the thorn elephant that was punched to death by Whitey. The thorn elephant meat was soft as butter. Once its thorns and tough skin were removed, the remaining meat underneath was exceptionally tender and soft. Bulletin Fang cut the thorn elephant meat into pieces and laid it down. It looked as tender as tofu. Next up, he repeated the same process of putting in spirit energy vegetables and spirit beast meat. The enormous wok was actually filled to the brim by so many different ingredients. Bulletin Fang landed on the ground, once again, took a dozen white radishes and speedily cut them up using his meteor cutting technique. Soon enough, he had carved all the white radishes into fierce-looking fire lions which he placed at the center of the other ingredients. The fire lion made from radishes looked very realistic. Good knife technique. This dazzling display won the hearts of many spectators. Although they couldn't guess what dishes Bulletin Fang intended to prepare, they were swept away by his knife technique. He repeated the same procedure for the remaining 8 huge woks. The only difference each wok had was the spirit beast meat they contained. There was the thorn elephant, old mountain turtle, etc. Each wok had its own spirit beast carving, and it was elegant and beautiful. Bulletin Fang poured clean water into each wok and sat at the center of the 9 woks to replenish his true energy and detect the changes that occurred in each wok. When preparing a dish, the placement of ingredients and control of spirit energy flow greatly affected the taste directly. The crowd stared at the 9 full woks and held their breaths. They were all anxious but excited. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before, not even Yan. But, that was precisely why they were curious about the outcome. Time slowly passed by. The camp was completely silent save for the sound of burning charcoal. Suddenly, Bulletin Fang opened his eyes, which were stern yet revealed excitement. The next step was the most crucial part of cooking the premium wok of fortunes. He had to control the dispersion of spirit energy. Otherwise, if the combined spirit energy of so many spirit beasts got triggered, it could easily lead to an explosion. Chapter 305, Lady, your appearance really frightens people. Nightfall in the northwest plain enveloped the land with darkness and solitude. This blood-stained land was a great piece of historical value. Currently, Mo Luo City was ablaze with light and its ancient gates were opened wide with a loud bang. A group of organized soldiers marched out of the city. Mo Lin led his troops and headed to Western Mystery City with a serious expression on his face. The spirit beast horde had just retreated, so it was the best time for them to attack. This was the chance that they had been waiting for. They could launch a surprise attack while Western Mystery City recuperated from the spirit beast horde's attack. They could then easily conquer the ancient city from the Light Wind Empire. The plan was put together not just by their commander but also by the apostles in black robes. They had managed to conquer several cities with the apostles' help, and, each time, their plans were successful, so they placed a lot of trust in the apostles. Their planned attack on Western Mystery City could only proceed because it was endorsed by the envoys. Now their status in the army was comparable to the commander, as it was precisely the support of these apostles that allowed them to win all their battles. Amidst the boundless yellow sands, a hidden troop stealthily approached Western Mystery City, which had just suffered the spirit beast's attack. Within the army, 3 shadows walked around in circles. 2 of them held onto brightly lit 5 talismans. One of the talismans appeared damaged and didn't shine as bright as its counterparts. However, white mist swirled within the magic array, and the faint outline of a screaming face was visible with it. By conquering Western Mystery City while it's dark, we will accomplish the High Priest's mission. Then, we will be able to go back and return the soul to the High Priest, a husky voice said. The 2 shadows, who wielded the talismans, respectfully bowed to the 3rd shadow. With the Elder's help, we will definitely take over Western Mystery City. Even if our enemy had help from the experts of Celestial Arcanum sect, we still won't fear them. With Elder helping us, surely, those fools from Celestial Arcanum sect will perish as well. The voice was respectful yet emotional. Their ensuing laughter could be heard from afar. We can smell the fragrance already. What a unique aroma! But, it's not as strong as we imagined. Idiot, he just started cooking. The spirit beast's meat has barely been cooked, so, obviously, the aroma won't be strong, yet. The soldiers discussed among themselves. They were excited about the food being prepared in the 9 woks. Yan also licked her lips. She focused her gaze and became serious. Although she had no idea what Bulletin Fang was cooking, she was clear that the next step would test Bulletin Fang's skills. Spirit energy gushed out during the boiling process. The woks contained the meat of so many 7th-grade spirit beasts, which were considered leaders in their respective species. They were authoritative, and the mixture of their spirit energy could trigger an explosion. An explosion triggered by a mixture of several 7th-grade ingredients, the damage it would cause was unthinkable, and the entire camp area might be destroyed. Tang Yin was also nervous. Kong Xian, on the other hand, squinted his eyes in disdain. He was just a chef, so what was all the big deal? Suddenly, Bulletin Fang quickly got up and stood in front of a big wok, his gaze fixed on it. Growl! A cloud of steam coupled with thick energy wafted out from the wok and surrounded the white fire lion figurine, which was in the center of the wok, making it look more realistic. Bulletin Fang could sense, albeit faintly, the mighty roar of the fire lion. The broth in the wok boiled intensely, but it wasn't due to the heat. It was due to the spirit energy of the ingredients circulating throughout the wok. Bulletin Fang frowned. This was the hardest step, and if he didn't handle it well, it may lead to an explosion. He placed his feet on the side of the wok and raised his knees slightly. The true energy in his energy core started circulating and flowed through his legs and into the wok. The true energy acted as a stabilizer, and once it flowed into the wok, the raging spirit energy was stabilized and the intense boiling subsided. Bulletin Fang focused on his output of true energy and controlled the circulation of spirit energy in the wok. This was an extremely difficult process, but a very crucial step. Once everything had stabilized, it would be much easier. With a light tap of his toes, Bulletin Fang leaped off the first wok and landed on a second. Coincidentally, its intense boiling began to subside as well. Bulletin Fang kept track of the temperature of each wok, and he knew exactly how to handle each temperature spike. Yan watched from afar and was speechless. Bulletin Fang's handling of true energy was what she had always been eager to learn, all along. She didn't know that true energy control could be so precise, the sight was too shocking for her. Suddenly, Yan, who was staring at Bulletin Fang, sniffed the air. She discerned an aroma with her sharp nose, and her eyes lit up. The fragrance from the first wok was so rich that it couldn't be described with words. The aroma permeated the surroundings, causing the crowd to be completely captivated by it. Almost everyone could smell the rich fragrance spreading through the area. As soon as Bulletin Fang leaped off the second wok and landed on a third, the second wok began emitting its own mouth-watering aroma as well. Although this fragrance was as rich as the one from the first wok, it was different. The aroma wafting from the second wok gave off a sense of tranquility, while the first wok's aroma was wilder. The smell each wok gave represented the temperament of each spirit beast. The fire lion was wild and violent, the thorn elephant was calm but fierce, the old mountain turtle was old and peaceful. Each ensuing fragrance immersed everyone in a different feeling. Once Bulletin Fang was done with the ninth wok and leaped off it, an overwhelmingly rich aroma wafted out of the wok and into the air. It felt like dragons charging up into the sky and circling the area. Bulletin Fang gently landed on the ground and sat at the center of the 9 woks, his mind serene. The roars of the spirit beasts that echoed in his ears sounded so realistic. The aroma wafting from the 9 woks attracted each other and seemed to form an array. This caused Bulletin Fang's mind to tremble. However, this formation was not clear and seemed like it would be broken easily. Bulletin Fang found it amusing. Delicacies could be used to form arrays? Who knows? It might be possible. Why can't delicacies be used to create an array? Bulletin Fang pondered as he took a deep breath. His thoughts were disrupted by the surrounding crowd's murmurs, and he turned toward them. The more they stared at Bulletin Fang, the more amazed the crowd got. They stared at him, whose figure was covered by the mist formed from the spirit energy wafting from the woks. Sitting in the mist, he looked like some sort of god. If he hadn't maintained a poker face, many girls would be smitten by him. With a flick of his hands, Bulletin Fang got rid of the surrounding mist and walked out from the center of the 9 woks. It did feel different for him when he looked at the 9 woks from outside. The 9 woks began to glow brightly and, from above, the light seemed to form different spirit beasts. These spirit beasts were the ones that had been slaughtered. The fire lion, thorn elephant, old mountain turtle, etc. They resembled the real deal. The crowd was shocked. This was the first time they had seen a dish like this. Could this even be eaten? However, the rich aroma of the food kept them captivated and caused their stomachs to growl. Hiding their hunger was no longer an option for the crowd as their stomachs growled loudly. Even Kong Xian, who disliked Bulletin Fang, rubbed his stomach and licked his lips. Premium Wok of Fortunes, completed. The green smoke that swirled around Bulletin Fang's hand when he showcased his knife skills with the golden dragon bone kitchen knife disappeared with a boom. His loud declaration, made with a serious voice, echoed around. Was it completed? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Yan stomped her feet on the ground and streaked toward Bulletin Fang. She grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him close. "Owner Bulletin! Give me a serving!" Her eyes glowed with excitement, as though she had just spotted her favorite prey. Bulletin Fang was a little disturbed by the warm feeling next to him. This young lady! She made him feel a little frightened. Chapter 306, Drink a bowl of scalding meat broth. Bulletin Fang paused, and his figure swiftly floated out of Yan's grasp. He seemed unperturbed as he turned to face her. "Wait," Bulletin Fang said. With a porcelain bowl in hand, Bulletin Fang leaped and landed lightly at the side of a huge wok. With the bowl, he scooped up some broth with several pieces of meat in it. There were 9 types of spirit beast meat inside this big wok. Even Bulletin Fang was briefly unsure which spirit beast's meat he scooped at random for Yan. Yan licked her lips as she received the porcelain bowl from Bulletin Fang. She lifted the bowl up to her nose and inhaled deeply. Immediately, her nostrils were assaulted by a rich meaty fragrance, and her expression changed to one of infatuation. Rich and doesn't dissipate, truly fragrant. The aroma has been completed sequestrated within the spirit beast meat during the cooking process, resulting in an extraordinary fragrance. Now that the meat of 9 7th-grade spirit beasts has been combined, this broth that has simmered out, is simply one of the most immersive delicacies in the human world. Yan hadn't even tasted it yet and was already full of praise for Bulletin Fang's dish. She couldn't help but praise this dish that she deeply admired. It had already reached the pinnacle in terms of recipe and control of spirit energy within the dish. Yan used a porcelain ladle to scoop up some broth, but she didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she raised the spoon to her eye level and examined the broth. The broth had multiple colors, it could be passed off as liquid rainbow atop a spoon. The rich fragrance wafting out of the broth caused Yan to nibble her lips. Subsequently, she shoved the spoon into her mouth. The warm broth didn't scorch as much as she thought it would. Instead, the temperature was very appropriate, unlike the broth's initial scalding hot appearance on the spoon. Yan squinted her eyes as she felt the broth permeate every corner of her mouth, as though it was crossing a 9-curved creek. Every time she swallowed a mouthful, she got to experience a different flavor stimulating her oral cavity lightly. Bulletin Fang's true energy cooking method rendered the spirit energy within the broth unfathomable. The broth contained a mass of coalesced spirit energy, and Yan was able to taste owner Bulletin's flavor within it. The recipe of this broth was very similar to the fish head tofu soup in owner Bulletin's store. The fish head tofu soup had preserved the taste of the broth, allowing the spirit energy to explode like a fragrance bomb within one's mouth. However, this time, the coalesced spirit energy in this broth burst forth like a fragrance bomb, exploding consecutively. This caused Yan to tremble like she was about to ascend to heaven. Its deliciousness was unfathomable, and Yan couldn't help but stare at Bulletin Fang with wide eyes. Afterward, she nodded her head repeatedly in approval. "Taste this piece of meat," Bulletin Fang said. Yan complied and picked up a white and rosy piece of spirit beast meat. The fat in this spirit beast meat was extremely well distributed and the vein lines on it resembled an artistic picture scroll being projected into her eyes. "What kind of meat is this?" Yan asked curiously. Bulletin Fang had cooked 9 types of spirit beast meat in this wok, so she couldn't discern which spirit beast the piece of meat belonged to. Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows. Even though he hadn't tasted the dish, he could still discern the identity of that piece of spirit beast meat. "This is the meat of 7th-grade old mountain turtle," Bulletin Fang replied. "The meat of 7th-grade spirit beast old mountain turtle." Yan murmured lightly. Thereafter, she stuffed the piece of meat into her mouth. Her eyes widened and cheeks bulged as she chewed. The glow in her eyes gradually brightened up while she chewed. "So tasty! So filling! So chewy!" Yan exclaimed in admiration. The piece of meat bounced unceasingly in her mouth and seemed to fill her oral cavity wall with a long-lasting crunchy energy. Additionally, the piece of meat wasn't that difficult to chew. Due to the Herculean strength of some 7th-grade beasts, their muscle tissue was strained together. This caused the meat to look old and made it really hard to chew into smaller pieces. This type of meat would surely affect the texture of the dish. However, the meat of this old mountain turtle was crunchy and could be easily chewed into smaller pieces, although it looked old and appeared difficult to chew. Yan had barely engrossed herself in the delicious wok of fortunes when the crowd rushed forward, flocked around her and began to fight over the dish. However, Bullet and Fang had cooked more than enough, so everyone got a bowl each. This dish was named Premium Wok of Fortunes because of what the name implied. The dish was cooked using the meat of several 7th-grade spirit beasts. The strength of the spirit energy within a 7th-grade spirit beast was, basically, too tyrannical for an average person to handle. Normally, only those with the battle maniac cultivation and above should be able to taste the dish, but Bullet and Fang had prepared the dish with lots of spirit energy vegetables and his own unique true energy cooking method. He guided the true energy orientation within the dish, during the cooking process, and this caused the berserk spirit energy to calm down and become a lot gentler. Now, everyone could taste it. This was important because the army contained people with varying cultivation levels, especially the 3rd Army Corps. Some of their members had attained the level of battle maniac while some hadn't. After all, it was a feast prepared for the entire 3rd Corps, so, naturally, it had to be eaten by everyone present. After undergoing the simmering process, the thorn elephant meat wasn't much different from tofu. However, compared to tofu, the meat was much more fragrant and could nourish the body better. The soldiers who had eaten the thorn elephant meat felt as though they had combusted into a raging blaze, and their true energy began to circulate rapidly. And this scene occurred unceasingly. The 9 huge woks were sufficient. Everyone in the 3rd Corps was able to eat the delicacy. Furthermore, a number of soldiers from the 1st Corps and 2nd Corps had run over and asked for a portion. The deliciousness was so stimulating it left them unable to walk. The soldiers who had eaten the Premium Wok of Fortunes felt as though their bodies were reborn. Their energy core vortexes revolved rapidly. The warm feeling of the broth still lingered within their bodies, as if a hot dense energy was guiding them closer toward rebirth. Although the 3rd Corps had a lot of soldiers, they were fewer in number than the 2nd Corps. There were a lot of soldiers who had experienced breakthroughs and obtained advancements while others strengthened their current cultivations, experiencing breakthroughs in their mental states and improvements in their fighting strength by a great amount. This dish had improved the quality of the entire 3rd Corporate by a grade. Compared to the 1st Corps, they weren't lacking a single bit. Faced with this delicacy, Kong Yao, the city lord of Western Mystery City, couldn't stay calm. He scooped a bowl full of it and sampled it delicately. The more he ate, the more astounded he got. Finally, he sucked in a breath of air. Kong Xian also scooped a bowl. After he drank it, he did not say anything. Although the bowl of broth didn't enable Kong Xian to achieve a breakthrough, it had solidified his energy by a large amount. He was a battle saint, but now his cultivation showed traces of being close to a breakthrough. This was simply too inconceivable. Was this truly a dish? Tang Yin also received a bowl. He had always been very confident about Bullet and Fang's dishes. Therefore, he drank his bowl with keen interest. Once he had finished drinking, he found himself yearning for another bowl. Bullet and Fang stood on his original spot and frowned as he stroked his chin. His expression caused the surrounding people to refrain from disturbing his thoughts. The Premium Wok of Fortunes had caused everyone to respect Bullet and Fang more. Quickly, Bullet and Fang's tightly wrinkled eyebrows seemed to loosen up, and he curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. He felt excited because the Premium Wok of Fortunes had been acknowledged by the system. This was the 3rd dish acknowledged. Finally, Bullet and Fang had completed its mission. Bullet and Fang patted on his own cheeks and exhaled a long mouthful of air. He also went over to scoop a bowl of broth and picked a piece of fire lion meat. The meat was very fresh and tender. Although it had been cooked perfectly, the vein lines on the meat were still as visible as before. Furthermore, boiling this meat had somehow resulted in it being tastier than its counterparts, the meat of the other spirit beasts. This was the reason why Bullet and Fang had chosen to place the fire lion meat at the bottom of the wok. There, the fire lion meat wouldn't get overcooked easily, and its taste could be discharged better. A bite of meat and a mouthful of broth. Repeating the process, Bullet and Fang relaxed greatly and had unexpectedly felt somewhat pleased. Currently, Western Mystery City, if viewed from outside, seemed very noisy. The soldiers atop the city walls turned and looked in the direction of the army camps. They had heard that the people over there were enjoying delicacies. This was simply too cruel. The others ate delicious dishes while they had to patrol atop the ice-cold city walls. How great would it be if they were together with the others, drinking piping hot mouthfuls of aromatic meat broth. Beneath the city walls, multiple shadows had snuck over and abruptly stuck onto the city walls. They were the elites of the army of General Mo Lin, and every one of them was an expert. Even though the city walls of Western Mystery City were very towering, the elites of that army still climbed up effortlessly. They climbed up stealthily like lizards for a while before rushing toward the top of the city wall. A Western Mystery City guard turned his gaze away from the camp and became vigilant when he noticed a human shadow in front of him. Immediately, he drew out his long sword with rage. However, an even faster streak of light flashed by the neck of the guard. Crashing sound. Within seconds, the human shadows climbing the city wall charged up to the top. They fought at close quarters with the guards on the city wall, and their fighting strength was a lot more valiant than expected. When dealing with these ordinary guards, the experts only needed a few moves to dispose of them. Dong dong dong! The city bell in Western Mystery City had been rung. This, without a doubt, implied the invasion of enemies. The experts, who had slaughtered all the guards above the city wall, rushed down the wall and into the city. They planned to open up the city gate. Boom boom! Western Mystery City's first corps soldiers charged over and began to attack the invaders. Although they initially hadn't paid attention to the city gate, when the enemies began attacking, the soldiers responded immediately. Soon, a chaotic battle erupted at the doorway of the city gate. Boom boom boom! The old city gate of the Western Mystery City was consistently rammed heavily, as though a huge beast was struggling to get into it. Outside the Western Mystery City, 3 human figures floated in the air. One of them lifted up his fist and, immediately, a monstrous amount of true energy converged and turned into a huge reflection of the fist. The huge fist smashed the city gate ferociously. When the third strike landed, the city gate of the Western Mystery City was smashed open. Loud yells and sounds of killing came pouring into Western Mystery City in an instant. The soldiers who had just finished their military feast immediately became energetic. The complexions of the Western Mystery City Lord, Kong Yao, and General Kong Xian quickly changed. Immediately, they rushed toward the Western Mystery City gate. Squatting at the side of the big walk like a swallow, Yan drank the scalding broth happily and ate the tender spirit beast meat. She had completely ignored the yells and sounds of killing. However, Bulletin Fang looked toward the city gate in doubt. Over there, flames had ignited as the sounds of fights and killing continued. Chapter 307, A Rooted Army. The experts of the General Mo Lin's army brandished their spears and snarled. A loud scream charge sounded from behind them and they rushed forward. These soldiers possessed a valiant fighting strength because they had undergone the Apostles' medical strengthening process and had become the elites among elites. This was also the reason why they felt assured that they could conquer Western Mystery City. As an ancient city in the Lightwind Empire, Western Mystery City had a long history and deep foundations. They had long since separated themselves from the Imperial Army and become self-sustainable. Being able to oversee the Northwest Plains for so many years and thwart the invasion of spirit beasts from 100,000 radius yet still stand tall was a testament of their valiance. However, General Mo Lin was very confident because he had faith in the Apostles. With the assistance of the Apostles, his troops had never been defeated. The city gate of Western Mystery City had been breached, and General Mo Lin's army rushed in, one warrior after another. Although Western Mystery City's army tried their best to repulse the invaders, the enemies held the advantage because they had mounted a sneak attack. The Western Mystery Army retreated in defeat consistently, even though they were the elite force of the Western Mystery City. Blade lights, weapon reflections, and yells of charge echoed within the entire ancient city. The citizens of Western Mystery City hid within their respective houses in terror. Wars were extremely cruel and merciless. Facing this war, they could only pray, helplessly. 3 figures floated in the sky above Western Mystery City, basking in the stench of blood wafting from below. Soul essences howled miserably as they were drawn out of their corpses by a formless suction force. The essences were sucked into the talisman array being held by the Shura expert, who was in the sky. Carefree laughter resounded from the 3 floating figures in the sky. All of a sudden, from the depths of Western Mystery City, a voice boomed kill. Loudly. The laughter of the Shura sect experts ceased immediately. Mo Lin brandished his long spear that was covered in blood and looked in the direction of the yell. The Western Mystery City soldiers charged from the depths, one after the other. Zhu Yu, Kong Xian, these were the upper management of Western Mystery City. General Mo Lin's expression became grave. He knew that the genuine and challenging battle was just about to start. However, Didn't the Western Mystery Army seem a little arrogant? General Mo Lin found the situation bizarre because the charging Western Mystery City soldiers seemed to possess a vigor so powerful that it seemed like their blood and true energy were about to burst forth from their bodies. It was extremely strange. This was the third corporate of the Western Mystery Army. According to the reports, they should be the weakest troops in the Western Mystery Army, right? Zhu Yu, whose face was flushed red from trying to restrain himself, urged his horse to go faster. It was as though a raging blaze had erupted within his body. After eating a bowl of spirit beast meat from the premium Walk of Fortunes, Zhu Yu felt that the true energy in his body surged violently and made him feel like he possessed infinite strength. Kill! Slaughter this group of brutes! Zhu Yu roared. Immediately, he led the soldiers and charged into the mass of people. He brandished his longsword and chopped up a person with every slash. General Mo Lin bellowed and rushed to face Zhu Yu. Kong Xian's energy level was mighty. As a battle saint, he was one of Western Mystery City's powerhouses. However, this time, his charge was being intercepted by a figure. This man was one of the experts donned in a black gown, and he used one hand to support the 5 talismans that were floating in the sky. Without a doubt, this expert was also a battle saint since he possessed the ability to float in the sky. Furthermore, he gave Kong Xian an extremely dangerous feeling. Assaulting my Western Mystery City. Spare no one. However, Kong Xian had nothing to fear. His body emitted clanging sounds, as though he had donned a suit of armor made of surging spirit energy, and he charged toward that black-gowned figure. In an instant, the doorway of the city gate seemed to have degraded into Shura's hell as it became a dreadful combat battlefield. General Mo Lin and Zhu Yu fought each other, but the more they fought, the more astonished the former got. This was because he realized that something seemed different about Zhu Yu now, compared to last time. Zhu Yu had become more ferocious and strong while his energy had become rich and powerful. How was this possible? How long had it been? Previously, Zhu Yu was totally unable to give him such an enormous pressure. General Mo Lin's eyes shrank, and he turned his head around to look at his surroundings. He was overwhelmed with shock. This time, his troops were the side, suffering consecutive defeats. How is this possible? General Mo Lin bellowed. The surrounding soldiers of the Third Corps fought heroically and seemed unafraid of death. Unexpectedly, they pressured General Mo Lin's army and forced them to retreat little by little. The Third Corps was like a surging tide of steel, killing everything in their way. These Third Corps soldiers are fake, right? Weren't they very weak, previously? General Mo Lin felt extremely unresigned as he watched his troops retreat over and over. He noticed how energetic every soldier of the Third Corps looked. This left him feeling extremely puzzled. Haha! Satisfying! Zhu Yu laughed. He certainly understood why the Third Corps was so bold, powerful, and extremely energetic. It was because they had just eaten gourmet food that they had never tasted before. That premium Walk of Fortunes made them feel reborn. Many of them had broken through and their cultivation advanced. The quality of the Third Corps had been increased by an entire grade. Thus, under these circumstances, the vigor and fighting power of the Third Corps were at their best. Even if they were faced with the First Corps of the Western Mystery Army, they would still emerge victorious. So, why would they fear these invaders attacking their home ground? You are so freaking dead. In the sky above, the 2 remaining Shura sect experts narrowed their eyes. They were also somewhat flabbergasted. They didn't foresee General Mo Lin's army getting suppressed so miserably. You, go. Western Mystery City has to be conquered. This was what the High Priest promised King Yu. The hoarse voice calmly instructed. Subsequently, the figure whose hand supported the broken talisman figure sped out. He rushed forward, stopped, and stood upright in the sky. As he stood proudly in the sky above Western Mystery's Third Corps, the gale caused the black gown around him to flutter violently. He curled the corners of his mouth into a cruel smile. So many soul essences, really cause one's blood to boil. At this moment, the black-gowned expert whistled, and a large group of pitch-black sparrow-like birds unexpectedly flew out from within the black gown. Those small birds flapped their wings and crowded together, forming a dense black cloud. They looked earth-shattering as they streaked downward to attack the Western Mystery's Third Corps. My poisonous bird babies, go ahead and gorge yourselves on tasty flesh as much as you want. This black-gowned expert supported the talisman on one hand as his face held a triumphant look, coupled with an abundant smile. This black cloud of poisonous birds streaked down swiftly, like sharp swords tearing through the sky. Every time they attacked, they would pierce through a person's chest. And, immediately, Western Mystery's third corps suffered heavy casualties. Damn it! A battle saint made a move. Zhu Yu's eyes narrowed. Immediately, his gaze focused on the black cloud of poisonous birds rushing toward him. Ni Yan finished another bowl of premium Wok of Fortunes. Her small tongue licked her lips, glistening her tender and beautiful lips even more. Tasty. Sure enough, owner Bulletin didn't lie to me. Not bad, not bad. Teacher. They have started to fight outside. Aren't we going to help? Tang Yin asked anxiously. Upon hearing the sounds of battle and feeling the dreadful fluctuation of true energy, he had a bad premonition. How many people were going to die? How many soul essences would the Shura sect collect? Got it. The Western Mysteries Third Corps just ate owner Bulletin's premium Wok of Fortunes, so their current strength is at its best. Even if they were to face Western Mysteries First Corps, it shouldn't be a problem for them, so why are you so anxious? Ni Yan placed the bowl down, clapped and looked over at owner Bulletin. Does owner Bulletin want to go over and take a look? Not interested. Bulletin Fang shook his head. He never had much interest in wars. It would be better for him to stay behind and drink a few more bowls of premium Wok of Fortunes. Ni Yan gave him a quick glance. She knew, judging from owner Bulletin's indifferent temper, that he wouldn't want to get involved. Therefore, she didn't speak any more superfluous words and charged toward the battle area with Tang Yin in tow. Bulletin Fang watched her go, scooped up a bowl of premium Wok of Fortunes casually and proceeded to drink it. He must not waste such a delicious dish, right? Not long later, a frightening fight erupted above the city, and the true energy of a war god burst forth with a loud rumble. Every time they attacked, there was a fierce explosion. Bulletin Fang's current mood was very joyful and relaxed because he had completed the system's mission. Therefore, he felt no pressure at all. He finished the bowl of Wok of Fortunes with immense satisfaction. This should, more or less, be his last meal at the army camp as he had completed the system's mission, so it should be making arrangements for him to return back. Almost half a month of experience had made his culinary knowledge grow even more profound. You guys should also come over and eat together. Bulletin Fang looked at the cook's army unit personnel, who stood at the side cautiously, and beckoned them with his hands to come over. The cook's army unit personnel were taken aback. Subsequently, they displayed a look of excitement. They had long wished to taste this delicacy. The meaty fragrance that had permeated the air caused them to gulp their saliva irresistibly. There wasn't a lot of the dish left inside the huge 9 woks. After distributing the last of it to the cook's army unit personnel, it was over. Boom boom. All of a sudden, an explosion erupted, and numerous human figures were flung backward. Tang Yun's face was deathly. His energy was chaotic, and he was riddled with sinister-looking bloody holes, constantly dripping blood. A wave of bird cries reverberated loudly. Bulletin Fang turned to look over and noticed a black-gowned figure hovering in the sky while surrounded by a dense cloud of black poisonous birds. Unexpectedly, the black-gowned figure was supporting a talisman that Bulletin Fang could somewhat recognize. This talisman seems somewhat familiar. Bulletin Fang murmured and immediately realized that it was the same talisman that unleashed the supreme will of sword, causing Whitey to be thrown to the ground. Didn't the talisman array escape? Why did it come back? Could it be that it came back for revenge? The black-gowned person's face housed a cold expression filled with mockery. Celestial Arcanum sect trashes are really weak. Babies, this trash is yours. Enjoy their delicious flesh to your heart's content. The figure said gently as he caressed the head of a pitch-black bird. The bird joined its counterparts and the black cloud of birds descended rapidly. In an instant, Tang Yin's complexion turned deathly pale. As the black cloud of poisonous birds flew over, their eyes changed into a tyrannical shade of red which made evident their killing intent. Bulletin Fang frowned. He stood behind Tang Yin and was also able to feel the dreadful and cruel energy of that group of poisonous birds. Bulletin Fang considered Tang Yin an acquaintance, and so it was impossible for Bulletin Fang to let him die like this. Besides, the other party obviously came back to seek revenge. All the more reason why Bulletin Fang was unable to retreat. As Bullet Fang looked at the rushing group of chirping bloody sparrows, green smoke curled up from his hand, and a pitch-black kitchen knife immediately appeared in his grasp. He twirled the knife in his hands as the poisonous birds closed in. In his eyes, these poisonous birds had turned into a bunch of big radishes. Chapter 308, The Return and the Fury of a War God. It was time to display true knife skills. Looking at the big radishes flying over, the dense cloud of black poisonous birds, Bullet Fang squinted his eyes slightly, twirled the dragon bone kitchen knife in his grip and stopped it in an extremely cool position. He held his breath and gazed at their chirping poisonous sparrows. He noticed a bloodthirsty radiance within the small beady eyes of the poisonous birds, and his spirit gradually became tense. Tang Yin collapsed to the ground from excessive blood loss, his complexion was ashen. He felt a type of death energy enveloping his body. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped him, as the poisonous sparrows drew close, and his spirit began shivering. Who? His light sigh made evident his resignation to his fate. However, in the next moment, Tang Yin's eyes widened. An inconceivable scene was taking place right in front of him. The night was quiet. A ray of cold light flashed across the sky, like a descending meteor. Everywhere the kitchen knife flashed past, it left behind an intimidating streak of light akin to crashing meteors. The streaks of light were reflected on Bullet Fang's pupils, making him look invincible. Meteor cutting technique. Bullet Fang's calm voice resonated. Thereafter, there was a rumble. The densely packed poisonous birds had reached him. Puchi! Puchi! Shua shua! Bullet Fang's face was expressionless as he gripped his kitchen knife. The speed of his knife slashes was so fast that others would have a hard time following its movement. The swift knife lights exuded a terrifying chill as they sliced apart the poisonous birds. The strength of the poisonous birds wasn't ranked high. Each poisonous bird was only comparable to a second-grade spirit beast. Their abilities were very weak, but they mainly lived in flocks and usually attacked together. When they attacked as a flock, their combined might was out of the ordinary. Bullet Fang's meteor-cutting technique had reached the second grade. It had attained the extremely formidable realm as a result of long hours of practice. Bullet Fang pictured the poisonous birds as big radishes and handled them as effortlessly as he would handle real radishes. Black feathers scattered about as the birds were chopped down at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Everywhere the kitchen knife flashed past, a poisonous bird would split into two halves, dyeing the ground scarlet, as though they were chopped fruit. With a calm demeanor, Bullet Fang remained at his original spot, yet his kitchen knife danced freely in the breeze. Tang Yin was completely flabbergasted by the scene. The poisonous birds had all been sliced apart by Bullet Fang, so effortlessly. The kitchen knife revolved on his hand and, subsequently, came to a stop in front of Bullet Fang's chest. It was shiny, without a single drop of blood on it. Tang Yin and the surrounding Cook's army unit personnel were flabbergasted. Even the black-gowned figure was perplexed. All his poisonous birds had been completely sliced apart, just like that. Had they all been slaughtered by this youth who had appeared out of nowhere? What reason did he have to kill my poisonous birds? Damn it! My babies! A roar filled with anger and anguish reverberated. A murderous aura was now evident in the eyes of the black-gowned figure. Bullet Fang glanced coldly at the pile of bird corpses on the floor. The poisonous bird corpses scattered on the ground had begun to emit a strong pungent smell. The blood dripping off the corpses was pitch black, and the main culprit behind the strong pungent smell. These poisonous birds had probably been fed those elixirs that caused beasts to go berserk, just like the demonic fish in Southern City. However, these birds may have been fed a larger dose than the fish. A long gown fluttered noisily, and Bullet Fang retracted his gaze from the poisonous bird corpses. He had sensed a strong gale rushing over. The black-gowned person had reached Bullet Fang and directly attacked him. He used one hand to support the talisman array and used the other to condense true energy. He planned to kill Bullet Fang with a single slap. In his eyes, Bullet Fang was just a battle emperor and wasn't worth this full attention. As long as his palm strike landed, the youth would just turn into pus without any time to scream. His poison wasn't something any average person would dare to underestimate. Boom! Bullet Fang's expression was calm. He wasn't the least bit worried about his safety as he stared at the attacking black-gowned person. The indifference in Bullet Fang's gaze caused the enemy's heart to shiver. Subsequently, his palm attack landed on the target. However, it wasn't Bullet Fang, but an ice-cold figure. A brilliant purple glow was evident on Whitey's eye. The brilliant purple glow burst forth with its intense energy and sent the black-gowned man flying. An explosion erupted. Whitey stomped the ground ferociously and, like an artillery shell, shot off towards the falling black-gowned man. What the hell is this thing? The black-gowned person's eyes contracted in shock. He hadn't even sensed the existence of this lump of steel. Where did it suddenly emerge from? Furthermore, its sudden explosive pressure caused him to feel a sense of crisis. Boom boom! He shot out 2 condensed energy attacks, consecutively. The true energy was pitch black like ink and possessed a terrible corrosive might. The attacks smashed into the charging Whitey but didn't leave behind any mark on the puppet. Bulletin Fang was very calm. Although this puppet was Whitey's doppelganger, it was sufficient to handle a war god, and the black-gowned person was only a battle saint. With Whitey making a move, it was sufficient. Bulletin Fang was very curious about the talisman array that was being supported on the hand of the black-gowned person. Tang Yin, who had collapsed, finally loosened up, took in deep breaths of air and spurted out a mouthful blood. This left his complexion ashen. However, he no longer felt the sense of crisis brought by that black-gowned person and heaved a sigh of relief. In the distant sky, intense waves of true energy collided and resulted in a frightening explosion. This was a battle between 2 war gods, and Nian was one of them. However, Bulletin Fang didn't have any interest in that battle. Instead, his gaze was directed to a distant place. Judging from Whitey's ability, disposing of this black-gowned person should be very easy. Sure enough, as Bulletin Fang had anticipated, the black-gowned man was completely abused by Whitey. Whitey didn't unleash its big machete and smashed out 3 fists instead. The 3 fists were enough to pummel the black-gowned person until he vomited blood and was smashed into the ground, creating a crater. That person had an expression of fear on his face. Although he wasn't an expert in hand-to-hand combat, he was still a battle saint, yet he had been pounded into the ground by a puppet with only 3 fists. He was supposed to be a battle saint. Was he a fake? Although his primary attack relied on those poisonous birds, he was still a battle saint. You cannot kill me. I am from the Shura sect. Blood dripped down the corners of his mouth as he widened his eyes in fear. Bang! Whitey landed in the crater with a resounding bang, and the ground trembled. The purple light flickering in its eyes was enough to make one shiver. Bulletin Fang calmly looked at the black-gowned expert with indifference. Bang! Whitey smashed down again. The frightening might caused the entire ground to break into pieces. That black-gowned expert had been smashed and embedded deeper into the ground. He no longer seemed to be breathing. Buzz! Immediately, the talisman on his hand soared up and wanted to escape again. However, this time, Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes, shot upwards and captured the talisman array. The supreme will of sword on the talisman array had already been broken into pieces during its previous escape. This time, without the protection of the supreme will of sword, it was directly captured by Bulletin Fang. These 5 pieces of talisman formed an unusual magic array, in the shape of a white transparent sphere. Occasionally, a misty face struggling and roaring could be seen within it. What is this thing? Bulletin Fang was puzzled. Above them, in the sky, a roar erupted. The battle between the war gods seemed to get more heated. Congratulations to the host for completing the military mission. Beginning the return process now. The system's solemn voice resonated in Bulletin Fang's ears. Immediately, he began to feel a peculiar fluctuation in his mind. Round white dots of lights began to spiral above his head and gradually converge together, creating a peculiar teleport array. Going to start the teleportation now. Bulletin Fang's eyebrows furrowed. He gripped the talisman array and looked at the white dots of light revolving above his head. Bulletin Senior, this is... Tang Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the dots of light around Bulletin Fang. It was filled with pure energy and caused him to feel apprehensive. Howl! The ensuing roar caused the earth to quake, the mountains to shake and Western Mystery City to tremble. Leave the soul congregation array behind. The white dots of light had almost formed a magic array above Bulletin Fang's head which began emitting a suction force. As the teleportation array enveloped Bulletin Fang, Whitey reverted back to its unsophisticated appearance and stood behind him. In the distance, a human figure in the sky rushed over to them. It was a middle-aged man whose scalp was filled with grey hair. The man stared at Bullet Fang close, especially at the talisman array in Bullet Fang's hand. As soon as he sensed the energy of the teleportation array, he roared out, "Stay behind for me!" Chi chi chi! The sky seemed to begin to combust as black flames appeared on his hand and coalesced into a black arrow. He pulled the blazing bow fully and shot the arrow at Bullet Fang. The arrow made of black flames seemed to distort the sky as it streaked over. A violent gale began to erupt around Bullet Fang and enveloped him. He gripped the talisman array and stared indifferently at the incoming blazing arrow. That arrow began to distort under his gaze. With a buzzing sound, Bullet Fang and the talisman array disappeared. Chapter 309, Second part of the God of Cooking set. The glowing white dots of light dissipated, like evaporated water, without leaving any traces. The eyes of the man with grey hair turned scarlet red. Immediately, he opened his mouth and howled. His expression became sinister, the chill visible in the depths of his pupils was enough to cause one to feel terrified. The soul congregation array had been taken away by someone else? If the high priest found out about this, he would be punished seriously. The high priest's dignity could not be sullied. Who was he? He actually dared to take the soul congregation array away. Damn it! Damn it! The grey-haired man almost flew into a rage. How was it possible for Western Mystery City to possess such a formidable existence? This was something he didn't foresee, and when he had decided to take action, it was already too late. Demon spawns of the Shura sect, die! A loud yet delicate scolding shook the sky, and a beautiful figure appeared before everyone, walking on the clouds. Her tender body was covered in a refined true energy armor. Enai Yan's expression was grave, yet appeared extremely awe-inspiring. She held a resplendent longsword with a glow that kept flickering. Killing intent erupted from the man's eyes. Suddenly, he stomped onto the ground, shot upwards and began fighting Enai Yan once again. Lightwind Empire's imperial capital, Fang Fang's little store. The room on the second floor was quiet, as usual. A ray of sunlight shone through the window and lit up the interior of the room, giving it a dense sheen. Suddenly, in the sun-lit room, bright dots of light seemed to appear from the void. Like lively spirits, the light dots began revolving and converging into a teleportation array, in mid-air. The magic array produced buzzing sounds, subsequently, the wind blew and began to whistle in the room. Under the whistling gale, a tall and a thin figure appeared and stepped out of the magic array, with his lank hair fluttering with the wind. Bullet Fang gripped the talisman array, which was formed using 5 pieces of talisman, in one hand as he stepped out from the teleportation array. The brilliant white glow revolved for a while and began to vanish. Everything returned back to a tranquil state. Bullet Fang's hair stopped fluttering and dropped back over his shoulder, quietly. He was bathed by the sunlight seeping in through the window, giving him a shiny golden glow. Who? Bullet Fang felt his mind relax and exhaled lightly. The familiar smell of his room caused him to feel content. Suddenly, Bullet Fang's slightly squinted eyes immediately widened, and he spun around to look at the void behind him. The revolving dots of lights which had seemed on the verge of dissipating still hadn't completely disappeared. The void began to distort and a vortex appeared within. Flame-crackling sounds resonated and brought with it a scorching heat. A pitch-black flame arrow shot out from the void and streaked toward Bullet Fang. Its might was frightening, and it radiated an intense killing intent, which seemed to have the sole aim of piercing through Bullet Fang. This was an all-out attack from a war god. Immediately, Bullet Fang felt goosebumps spring up all over his body as an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. The teleportation array hadn't just teleported him over, it brought the arrow over as well. Bullet Fang hadn't expected this. On the floor below, the store hadn't opened for business yet, since it was still early in the morning. Yu Fu was in the kitchen practicing her cutting and carving skills. The big black dog lying down peacefully at the store's entrance suddenly jerked and opened its drowsy eyes. The eyes seemed to glow with an eccentric thought. In the next moment, it lifted its dog paw, licked it, and made a slapping motion in the air. Faced with a sense of crisis from the war god's arrow, green smoke curled up from Bullet Fang's hand. As he had now returned back to his small store, Whitey's doppelganger had disappeared and was incapable of blocking this arrow for him, so he could only rely on himself. However, just as he gripped his dragon bone kitchen knife, a fuzzy doggy paw appeared in the air. The corners of Bullet Fang's mouth curled up, and his tension loosened up. After twirling it in the air, the dragon bone kitchen knife immediately turned back into green smoke and dissipated. The fuzzy dog paw slapped down and smashed the incoming arrow. With its advance stopped, the arrow exploded with a loud boom, and its shattered pieces dissipated. The room returned to its tranquil state, and the fuzzy dog paw also disappeared. Bulletin Fang calmly exhaled again and finally relaxed. He took a quick glance at the talisman array before flinging it casually onto his table. Afterward, he unequipped everything he had taken with him and went into the bathroom. After comfortably taking a hot bath, with his hair still moist, Bulletin Fang walked out of his room, dressed in a set of comfortable clothes, and went to the kitchen. The sounds of knife skills being practiced echoed from the kitchen. It was a chord of structured noise. The stable cutting sounds made evident the improvement in Yu Fu's knife skill in the past half a month. Yu Fu didn't notice Bulletin Fang walk into the kitchen, she was still focused on her knife skill practice. The kitchen knife in her grip sliced the ingredients flexibly and consecutively as though it had a life of its own. Suddenly, the kitchen knife in her hand stopped as she sensed a presence. She lifted her head, revealing her delicate and beautiful face, and finally noticed Bulletin Fang, whose hair was still moist. Yu Fu's pupils dilated and her expression swiftly switched from surprise to joy. "Owner Bulletin, you're back." Owner Bulletin had finally returned. It had already been half a month. If he had returned any later, Yu Fu would have thought that something had happened to him. "Yes. Not bad. Your knife skill has improved," Bulletin Fang praised with a nonchalant nod. "Continue practicing. I am going to cook a plate of sweet and sour ribs for Blackie," Bulletin Fang said. Yu Fu nodded obediently and continued practicing her knife skills. Bulletin Fang walked over to his own cooking bench. After half a month without using his stove, Bulletin Fang had actually developed a sense of longing toward it. As he touched the ice-cold stove, the corners of his mouth curled up. He casually selected a kitchen knife and put it down. Then, he took out the ingredients from the cupboard and with a twirl of the kitchen knife, he began to swiftly cut the meat, which was from the area close to the spine, into cubes. Bulletin Fang ignited the stove, waited for the pot to heat evenly and began to cook the sweet and sour ribs that he hadn't prepared for ages. Soon, a rich meaty fragrance filled the small store. As soon as she perceived the meaty fragrance, Yu Fu slowed her knife practice as she widened her eyes. Over time, she had become extremely sensitive to the fragrance of dishes, and she could tell that the sweet and sour ribs that owner Bulletin was currently making was a lot richer than those that he made in the past. Oh my god! Could it be that owner Bulletin's culinary skill has improved again? How formidable! Owner Bulletin's culinary skill was already so powerful, yet it was still improved. It seemed she couldn't goof off anymore. Otherwise, the disparity between her and owner Bulletin would get even wider. Tilting the pot, Bulletin Fang extracted the aromatic sweet and sour ribs and tipped the intoxicatingly rich broth into a porcelain bowl. A colorful aromatic plate of sweet and sour ribs was completed. Bulletin Fang glanced at Yu Fu, who was still practicing diligently, gripped the plate with his slender fingers and carried it out of the kitchen. When Bulletin Fang opened the store's door shutters, a dull alley appeared before him. Although it was monotonous, the alley still gave Bulletin Fang a feeling of comfort. Blackie was lying down lazily at the entrance, in a deep sleep. "Blackie, time for your meal," Bulletin Fang said and placed the plate of sweet and sour ribs in front of Blackie. He proceeded to rub Blackie's spotless and supple dog fur. Blackie's dog nose immediately twitched, and it opened up its eyes which gleamed brilliantly. "Sweet and sour ribs." Blackie got up excitedly and began scarfing down the food in the porcelain bowl. In the next instant, after gobbling down a single piece of sweet and sour ribs, Blackie's movement suddenly turned stiff. It raised its dog head and glanced at Bulletin Fang in doubt, with traces of confusion and bewilderment visible in its eyes. This sweet and sour ribs, how come it became even more delicious? Although Blackie was puzzled, it was delighted about this sweet and sour ribs upgrade. Blackie didn't give it any more thought and began wolfing down the food even more ferociously. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled up, and he stood up. He stretched his body and inhaled a breath of fresh air before going back into the store. He removed the door boards, indicating that the store had opened up for the day's business. Bulletin Fang's hair was already dry, so he searched for a band and tied it up. He pulled a chair, sat down and took a satisfying nap. Sure enough, the interior of the store was still very comfortable. Not long later, Xiao Xiaolong came over excitedly. The moment he entered, he saw Bulletin Fang sitting on the chair taking a tap. "Owner Bulletin! You were finally able to return!" Xiao Xiaolong exclaimed in excitement. Bulletin Fang opened up his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Xiaolong. "How has your knife skill practice been coming along? I am going to conduct a knife skill test tomorrow. Wish you all the best." The excitement on Xiao Xiaolong's face disappeared and his expression immediately turned rigid. Subsequently, it became completely unsightly, as though he was suffering from constipation, and he rushed into the kitchen. Bulletin Fang shut his eyes again to continue his nap. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission, heading to the Western Mystery City and joining the armed forces as the army chef. Within the allocated time, completing 3 dishes within the standard that the system had set. Mission reward will be released now. Mission reward, 10% increase in your true energy cultivation, as well as 1 fragment of the God of Cooking set. Rewarding successful. Gathering of 3 fragments of the God of Cooking set completed. Beginning to convert it into a second part of the God of Cooking set. Chapter 310, the dragon bone knife in his left hand and the black turtle walk in his right hand. Bulletin Fang's body, which was lazily curled up on the chair, shook. His slightly narrowed eyes opened and brightened up. He leaped up from the chair as he sat with his back straight and eyes wide open. I could exchange them for a piece of the God of Cooking set. He had almost forgotten about that. After returning to the store, the comfortable and cozy environment almost made him forget about the system's reward. His first piece of the God of Cooking set was the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. It was an important piece of equipment which was of great help to him this year. It made his cooking skill improve by a few grades. He loved this knife from the bottom of his heart. Unknowingly, Bulletin Fang had already collected 3 fragments from the God of Cooking set. He was already able to exchange for a second piece of equipment. Bulletin Fang was thinking about which equipment he would be able to exchange for and he was looking forward to it. The exchange for a piece of the God of Cooking set is undergoing. 10% of true energy cultivation will be bestowed. The system's solemn voice rang out and unceasingly resounded in Bulletin Fang's ears. His breathing sped up and his breaths became slightly rough. 10% of true energy cultivation was definitely important to Bulletin Fang. However, he knew that even if his cultivation progressed by 10%, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next grade. He would probably need another reward of 10% of true energy cultivation in order to advance into the next grade. There was no need for Bulletin Fang to be anxious about such things. Having a small progress in his cultivation was definitely better than having none. He was quite optimistic about it. The thing he cared about the most was the God of Cooking set. However, even after some time had passed, the system didn't mention anything about the God of Cooking set. This made Bulletin Fang slightly anxious and irritated. He became quite frustrated as he felt that the system was leaving him hanging on purpose. The sound of orderly footsteps sounded in the alleyways. Fatty Jin and his great army of fatties appeared before Bulletin Fang. "Ah, Owner Bulletin. I wasn't able to see you for a few days, but it seems like I've had good luck. I can immediately taste Owner Bulletin's dishes after returning to the capital." Fatty Jin looked at Bulletin Fang, who was basking under the sun. His eyes, which were hidden under a layer of fat, emitted a glow which wasn't the least bit lacking compared to the glow when he saw a beautiful woman. Bulletin Fang was waiting for the appearance of the piece from the God of Cooking set and he was looking forward to the system's voice appearing again. However, after waiting for a long time, the system didn't say anything. Bulletin Fang was irritated by the lack of response from the system. Being irritated wasn't the way of a chef. A chef must never be irritated or impatient. He must calm his heart and mind in order to cook a delicious dish. Bulletin Fang looked at Fatty Jin's familiar smiling face. He immediately became aware that he was so obsessed with the equipment that he had forgotten about the basics of being a chef. "Well, today, all of the dishes at Fang Fang's little store will be cooked by me. I welcome everyone to eat my food." Bulletin Fang stood up from his chair. Although his expression was calm as usual, there was a trace of warmth hidden under his calm expression. Fatty Jin and the army of fatties behind him blanked out for a while and looked at each other. Before long, they started cheering. At Fang Fang's little store, if anyone wanted to taste the dishes cooked by Owner Bulletin, they should order some specific and special dishes. The usual egg fried rice, sweet and sour ribs and the other dishes were cooked by 2 apprentice chefs in Fang Fang's little store. The dishes cooked by them had good flavor. Their culinary skill was better than many of the chefs in the capital, and they could be considered extremely good chefs even in the entire Lightwind Empire. However, everyone knew that compared to Bullet and Fang's dishes, their dishes lacked something. Bullet and Fang's dishes had an unspeakable charm, unlike theirs. That was the difference between the dishes cooked by the apprentice chefs and Bullet and Fang. As he gazed at Bullet and Fang's slim figure which turned around and walked toward the store's kitchen, Fatty Jin let out a long breath. Taking the lead, he ran toward the store. By the time the rest of them came back to their senses, they started yelling at each other. They were not willing to let anyone enter the store before them. Squeezing against each other, they fought to enter the store's door. Bullet and Fang spent the whole day cooking in the kitchen. His hands didn't stop for even a second as the sound of vegetables being chopped unceasingly resounded from the kitchen. Wiang Xiaoi came to the store, and when the first dish was placed before her, she discovered that the one standing before the window of the kitchen was Owner Bulletin. Her expressionless face stared at Owner Bulletin's face for several seconds before a shrill scream left her mouth. Bulletin Fang speechlessly rolled his eyes at her. The news of Bulletin Fang's return was quickly known by everyone. Shortly after Fatty Jin and his group left the store's business boomed. Citizens from the capital formed a never-ending stream as they poured into his store. Almost all of the bigwigs of the imperial capital came over. Even the new guardian of the imperial capital, Xiao Yu, eagerly ran over to the store. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked into the store. How ironic was it? Currently, it was difficult to be able to taste Bullet and Fang's dishes. The significance behind tasting Bullet and Fang's dishes became extraordinary. Streams of sweet fragrance were emitted from Bullet and Fang's store, and wisps of the aroma curled up in the air like snakes. A long time passed before they eventually scattered. Floating above the shop, the fragrance found its way into the alleys and continued on. It could be said that the fragrance traveled for more than a dozen miles before dissipating. Xiao Xiaolong and Yu Fu looked at the store, which was many times livelier than usual, as they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was only at this moment that they knew how big the disparity between them and Bullet and Fang still was. The happy smile plastered on every customer's face who walked out of the store gave them great stimulation. It stimulated them because they were unable to achieve such a feat. It seemed like there was a long road before them. A long road until they would be able to reach such a level. When the opening hours were over, the cooking in the kitchen finally stopped. However, Bullet and Fang still made several extra dishes as he carried them into the kitchen. Placing them on the table, he called Xiao Xiaolong, Yu Fu, and Wiang Xiaoi over. He planned to reward them with food and drinks. It was a premium wok of fortunes. Although it was lacking compared to the one he made in the army, it was because he didn't make this one from a 7th grade spiritual beast meat. However, the taste would be the same even if he used other spiritual beasts' meat. As such, he retrieved some from the system's dimensional bag. Although the grade of the meat was somewhat lacking, the dish was still extremely delicious. He also cooked the sour spicy soup and the mapo tofu. Since the mapo tofu was cooked using the store's kitchen tools, the flavor it had couldn't be compared to the past. It was sweet to the extreme. Wiang Xiaoi and the other two fellows stared at their boss. 3 new dishes. Was the boss injected with chicken's blood? He usually stressed for half a month before coming up with a new dish. Come and have a taste. These dishes are extremely delicious. The corners of Bullet and Fang's mouth curled up into a smile as he addressed the 3 of them. Bullet and Fang raised his head and looked at the menu which was in the store. There were several dishes which were added to it. They were the first grade good fortune pot and the other 2 new dishes. Of course, the prices of these dishes were quite expensive. The price of a premium wok of fortunes was the highest, and it reached 205 crystals. The premium wok of fortunes served in the stall wouldn't be the same as the one he cooked in the army. He wouldn't use such high-grade spiritual beast meat to cook the premium wok of fortunes. The last time he cooked the premium wok of fortunes was a rare occasion. Who would have thought that so many high-grade ingredient would appear from the 100,000 mountains? The outcome was extremely satisfying to Bullet and Fang. Every time he waved his knife, he would find suitable ingredients before it. He was excited just thinking about such a marvelous scene. He didn't see Wiang Xiaoi for half a month. It seemed as though this little girl became taller in the time he didn't see her. She became slimmer and more graceful as well. However, there was a part of her which didn't change. She was still wolfing down food, which didn't seem ladylike at all. Phew! Ha! Smelly boss! This mapo tofu is quite delicious. It's really spicy and refreshing. Wang Xiaoi was gasping for breath as her lips puffed up due to the spice. However, her eyes were unable to leave the shining mapo tofu. Xiao Zilong's table manners were the exact same as Wang Xiaoi's. Only Yu Fu had somewhat decent table manners compared to them. Bulletin Fang cracked his fingers as the corners of his mouth rose. It didn't take him long to join the three foodies. In just a short while, the three dishes were cleanly eaten. After she finished eating, Wang Xiaoi's cute face became completely red. She shot a glance at Bulletin Fang before bolting out of the store. She quickly ran home and didn't have the ability to open her mouth at all. It seemed as though she had suppressed herself for too long. Those dishes Bulletin Fang prepared were dense in spirit energy. Especially the premium Walk of Fortunes, which could bestow one with good fortune. Its spiritual energy was mild and gentle. It was the best dish which could help one achieve a breakthrough in cultivation. Wang Xiaoi's cultivation was stranded in the 4th grade battle spirit realm for a long time. As she was absorbing the 5 stripes path understanding tree's spiritual energy daily, she was also comprehending the world's truth. The stimulation of the premium Walk of Fortunes brought her cultivation over the edge and she was about to make a breakthrough. As for Xiao Xiaolong and Yu Fu, they didn't show any signs of breaking through. However, they both experienced large improvements in their cultivation. As such, they waved farewell to Bulletin Fang and left the store. Bulletin Fang collected the chopsticks and bowls before closing the store. The moment he out the doorboards back in place, the system's voice resounded in his mind. He bustled for a whole day just to calm his anxious and impatient heart. Just like what he expected, he could only calm his mind by cooking. A piece of the God of Cooking set, the Black Turtle Constellation Walk, has been unlocked. Will the host please check the contents? When the system's voice rang out, Bulletin Fang's mind was still calm. The first thing he did was to go to the kitchen. After practicing his meteor knife skill technique, which reached its peak, he remained unable to break through. Only after he finished his practice did he return to his room. After washing his slender hands, he wiped them dry. With clean hands, he solemnly connected his mind with the system and entered it. The moment he connected, a humming sound resounded. Countless specks of light appeared in the room and then a white teleportation array appeared before Bulletin Fang. A gust of wind rose in the room and made his hair flutter around unceasingly as his velvet hair tie was blown away by the wind. The moment his hair tie was blown away, his hair sprang out and hung loosely over his shoulders. Bulletin Fang placed all of his attention into that transport array. A loud rumbling sound emanated from the array as a huge luminous figure appeared in it. It was a tool which was equivalent to the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. It was pitch black in color. It was a huge wok with an extremely ordinary appearance. However, there were countless mysterious and odd patterns around the edges. There were also pictures carved onto the wok. After staring at it for a long time, Bulletin Fang finally made out its true appearance. He finally discovered that it was an indistinct picture of a giant black tortoise which was as heavy as a mountain. He felt an ancient and dignified aura coming from the wok. The aura made Bulletin Fang's mind tremble slightly and he opened his eyes wide and looked at it. This was one strange wok. Bang! The specks of light disappeared along with the array. The huge wok which had a picture of a giant black tortoise engraved on it fell onto the floor of his room with a huge bang. At that instant, it seemed like the whole store shook the moment the wok touched the floor. The black dog which was laying at the entrance opened its eyes as it curiously looked toward Bulletin Fang's room. This wok! It is actually able to make one's mind tremble. Bulletin Fang muttered as he extended his thin finger to stroke the wok's edges. A bone-chilling air broke out of the wok as a chill shot toward the nerves on his fingers. A strange fluctuation was emitted from the wok and Bulletin Fang was able to slightly sense it. He felt a scalding pain in his right arm as a design of a wok appeared on his wrist. Facing such a scene, Bulletin Fang clicked his tongue in wonder. When he thought of the wok again, the heavy wok instantly became as light as a feather in his hand. He waved his other hand. Just like how he usually summoned his golden dragon bone knife, the wok changed into a green smoke and disappeared. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife in his left hand and the black turtle constellation wok in his right hand. This God of Cooking set was truly high-end, refined, and classy. Chapter 311, The Beautiful High Priestess. Host, Bulletin Fang. True Energy Cultivation Level, 6th grade, already reached the level of simulating objects with true energy. As the god of cooking in this fantasy world, the host can try simulating kitchen tools with your true energy to cook even more delicious dishes. Work hard, young man. Cooking talent, 2-star. Skills, Level 2 Meteor Knife Technique, 100/100, Level 1 Big Dipper Carving Technique, 60/100. Tools, Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking Set, Black Turtle Constellation Wok, God of Cooking Set. God of Cooking Overall Rating, Junior Chef, your culinary arts started shining as your talent started blooming. Your cutting and carving techniques have already reached a higher level. The path toward becoming the god of cooking has already been opened for you. System level, 6 stars, conversion ratio is at 90%. The host is permitted to carry out the capture of ingredients. The host is permitted to recruit apprentices. Bulletin Fang stood steadily in his place as he slightly lifted his hands. The system panel was flickering in his mind and he was carefully observing the information on it. His true energy cultivation didn't achieve a breakthrough because the number of crystal he obtained from his business was somewhat lacking. However, Bulletin Fang didn't care about this. On the systems panel, the name of the Black Turtle Constellation Wok was added to it. The Black Turtle Constellation Wok, as a piece of the God of Cooking set, it is made from the shell of the primordial spiritual beast, Suan Yu. It weighs more than 5,000 kilograms and it's extremely firm and solid. It possesses a suppression and oppression effect against all spiritual beast. If used alongside the Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, it can kill all spiritual beasts under the 9th grade. With the host's current quantity of true energy, he will need to consume half of his true energy each time. The effect of the Black Turtle Constellation Wok toward ingredients, it can enhance all aspects of the ingredient and improve the smell and flavor. It can also reduce the time needed for cooking. It can absorb the leaking spiritual energy while cooking and return it to the dish in order to form a perfect cycle of spiritual energy circulation. The system's introduction rang out in a solemn voice. It gave a detailed introduction of the Black Turtle Constellation Wok and mentioned all of its effects. The more Bulletin Fang heard, the more his eyes shone. The effects of this wok were extremely terrifying. It was simply a legendary divine tool made for chefs. As long as one possessed this wok, it could be said that the person possessed the ability to make all of the delicacies in this world. Friendly reminder, if the host wants to cook with the Black Turtle Constellation Wok, he must operate it with the heaven and earth obsidian flames. Otherwise, the host wouldn't be able to use the Black Turtle Constellation Wok. Just when Bulletin Fang was extremely excited, the system poured a bucket of cold water over him. His excitement was extinguished and his face became expressionless. What the hell was a heaven and earth obsidian flame? System, what do you mean? Bulletin Fang asked. What is a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Do I possess it? The heaven and earth obsidian flame is a fire which is naturally bred by the world. It possesses the ability to burn all myriad objects and matter. It's formed when the essence of the entire continent is concentrated. It is the only type of fire the host can use to operate the Black Turtle Constellation Wok. The system explained it for him. Bulletin Fang blanked out for several seconds before questioning further. This means that as long as I don't have this heaven and earth obsidian flame, I won't be able to cook with the Black Turtle Constellation Wok. After he asked the question, the system didn't give an answer. Bulletin Fang knew that the system's silence was the same as confirming his guess. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth slightly twitched. He summoned the Black Turtle Constellation Wok and the pitch black wok instantly floated before him. A special fluctuation was emitted from the wok. The system said that this Black Turtle Constellation Wok weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. However, Bulletin Fang felt as though it was light as a feather. He came to the conclusion that it was because he was the Black Turtle Constellation Wok's master. After all, when the Suan Yu Wok just appeared, the heavy and ancient imposing aura had affected everything in the surroundings. Bulletin Fang flicked his finger and tapped on this Black Turtle Constellation Wok. A heavy thrumming came from the wok the moment he tapped it. He softly sighed. It was a good wok. However, it was a pity he couldn't use it. Green smoke curled around his right hand as the Black Turtle Constellation Wok and Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife transformed back into smoke. Both pieces of equipment disappeared and the smoke disappeared along with them. Temporary mission, the heaven and earth obsidian flames, 10,000 bestial flames, will be born shortly. The host should subdue the 10,000 bestial flames. Mission reward, 10% of true energy cultivation. Mission failure penalty, deduction of 10% of true energy cultivation. Just as Bulletin Fang was sighing and shaking his head in disappointment, the system's voice once again resounded in his mind. It actually issued another temporary mission. What the hell? Didn't I just finish a temporary mission? Why can't you just let me rest for a while? Bulletin Fang's complexion stiffened. He had just completed the marching army temporary mission. He hadn't even rested properly. The system actually issued another temporary mission? Could the system be obsessed with temporary missions? The location of the 10,000 bestial flames will be given to the host after a month. It will be issued when the delicacy map is open, the system said with a solemn voice. The 10,000 bestial flames. The heaven and earth obsidian flames. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows. This temporary mission issued by the system seemed like it would be difficult to complete. There was even a penalty if he failed. This was something which never happened before. However, Bulletin Fang knew the progress of his cultivation. As his culinary skills became better, it became harder for him to progress in his cultivation. It was no wonder that the system would put harsher requirements on the temporary missions it issued. It was to pave a way for him to become the god of cooking, the person who would stand at the top of the food chain in this fantasy world. It would be even harder to progress, and failure would greatly hinder his progress. The more failures he had, the more obstruction he would face when he tried to improve his culinary skills. It was obvious that the system wanted him to be on guard. It didn't want Bulletin Fang to slack off in the slightest. Bulletin Fang also thought that he was being too relaxed lately. He actually wasted half a month in the army in order to create a dish that satisfied the system. It seemed as though the system was telling him to hurry up. He touched his chin and reflected upon his actions. He eventually lay on his bed and went to sleep. No matter what, as a chef, it was important to have a good sleep. In the vast border city, angry roars were transmitted from that pitch-black iron tower. The tower stood proudly in the border city, and a terrifying pressure was emitted from it. The pressure permeated the surroundings. The three blood guards opened their eyes and their hearts trembled. Creak! The sound of a gate opening resounded. The great heavy golden gate was slowly opening. As the blood guards' pupils constricted, the gate of the iron tower opened inch by inch. The gate was usually sealed shut. However, it was currently opening up. A figure walked out from the great gate as a blood glow was emitted from the iron tower. The bloody glow enveloped the figure who was sauntering out of the tower. The figure didn't have a crooked or hunched back. Instead, it looked quite tall. The figure eventually became clearer as it appeared in front of the three blood guards. The figure was actually a woman with a graceful and charming figure. She only wore a piece of thin undergarment on her upper body, and her face was covered by an ice-cold black mask. The mask hid her face completely, and it made everyone curious about her true identity. A necklace hung on her snow-white, slender neck. However, the necklace was formed by stringing up 5 small skulls together. Her lower body was covered by an extremely short leather skirt. The skirt seemed to be made from the skin on an unknown spirit beast. Her long and slender legs would make anyone's imagination run wild. From just her stature, it could be seen that she was definitely a beautiful woman. She would be a woman who possessed extreme beauty. She would be so beautiful that no one would dare to stare directly at her. It was a pity that a mask covered her face. No one was able to see her true appearance. The woman who appeared from the iron tower shocked the 3 blood guards. The high priestess. Rushing forward, the blood guards stood before her. The woman slightly lifted her snow-white arms and rubbed her slender fingers together. When she rubbed her fingers together, an odd fluctuation was created. I happened to sense the disappearance of one of the 9 big soul congregation arrays. Do you know what is going on? The voice of the woman was both cold and sounded lovely. However, when the blood guards heard her question, they trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. We don't know. We had been protecting the sacred tower and we heard no news about that soul congregation array. The soul congregation array is extremely important for the rise of our Shura sect. We can never allow anything to happen to it. The aura of the soul congregation array in the northwest is gone. It should be the array beside Western Mystery City. Which one of you would like to take a trip there? Before anyone could answer her, the woman tapped the head of a blood guard with her slender finger. It seemed as though she had already made her choice. The body of the blood guard trembled and cold sweat emerged from every pore of his body. Understood. I will go immediately, with a trembling voice, the blood guard who was chosen said. As the high priestess raised her covered face, every single one of the blood guards felt her icy cold gaze sweep through them. After a month, I will attempt to break through. If you are still not able to find the lost soul congregation array, you should be clear of the consequences. If the soul congregation array doesn't have enough soul essence, just choose a city and slaughter everyone in it. Remember, never delay the progress of the Shura sect. Rumble. The moment she was done talking, the woman disappeared. A loud creaking sound was heard as the heavy gate closed. When the blood guards raised their heads, they realized that their entire bodies were soaked with cold sweat. 3 half-step supreme being experts like themselves were frightened to the point where their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The 9 big soul congregation arrays are the key to awakening the departed soul orb. We can't lose any of them. Since the high priestess placed such an emphasis on them, 2 of us should go. The soul congregation array contains a strand of the high priestess sword energy. Since they were broken into, the cultivation of the person who took the array must be extremely powerful. It might be difficult for one of us to deal with him. 2 of the blood guards looked at each other before nodding. They came to an agreement and flew out of Border City together. The only remaining blood guard continued to protect the Iron Tower with a grave look on his face. Outside the Border City, 2 of the blood guard who wore blood-red robes looked at each other. One of them stretched out his palm and a large talisman appeared on it. There were 9 big specks of light twinkling on the talisman, which represented the 9 soul congregation arrays. The soul congregation array appeared again. It appeared in the Lightwind Empire's imperial capital. Why would it be in the imperial capital? One of the blood guards said in a puzzled tone. Who cares why? I don't care who was the one who did it. Since he dared to spoil the matters of our great Shura sect, he must die. Storing once more the talisman, the other blood guard exploded with killing intent. The 2 blood guards changed their direction and rushed toward the Lightwind Empire's imperial capital. Chapter 312, You should give the godly temple of the wildlands a compensation. The Lightwind Empire's imperial capital, in the main hall. Ji Chinsu wore a brocade robe as he sat on the dragon throne. His current complexion was better than before. Although the imperial capital was still in the midst of chaos and his position and status might be threatened at any moment, he wasn't worried like before. There wasn't any other reason other than the fact that the current Lightwind Empire had the support of an extremely powerful ally. They were existences who Ji Chinsu didn't dare to think about in the past. The godly temple of the wildlands, the illusory spirit swamps White Clouds Villa, the 100,000 mountains Clear Sky Pagoda, and other legendary factions came out of the way to send their experts to the Lightwind Empire. It was truly an unexpected blessing. The Lightwind Empire was facing imminent danger as many counties and cities have been seized by King Yu's army. The only reason King Yu was able to obtain victory after victory was because there were many powerful existences in his army helping him. The Lightwind Empire's experts were incapable of withstanding the powerful beings in King Yu's army. Even Xiao Meng suffered a great loss when he faced King Yu's army for the first time. Ji Chinsu only knew about King Yu's plans recently. It seemed as though King Yu colluded with a taboo faction. The faction was extremely evil and the godly temple of the wildlands and the other powerful factions only had one goal. It was to completely eradicate the evil faction from the face of the earth. Currently, the main hall was already protected by the experts sent by the powerful factions. It was because of the protection provided by the experts that Ji Chinsu's expression relaxed. Each faction sent at least one expert to protect the imperial capital. Even the weakest of the experts reached the 7th grade Battle Saint realm. Many of them were even 8th grade war gods. Since there were so many experts in the imperial capital, Ji Chinsu felt as though it was as stable and as secure as Mount Tai. Your Majesty, have you properly considered? A man whose whole body was bursting with bulging muscles looked at Ji Chinsu who was sitting on the dragon throne. His eyes flashed as if there were lightning bolts running through them. The person who asked the question was an expert from the godly temple of the wildlands. He was a powerful 8th grade war god. There wasn't fear or envy in his face when he looked at Ji Chinsu. The secular and worldly factions were unable to challenge the godly temple of the wildlands at all. Elder son, it's not that this sovereign doesn't want to comply with your request. It's just that Fang Fang's little store is untouchable. A helpless expression appeared on Ji Chinsu's face. Your Majesty, the death of my godly temple of the Wildlands Elder Xiaoyu is related to that store. There were many people who personally witnessed Elder Xiaoyu fight against the store's experts. Elder Sun's complexion became cold. As an elder of the godly temple of the Wildlands, he couldn't ignore the fact that 2 of their experts died in this particular store. The reason he was sent here by the godly temple of the Wildlands was to protect the Lightwind Empire's emperor. Also, he was sent here in order to investigate the death of the 2 elders. The godly temple of the Wildlands shouldn't be insulted. Since this store dared to kill an 8th grade war god and another with the body of a supreme being, both from the godly temple of the Wildlands, they should be prepared to face the retaliation from the godly temple of the Wildlands. Ji Chinsu knew about this. It was because of this that he found this matter troublesome. In his eyes, owner Buledin's store was a bomb which could explode at any moment. No matter who was the one who offended owner Buledin, they would meet their end. He didn't want the experts from the godly temple of the Wildlands to cross them again. Your Majesty, I don't care about your opinion regarding this matter. Since the store's owner just returned, I would go there myself to demand an explanation from him. Even if that store was protected by a supreme beast, they won't be able to insult my godly temple of the Wildlands as they like, Elder Sun coldly said. It was obvious he didn't care about what Ji Chinsu had to say. After he completed his sentence, he turned around and left the main hall. Sitting in the main hall, Ji Chinsu felt slightly awkward and indignant when he saw that Elder Sun didn't listen to him. There were experts from other factions in the palace. For example, the White Cloud Villa's Zhang Kong, aside from a 7th grade battle saint from the 100,000 Mountains and other experts. Ji Chinsu felt angry, but he was helpless about everything. He didn't have any way of restricting such an expert. It was morning. Buledin Fang woke up and took a bath before walking toward the kitchen. Yu Fu had already woken up and she was practicing her cutting techniques. When she saw Buledin Fang entering the kitchen, she greeted him with a smile. Buledin Fang nodded at her before going to his own stove. Taking out his heavy kitchen knife, he started to practice his cutting skills. Although his meteor knife technique's proficiency was already at the maximum, he was still practicing it as usual. After completing his knife practice, he started on his carving skills. His Big Dipper carving technique was still lacking in proficiency. As such, he focused on the Big Dipper carving technique. He started preparing to cook his sweet and sour ribs after practicing for some time. Due to everything he went through in the army, he experienced some improvements. He knew that he had many shortcomings, which made him more diligent about cooking. In just a short while, the sweet and sour ribs fragrance filled the entire kitchen. When Buledin Fang added the orange juice to the ribs, the entire dish started to emit an enticing fragrance. It was an aroma which could whet the appetite of everyone in the store. Opening the store's door, he placed the sweet and sour rib in front of Blackie. These 2 days might be the happiest for Blackie. When Buledin Fang was in the army for half a month, Blackie's mouth almost went numb. It was truly unbearable for him to live without sweet and sour rib. Buledin Fang slightly stroked Blackie's fur before going back into the store. He laid back in the chair as he waited for Xiao Xiaolong to come over. Today, Buledin Fang would check and examine Xiao Xiaolong and Yu Fu's skill. By the time he reached the kitchen, the 2 of them were already ready to show off their cutting and carving skills. Xiao Xiaolong was pent up due to the defeat from last time. Now, he had one objective and it was to win. Today's test is quite simple. You just need to use your cutting and carving skill to make the 1000-layer tofu flour. Placing his hands behind his back, Buledin Fang stared at them and said calmly. The 1000-layer tofu flour? Xiao Xiaolong and Yu Fu blanked out for quite some time. Wasn't this the dish Buledin Fang used to make his cutting technique well known? Making this dish didn't only test their cutting skill. It also had a strict requirement on their carving skill. Who would expect that Buledin Fang would set the bar so high? Xiao Xiaolong and Yu Fu shot glances at each other. When their eyes met, they saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The moment Buledin Fang took the warm tofu out, their competition started. Xiao Xiaolong wasn't goofing off in the last half a month. Buledin Fang could see his hard work from his cutting skills. It wasn't inferior to Yu Fu's. Yu Fu was also quite impressive as this serpent woman possessed a firm will. She had an unwavering conviction toward the culinary arts. She also possessed splendid cutting skills. The two of them calmed their minds and concentrated on making the 1000-layer tofu flour. This was a competition which tested both their cutting skills and mental fortitude. Although it was a difficult test, they completed their dishes in just a short while. Even though both of their dishes had some flaws, they were still quite magnificent. Both the dishes were beautiful and exquisite. As the balls of soft, fur-like tofu swayed in the water, the beauty they displayed was almost moving. However, the end result caused Xiao Xiaolong to sink into despair. He still lost to Yu Fu, whose cutting techniques were slightly more meticulous and exquisite than Xiao Zilong's. As a penalty for his defeat, Xiao Xiaolong had to take Bulletin Fang's heavy kitchen knife and use it to practice his culinary art. When Yu Fu looked at Xiao Zilong's indignant look, she giggled happily. Enough. The competition has come to an end. Both of you should go and practice your culinary arts, Bulletin Fang calmly said. Turning around, Bulletin Fang was about to leave the kitchen. Before he was able to leave, Yu Fu called him back. Owner Bulletin. I have a small request, Yu Fu said with some hesitation in her voice. Bulletin Fang looked at her with confusion in his eyes. A few days ago, I received a letter from my father. He wants me to return to the Serpent Men tribe. Something big happened. In an instant, Bulletin Fang understood the reason why she called him back. As it turned out, she was requesting for a little time off. There was naturally no problem with this. Bulletin Fang wasn't some evil chef who would imprison his serpent woman apprentice or do anything like that. Go back early so that you can quickly come back. You shouldn't neglect your culinary arts practice even in the Serpent Men tribe. You will still need to compete against Xiao Long, Bulletin Fang earnestly said. Yu Fu's nervousness immediately disappeared as she exhaled a long breath. She nodded her head excitedly and her head bobbed up and down. Under Yu Fu's excited appearance, she hid a trace of worry. Her father wanted her to come back even though he knew that she was training under Bulletin Fang. It was obvious that some urgent and important matter occurred. What made her father call her back so urgently? Turning around, Bulletin Fang left the kitchen. There were already streams of people pouring into the store as it had started its business. Today, that Wiang girl surprisingly didn't come over. It was probably because she had just eaten the premium Wok of Fortunes the day before. She was most likely trying to make a breakthrough right now. However, it didn't affect him much. Lying down on his chair with a relaxed expression on his face, Bulletin Fang would only stand up from time to time. The only time he would stand up was to make the dishes which were difficult to prepare. After completing the dishes, he would return back to his seat. Those expensive and difficult dishes were rarely ordered anyway. However, he was glad that he was free. Lying down on the chair, Bulletin Fang thought about ways to improve the dishes on his menu. He also thought about how he could improve the flavor of his dishes and some other things. Judging by the flow of customers, his business seemed quite good. All of a sudden, a huge group of people arrived at the entrance of his store. Bulletin Fang's slightly closed eyes instantly widened even though he was still lying on the chair. When his gaze fell on the group of people, Bulletin Fang felt slightly surprised. He was surprised, as those people were wearing guards' armor. The guards were naturally quite respectful to Bulletin Fang as his store's name was quite prominent in the imperial capital. After taking a closer look, the muscular man in front was staring at him with a cold expression on his face. Bulletin Fang's brows slightly tilted upwards as he returned the gaze. When the gazes of the two met, it was as though a fight started in mid-air. Although one of them was standing up and the other was lying down on a chair lazily, they seemed to be ready to fight at any time. After looking at the muscular man for a long time, Bulletin Fang rolled his eyes and ignored him. It was at this moment that this man finally spoke up. The way he spoke to Bulletin Fang was rude and impolite, to say the least. Are you the owner of this store who killed 2 elders from my godly temple of the Wildlands? Since you killed the people of the godly temple of the Wildlands, don't you think that you should at least give us some compensation? Chapter 313, The Panic in the Imperial Capital. Shouldn't you give the godly temple of the Wildlands a compensation? Bulletin Fang, who was lying on the chair, simply rolled his eyes at Elder Sun's arrogant words. He blanked out when he heard that Elder Sun was there to demand compensation for the people in the godly temple of the Wildlands. Why should I give the godly temple of the Wildlands a compensation? Bulatin Fang lazily stretched himself out on the chair. He looked at Elder Sun calmly as he asked his question. Hearing Bulatin Fang's response, Elder Sun's eyes narrowed. The armored guards beside him trembled when they saw that Bulatin Fang didn't care about Elder Sun at all. Owner Bulatin. This is Elder Sun from the godly temple of the Wildlands. He is an 8th grade war god, one of the guards introduced the man to him. An 8th grade war god? How was that impressive? There were many 8th grade war gods who had died in this alleyway. Bulatin Fang didn't fear nor envy those so-called 8th grade war gods at all. The guard was also clear on how strong the people in this store were. He had already informed Elder Sun of everything that happened here in the past. However, as a person from the godly temple of the Wildlands, Elder Sun wasn't afraid of anything. He wouldn't be afraid even if Fang Fang's little store was protected by a supreme beast. Today, I came here under the orders from our temple master. You have killed 2 experts from the godly temple of the Wildlands. We can't just turn a blind eye on all this, Elder Sun firmly said. Bulatin Fang stared at Elder Sun with a calm expression for quite some time. Under Bulatin Fang's scrutiny, Elder Sun's heart tightened. When he swept his gaze around the store, he realized that this was an extremely dangerous place. Even Xiada and Xiaoyu perished in this place. Obviously, he wouldn't fare any better if he were to attack the store by himself. However, this didn't mean he was afraid of the store. Even if he wasn't capable of attacking it, his godly temple of the Wildlands was definitely capable of demolishing it. There was a true supreme being in godly temple of the Wildlands. They had once killed a supreme beast in the past. Precisely because of this, Elder Sun wasn't afraid that Fang Fang's little store was guarded by a supreme beast. Are you done talking? If you are, get lost. Bulatin Fang stood up from his chair and lazily stretched himself. After requesting for Elder Sun to leave the store, he walked toward the kitchen as if nothing happened. Youngster, don't assume that a supreme beast is enough for you to be fearless and reckless. The world is broad and vast. A supreme beast isn't invincible. Elder Sun took a deep breath and threatened Bulatin Fang. Elder Sun knew the rules of this store. He knew that he should be safe as long as he didn't cause any trouble here. As such, Elder Sun was only here to send Bulatin Fang a warning and didn't plan to fight him at all. He wasn't a fool. This store possessed a supreme beast. Even Xiaoyu died there. Compared to Xiaoyu, Elder Sun was considerably weaker. If you are willing to follow me to the godly temple of the Wildlands obediently, Temple Master is willing to forget about this matter. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, Temple Master said to let bygones be bygones. However, if you don't follow me back, get lost. Bulatin Fang was starting to get irritated and he didn't want to waste his breath on such a person. He felt as though the experts from the godly temple of the Wildlands cultivated to the point of being retarded. Xiaoyu was the same as this Elder Sun. In the past, he came to this store and started to cause trouble. This time, Elder Sun came over to the store to invite him over to the godly temple of the Wildlands. It would be better for all of you if you didn't provoke me. Otherwise, Blackie would slap all of you to death. You actually want me to go to the godly temple of the Wildlands to acknowledge my mistakes? What a joke! When Elder Sun heard what Bulatin Fang said, he wanted to continue with his threats. However, before he could open his mouth again, he discovered that a big figure shot out from the kitchen and was standing in front of him. When the figure's red eyes stared at Elder Sun, he couldn't help but tremble. Ah! It's Fang Fang's little store's clothes-stripping crazy demon. Owner Bulatin got angry. Elder Sun, you should quickly leave. The armored guards' bodies trembled when they looked at the fat figure of Whitey standing in front of Elder Sun. Pulling on Elder Sun's sleeves, one of the armored guards tried to drag him out of the store. What are all of you? Elder Sun was dragged from the store by the guard before he had any time to react. After they were out of the store, the guards told him about Whitey's legends. After hearing the whole story, Elder Sun's heart clenched and his whole body trembled. He felt a sharp and cold gust of wind slice through his body. The clothes-stripping crazy demon. It was said that Xiada was beheaded by this clothes-stripping demon. This was an extremely terrifying puppet. Elder Sun stood in the alleyway's entrance as uncertainty flashed in his eyes. In the end, he simply sighed. Since I can't do anything about it, I'll wait for Temple Master to personally come. He'll condemn the store himself. Although the devils of the Shura sect are currently causing problems everywhere, the dignity of the godly temple of the Wildlands can't be ruined by anyone. This matter was just a small incident for the store and didn't affect its business at all. On the next day, Yu Fu waved farewell to Bulletin Fang as she followed behind a group of merchants. She started her journey back to the illusory spirit swamp. On the same day, Wiang Xiaoi completed her breakthrough to the 5th grade Battle King. Of course, it was because of the effect from the premium Walk of Fortunes. This made her extremely excited as she had finally overtaken her 3 stupid brothers. It was good enough for her to show off in front of them for quite some time. Fang Fang's little store was open for business as usual. There were streams of people going in and out of the store and business was flourishing. Although tea seemed good, it was still lacking in popularity compared to the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, which was located outside the alleyway. However, Bulletin Fang targeted the higher class and it was something the Immortal Phoenix restaurant couldn't rival him in. In such a carefree and leisure environment, time slowly passed without anyone noticing. All of a sudden, a shocking news started to spread in the capital. When the citizens heard the news, they were stunned for quite some time before they started clamoring and discussing. Everyone was frightened by the news. The army which the great General Xiao Meng led has been defeated. The great General Xiao Meng was heavily injured by the enemies and returned to the capital in shame. The news quickly spread through the entire capital. In Fang Fang's little store, there were many customers discussing the defeat. If Xiao Meng's army was defeated, all of the empire's army could be considered defeated. It also meant that King Yu's army could rush straight to the imperial capital. This was a disaster for the citizens living in the imperial capital. It had been a long time since they had felt danger looming over their heads. All along, they heard about all of the victories from great General Xiao Meng. This was the first time they heard that great General Xiao Meng experienced defeat. They were dumbstruck when they heard such tragic news. Bulletin Fang didn't have any interest in that. However, he heard all the discussion on this topic when he was basking in the sun on his chair. As such, he had a considerable understanding of the matter. It seems like Xiao Meng was defeated. Bulletin Fang quietly muttered. He wasn't surprised by such an outcome as he had already faced those armies when he was in the Western Mystery Army. If the soldiers hadn't eaten the premium Walk of Fortunes which he cooked, their condition wouldn't have been improved to their extreme limit. Western Mystery City might have already been seized. Bulletin Fang wasn't surprised at Xiao Meng's defeat. He knew that the mysterious faction possessed unusual and strange means. It was normal for Xiao Meng to lose. These days, Xiao Yunyu and Xiao Yu rarely came to the store. Even when Xiao Xiaolong came to practice his culinary art, he would have an ugly complexion on his face. When Xiao Yu came over, he would quickly drink a bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine before footing the bill. From the state of the members of the Xiao family, it seemed like Xiao Meng was truly seriously injured. Xiao Meng's army retreated back to the capital and started their defense in the city itself. It could be said that the capital was currently heavily guarded. Smoke and dust were billowing outside the imperial capital. A densely packed army rushed toward the city and they completely surrounded it. Every road leading out of the capital was completely sealed. An oppressing and heavy atmosphere immediately filled the whole capital. Ji Chenjiao wore his armor and rode on a spirit horse as he stared into the imperial capital heroically. His eyes contained a trace of longing and his gaze was firm. He said that one day he would come back to take what was rightfully his. Today, he was finally back. There were many black-robed experts standing behind him. Zhao Mushan wore a long gown as he respectfully followed beside a black-robed old man. The old man possessed an unfathomable air as he stood proudly with his hands placed behind his back. In the main hall, Ji Chensu solemnly sat on the dragon throne. He wasn't panicked or flustered at all. Even though Ji Chenjiao's army was right in front of him, the emperor was still composed. This was because he was the emperor. He was the Lightwind Empire's emperor. He needed to remain calm and composed no matter what. Even if everyone else was flustered and in a state of panic, he must stay composed. Before him, stood the civil and military ministers. There were also experts from the various factions. Many of those experts had ugly expressions on their faces. It was because Xiao Meng wasn't the only one who was heavily injured. The experts who were sent to support him were heavily injured as well. There were even some who had died. This was extremely bad news. This meant that the strength of the Shura sect's experts surpassed their initial assumption. Your Majesty, don't be worried. The temple master from the godly temple of the wildlands is already rushing toward the Lightwind Empire. Our temple master is a true supreme being. The moment he arrives here, those devils from the Shura sect are doomed, Elder Sun said to Ji Chinsu, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Zhang Kong shot a look at that Elder Sun before turning to Ji Chinsu. The White Cloud Villa has already dispatched our great commander. Your Majesty, you can be at ease. The White Clouds Villa's great commander was the most powerful expert under the Villa Lord. He was also a supreme being expert. They misjudged the Shura sect's strength and didn't expect that so many 8th grade war gods and others near the supreme being echelon would end up heavily injured. The moment the news reached the ears of the factions, it shook them. In an instant, they made the decision to send their peak experts to the Lightwind Empire. There was no way they were going to let the Shura sect recover. Everything which happened in the past, those bad memories of being under the Shura sect's rule, they still lingered in the minds of everyone in the powerful factions. Chapter 314, The Blood Guards arrive, the army besieges the city. Illusory Spirit Swamp. An astonishing battle occurred in the muddy swamp as two powerful 7th grade spirit beasts fought against each other. The terrifying aftershocks of the battle engulfed the entire swamp. The muddy water billowed and mud on the ground flew everywhere. The 7th grade spirit beasts were fighting over territory, which was a usual occurrence in the illusory spirit swamp. Just like in the wildlands, the more one ventured into the illusory spirit swamp, the stronger the spirit beasts would be. In this region, two 7th grade spirit beasts were not considered powerful at all. There were countless other spiritual beasts who were much more powerful compared to them. All of a sudden, a sonic boom resounded as the air above the swamp was compressed. It was as though a bomb was thrown into the swamp, and mud splattered all over the place. The body of those two 7th grade spiritual beasts stiffened as they stopped their fight temporarily. They looked toward the figure who appeared in front of them. It was the same figure who caused the sonic boom. It was a tall and muscular man wearing armor. His true energy behaved like a dragon as it unceasingly revolved around him. The man had a sharp face and he directed his calm gaze at the two spirit beasts who were fighting. Looking at the two of them, his brows slightly furrowed. His body was emitting a frightening pressure which scared those two spiritual beasts. They quickly dived into the swamp and didn't dare to peek their heads out for a long time. Since they were spirit beasts, they could sense that the man was an extremely dangerous individual. Another sonic boom resounded as this man ripped the air apart. He rushed toward a distant place and left the swamp in a matter of seconds. The wildlands. A tall and lofty tree which seemed to prop up the sky was suddenly sliced into two. A giant spiritual bird whose wings were as sharp as a sword swept through the area. Its wings severed every tree in its path, making it look unstoppable. There was a ferocious and bald youth sitting on top of this terrifying bird. The youth had brown skin and his whole body seemed quite odd. It seemed as though his entire body was crafted from bronze and every inch was perfectly toned. Every muscle in his body was filled with terrifying strength. As the bald youth stood on top of the spiritual bird, his gaze flashed with lightning. He stared into the distance and it seemed like he was looking at a specific place outside the wildlands. This time, my godly temple of the wildlands lost two experts. Xia Yu was a person who had great potential. He had a high chance of becoming a supreme being in the future. However, he actually died in the capital of the Lightwind Empire. I'll definitely obtain justice for him. As for the Shura sect's devils, I have to get rid of them completely. If the Shura sect recovers, they will cause havoc and there won't be any peace left in the land of southern border. The bald youth's eyes twinkled as he coldly snorted. Sending a fierce stomp to the bird below him, the spiritual bird immediately emitted a sharp cry. It shook its wings and started to increase its speed. As such, the combo of one man and one bird transformed into a beam of light. This beam of light instantly disappeared from the wildlands. In the tall and lofty Wuliang Mountain and in the boundless 100,000 mountains, countless experts started to set out toward the Lightwind Empire. They knew that they had misjudged the Shura sect's strength. This group of experts was hurriedly gathered and sent toward the Lightwind Empire. In a place several hundred miles away from the imperial capital. King Yu's army was stationed here but they didn't start their charge at the Lightwind Empire's imperial capital. They clearly knew that there was no way reckless charging and attacking would take down the imperial capital. They knew that they had to keep calm and think of a plan. As the capital of the entire empire, the strongest experts of the empire were gathered there. Even if the Shura sect was supporting him, King Yu knew that he still had to be careful when attacking the imperial capital. It was a must for him to be prudent. If he wasn't and lost the next battle, there was only one outcome waiting for him. He would be dead beyond a doubt. Zhao Mushan was wearing a long gown as he sauntered toward King Yu, addressing the latter with a light smile on his face. King Yu, you must be excited to finally return to the imperial capital. It will finally belong to you. How can I be excited? There were far too many casualties in this war. Too many people died because of this. King Yu took a deep breath and said. Zhao Mushan calmly smiled as he stood beside King Yu. As he stared at the lofty imperial capital in the distance, his gaze gradually became sharp. After we seize the imperial capital, I don't have any other request. I only hope that you can hand Bulletin Fang over to me. Bulletin Fang? His store is protected by a supreme beast. It's only a supreme beast. We have a supreme being on our side. There is no need to be afraid of a supreme beast. I have a hunch that Fang Fang's little store is hiding a great secret. Even if it doesn't possess any secrets, the path understanding tree is enough for me. Zhao Mushan rubbed his fingers and his eyes contained a trace of killing intent. All of a sudden, Zhao Mushan raised his head. He saw two blood-red light beams rushing toward them, but they stopped right above their heads. In the army, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky. He floated before the two blood-red light beams. The blood guards? Shouldn't both of you be protecting the sacred tower? Why did the both of you come here? Did something happen to the sacred tower? The old man furrowed his brow and shot questions at the two who just appeared in the sky. We greet the venerable. Cupping their hands, the two blood guards greeted the old man who had just appeared. They quickly told him the reason they were here. They also relayed the high priestess's instructions. A soul congregation array was stolen and it appeared in the imperial capital. The venerable's eyes immediately narrowed and a cold glow flashed in his eyes. Could it be that they were stolen by the Celestial Arcanum sect? Impossible. The Celestial Arcanum sect's experts didn't even appear in the imperial capital. It can't be them. Could it be the experts from the 100,000 mountains? The venerable was quite puzzled as he had already sent people to monitor the experts in the imperial capital. After thinking about it for quite some time, he was still unable to think of anyone. Who in the world could have possibly stolen the Soul Congregation array? The moment the three of them landed on the ground, King Yu and Zhao Mushan came over. Both King Yu and Zhao Mushan extended their greetings to the three of them. The blood guards didn't care about the greeting at all. They simply nodded their head at the two of them as they were from factions in the secular world. People from the secular world couldn't pique their interest at all. When Zhao Mushan listened to their conversation, his eyes immediately brightened. Venerable, I know who might have stolen your soul congregation array. Who? The eyes of the two blood guards brightened the moment they heard what Zhao Mushan said. When they shouted at him in unison, a terrifying pressure engulfed him. This pressure immediately made Zhao Mushan and King Yu suck in a breath of cold air. There is a store in the imperial capital. It's called Fang Fang's Little Store. It is protected by a supreme beast. Since there are no supreme beings in the capital at the moment, they are the only ones who could have stolen your soul congregation array. Zhao Mushan hurriedly explained as his eyes flickered. Staring at Zhao Mushan, the venerable exposed a cold smile. He naturally saw through Zhao Mushan's trick. However, if Zhao Mushan was telling the truth, it was worth a trip to the store. If the store really possessed a supreme beast, it didn't matter if they had the soul congregation array. Since they will launch their assault on the imperial capital soon, they can't possibly ignore the existence of a supreme beast. Then, what are we waiting for? We should quickly attack the imperial capital. The high priestess seems to be quite angry. When he thought about the high priestess, one of the blood guards couldn't help but shiver. He was anxious and wanted to attack the imperial capital as soon as possible. The complexion of the other blood guard changed. With a wave of his hand, a compass appeared on his hand. There were many light specks in the compass. One of them was particularly bright and prominent. The soul congregation array appeared once again. That blood guard said. In one of the imperial capital's alleyway, in Fang Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang laid on the chair as he slightly narrowed his eyes. A gust of cold wind brushed past his face. Today, the business of the store wasn't good. Due to the news of Xiao Meng's heavy injury, everyone was afraid. Many of them hid at home, which caused the business of the store to take a hit. Extremely bored, Bulletin Fang immediately thought of something. The 5 talismans which he took from an enemy in the Western Mystery City immediately appeared in his hands. Those 5 talismans seemed to be quite worn out. There were many cuts and slits on them. It seemed as though they would disintegrate any time. As the talismans revolved, they formed an array. This array contained an amount of white smoke, which was just like soul essence. From time to time, there would be a fuzzy human's face appearing in the smoke. The human faces emitted fearsome shrieks before disappearing into smoke again. This array is truly evil. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and came to a conclusion. After observing and studying the talismans until he was bored, Bulletin Fang collected those 5 talismans again. In the distance, he saw that a figure was approaching him. When he looked at the figure, Bulletin Fang blanked out for a second. Xiao Meng? The person approaching him was the famous Xiao Meng. It was the same Xiao Meng who was supposed to be heavily injured. Xiao Meng's complexion wasn't good at all. The color of his skin was quite pale, and it gradually turned black. Bulletin Fang stood up and welcomed him into the store. The moment Wang Xiaoi saw Xiao Meng, she blanked out. His weak and feeble appearance worried her. "Owner Bulletin, serve me a bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine." Xiao Meng's voice was hoarse and he couldn't help but cough after saying several words. After a mouthful of coughs, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. "You are poisoned." Bulletin Fang calmly stared at him. The pool of black blood seemed quite familiar to him. It seemed as though Xiao Meng was poisoned with the same poison as the southern city's Xiao second master. However, it seemed like the poison in Xiao Meng was much stronger than the Xiao second master. The demonic fish's meat was still in his system's dimensional storage. Maybe it could be of help to Xiao Meng. I really embarrassed myself this time. When the armies were rushing toward the imperial capital, I got injured. In such a precarious situation, I, Xiao Meng, actually got myself injured. I don't have any face left to face the citizens of the imperial capital. Tomorrow, His Majesty will conduct the last round of negotiations with King Yu. If he fails, the battle will immediately start. I stand no chance of survival in the final battle. Xiao Meng bitterly smiled. Since I have almost no chance of living anymore, I'm here to drink my last bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine. Thump. 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 The moment he was done speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the graceful figure of Xiao Yanyu. The current Xiao Yanyu wasn't wearing a veil and her beautiful face contained a trace of worry. "Father." Xiao Yanyu's voice was choked with emotion when she saw her father. Bulletin Fang didn't say anything. Turning around, he returned to the kitchen. Before long, he came back and placed a bottle of the Ice Heart Jade Urn wine in front of Xiao Meng. Looking at the bottle Bulletin Fang placed in front of him, Xiao Meng laughed and brought it up to his lips. He took big mouthfuls of the wine as he laughed heartily. The poison deeply seeped into Xiao Meng's body. Although it seemed like the one which the Xiao second master suffered from, it was still slightly different. Xiao Yanyu knew that Bulletin Fang once cured the Xiao second master's poison and she had thoughts of looking for him. However, she knew that Bulletin Fang's detoxification method depended on the demonic fish's meat. She knew that only the meat's essence could cure the poison. However, even though the meat's essence was able to cure the Xiao second master, it was unlikely that it could cure Xiao Meng. Bulletin Fang sighed as he clinked his wine glass with Xiao Meng's. Bringing it back to his lips, Bulletin Fang drank the entire cup in one mouthful. Just when the two of them were drinking to their heart's content, deafening roars came from outside the capital. It was obvious the roars came from the tens of thousands of soldiers situated outside the capital. Xiao Meng was shocked. He slammed the bottle of wine on the table as he stood up from his seat. "Didn't you say they would negotiate first? Why is King Yu directly attacking the city?" Chapter 315, Hand over Bulletin Fang. When Xiao Meng heard the roars and bugle sounds, he stood up with a grave expression on his face. However, he wasn't able to do anything. In the next moment, his chest became heavy and he started to cough heavily. As he hacked away, he spat out another mouthful of black blood. The moment the mouthful blood left his body, his complexion worsened even more. It seemed like the poison was really potent. Even a 7th grade battle saint became weak and feeble when affected by it. Xiao Meng took out some crystals and handed them over to Bulletin Fang before turning toward the exit of the store. As one of the Empire's commanders, he still had to fight at the front lines even if he was poisoned. It was his pride as a commander. In the main hall, many experts assembled in the palace as they thought about how they should repel the enemies. They didn't expect that the bungles would sound at this exact moment. The complexion of Ji Chensu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, immediately changed. Damn! King Yu, you didn't keep your word. Ji Chensu's complexion became extremely ugly. However, he wasn't the only one with an ugly expression on his face. Everyone in the hall had the exact same expression on their face. King Yu's army possessed the Shura sect's support. There were countless experts on their side and the people in the main hall wasn't confident that they could defeat the experts from the Shura sect. They were planning on waiting for the supreme beings from their faction to arrive before confronting the enemy. By the time their faction's supreme beings arrived, they would have enough power to fight against the enemy. They never thought that the enemy would attack them before their backup was here. They immediately became flustered. Ji Chensu left the main hall and wore his military uniform as he followed the army. He planned to head toward the city's gate. However, the moment he left the palace, he met Xiao Meng, who had a pale complexion as he walked toward the army. When Ji Chensu looked at the feeble and weak Xiao Meng, he softly sighed. He continued toward the city gate and after climbing onto the walls, he took a look at King Yu's army. The terrifyingly imposing manner those soldiers surrounding the city had instantly oppressed him. The insane number of soldiers outside the city waved their lances and roared loudly. Anyone would be afraid when they looked at this scene. Wearing his golden armor, Ji Chensu stood at the top of the city walls. He stared at the great army below him with a grave expression on his face. It seemed as though the soldiers started to settle down the moment they saw Ji Chensu. In the army, King Yu rode a spirit horse as he leisurely and heroically left the ranks. He raised his head and stared straight at Ji Chensu who was standing at the top of the city walls. "My dear brother, you shouldn't blame me. I really wanted to give you some time to catch your breath, but something special happened," King Yu said with a slight smile. The moment he heard King Yu's words, Ji Chensu's expression turned cold. If it wasn't because he was afraid of the experts behind King Yu, he would have ordered his army to rush at them. It was because they had a supreme being in their midst that Ji Chensu had to bear with the humiliation. Clip, clop. Ji Chensu didn't reply to him. Zhao Mushan, who was riding another spirit horse, appeared behind King Yu. A smile was plastered on Zhao Mushan's face as he stared at Ji Chensu. He shook his head and clicked his tongue for quite some time as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Do you know why I besieged your city ahead of time? It's because of a person inside your city. If you hand him over, I might order my forces to retreat. We can continue the negotiations tomorrow." Ji Chensu furrowed his brows. "Did you attack us for a person? Are you looking down on my Lightwind Empire?" He was angered by Zhao Mushan's words but he knew that he couldn't rage at him. He angrily punched the city walls in order to vent his anger. "Who?" Ji Chensu's voice which contained his repressed anger resounded from the top of the walls. When they heard his reply, both King Yu and Zhao Mushan let out a mocking smile. "You should be quite familiar with this person. He is from Fang Fang's little store." "We want Bulletin Fang," Zhao Mushan slowly said. The moment the words left his mouth, a commotion broke out. "What? Owner Bulletin?" Ji Chensu's complexion instantly changed. Why would they want the Lightwind Empire to hand over Owner Bulletin? Why was Bulletin Fang their objective? Owner Bulletin was a low-key person. Bulletin Fang's name was quite resounding and prominent in the whole imperial capital. All of the experts on the city wall knew what kind of existence Bulletin Fang was. Fang Fang's little store possessed a supreme beast. How was it possible for them to hand him over? Even if they wanted to, Bulletin Fang wouldn't listen to them like an obedient child. "It's out of the question. I won't hand Bulletin Fang over to you." Ji Chensu decisively and firmly rejected them. No matter if it was Bulletin Fang's culinary arts, strength, or background. Every aspect of him made it impossible for Ji Chensu to hand him over. Bulletin Fang was a special existence in the imperial capital. He was outside of the empire's control and jurisdiction. Zhao Mushan seemed as though he had already anticipated Ji Chinsu's response. As such, he waved his hand to dismiss whatever Ji Chinsu just said. It's fine if you don't hand him over. However, you have to make him hand over the object he took. Object? What object? Everyone on the city wall was confused as they had no idea what Zhao Mushan was talking about. All of a sudden, the two blood guards appeared from the troops and floated in mid-air. Their gaze was icy cold, as if they were looking at a sea of blood in front of their faces. Hand over that person and I will spare you. Otherwise, all of you will die here. One of the blood guards' hoarse voice warned. Every single expert on the city wall was angered by his threat, especially the godly temple of the Wildlands and the other great factions. They glared at him with anger burning in their eyes. They are devils from the Shura sect. The moment they heard the identity of the blood guards, everyone's heart turned cold. They met people from the Shura sect before and their factions possessed various records of them. They were clear about the system the Shura sect used. A person with such a powerful aura wore a blood-red robe. He would be none other than the Shura sect's blood guard. Every member from the blood guard was an expert at the peak of the war god echelon, being half a step away from the supreme being realm. They just needed to take one more step and they would become supreme beings. When the Shura sect was at its peak and golden age, they had more than a dozen blood guards. At that time, the land of southern border was ruled by the Shura sect. Therefore, those factions' experts were quite familiar with the blood guards. An existence at that level was enough to slaughter everyone present on the city wall. Everyone was terrified of the blood guards. Their fear and dread only grew with the passing of time. Your Majesty, we should make Owner Buletin hand that object to them. They possess an extremely terrifying aura. Above the city wall, there was a minister who was unable to bear the pressure emitted by the blood guard. His legs were trembling unceasingly. He couldn't bear it anymore and he tried to advise Ji Chinsu. The moment someone took the lead, everyone would start to follow. All of the other ministers started to plead for Ji Chinsu to make Buletin Fang hand over the object. Since they could delay the attack just by handing over the object, there was nothing to think about. They would definitely hand it over. Even if Buletin Fang's store was protected by a supreme beast, they were only requesting him to hand over the object. That wouldn't be considered excessive at all, would it? Shut up! Where would we put our faces if we agreed to their request? If we hand over Owner Buletin, they would be trampling over the Lightwind Empire's dignity. Ji Chinsu waved his arm clad in his golden armor. He roared angrily at everyone who was standing around him. He was truly disappointed by those ministers. Even if he didn't mention that he owed Buletin Fang a favor, just Buletin Fang's existence as a mysterious faction made him someone they couldn't provoke. Ji Chinsu wasn't a fool. There was no way he would agree to hand over Buletin Fang. Elder Sun from the godly temple of the Wildlands spoke up at this moment. His eyes flickered with a vicious radiance. Your Majesty, we shouldn't destroy an entire empire for one person. If we can delay the attack, the imperial capital would be safe the moment our temple master arrives. If they attack us now, we will definitely lose. The Elder Sun was still bearing a grudge toward Buletin Fang. Since there was an excellent opportunity to get rid of Buletin Fang, Elder Sun was happy to help the Shura sect this time. No way. We can't hand him over. We can hand anyone over, but not Buletin Fang. Ji Chinsu was still resolute and unwavering in his decision. The Elder Sun's complexion immediately became cold. Your Majesty! It isn't up to you whether we hand him over or not. If we can't delay the attack until the Temple Master arrives, the Lightwind Empire would be destroyed in your hands. Elder Sun raged firmly. Ji Chinsu was instantly thrown into a dilemma as he had no idea what to do. Your Majesty, we shouldn't hand over Owner Buletin. Xiao Meng was unable to take it anymore. Although his complexion was still pale, he stood up and spoke out against Elder Sun. He didn't get to finish his words. Elder Sun glared at him and waved his sleeves. Xiao Meng was immediately sent flying away by his energy as he spouted another mouthful of blood. You don't have the rights to be speaking here. All of you. Go to Fang Fang's little store. Tell Buletin Fang to hand over that object. It would be even better if he handed himself over to them. Elder Sun coldly pointed at the ministers standing behind Ji Chinsu. They were trembling in their shoes as he roared at them. Chapter 316, Why should I hand over what I obtained with my strength? Xiao Yu rushed forward and supported Xiao Meng's body. His complexion immediately became gloomy. With a resounding clank, he unsheathed the sword in his back. Sword light flickered as it floated above him. It behaved as though it was a meteor which ripped the sky apart as it pointed toward Elder Sun. Do you want to fight me? All of the muscles on Elder Sun's body bulged and convulsed. His true energy emerged from his body as Elder Sun raised his hand. He sent a terrifying pressure towards Xiao Yu and oppressed him. Elder Sun, restrain yourself. Zhang Kong, who was taciturn all along, took a step forward as he stood in front of Xiao Yu. With a wave of his hand, he broke the pressure formed by Elder Sun's true energy. Xiao Yu's complexion was cold as he sheathed his sword. He didn't have any favorable impression of this Elder Sun. Zhang Kong was after all one of the White Cloud Villa's commanders. Elder Sun didn't want to offend him, which was why he retracted his true energy. He gave a cold snort in response since he couldn't do anything else. What are all of you looking at? Quickly go and tell Bulletin Fang to hand over that object. Elder Sun glared at those ministers who were standing around him. With a loud shout, he gave them quite a fright. All of the ministers' bodies stiffened for a second before they came back to their senses. They rushed down the city wall toward Fang Fang's little store. Stop right there! Which one of you have the guts to go down without my order? Ji Chinsu angrily shouted at them. Your Majesty! Elder Sun shouted at Ji Chinsu as he shot a death glare at him. The ministers who were about to rush down hesitated for quite some time. When they saw that Ji Chinsu didn't refute Elder Sun, they started to rush down the wall again. The moment they descended from the city wall, they led a huge group of soldiers toward Bulletin Fang's store. Ji Chinsu was enraged at their actions, and his complexion paled. However, he couldn't do anything about it. When the blood guards saw that Ji Chinsu and the others were creating a ruckus at the top of the city walls, they stared at them with disdain written all over their faces. They laughed coldly at everyone who was standing on the wall. Ji Chinsu saw that the blood guards were laughing at them and shot a cold glare toward them. On one of the imperial capital alleyways, Fang Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang, still lying on his chair, narrowed his eyes. He was basking lazily in the sun as he enjoyed the warm and cozy feeling of intoxication. Blacka laid before the store as it drifted off into a nice nap. As for the little girl, Wiang Xiaoi, she was sitting beside the path understanding tree. She was practicing earnestly. The sounds caused by Xiao Xiaolong practicing his culinary sounded out from the kitchen unceasingly. Everything seemed quite peaceful and quiet. All of a sudden, messy and flurried footsteps came from the alleyway outside the store. Bulletin Fang, who was dozing off, instantly snapped awake. He opened his eyes and stared at the group of ministers rushing at him without a shred of expression on his face. When he continued to look at them, he saw that there were groups of soldiers beside them. When they assembled in front of Bulletin Fang's store, the ministers looked at him with a glint in their eyes. It was as though they were looking at some kind of precious treasure when they looked at Bulletin Fang. When Bulletin Fang felt their gazes on him, his whole body trembled. His hair stood on end and he felt as though there was something strange going on. What did this group of uncles come here for? Why were they looking at him with such a strange gaze? Owner Bulletin. This group of ministers knew the strength the store had. There wasn't anyone in the imperial capital who didn't know how terrifying this store was. They would obviously not provoke Bulletin Fang if they could help it. If you want to have a meal, please come in, Bulletin Fang indifferently said. Owner Bulletin, today, we aren't here for a meal. We are here because we have a request to make, one of the ministers forced a smile as he said. Bulletin Fang blanked out for a moment. Were these people here to ask for something? Could it be that they want me to lend them money? That's out of the question. I'm too poor. He stood up from his chair and placed his hands behind his back. He started to walk into his store without saying anything. Facing this kind of situation, it was better to just remain silent. Owner Bulletin. Don't walk away. We only want to borrow something from you. When that minister saw that Bulletin Fang was going back into the store, a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. As expected. They are really here to borrow money from me. He movements of his leg became quicker and swifter without him realizing it. When they saw that Bulletin Fang was running away from them, the ministers almost spurted a mouthful of blood. We only came to borrow an object from you. Why on earth are you running away? How are we supposed to carry out a proper conversation if you ran away? Owner Bulletin. Do you have an object related to the Shura sect? A minister who was unable to endure any longer quickly asked. Bulletin Fang's body, which was about to reach the kitchen, suddenly stopped moving. Did all of you came here to borrow an object related to the Shura sect? Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes as he summoned the 5 worn-out talismans. The array formed by them immediately appeared on his hand. He turned around and waved the talisman array on his hand before asking, "Are you looking for this?" Those ministers didn't have high hopes when they heard the other minister's question. They didn't expect that Bulletin Fang would take out the thing they were looking for. After they came back to their senses, they couldn't help but curse Bulletin Fang in their minds. It seemed like this kid truly thought that they came here to borrow money from him. Indeed, indeed. Owner Bulletin, can you lend it to us? The eyes of one of the ministers immediately brightened. It seemed like Owner Bulletin really had something which belonged to the Shura sect. Did the Shura sect's blood guard come to the Lightwind Empire for such a worn-out object? The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched as he threw the array toward the ministers. The array slightly revolved in the air before his system's dimensional storage retrieved it. "I won't lend it to you guys," Bulletin Fang replied to them with no expression on his face. Puv! Those ministers almost wanted to cry. They thought that Owner Bulletin was going to lend them the item and they had already prepared themselves to catch the talismans. However, he took it back in mid-air. "Why should I lend it to you? This involves our Lightwind Empire's survival." One of the ministers quickly replied. This array formed by worn-out talismans could decide the fate of the Lightwind Empire. Was this worn-out object valuable? Bulletin Fang took out the talismans once again as he started to study it. After looking at it for quite some time, he stored it back. He didn't discover anything unusual about it. Outside the city gate, the blood guards were about to explode from anger. The compass which they used to sense the soul congregation array kept on fluctuating. It glowed for some time before becoming dim again. The process repeated itself quite a few times. What the hell was going on? They really wanted to rush into the imperial capital to take back the soul congregation array. Those ministers were quite frustrated and they quickly told Bulletin Fang what happened on the city wall. They hoped that he could empathize with them and hand over the object in his hands. "Why should I hand the talisman to them? Go back and tell the blood guards to come and take it if they have the abilities to do so," Bulletin Fang calmly said. After refusing their request, Bulletin Fang ordered the ministers to leave. "Owner Bulletin. You just need to hand over this object to them and you can buy a day worth of time for the Lightwind Empire. This is extremely important for the survival of the Lightwind Empire." A minister who wasn't satisfied with Bulletin Fang's response said. "Why should I hand something which I obtained with my strength?" Bulletin Fang retorted before completely ignoring them. He returned to the kitchen and left the ministers alone at the front of the store. Although the expression on the ministers' faces changed, they eventually gave up. They didn't have the power to force Bulletin Fang to do anything. Neither did they have the ability to cause trouble here. The fearsome reputation of the store was well known in the capital. Your current actions will lead to the suffering of countless people in the imperial capital. Another minister was unresigned and he shouted toward the kitchen. "Don't try pressuring me by using the common people. Get lost." An apathetic shout resounded from the kitchen. The shout made all of them jump in fright and they immediately looked around. To their relief, they didn't see the supreme beast. When they saw that the clothes-stripping crazy demon didn't appear, they let out a long breath and started to leave. They were at their wits' end. They had no idea how to deal with someone like Bulletin Fang who had a temper as stiff and smelly as a latrine stone. This group of ministers eventually returned to the city wall. The atmosphere atop the city wall was heavy, just like before. "How did it go? Did you guys bring the object?" Elder Son asked in a cold voice. We didn't. Owner Bulletin. He ordered us to leave," quickly replied one of the ministers, who was terrified of Elder Son. The blood guards standing in front of the city wall had been impatient since a long time ago. The moment they heard the minister's words, the bloody glow in their eyes deepened. "You mean that Owner Bulletin actually possesses the object? Good." Looking at each other, the two blood guards saw the impatience and irritation in each other's eyes. They immediately roused their true energy as they planned to rush into the imperial capital. However, the moment they roused their true energy, something happened. A resounding cry came from the skies. A giant intense sunbird descended from the skies as it extended its wings. A boiling hot breeze was stirred up in the surroundings the moment the bird appeared. There was a slightly fat elderly man sitting cross-legged atop that intense sunbird. That old man wore an amicable and warm expression on his face as he took a bite from the popsicle in his hand. The intense sunbird chirped as it landed above the city wall. When they saw the figure on the bird, experts from the 100,000 Mountains Clear Sky Pagoda immediately revealed a cheerful look. They simultaneously bowed towards the figure as they shouted out, "We greet the Great Elder, Yayunking." Chapter 317, Battle of the Supreme Being, Incoming. The intense sunbird, with an essential attribute of fire, was a powerful spirit beast living in the 100,000 mountains. This species was exceptionally scarce and rare. As an 8th grade spirit beast, every intense sunbird had formidable combat abilities. One single spurt of its flames could burn an average 7th grade warrior to ashes. Even the Clear Sky Pagoda of the 100,000 mountains only possessed 2 of such intense sunbirds, and both were considered extremely precious. Therefore, nobody had ever expected an intense sunbird to show up right there. To top it all off, on the back of the intense sunbird sat a chubby old man with his legs crossed. This old man's clothes exhibited an unconventional and unrestrained manner. His untidy grey hair floated in the air. Yet none of these factors served as reasons for why he drew a crowd. Those casting him curious glances did so because he was stuffing his face with a lump of ice. Riding on the intense sunbird and eating a lump of ice. Don't you know how to have fun? Yayunking, this chubby elder with an unfathomable cultivation level, was the great elder of the Clear Sky Pagoda in the 100,000 mountains. A domineering force of energy immediately propagated as soon as he arrived, subduing the 2 blood guards just ready to pounce. Instead, they were forced to keep still. Delicious. It's a pity that I can only produce 1 popsicle after slaughtering so many 8th grade flood dragons and extracting their livers. This old-timer's cooking skill is still yards behind that of owner Bulletin. That chubby elder gazed at the lump of ice in his hand and sighed helplessly. He shook his head, and then pushed the entire ice lump into his mouth. Under the crowd's gazes, this chubby elder's complexion suddenly changed dramatically, as if he were wearing a dozen of expressions. Even the warriors from the Clear Sky Pagoda were stunned, their mouths agape, as they had never anticipated seeing so many expressions on the great elder's face. Splash! Once the chubby elder dug his teeth into the ice, a type of dark liquid instantly burst out, splattering in a graceful arc. The chubby elder immediately widened his hands, stretching out his hand hastily to save the nectar. This was his 8-spirit fruit vinegar, his precious 8-spirit fruit vinegar. How could he accidentally spill it out? The chubby old man continued to chew. All of a sudden, a sense of sourness spread through his entire body, causing his face to wrinkle and his body to tremble. Having swallowed the lump of ice in his mouth, the chubby old man craned his neck, and without any warning, belched loudly. Alas! I added too much vinegar. The chubby old man tugged at his own beard in distress and complained regretfully. How rare and precious was his 8-spirit fruit vinegar, and here he was, accidentally using up more than needed. The bystanders on the city walls were all stunned, and those at the foot of the walls were all speechless. Was this old man here to humor everyone? The chubby elder drew in a long breath. As the sharp, sour scent drifted about, it added a trace of awkwardness to the onlookers' faces, and especially on those of the Clear Sky Pagoda warriors. Their great elder had no other outstanding attributes aside from gluttonousness. Hey, you Shura sect blood guards, what are you doing here? The chubby elder resting on the back of the intense sunbird asked, peering down at the 2 blood guards. As soon as the old man's gaze landed on the 2, they both felt their entire body stiffen as they detected a tremendous force of pressure bursting out. The blood guards, on the other hand, were in fact quite close to the echelon of supreme beings, given that they were at the peak of the half-supreme stage. Though facing a formidable force of energy from this old man, the 2 blood guards had no intentions of backing off. They were the Shura sect blood guards, ready to sacrifice their lives anytime. I heard that you 2 want us to turn over owner Bulletin? Are you aware of his importance? What an excellent chef he is! His dishes are simply intoxicating and have subdued countless people. How can we just hand over owner Bulletin to a group of demons like you guys? The chubby elder suddenly became somewhat agitated. He stood up on the back of the intense sunbird, shaking his arms and stamping his feet. The intense sunbird twisted its long neck, as if a little exasperated by his actions. The faces of the two blood guards froze. They didn't feel like wasting any time conversing with this old man. Instead, they both bawled, sending a blood-red fog of energy straight to the sky as their disheveled hair fluttered in the air. The force of energy wrapped around their bodies were akin to the towering waves of a sea of blood. Bang! Bang! As the ground beneath shook, both of them dashed forward. Red gleams of light swirled around them and transformed into the silhouettes of blood dragons. The chubby old man smirked to himself. After softly tapping his feet on the back of the intense sunbird, his chubby figure floated upward effortlessly, as if he were a piece of autumn leaf. Waves of true energy soared to the sky and condensed into a flaming bird spreading its wings for flight. The caws of the flaming bird reverberated through heavens and earth. The growls of the two blood dragons were equally ear-splitting. Boom! The three exchanged blows high up in the sky. Fluctuation of 9th grade true energy spread like ripples through the air. An oppressive force of energy made everyone down below feel their hearts sink. At the end of the day, the chubby old man was a 9th grade supreme being. Though together, the two blood guards were comparable to one supreme being, neither of them was a real one. The gap between the two sides was clearly revealed by just one round of fighting. The two blood-toned shadows landed on the ground with rather feeble breaths, looking up at the old man with solemn faces. The chubby elder snorted coldly as he brushed his beard with one hand and propped the other against his waist. His mocking behavior made blood rush through the heads of the blood guards below. They were about to charge forward once again, determined to tear this old man into shreds. Buzz! However, right before they could take further actions, a faint fluctuation stirred behind them. The two blood guards came to an abrupt halt, looking back with ecstatic faces. A warrior wrapped in a black robe slowly emerged from Ji Chenjiao's army. His steps were extremely slow. Every step he took would generate a gust of whistling wind. As he kept on walking, this old man managed to leap onto the air. He sauntered toward the chubby elder with his robe flapping in the sky. So you think nobody in our Shura sect can rival you? A calm, aged voice echoed through the city walls. Afterward, the old man in black stood before the chubby old man with a faint smile. The venerable master. The venerable master is stepping out. That rotten old man is dead. The eyes of two blood guards lit up with incredible excitement. The venerable master was the Shura sect's 9th grade supreme being. He had an outstanding cultivation level and could definitely handle this voracious, chubby old man. The chubby elder gazed at the other old man with a grave expression. The Shura sect venerable was one of the big names in the Shura sect. He had a superior cultivation level and relied on unorthodox techniques, definitely a thorn in the flesh. You two, get in the city and capture Bulletin Fang or whatever he's called. We must retrieve the object. The venerable master's voice boomed and reached the ears of the two blood guards. Their eyes instantly froze, both nodding along seriously. The soul congregation array was the key to awakening the departed soul orb. Each soul congregation array contained an abundance of spiritual essences, which were of great importance to the Shura sect. The sect could brook no loss on this matter. The two blood guards immediately dashed out, charging toward the city walls. Freeze! The chubby old man instantly glared and turned his body, about to chase after the two blood guards. However, before he could move his body, a pitch-black, domineering force of true energy charged toward him forcefully, blocking his way forward. Your rival is me, the venerable master announced calmly, his hands behind his back. The chubby elder took in a deep breath and summoned a surge of true energy. Hence began his fight with the venerable master in the sky. With the waver of true energy, the blood guards transformed into two flashes of blood-red lightning. They stepped across the city walls in a split second. The faces of everyone in the crowd changed dramatically. Zhang Kong blanched. He tried to ward off the blood guards, chanting the White Cloud Villa's sword incantations. Suddenly, a harsh vigor of sword surged out behind him and charged toward the blood guards. Get lost! The hoarse voice of one of the blood guards rang. As he casually waved his hands, the bloody red fog of true energy swept by and broke Zhang Kong's sword slash into pieces. Zhang Kong's face immediately flushed crimson. He was flung backwards, smashing onto the city walls as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Though like his adversary, he was also an 8th grade war god, the gap between their cultivations was immense. Zhang Kong's face suddenly turned ghostly pale. The blood guards stamped their feet on the walls. The ancient city walls crumbled under their stomps, the surface instantly covered with dense cracks. Even Zhang Kong was badly injured by just one strike, who else other than a supreme being could block them? The warriors on the walls dared not to even take a heavy breath. They all watched in fright the two shadows dashed down and into the city. The minds of blood guards flicked as they detected the location where the Soul Congregation array had once appeared. They rushed straight for that position. Ji Chinsu had on a ghastly expression. He gazed toward the direction that the blood guards were headed for, very much concerned. Although owner Buledin had a supreme beast to protect him, the two blood guards were hardcore warriors that could even rival a supreme being. Owner Buledin, you are on your own. Chapter 318, Whitey battles the blood guards. Lightwind Empire, the city gates. A thunder was storming in the sky as terrifying waves of true energy continued to spread. Such rumbles of thunder broke through the cloud banks, which were effectively dispersed by the rolls of true energy. Two figures approached, walking on clouds. Through the hazy mists, one could detect the two coming at each other, exchanging ferocious blows. The crowds from beneath tilted their heads to observe the fight. Terror was stamped across their faces. What they were witnessing were warriors from the Supreme Being echelon. King Yu. This is the perfect time for us to seize the city. The battle above their heads continued, but it did not capture Zhao Mushin's attention. Instead, he moved closer to Ji Chenjiu and whispered in his ears. The Supreme Being of the Clear Sky Pagoda had arrived, which deeply unnerved Zhao Mushin. Once the Supreme Being warriors of other spheres of influence arrived, their chances of conquering the city would be rather slim. Though there was also a Supreme Being on their side, they only had one. Even with their Supreme Being able to summon duplicate versions of himself, they were hardly at an advantage when the other Supreme Beings arrived. By then, under the safeguard of multiple Supreme Beings, the city would be infinitely harder to vanquish. Zhao Mushin's concern also flashed across Ji Chenjiu's mind. This kind of anxiety was common, but Ji Chenjiu was actually preoccupied with another issue, and that was the two blood guards who went into the imperial city to hassle Buledin Fang. Zhao Mushin hoped for the two blood guards to capture Buledin Fang before they officially attacked the city. But would Buledin Fang be easily seized? After all, there was a supreme beast protecting his store. If the two blood guards fail their mission and instead ruffle that supreme beast, prompting it to step in, then it would truly complicate things. Never mind, let's wait for a bit more. Once the blood guards successfully take Buledin Fang captive, we can immediately besiege the city. Ji Chenjiu announced resolutely. Zhao Mushin was taken aback but kept silent. Ji Chenjiu wanted to play it safe, but at this point, Zhao Mushin began to wonder whether he was too optimistic, despite the fact that two blood guards should suffice to withstand a supreme beast. Two bloody streaks of shadows dashed through the streets of the imperial city at an incredible speed. They flashed past like tornadoes and disappeared from sight. Once they approached Fang Fang's little store, the two bloody shadows finally stopped in their tracks. These were the blood guards of the Shura sect. One of the blood guards clutched his jade platter, which glistened with sparkling spots. This is the store in the small alleyway, precisely where the Soul Congregation array last appeared, a blood guard uttered with a raspy voice. Then the two exchanged glances, nodded lightly, and bolted toward the small alleyway. Once stepping into the alleyway, both figures froze. Given their superior cultivation levels almost half a foot in the echelon of Supreme Being, they could easily detect the sense of pressure spreading from the store. The modest store was not big in size. A snoring black dog lay before the door. There was also someone lounging in a chair nearby. No matter how they looked, the store did not scream danger. The blood guards scrunched their brows as a trace of perplexity flashed across their eyes. Afterwards, they walked toward the store. Blackie, who was lying flat on the floor, twitched his nose and stretched open his doggy eyes. He studied the blood guards standing before him. Damn, they stank like hell. Blackie humphed, then twisted his head away in disgust to resume sleeping. Buledin Fang, still slouching in his chair, was taken by surprise as he noticed two blood guards walking toward him. The moment Buledin Fang lifted up his head, he locked eyes with the two blood guards, who now wore fierce looks on their faces. "You lad, tell the owner to come out." A blood guard scanned his surrounding cautiously. They were not in a hurry to make a move since the store gave them a lingering sense of crisis. Buledin Fang curled his lips, suddenly bringing his relaxed posture into an erect position. He peered at them and replied, I am the store owner. You. The blood guard glowered and put on a wry smile. He immediately took a step forward. As if the bricks on the floor somehow contracted, the blood guard suddenly appeared right before Bulletin Fang. A terrifying force of energy exploded, extending even to the tip of his now floating strands of hair. His face was only inches away from Bulletin Fang's. Bulletin Fang glanced back this blood guard completely unflustered, but his brows furrowed into a frown. The heavy stench of blood on the blood guard simply repulsed him. Don't stand so close to me. I don't even know you that well. Bulletin Fang waved his hands. If you are the store owner, you must have the soul congregation array that belongs to our Shura sect, right? Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. The blood guard commanded. A blood-red swirl of true energy circulated upon his palm. Buzz. As soon as his voice died away, he suddenly felt a daunting sensation strike through his heart. He lifted up his head only to see a red-eyed metallic lump probing him. Huh? This metallic lump? The soul congregation array. Bulletin Fang arched his brows. Tapping his foot on the floor ever so lightly, he suddenly shot backward on his chair, effectively distancing himself from the blood guard. He stood up from the chair and lifted up his hand. With the flick of his mind, a magic array consisted of 5 worn-out talismans instantly materialized upon his palm. You mean this thing? Bulletin Fang said with a deadpan face. The soul congregation array. The moment Bulletin Fang took out this magic array, sparkling rays of light suddenly shot out of the 2 blood guards' eyes. The jade platters in their hands also began to radiate. It was on him after all. They got the right person. As long as they brought this soul congregation array back, they would have successfully completed the high priestess task. Both blood guards felt a fire burning in their hearts. That's the one. Give me the soul congregation array. Bang. The force of energy on one of the blood guards suddenly swelled. He widened his eyes and bellowed at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang simply puckered his lips, casually tossed up the soul congregation array and stored it back into the system's dimensional storage, still composed as ever. Nope. You're courting death. One of the hot-tempered blood guard instantly exploded with rage. He breathed out a mist of blood that engulfed the surrounding. They soared toward Bulletin Fang like blood-red flashes of lightning, seeking to seize him. Boom. However, the blood guards were immediately intercepted by Whitey once they dashed into the store. Whitey's red mechanic eyes had already turned into a purple, flashing in a shade so dark that they sent shivers down the blood guards' spines. Whitey thrust out a punch that landed directly on the blood guards. The force of his strike was so powerful that it astonished them. The blood guards found their bodies flung outwards, landing on the pavement outside of the store. Then, they picked themselves up. This puppet has a 9th grade combat capability. Traces of bewilderment filled the eyes of the blood guards. The 2 locked eyes, their expressions becoming grave. But so what if it had a 9th grade combat capability? With combined forces, they could withstand even a supreme being. Bang bang! True energy burst forth as clouds of blood rose from their bodies. Like 2 beams of light, they shot straight to the sky. Those on the city walls caught sight of the 2 looming beams of light. They felt their bodies tremble. The demons of the Shura sect have already began battling with the supreme beast in owner Bulletin's store. Who will win? Their match will determine the outcome of this war. Many people muttered to themselves. Ji Chenjiao's eyes were also glued to the blood-red streaks of light. He certainly hoped with all his heart for the blood guards to triumph, however, he had a bad feeling about it all. Bulletin Fang's blank face surfaced in his mind once again as his heart thudded. Bulletin Fang glanced calmly at the 2 blood guards erupting with surges of blood-colored true energy. These 2 really did have impressive cultivation levels. That force of pressure was the strongest Bulletin Fang has ever felt so far. Whitey's purple eyes flashed as one of its arms had already transformed into a sharp blade. A cold chill circulated about as the blade slashed down, aiming for the 2 blood guards. In that very moment, Whitey's figure launched like a rocket, charging directly at the 2. Buzz! 2 blood-colored dragons suddenly emerged, tossing and turning. With a forbidding wave of energy, they rushed down at Whitey. Boom boom bang! The entire small alleyway instantly shattered into bits and pieces, its walls demolished into rubbles. 3 figures collided with each other ferociously. Every collision brought a loud wham. Whitey did not have any true energy, but its iron body was solid and unrivaled to a body of flesh. The two blood guards relied on their blood dragon silhouettes to drag down Whitey. After all, they were warriors strong enough to resist 9th grade supreme beings. Whitey was caught off guard for a moment there, finding an easy win not possible. Blackie was still lying on the floor. It yawned sluggishly and made nothing of the scene before him. Bulletin Fang walked to the door and watched the battle with glistening eyes. With a flick of his mind, a dark wisp of smoke began to twirl around his left hand. A wok expanded in size and fully materialized before him. The black turtle constellation wok floated before him quietly. Bulletin Fang extended his long fingers to stroke the cold rim of the wok. A heavy feeling weighed Bulletin Fang's heart. Afterwards, Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes and snatched up the black turtle constellation wok with a single hand. He drew in a deep breath, fixating his eyes on the blood guards in the battle. He aimed carefully. 1, 2, 3, off you go. Chapter 319, A Wok Shooting for the Heavens. The black turtle constellation wok was made of an ancient mysterious shell. This material was extremely sturdy and weighed heavily. Perhaps because Bulletin Fang was its rightful owner, he himself did not feel the heaviness of the black turtle constellation wok. However, that did not stop Bulletin Fang from using it as a weapon to knock out other people. This was the first time Bulletin Fang witnessed Whitey being tied down by the adversary. In the past, Whitey had always swiftly defeated its opponents. But now, Whitey seemed to be truly constrained by the blood guards. Amidst the toss and turns, the blood-curling howls of the dragon silhouettes made one's scalp have pins and needles. Every time Whitey chopped apart the blood dragon, it did not take long for the clouds of blood to condense and materialize into a revived creature. This gave Bulletin Fang a push to help Whitey. Bulletin Fang had yet to receive the so-called 10,000 bestial flames from the system. Until then, the black turtle constellation wok in his hand was only a wok, at the end of the day. It just occurred to Bulletin Fang, in a split second of inspiration, that he might use it as a weapon. Weighing many tons, once this wok smashed down, one would run home crying to one's mother. Bulletin Fang clutched the rim of the black turtle constellation wok. This touch sent an ice-cold sensation spreading through his entire body, from head to toe. However, he felt a burning flame in his heart. He took a step backward, swaying the black turtle constellation wok behind him, and then suddenly darted forward as he let go of the wok. Off you go! After a light utterance, the black turtle constellation wok was sent propelling into the sky. This black turtle constellation wok did have another unique characteristic, which was the ability to easily change in size. However, activating this did consume Bulletin Fang's true energy. This time, Bulletin Fang did not charge the wok with flows of true energy as he usually did with the dragon bone kitchen knife, lest the black turtle constellation wok transformed in size. The pitch-black black turtle constellation wok oscillated, as if a lonely boat floating on the vast ocean, drifting towards the heart of the tumultuous sea. The loud pounding noise caught the attention of the two blood guards. However, one of them merely shot a scornful look. That was because he easily detected Bulletin Fang's cultivation level at first glance. The fellow was merely a 6th level battle emperor. People like such were like ants to a strong warrior like him, who would effortlessly exterminate a batch with the snap of his finger. Therefore, the strike launched by a 6th grade battle emperor did not garner much consideration from him. Imagine a tiny little ant snarling and clawing at you, threatening to bite you. What would be your reaction? You'd probably scoff and then slap it to death. They held the same attitude toward the flying wok. It meant nothing to them. Their main target at the moment remained the almighty metallic lump, who they found a true match. Even though they could withstand a supreme being with combined forces, they were at no advantage in the face of this metallic lump. Bang bang! After 2 loud explosions, Whitey once again chopped up the 2 blood dragon silhouettes wrapped around the blood guards. A surge of blood clouds dissipated. The blood guards staggered a few steps backward, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across their eyes. The blood dragons had condensed once more and charged toward Whitey. A black wok swung their way at a steady but slow speed. Given the cultivation level of the blood guards, anything that didn't travel at a supersonic speed essentially crawled like a snail in their eyes. A wok charging their way like a wriggling snail. Now, was it there to give them a massage? The blood guards laughed contemptuously. Within the store, Bulletin Fang swung his arm. Even though he wasn't burdened by the incredible weight of the black turtle constellation wok as its owner, it was still a large, and thus naturally heavy, wok. Once flinging it out, Bulletin Fang felt his arm numb. He shook his arm and then stared straight at the black turtle constellation wok. Get lost! After flying for a few seconds, the black turtle constellation wok finally approached the side of a blood guard, who shot it a dismissive glance and snorted coolly. He hurled out a bloody force of energy to smash this wok into smithereens. It was only a wok, was it going to shoot for the heavens or what? From the perspective of the blood guard, a strike from him would be insufferable to an average 7th grade battle saint, not to mention a wok flung by a 6th grade battle emperor. The bloody streak of energy thrashed out like a dragon and collided with the black turtle constellation wok fiercely. There wasn't the expected booming explosion, nor a battered wok smashed away as imagined. The bloody streak of energy crashed into the black turtle constellation wok, but as if an egg hitting a stone, cracked and dispersed with a light pop. The black turtle constellation wok didn't even swerve, and instead continued to glide through the air. When the black turtle constellation wok drifted in with whistling winds, the blood guard was caught by surprise. This wok, why is it still here? The blood guard asked in bewilderment with a frozen face. You haven't smashed it into pieces yet. The other blood guard asked confusedly. A flying wok shooting their way in the middle of a battle with a 9th grade puppet, why give it the chance to spoil their plan? The first blood guard's face darkened. Then, he blew out a long breath, prompting the blood-toned true energy wrapped around his arm to charge at the black turtle constellation wok. He evidently did not take this black turtle constellation wok seriously. As he launched that strike, his gaze fell once again on the metallic puppet dashing forward like a thunderstorm. The black turtle constellation wok swayed. It finally came into close contact with the blood guard's palm as Bulletin Fang watched with sparkling eyes. The palm, cloaked with waves of true energy, finally slammed into the wok. At last, his expression soured. It dawned on the guard that his strike failed to move the wok by even an inch. He felt like he had just slammed his palm into a towering mountain. Are you freaking kidding me? It's just a simple wok. The hefty wok continued to close in, bending the blood guard's arm. As he gaped on, he suddenly realized that the wok was charging straight at him. The wok's frosty cold rim crushed his arm as it smashed into his head without any precaution. The hell? Bang! A light crispy sound reverberated in the air. The other blood guard felt his body tremble. He twisted around his head in confusion only to witness an aghast sight. The blood guard smacked by the wok was flung far away into the sky. He looked stupefied with his dazed eyes and mouth agape, disbelief written all over his face. Once hit by the black turtle constellation wok, the blood guard felt like his world had turned into a shade of gloomy grey. Everything before his eyes had turned upside down and continued to morph into different shapes. A searing headache caused the roots of his teeth to tingle. This wok really was shooting for the heavens. With a bang, the black turtle constellation wok has dispersed into a ball of smoke and returned to Bulletin Fang's side. The black turtle constellation wok lay quietly beside Bulletin Fang as he merrily rubbed its rim. This black turtle constellation wok has certainly lived up to its name of weighing 10,000 tons. Though it didn't smash the blood guard to death, it certainly knocked the wind out of him. Bulletin Fang felt somewhat dissatisfied inside, but he quickly got over it. After all, he was only a 6th grade battle emperor himself. Given that, it was already an impressive feat to knock an almost supreme being out of breath. While one of the blood guards was still in a state of shock, Whitey began to amplify the purple beam shining in its eyes. With a blare, the bricks beneath Whitey's feet cracked and shattered. Its figure bolted toward the dazed blood guard like a flash of lightning, hurtling forward with a terrifying force. The color drained from the other blood guard's face. Snap out of it! He bawled, hoping desperately to awaken the stupefied blood guard. The latter suddenly regained consciousness upon hearing this bellow, his world finally becoming clear again. His embarrassment had developed into a fit of rage. This was the kind of wrath one would feel if one was told to eat shit. Damn it! He was a superior warrior half a foot away from reaching the echelon of supreme being. How could he bear being subdued by a 6th grade battle emperor toying around with a cooking wok? What about his honor? Buzz! A purple beam of light scanned over his body, sending shivers down this fuming blood guard. He widened his eyes into a glare. What he saw was Whitey's frosty gape and its gigantic blade glowing coldly beneath the sunshine. Die! As the blade swooshed down on him, whistling against the wind, he felt as if he had just fallen through the hole of a frozen lake. Whitey's slash was as fast as a lightning bolt, almost cutting through the air as it slashed down. Splatter! The sound turned this blood guard's body rigid. It was true that the two of them could withstand Whitey, a 9th-grade puppet, as a team. However, this was under the premise that they could utilize true energy from a remote distance to exhaust the opponent. Their bodies of flesh simply could not compare with the freaky puppet's body of iron. And yet, the puppet was drawing even closer to them. Swoosh! The blade swung downwards, sending blood everywhere. One of the blood guards pulled his dumbfounded partner out of the way just in time to avoid him being sliced into 2 halves. But still, the startled blood guard had lost an arm. He wailed miserably as blood spurted out from the nasty gash. The one-armed blood guard with bloodshot eyes reached out his remaining arm, sucking back both the blood he had lost and his amputated arm. Whitey spun in the air and landed on the ground. Once its feet touched the pavement, it began to charge toward the 2 blood guards yet again, rampage style. Its purple eyes flared menacingly as its blade soared like a dragon. Go! Let's go! We are no match to this puppet! The one-armed blood guard yelped. Without another second of hesitation, they turned to flee. Since they were able to step across the clouds, Whitey had a hard time catching up. Boom! Whitey landed on the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust around it. Within the store, Bulletin Fang clutched the black turtle constellation walk with a single hand. He was prepared to toss it out once again, but was surprised to see the cowards taking flight. Finding all this dull and uninteresting, Bulletin Fang concentrated his mind. With that, the black turtle constellation walk turned into a poof of smoke and disappeared into Bulletin Fang's wrist. Smacking his lips, he rubbed his chin. Surely there wasn't anything a walk couldn't settle. If one wasn't enough, then we shall make it 2. Chapter 320, The Invincible Shura Sect Venerable. Outside the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire. A daunting force of energy dissipated as the clouds were suddenly compressed by a sense of pressure, almost as if they were about to explode. A figure dashed down from the clouds and landed on the ground outside the city walls. It was as if a huge hammer was forcibly plunged into the floor, causing the entire ground to tremble. The crowd observed dense, cobweb-like cracks emerging on the Earth's surface, as though it was about to shatter. Ji Chenjiao's army backed off a little to keep a safe distance from that location. Everyone peered, with solemn faces, toward the site from which smoke and dust were spreading and rising. That is the clear sky pagoda of the 100,000 mountains, this is all it's got. The sound of a cold smirk, which contained a trace of disdain, reverberated through the heavens. Riding on a spirit horse next to Ji Chenjiao, Zhao Mushan instantly curled the corners of his mouth. The venerable master won the battle just as he expected. Buzz! The faces of the crowd on the wall immediately became ghostly pale. The warriors of the 100,000 mountains also felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomachs. Their great elder was defeated? Bah! You demon, it's too early for you to celebrate. With an exasperated exclamation, a cloud of black shadow suddenly inflated within the smoke. A gourd, expanding in size at a speed detectable to the naked eye, charged at the venerable master floating in the sky. The same look of contempt flashed across the venerable master's eyes once more. His head of greyish-white hair fluttered against the wind as he raised a foot. An enormous black wave of true energy began to converge, condensing into a giant foot up in the heavens. Then, it came stamping down. The gourd and the foot collided in an explosion. The already swelled gourd instantly jerked, and in the next very moment, shrank like a deflated balloon. The chubby elder glared at once from down below, so depressed that he almost coughed up blood. The gourd returned to his side. However, the foot was still stamping down. Bang! Akin to an earthquake, cracks stretched across the pavement, spreading around the giant footprint before the imperial city gates. Everyone on the city walls felt like their hearts were smashed down by this step and almost physically crushed. Great Elder! The warriors of the 100,000 mountains were stripped of their last shred of hope. Stop shrilling, I'm not dead yet. Cough! A figure emerged on the walls. He picked his disheveled self up, with his body covered with dirt and dust, coughing non-stop. The chubby old man cast a grave gaze at the Shura sect venerable, who was hovering in the air majestically, but sighed secretly in his heart. The Shura sect's techniques were simply too domineering. This venerable master had reached the middle stage of supreme being. He himself was no rival to such daunting techniques. The venerable master peered at the chubby elder coolly and lifted up his hands. Pitch black smoke made of true energy began to swirl once again. All of a sudden, his mind flickered, prompting him to turn his face toward a spot on the wall. Over there, 2 blood-red streaks of lightning flashed by. They rapidly bolted through the crowd, dashed out of the city, and stopped in the air. The bloody mists scattered, revealing the figures of the 2 blood guards. Huh? The blood guards have returned. They must have retrieved the soul congregation array. The venerable master's mind flickered as he thought to himself. However, when he could clearly see the appearance of the 2 blood guards, his pupils shrank. The 2 blood guards were in a sorry state. On top of that, one of them was clearly missing an arm, with a face as pale as a ghost. What happened? How did they get hurt? Where is the soul congregation array that was supposed to be brought back? You too. Venerable Master. We failed you. The uninjured blood guard replied with resentment. They didn't anticipate there to be an intimidating 9th grade puppet with an invulnerable physical body and formidable combat abilities guarding the store. More importantly, there was also that fellow flinging walks at everyone from the store. Were it not for the flying walks, they could have had a chance at beating the puppet. The miserable looks of the 2 blood guards instantly startled everyone. Ji Chen-su, standing up on the wall, was so delighted that he even smacked the wall stones with excitement. Sure enough, owner Bulletin's store was not easy to intrude, for a supreme beast was standing guard there. These people were basically asking for trouble. So far, Ji Chen-su had never seen anyone manage to take advantage of Fang Fang's little store. The bodies of both Ji Chenjiu and Zhao Mushins trembled as they gasped from down below. 2 Shura sect blood guards, essentially powerful enough to match a supreme being warrior, were actually subdued. One of them even lost an arm. This was too disturbing. Bulletin Fang's poker face flashed across Ji Chenjiu's mind, giving his brain a throbbing headache. Zhao Mushin wore a fierce look, refusing to accept the outcome. How could it be that 2 blood guards were not enough to handle Bulletin Fang? The venerable master drew in a breath, recognizing the thorny problem on his hands. One of the blood guards even lost an arm. Was the guy who snatched the soul congregation array really that powerful? Ha ha ha. So this is what the Shura sect demons are capable of, such as it is. The chubby elder, seeing the miserable blood guards from the wall, immediately burst into fits of laughter, his face filled with thrill. Owner Bulletin was truly competent, no wonder he could make a dish like dragon liver popsicle. The piercing laughter echoed in the ears of the blood guards, filling their eyes with blood. They were the Shura sect blood guards, they would rather die than be humiliated. Take off. Tend to your wounds first, at least wait until your arm is recovered. The venerable master held back the blood guard who was about to step out and instructed calmly as he gazed at the chubby elder down below. He knitted his eyebrows into a frown. Even though the chubby elder was injured, it was still very difficult to finish him off. At the end of the day, that fellow was still a 9th grade supreme being. He must have some trump cards up his sleeves. But venerable master, the soul congregation array. I'll go get it myself. You two take care of your injuries first. The resurrection of the Shura sect depends on it, as we cannot afford to lose any blood guard. He patted the blood guards on the shoulders. The 2 then landed on the ground and slipped into Ji Chenjiu's troops. Afterwards, the venerable master turned his face toward the city walls. Hovering in the air, he strolled toward the city wall step by step. The crowd on the wall broke into a commotion as the force of pressure intensified alongside the venerable master's steps. Ji Chen-su blanched. He felt a domineering force of pressure, causing his legs to tremble with fear. A 9th grade supreme being was absolutely formidable. Stop! There was no way that the chubby elder could just sit there and watch the venerable master go on a rampage, and so he shouted out loudly. You're not my match, you cannot block me. The venerable master announced. The chubby elder's face immediately flushed with mortification. Even if that is the case, this is the capital of our empire after all. You and I are both supreme beings and we shouldn't have interfered with this battle. If you are set out for a city-wide massacre today, the countless supreme beings of the southern region will never let you off. The chubby elder declared. The venerable master ceased his steps. Whistling winds brushed past his sleeves. Let me in. I just want to retrieve something that belongs to our Shura sect, and also deal with the fellow who hurt my blood guards. No more slaughters?" Hearing these words from the venerable master, the crowd on the walls sighed in relief. The daunting force of pressure that burst out of the venerable master made them think he was about to wipe out the entire capital. So he was only going to be owner Buledin's problem. Ji Chinsu frowned. He wanted to say something but was pulled back by elder son. "Your Majesty, you might not want to speak up. The emperor of an empire is merely a non-entity to a supreme being. It's not worth risking your life to irritate him," elder son suggested solemnly. "Besides, if Buledin Fang's store could defeat the blood guards all by itself, then you've got nothing to worry about. You should look after yourself and your empire." For a moment there, Ji Chinsu had nothing to say to that. The chubby elder wanted to intercept once more, but the venerable master lost all patience. As he glared, a sense of hostility erupted. Pitch black, towering waves of energy stormed along like dark clouds, overwhelming everyone nearby. "Don't you stop me! Otherwise, I won't hold back any more. At that point, don't blame me for the bloodshed of the imperial city." The chubby elder felt his heart skip a beat as he was shaken to the core. Sure enough, flattening the entire city meant nothing to the Shura sect demons. The venerable master stepped across the heads of the crowd beneath, making them feel weak and powerless. The chubby elder gazed as the venerable master headed for Fang's little store. He clenched his teeth, twisted his plump waist, and trailed behind. Chapter 321, The Black Turtle Constellation Walk rams the venerable master. A black-robed shadow traversed the sky above the imperial city, treading on air. With every step, the air particles looked as if solidified into physical pieces of rock, allowing the traveler to step over them. The gloom-faced Shura sect venerable dashed toward the general location of Fang's little store. Outside of the imperial city, Ji Chenjiu had commanded his army to wait for further orders. He was truly frightened this time around, since even the Shura sect blood guards faced defeat. Provided that they couldn't deal with him, could the venerable master really tackle Buledin Fang? If the venerable master ended up subdued, their entire team would have no choice but to retreat. After all, in confronting a supreme beast invulnerable to the venerable master, what reasons were there not to withdraw? Inside Fang's little store. Having beaten the blood guards, effectively forcing them to flee, Buledin Fang withdrew the talisman array once more. Its sheer amount of seekers spoke volume to the preciousness of this object. Could it be that there was a secret unknown to him behind this object? Buledin Fang furrowed his brows and studied it with his inquisitive eyes. The 5 pieces of jade talisman were carefully carved to display intricate, intertwining magic array patterns. Together, they formed an even more mystifying array. Instead of a magic array, it was perhaps more accurately characterized as a prison. Within that magic array were wailing ghost shadows grinding their teeth and waving their claws. What a devilish thing! Buledin Fang placed the magic array onto the table. A wisp of smoke twirled around his hand, and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his palm. Say, what would happen if he smashed this magic array into pieces? Buledin Fang's heart itched to give it a try. Just as he was about to slice open the magic array with his knife, an appalling force of pressure suddenly befell the store. This was a force of energy much stronger than that of the 2 almost supreme being blood guards from before. Buledin Fang's heart lurched. Boom boom bang! It was almost as if the sky darkened at this very moment, enshrouding the store with gloomy black clouds. Buledin Fang put away the talisman array and arched his brows. There had been quite a few troublemakers showing up that day. One visitor after another. Buledin Fang walked to the store's entrance and immediately caught sight of the black-robed warrior gliding towards him through the air. The dark robe seemed all too familiar to him. Wasn't he from the Shura sect? Buledin Fang had dealt with Shura sect warriors enough times to observe their similarly fashioned black gowns. The venerable master was at first unaware of the store's specific location. However, he could easily detect the presence of the talisman array. With the departed soul orb in his hands, he was rather acquainted with the energy waves of the soul congregation array. The venerable master's icy eyes peered downwards and landed on Buledin Fang. The black and white hair on his head fluttered in the wind. Only a 6th-grade battle emperor. The venerable master scrunched his eyebrows and immediately saw through Buledin Fang's cultivation level. However, this gave him an even more eerie sense deep down inside. Just hovering above the store, he could somehow detect an indescribable sense of crisis hitting him. If it was danger that even a supreme being like him could sense, could there be some kind of formidable existence hidden within the store? Huh? What could that be? There were all sorts of doubts and conjectures in the venerable master's heart. He glimpsed at Bullet and Fang and then fixated his glance on Whitey, who was behind Bullet and Fang. He then turned to look at Wang Xiaoi, who had merrily stuck her head out, and after scanning the entire environment, landed his gaze on the big black dog lying before the entrance. A dog. With everything this store had to offer, what looked the most like a supreme beast, would have to be the chubby black dog. But a dog, as a supreme beast? How could that be? The venerable master also failed to detect any signs of energy of a supreme beast on the black dog. You're the one who wounded my Shura sect blood guards. A chilled voice resounded in the air as the venerable master questioned Bullet and Fang coldly. Bullet and Fang curled his lips. As expected. He retrieved the talisman array and casually waved his hand. You're also here for this magic array, correct? The soul congregation array. The venerable master's pupils shrank, his eyes glued to the talisman array. This was something linked to the fate of the Shura sect's rejuvenation. That's right. Hand it over. The venerable master stepped forward. His figure blurred, transforming into streaks of shadows across the air, and suddenly appeared right before Bullet and Fang. Waves of energy soared to the heavens, surging with a powerful force of pressure. That was the formidable capability of a supreme being. However, within the store, Bullet and Fang was not affected in the least bit. A slightly chubby elder observed this sight from afar. He instantly drew in a chilled breath and muttered to himself, "Oh gosh! Owner Bulletin is certainly one of a kind. Able to keep his cool under a supreme being's pressure. What a monster! I've got 3 groups of people rolling in today demanding for the talisman. You're amongst the 3rd group. Is this magic array really that important?" Bullet and Fang casually tossed up the magic array, speeding up the venerable master's feeble breath. An object that concerned the resurrection of the Shura sect was thrown around like a toy by the lad before him. This was a complete insult to him. The only way to wipe away this humiliation was to exterminate Bullet and Fang. "As I said, give it to me!" The venerable master bellowed, his thunderous voice churning like tumultuous ocean waves. The crushed stones on the pavement began to shake. Whitey's eyes turned purple that very instant. A giant blade appeared and shielded Bullet and Fang's body. With the flash of a blade, the machete slashed toward the Shura sect venerable. "Get lost!" The seething venerable master waved his hand and collided with Whitey's strike. Bang! The venerable master's punch sent Whitey staggering back a couple of steps. Its purple eyes continued to flicker. Sensing a searing pain, the venerable master lowered his head to examine his hand. He discovered a bloody gash across his palm. He was a fierce warrior even among the supreme being echelon. How could he be wounded by a metallic lump of a puppet? A 9th grade puppet? Looks like I underestimated you. The venerable master chuckled scornfully. Nonetheless, he was not the least bit intimidated. A simple puppet did not instill fear in him. For a supreme being, a puppet was only just a puppet and nothing more. Bullet and Fang was caught by surprise. This was the first time he had witnessed Whitey stumbling backward. The old fellow before his eyes must have a superior cultivation level. Pitch-black waves of true energy gushed out of the venerable master, materializing into a pack of true energy wolves. These ferocious wolves emanated dark waves of true energy, their eyes flaring a blood-red tone as they fixated on Whitey. With a chorus of wolf howls, the creatures darted straight for the puppet. Whitey waved its giant blade, slicing the true energy wolves into shreds. Its mechanic body was as solid as rock, absolutely invulnerable to the wolves' fierce bites. The venerable master narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he witnessed such a peculiar puppet. Even the infamous puppet sect from the Hidden Dragon continent possessed no such extraordinary puppets. However, it didn't matter what this puppet was. If it was determined to obstruct him from retrieving the soul congregation array, then it must be demolished. The venerable master extended a step. Pumping with energy, he flashed by like countless shadows and appeared right before Whitey. With clenched fists, he was about to pound Whitey with the force of an erupting volcano. Whitey shielded itself with its giant blade. After a thunderous boom, its entire figure was sent backward until it was on all fours. The pavement underneath cracked into piles of crushed stones. Seeing Whitey at such a disadvantage, Bulletin Fang knitted his brows into a frown. Though Whitey's robotic body saved it from accumulating serious external wounds, they simply could not go on like this. With the flick of his mind, the black turtle constellation walk suddenly appeared in his right hand. The pitch-black, unadorned black turtle constellation walk gave off a sense of somberness. Waves of true energy burst out and flooded into the black turtle constellation walk. The mysterious magic patterns on the walk immediately lit up. The pitch-black walk suddenly shone brilliantly with a golden gleam. It was now as dazzling and radiant as the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. Clutching the rim of the golden walk, Bulletin Fang took in a deep breath and then flung it out with a deadpan face. The black turtle constellation walk, with the force of towering mountains, smashed towards the venerable master. Everything it passed, including the air itself, looked as if being ripped apart. Having slammed another punch at Whitey, the venerable master lifted up his head only to see a golden walk heading his way. What is this? A semi-divine tool. The venerable master furrowed his brows and thrust a fist toward the black turtle constellation walk. Bam! The fist and walk clashed. The venerable master's expression immediately changed for the worse. It felt like his punch landed on a mighty mountain. Even his knuckles began to numb. What the hell? Summoning all the true energy in his body, the venerable master uncurled his fist. Using both palms, he shoved his force toward the black turtle constellation walk. His figure sped through the surrounding space and was finally able to halt the advance of the black turtle constellation walk. A walk that could subdue blood guards turned out to be no match for a real supreme being. Bulletin Fang felt it a pity. He had just used up more than half of the true energy in his body. Compared to the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, this black turtle constellation walk drained much more of his true energy. As its waves of true energy scattered, the black turtle constellation walk also dissipated and returned to Bulletin Fang's side. He grabbed it in his hands. This really is a semi-divine tool, with a 9th grade puppet and such a marvelous semi-divine tool. Who are you and what's your deal? The southern region couldn't have possibly cultivated someone like you. Could it be that you come from somewhere else? The venerable master shook his numbed hands but kept his eyes glued to Bulletin Fang. Still lying on the floor, Blackie heard the venerable master's inquiry and suddenly twitched his doggy ears. He lifted up his doggy head and gazed at the flabbergasted venerable master. Chapter 322, The Array Shatters and 10,000 Souls Wail. Bulletin Fang grabbed the black turtle constellation walk and let out a light breath. It was as if the air itself froze. The venerable master, still levitating in the sky, stared fixedly at Bulletin Fang, showering him with an awe-spearing force of energy. From afar, the chubby elder also smacked his lips. Bulletin Fang's origin was obscure and unknown. Safeguarded by a 9th grade and in possession of a semi-divine tool, how could he merely be a restaurant owner in a dingy little town? He must have great patrons and great networks as his backbone. The chubby elder was a warrior of the Clear Sky Pagoda in the 100,000 Mountains, which represented the highest sphere of influence in all of the southern region. Yet he had never heard of this Bulletin Fang figure. The single time he had heard his name mentioned was when his disciple couldn't stop praising Bulletin Fang's dishes. Someone so low profile, how eccentric. Humph, no matter who you are, or which forces are behind you, as long as you stand in the way of the Shura sect's resurrection, you must go down. The Shura sect venerable fell silent for a while, his eyes dimming. But alas, he opened his mouth and filled the air with his menacing words. He had no idea who stood behind Bulletin Fang, but also found it no longer relevant. The soul congregation array was the key to his Shura sect's rejuvenation. He simply couldn't let it fall into the hands of a stranger. Buzz! With a light ring, a force of energy erupted from the Shura sect venerable's body, as if a prisoner finally breaking free from his shackles. In that very moment, his hair turned into a shade of blood. His entire person seemed to have reverted to his youthful version. His sturdy, muscular body bounced into the sky like a mechanical spring, then charging straight at Bulletin Fang as if he were a bullet shot from a gun. Whitey's purple eyes flashed as it blocked Bulletin Fang with its body. With the rise of its machete, dense blade slashes made of energy poured down. Get lost! The venerable master, with his bloodthirsty eyes, was incomparably ruthless and savage. He thrust out a punch right at Whitey. This blow brought with it scattering dark waves of true energy, instantly shattering the blade slashes. Bang! Whitey was sent backward by this fist. Its body spun numerous times in the air and finally crashed onto the floor. Though the venerable master couldn't totally exterminate Whitey, the latter also couldn't handle the former. The chubby elder standing from a distance hesitated over whether he should lend a helping hand. However, in reality, he couldn't be sure whether his addition could make a difference. This Shura sect demon was simply too powerful with all of his mystifying strategies. The chubby elder wasn't confident that he'd gain the upper hand. Just as he was thinking twice about intervening himself, his gaze suddenly froze upon realizing Bulletin Fang was ready to make another move. Bulletin Fang inhaled deeply, he clutched the black turtle constellation walk and once again lunged it at his opponent. Doesn't this iron walk have no effect on the demon? Why throw it out again? The chubby elder widened his eyes. The venerable master, on the other hand, sneered coldly. He flipped his palms, instantly summoning a surge of true energy that enveloped his entire arm. Bulletin Fang gave a light shout. After twisting his body, he flung out the golden walk once again. Humph! Mindless! Aren't you at the end of your tether? Seeing Bulletin Fang resort to the same old move, the venerable master couldn't help but stretch his mouth into a wider sneer. He watched as the golden iron walk flew his way and then thrust out a fist that was wrapped in swirls of true energy. This punch whammed the walk ferociously. The incredibly sturdy black turtle constellation walk weighed the venerable master down. His face darkened as the shield of true energy cloaking his arm suddenly burst open. However, the moment his fist came down, the black turtle constellation walk was sent flying back to where it came from. Hey, don't you want your talisman? Just as the black turtle constellation walk shot back through the air, a cool voice suddenly resounded and slipped into the venerable master's ears. The venerable master's pupils shrank, all his hair standing on their ends. He had just discovered that right behind the black turtle constellation walk was the soul congregation array arranged by all 5 jade talismans. It was heading his direction at an incredible speed. And it was also about to collide with the black turtle constellation walk he punched away. Damn it! No! The venerable master felt shivers down his spine. He bellowed and bolted toward the soul congregation array like a flash of lightning. He couldn't let anything happen to the soul congregation array. Whitey's figure immediately sprang up from the pile of rebels on the ground. Its purple eyes flickered and its cold, merciless blade slashed right at the venerable master. The venerable master's galloping body was intercepted. Whitey was a 9th grade puppet after all. Even if the venerable master could manage to suppress it, he couldn't easily withstand the pressure of its strike. The muscles on his body bulged as he unconsciously took a step back. This step threw him into the abyss of despair. This step forced him to watch helplessly as the soul congregation array clashed into the mountainous black turtle constellation walk. Bulletin Fang stretched open his eyes, suddenly feeling a thrilling stir inside. Crack! As crispy as ever was the sound of talisman array smashing onto the floor. Simple and straightforward. The fragile talisman array surely couldn't withstand even a single blow by something as heavy as the black turtle constellation walk. With just one collision, the array splintered and cracked until it completely burst apart. The dense, mystifying patterns that covered its surface also shattered. Buzz! A spiral of wind howled in the sky. What followed was a chorus of blood-curdling shrieks that made everyone's hair stand on end. That's the soul congregation array. An array that has absorbed hundreds of thousands of spiritual essences and phantom spirits. If it shatters, it'll release mobs of phantom spirits that will transform everything within a radius of 10 miles into a devil's village. The venerable master's face was filled with bewilderment and rage. He couldn't care less if everything within a 10 miles radius turned into a town of ghosts. However, it did pain him to lose the countless spiritual essence he had collected laboriously. The deprivation of so many spiritual essences and phantom spirits was a major blow to the Shura sect. Wretched wails reverberated through the entire imperial city. High up in the sky, black clouds began to roll in, engulfing the city into a world of darkness. Shadows after shadows of ghostly white phantom spirits soared out of the array. Emitting billows of grievance and bitterness, they glided through the sky. Bulletin Fang blanched slightly. He had never expected the array's destruction to bring about such a ghastly sight. The chubby elder from afar also wore a frosty expression. He already knew that the Shura sect intentionally initiated this war to accumulate spiritual essences and phantom spirits, and thus prepare for the sect's resurrection. Yet he had never imagined such a tiny magic array to be overflowing with this many spiritual essences. The Shura sect. was certainly heinous and despicable. He suddenly recalled that bloody massacre of the southern region by the hands of the Shura sect. The blood-haired Shura sect venerable howled disconcertedly and hurriedly extracted a grey orb from his pockets. The semi-divine tool. Departed soul orb. The chubby elder's eyes lit up as he let out a surprised squeal. With a flicker of the mind, the venerable master triggered the departed soul orb, which then began to faintly glow in a greyish shade. The magic array had perished, but he must try to salvage the escaped spiritual essences. The venerable master clenched his teeth and activated the departed soul orb. Miserable screeches filled the sky as the spiritual essences all flew toward the departed soul orb. However, a lazy bark suddenly echoed, resounding across the heavens. This woof was not loud at all. Yet this very bark prompted the sky full of phantom spirits to stop on their tracks. Their silhouettes, halfway into the departed soul orb, also froze. Perplexity filled the venerable master's face. His heart lurched as he peered toward the little store, only to see the plump black dog who was napping suddenly standing up on all fours. The fat on the dog's body swayed as he sauntered in elegantly. His doggy paws were agile and light, not making a sound as they tapped on the floor. What does this dog want? The venerable master widened his eyes, filled with bewilderment deep down. Could it be this dog here had some sort of capabilities? Bulletin Fang was equally puzzled. Was Blackie about to make a move? Wandering to the center of the small alleyway, Blackie tilted his doggy head and gazed at the spiritual essences and phantom spirits that covered the sky above. His jaws widened. Afterwards, he raised his doggy head and woofed. This melodious bark traveled for 1,000 miles, not fading anytime soon. The departed soul orb glimmered, suddenly losing its power to absorb the spiritual essences. The phantom spirits drifting in the sky formed the shape of a funnel and gushed into Blackie's jaws at an incredible speed. The winds whistled ferociously and the clouds changed colors. After a few inhales, the teeth-grinding, claws-waving phantom spirits all glided down Blackie's throat. The gloomy clouds dispersed, returning everything to its tranquil state. The bark finally stopped, and in replacement of it was a satisfying burp, much like one after a hearty meal. As expected, the taste of these spiritual essences and phantom spirits cannot compare with that of the delicious sweet and sour dragon meat ribs. A tender male voice rang in the air. Blackie stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He uttered these words as he gazed at the stupefied Shura sect venerable. Chapter 323, What kind of dog is this? A soft and tender male voice rang in the sky and shot through the entire area. What followed was a satisfying burp. Black. This burp was like a clap of thunder, startling the dumbfounded Shura sect venerable who was still hovering in the air. It was somewhat amusing that he looked as if he had just seen a ghost with his blood-red hair blowing against the wind, his mouth agape, and his hand clutching the glowing departed soul orb, completely struck dumb. What did he just witness? What? The countless wailing phantom spirits that filled the sky, were completely devoured by a dog. The Shura sect worked incredibly hard to wage a war and collect hundreds of thousands of spiritual essences through the soul congregation array, all to feed a dog. All they ended up with was a well-fed dog. Where did this dog even come from? Why would a dog consume spiritual essence instead of the standard pet food? Are you freaking kidding me? The venerable master felt like his heart was being torn apart. These were hundreds of thousands of spiritual essences, and were also the hope of the Shura sect's resurrection. Everything was now flushed down the drain? Gripping the departed soul orb, the venerable master was going ballistic. His livid bellow reverberated through the heavens. A surge of true energy fluctuated, prompting black waves of true energy to swell and explode madly out of the Shura sect venerable's body. At this point, the venerable master has completely lost it and was on the verge of going crazy. His terrifying force of true energy caused one's heart to tremble. The chubby elder was secretly delighted at the sorrowful state of the near-insane venerable master. Yet, even he couldn't help but shudder in fear when he felt the infinite amount of true energy bursting out of the venerable master. Black. Blackie burped yet again as he stretched open his doggy mouth. I'm serious, there's not even a taste in this spiritual essence. It is nowhere near as good as the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs. Blackie offered his honest opinion. Bulletin Fang could sense the venerable master sinking into a deep state of despair. You damned dog! Do you know what you swallowed? You just devoured the hope and future of my Shura sect. The venerable master's eyes flashed a dangerous shade of blood red. He put away the departed soul orb and shot Blackie, who stood by elegantly, a frosty glare. As strands of his blood-red hair fluttered through the air, a terrible intent to kill flared up. Blackie raised up his doggy head, and stuck out his doggy tongue. Then the so-called hope of the Shura sect still tastes a lot worse than sweet and sour ribs. Eat shit! The venerable master exploded into a fit of rage. His entire figure rattled mid-air as he instantly charged toward Blackie at a supersonic speed. Supreme Beast, heh? This must be the Supreme Beast hidden in this store. Even if you are a Supreme Beast, you must pay in blood for destroying the hopes of the Shura sect. Whatever you swallowed, spit it out. Roar! With a punch, a surge of true energy condensed into a gigantic black wolf. The wolf flashed its red eyes and materialized behind the venerable master. From afar, the chubby elder felt his heart drop. He could sense the terrifying aura contained in the venerable master's fist. If this thrust landed on him, his head would have probably been blown off. It cannot be stopped. Bulletin Fang watched the Shura sect venerable falling from the sky like a bloody bullet. He twitched the corners of his mouth. He was not worried about this plump dog's safety. Even though he hasn't seen through Blackie's capabilities yet, he still felt very much assured. Blackie stuck out his tongue and gracefully lifted up a delicate doggy paw. He waved his dark paw lightly at the Shura sect venerable. Afterward, the silhouette of a doggy paw appeared in the sky. Such doggy paw silhouette was not large. However, as it collided with the Shura sect venerable's wolf, it prompted a burst of forbidding force of energy and a thunderous rumble. The ear-splitting boom extended through the entire imperial city. On the city walls, Ji Chen-su and his crew turned toward the direction of the restaurant in terror. Was this the great battle between the Shura sect venerable and the little store's supreme beast? This energy wave was simply terrorizing. Right outside of the walls, Ji Chenjiu and Zhao Mushin wore long faces. As expected, Bulletin Fang's store was not that easy to tackle. But surely their supreme being venerable master couldn't lose to a dog, right? Waves of true energy flooded out of the venerable master's body. His blood-red hair fluttered against the whistling wind. A ferocious bloodthirsty expression flashed across his face. Yet when his punch crashed into the doggy paw, he discovered a wave of energy bouncing back at him. The force of this blast caused his heart to tremble. A sense of crisis instantly washed over him. Bang! Right before his eyes, the doggy paw clawed through his wolf silhouette punch. Next, it was heading straight for him. A bubble of true energy enveloped his body before the doggy paw landed on him. The venerable master's entire figure was sent flying backward, smearing across the sky in a graceful arc before finally crashing into the pavement. As he plunged down, everything around him was smashed into bits, leaving a ring of collapsed housing around his body. Hi! A trace puzzlement flickered across Blackie's doggy eyes. This one paw didn't finish him off? Looks like this fellow's combat capability is pretty good. A howl of wind brushed past as the venerable master returned to the sky. The true energy armor around his body has been badly shattered. His complexion was gloomier than ever before. A hint of panic and terror even flashed across his eyes. A beast at the final stages of the Supreme Beast level? Or one at the peak of Supreme level? A terrifying thought flashed across the venerable master's mind. The state of 9th grade Supreme Being reflected an exceptional echelon. Each smaller interval within this stage reflected a giant gap in capability. Take the chubby elder as an example, who was still at the initial stages of Supreme Being, and thus was easily subdued by the venerable master. If the dog before his eyes really had reached the later stages, or God forbid, the peak of spirit beasts, then it would be at a serious advantage this time. In fact, he'd have to take the defeat lying down. No, not possible. It cannot be a spirit beast in the last stages of the Supreme Beast echelon. This sort of spirit beasts have too much dignity to act as the doorkeeper of some little store. The venerable master calmed himself down and drew in a deep breath. He convinced himself that he was simply deceived by the looks of this dog. Not dead yet. A tender male voice rang in the air again. The venerable master's racing heart suddenly lurched, his pupils shrinking. Right before his eyes, the black dog standing elegantly on the floor was undergoing a metamorphosis. Its originally petite and dainty physique swelled up as if taking up the shape of a towering ocean wave. The deadly look in its eyes matched the erecting fur all over its body. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated as his doggy paw scratched the floor. The venerable master merely felt a spiral of wind blow up before a gigantic figure suddenly appeared right before him. The moment they locked eyes, the venerable master discovered the ruthless and merciless look reflected in his opponent's eyes. His heart trembled violently, as if he could sense his impending defeat. "No!" the venerable master roared lividly. As his blood-red hair glided against the air, he thrust a punch straight toward Blacka's giant head. Yet before he could even launch his strike, he was smashed down by the speedy dog paw. Still stupefied by all this, he plunged onto the pavement, making a deep indent in the ground. Boom! The colossal-sized Blacka landed on all fours, causing the floor beneath him to quake. The venerable master crawled out of the rubbles awkwardly, his will to fight completely sapped. This dog was too horrifying. Bang! With another smack of the doggy paw, the venerable master was sent flying back again almost as if a rubber ball bouncing between different buildings. The still dazed venerable master detected another round of force of pressure closing in on him. Again. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. His supreme being body was about to be squashed into a meat mash. He waved his hand and extracted pieces after pieces of jade talismans. He circulated the true energy within his body and hurled these jade talisman at Blacka. As they drifted in the air, these jade talisman all exploded, filling the sky with a spectacular show of fireworks. This was the second time Bullet Fang witnessed Blacka fighting like this. It was just as magnificent and sensational as the first time. The venerable master, being only a mid-level supreme being warrior, was completely dominated by Blacka. What kind of dog was Blacka? Bullet Fang was suddenly curious about Blacka's origins. The chubby elder hovering in the air was scared out of his wits. Blacka's instant outburst tyrannized the venerable master. This was something completely beyond his imagination. This devil of a dog had become frenzied and wild. Cough cough. The venerable master spat out mouthfuls of blood, his entire body about to burst apart. Unable to withstand the sequence of doggy paw strikes, he felt utterly powerless. He felt like this dog was simply toying with him. Played by a dog. Weak all over, he still crushed the last jade talisman in his hand. As soon as it was shattered, a distant will of sword was suddenly awakened, summoning a blood-red sword slash to converge. What crystallized was a monumental sword that filled the sky. This is the Shura sword. No, the Shura sword will. The chubby elder of the clear sky pagoda was pale with fear. The venerable master howled with laughter as he continued to cough up blood. He stared at the gigantic dog with a deadly expression. This will of sword was the cardinal Shura sect's sword will, and also the power of the Shura sect's semi-divine tool. This sword was strong enough to exterminate any supreme beings, even in their final stage. You damned dog! Die! The venerable master widened his eyes and bellowed. Blacka lifted up his doggy head and cast a cool glance at the Shura sect sword while levitating in the sky. Then, he flickered the guffawing venerable master a look. Noisy! Bam! The doggy claw swept over the chortling venerable master. Instead of flinging him backward, Blacka directly smashed him into smithereens. The Shura sect venerable, a supreme being warrior, had fallen. Chapter 324, The Bark That Shattered the Shura Sect Sword Will. The Shura sect venerable had perished, killed by the thwack of a doggy paw. The chubby elder gaped in astonishment, almost feeling his soul slip out of his body. He observed the battered venerable, still unable to believe in what his eyes saw. That was the Shura sect venerable, a mid-level supreme being, the ultimate backbone of the Shura sect, a man who tyrannized the entire southern region. How could such a warrior be slain by a random dog that nobody had ever heard of in the southern region? The almighty venerable master who had just owned his ass a minute ago was now crushed into pieces by a dog. How gruesome! Finally snapping out of it, the chubby elder cast a terrified look at the black dog. His entire body was trembling. The bloody fogs that had converged into a Shura sect sword will, still hanging in the sky, was nowhere as disturbing to the chubby elder than the black dog. What kind of trouble has the Shura sect gotten themselves into this time? The death of the venerable master was a ground-shattering incident for the Shura sect. No, it would shake up the entire southern region. Bullet Fang was also taken aback. He himself had never expected such a fearsome warrior to be easily beaten by Blacka. In fact, Blacka looked like he was simply swatting away a fly. Buzz! Another ring echoed in the air. Waves of energy suddenly began emitting from the location of the fallen Shura sect venerable. These ripples fluctuated violently, almost splitting through the air. A pale white streak of spiritual essence glided through the cracks. This was the phantom spirit of the Shura sect venerable. The phantom spirit wore a furious look. He screamed a muted shriek, his physique twisting grotesquely, his face savage and wild. A deep force of suction suddenly manifested from the pile of rebels. The greyish-white departed soul orb floated up, drawing the horrified venerable master's spiritual essence inwards. After a series of contortions, it was ultimately swallowed by the orb. With this, the venerable master was wholly, undoubtedly dead. Blood-red clouds tossed and turned, condensing into a blood-colored long sword. A richly concentrated energy sword hung in the sky. The Shura sect sword will, so red that it looked like it was dripping blood, pointed toward Blackie. It had become so swift and fierce and the entire pavement was about to be ripped apart. Outside of the imperial city, the blood guard, just tending to his injuries, immediately stretched open his eyes. He rushed out and stood before the army. Catching sight of the Shura sect sword will suspending in the sky far away, his pupils instantly shrank. A panic-stricken expression smeared over his face. Shura sect sword will? The venerable master was forced to summon the Shura sect sword will. The blood guard drew in a chilled breath, his heart thumping violently. Ji Chenjiu and Zhao Mushan felt goosebumps spreading across their bodies. Still sitting on their spirit horses, they subconsciously retreated a couple of steps backward. It looks like, the Shura sect venerable couldn't handle Bullet and Fang. In a gloomy iron tower inside the vast border city, the high priestess, with a mask on her face, fluttered open her eyelids. She felt her heart shiver, with a bad feeling churning in her stomach. She waved her hand casually, summoning numerous jade talisman to rise to the sky. She bent her slender fingers, doing some calculations in her heart. As she continued tallying things up, a trace of alarm deepened in the eyes under her mask. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, the jade talisman suddenly shattered. It burst open and showered the floor with bits and pieces. This! The high priestess got onto her feet. Her heart thudded strongly as she inhaled deep breaths. The venerable master has perished. Boom boom bang! A deafening crash indicated that something within the iron tower was stirring. The high priestess gazed at the thick iron gates behind her in a panic. A remote, thick force of energy surged through the iron gates. Ayat, who triggered my Shura sect sword will? Hi, this is the force of energy of the departed soul orb. A raspy voice travelled through the iron gates, one exhibiting an interrogative tone. The high priestess dared not to breath. She replied diffidently, perhaps the venerable master has fallen. After a moment of silence, the faint voice issued a response. I already know. The spirit sensor I placed on the departed soul orb was awakened. Blackie's doggy eyes gazed at the blood-red sword hanging from the sky. Though it was gigantic in size and heavy in pressure, it did not unnerve Blackie even one bit. Instead, he only found it rather entertaining. The Shura sect sword will. Who would have thought that one could catch sight of the Shura sect sword will in such a remote spot in the southern region? Though this will of sword appeared lifeless and badly fragmented, it was still the Shura sect sword will, something that did not belong in the southern region. Buzz! The blood-colored will of sword suspended high up in the sky, engulfing the imperial city residents with an overwhelming sense of strain. They felt as if all the blood running through their veins was about to be sucked clean and absorbed by the blood sword hanging overhead. This was as terrorizing as the devil descending upon them. The pale grey departed soul orb began to spin. Having swallowed the wailing phantom spirit of the venerable master, the orb instantly lit up. Just like that, the departed soul orb looked like it suddenly gained consciousness, gliding through the air smoothly. An enormous, greyish figure burst out of the departed soul orb, effectively blotting out the sky and bringing with it an unbearable sense of pressure. This force of pressure prompted the chubby elder to blanch. His entire face now as pale as a ghost. The Shura sect overlord. Duanling. The chubby elder gulped, his eyes filled with dread. This name was a nightmare to him. This was a name that dangled over the heads of all sphere of influences in the southern region. Could it be, he had already awakened? The titanic figure was positioned high above the masses, lowering his frosty eyes to scan the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on the enormous silhouette of Blackie. The two locked eyes high up in the sky. You slaughtered my Shura sect venerable? What a nerve! Thunder rumbled across the heavens as the giant silhouette casually waved its hand, instantly catching the blood sword hanging in the sky. The Shura sect sword will ruptured fiercely, overwhelming everyone in the imperial city. Awfully repressed by the force of pressure, their faces flushed red. Die, you will be buried alive with the venerable master. He waved his hands, prompting the gigantic blood sword to blare and swoop down on Blackie. Blackie twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a trace of disdain. He drew in a sharp breath and bellowed at the Shura sect sword will with a bark. Woof! This bark resounded through the entire city, hitting even the ears of Ji Chenjiu and his army. The startled horses under Ji Chenjiu and Zhao Mushan, hearing this bark, fell onto their knees. The two were thrown off their horses, distaste and fear smearing across their faces. Yet something even more horrifying happened. Amidst the bark, the forbidding blood sword hanging in the sky actually shattered into pieces, disintegrating into blood-colored particles and blown away by the wind. The towering silhouette suddenly shuddered and condensed into a small ball before converging in the departed soul orb. The orb, lit like dazzling stars in the night, shot across the horizon, firing toward a distant location. That speed had even exceeded the supersonic speed. Blackie halted his bark, sticking out his tongue to lick his lips, and humphed. His figure shrank back into his original doggy form, sluggish and plump. Blackie paid no attention to the departed soul orb that rolled away. For him, the tool was not even half as appealing as Bulletin Fang's sweet and sour ribs. Walking his signature catwalk, Blackie strutted back to the store. Bulletin Fang shot him a glimpse, as if he were staring at a monster. Blackie rolled his doggy eyes and hummed delightfully. Then, he lay before the entrance of the store and went back to his nap. It was like he could never get enough sleep. Bulletin Fang glanced at the now calm and still Blackie. He took in a breath and scanned the surrounding with his eyes. Everything nearby had already been obliterated into nothingness, including all the individual houses erected around the restaurant. The other buildings were also completely destroyed. It was as if a tiny section of the vast imperial city was completely wiped out, which was truly a ghastly sight. The chubby elder fell butt first onto the floor. His body was so numb that he could not feel the crushed stone under his butt. He could never look at Fang's little store the same ever again. A mysterious young chef, a 9th-grade puppet, and a freaking monstrous plump dog. This sphere of influence was, truly top-notch in the southern region. Blackie, still lying on the floor, suddenly twitched his nose. Then, he sluggishly fluttered open his eyelids and peered toward the distance. There was a chubby elder gaping back at him. Suddenly detecting the black dog's scrutiny, his entire body stiffened. He smiled weakly and got his ass out of there. Outside of the imperial city gates, the supreme being warrior of the 100,000 mountains returned, badly shaken. He brought back a shocking piece of news. The almighty Shura sect venerable, so powerful as to instill fear in everyone around him, had perished. In the process of hassling Fang's little store, he was slaughtered. This disturbing message caused Ji Chenjiu and Zhao Mushan to jump out of their skin. Chapter 325, I must have heard a piece of fake news. A flash of light rapidly glided across the sky with an astonishing speed, bringing with it an ear-piercing explosion that blasted everyone's eardrum. This streak of light dashed out from the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire. Without a moment of pause, it had already flashed past several cities. Every resident in the cities lifted up their heads in surprise to peer at the ray of light flashing across the sky. Amidst the heavily wooded mountains, a short-haired figure sprinted forward. Waves of true energy swirled around his body with the force of a ferocious dragon, extremely domineering. Without a warning, his bolting figure came to an abrupt halt. He lifted up his head and gazed at the sky only to see a streak of light flicker by. A trace of perplexity immediately flashed across his eyes. What is that? Seems like it flew out from the direction of the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire. The short-haired man frowned and thought to himself. He had charged, at full speed, to the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire all the way from Illusory Spirit Swamp because he received a disturbing message that the Shura sect demons had colluded with the rebels and was drawing nearer to the imperial city. There seemed to be a 9th-grade supreme being amongst those Shura sect demons. The Empire's army was simply no match for it. If he didn't get there soon, the entire city may be flattened by the enemy. Taking in a deep breath, he exerted his physical mantra once again and sprinted towards the imperial city. His body flashed across the heavens, causing a series of explosions to break out. Having reached the Supreme Being stage, he could fly at a supersonic speed. Both Ji Chenjiao's and Zhao Mushan's faces were filled with terror. Receiving the news that the Venerable Master had fallen, they were once again reminded of the horror of Fang Fang's little store. The memories of being humbly subdued back then in the store flooded their minds. Sure enough, their ominous presentiment of disaster was proved right. That damned store obviously survived, and more alarmingly, finished off a 9th grade Supreme Being of the Shura sect. So the Venerable Master is just gone. Zhao Mushan muttered dully. Though petrified, a small part of him still refused to accept this outcome. He yearned for sweet revenge on Bulletin Fang, who earlier had wounded him and driven him entirely out of the imperial city. He wanted Bulletin Fang to pay for all of his losses. He supposed that with the Shura sect Venerable stepping out, Bulletin Fang would surely have to beg for mercy this time. Yet the truth was always so cruel and felt like a slap across the face. The defeat this time had utterly shattered his will to further seek vengeance. Even a Supreme Being was exterminated in this store, so on what basis could he secure a win to save his face? Were it him confronting the Supreme Beast, he couldn't have possibly survived for more than a minute. Ha ha ha! Up on the walls, Ji Chensu was given the same piece of news. After the momentary shock at first, he couldn't help bursting into a merry laughter. His chortling lingered in the air, reverberating through the city gates, allowing everyone's facial expressions to relax accordingly. All the officials of the Lightwind Empire up on the walls sighed in relief as the nervousness on their faces faded away. Xiao Yu and Xiao Meng exchanged looks and discerned the sense of liberation in each other's eyes as if a great weight has been lifted from their shoulders. Xiao Meng's colorless complexion even appeared less ghastly. Yet the face of every soldier in Ji Chenjiao's army had now become as pale as a ghost. If the invulnerable Venerable Master was crushed, how could they ever conquer this imperial city? They came off as invincible in every previous battle, but largely owing to the assistance from the Venerable Master. Now that their indestructible supreme warrior had perished, could they still triumph on the battlefield? Without a second of hesitation, Ji Chenjiao immediately ordered the army to retreat. A loud splash. Ji Chenjiao's army down below backed off in an orderly fashion, fleeing from the Lightwind's imperial city. The 2 blood guards in Ji Chenjiao's troop were still dumbfounded. How can this be possible? How could the Venerable Master die? There was only a 9th grade puppet in the store. Even though the puppet was very strong, as a team the 2 of them could certainly rival it. The Venerable Master, with a cultivation at the intermediate stage of Supreme Being, should be able to subdue that puppet in a heartbeat. As for that black walk, no matter how special it was, a black walk flung by a 6th grade battle emperor could not be the cause of the Venerable Master's death. I must have heard a piece of fake news. The blood guard whose arm was broken roared and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face utterly ferocious. However, the reality just deprived them of the last shred of hope. The chubby elder of the Clear Sky Pagoda had returned while their Venerable Master didn't. This meant that this old man was telling the truth. Though it was not accurate to say Ji Chenjiao's army lost by a landslide, at this point, this statement certainly didn't seem like an exaggeration. Their morale was at its worst, with every dejected face revealing that they have collectively lost the will to fight. Obviously, the fall of the Venerable Master was a huge blow to their momentum. Ji Chensu did not follow up this victory with hot pursuit. This was mainly because he didn't have the means to do so. Even though Ji Chenjiao's army backed off, it wasn't the work of his troops. The opposition was intimated by owner Bulletin Fang, who didn't even make a public appearance. There were quite a few Shura sect warriors in Ji Chenjiao's army. Even if he pushed forward, it was unlikely for him to eliminate Ji Chenjiao's troop. If the enemy was cornered, and out of a desperate need to survive, began to act recklessly, Ji Chensu wouldn't be able to handle it. Be that as it may. Loud cheers echoed on the city walls as the crowd was celebrating this delightful victory. Of course, there was someone in the crowd who found himself in a rather awkward situation. That someone was the elder son of the godly temple of the Wildland. After all, it was him who had proposed to hand over Bulletin Fang, so as to buy time as they waited for the godly temple warrior to arrive. The judgmental looks that the folks in the crowd sent him made him pull a long face and humph coldly. Although the final outcome was beyond his expectations, he still stood by his earlier decision. He had absolute faith that the Supreme Being warrior of his godly temple of the Wildlands could swoop in and save the entire imperial city. Zhang Kong was still coughing up blood, though fortunately his injuries weren't as severe. His face also bore an expression of delight and amazement. The image of that giant black dog flashed across his mind. The scenes of the black dog slaughtering away countless warriors lingered in his head. It seemed like that black dog made a move again this time. Ji Chinsu led the troops away from the city gates. Instead of going back to the main hall, they headed toward Fang Fang's little store. Everyone drew in chilled breaths when they drew closer to the store. Their hearts trembled at the horrendous sight of flattened buildings and mounts of rebels. It must have been a violent and intense battle. Almost 1/3 of the imperial city was destroyed. Countless residential houses were devastated during this battle, reduced into piles of shattered rocks that scattered across the pavement. Many now homeless civilians recoiled in distant corners, trying desperately to find a place of refuge. Ji Chinsu's rush of joy from the victory instantly evaporated. A battle at this intensity was way beyond his imagination. If the imperial city was hit with a couple more of battles like this, it would face destruction even without the invasion of Ji Chinjiu's army. He instructed his men to aid and comfort the homeless population. Afterwards, he walked toward Bulletin Fang's store himself with a few more people following behind. Amongst the ruins, only Fang Fang Little's store remained untouched, still erected there in perfect condition. It looked like a miracle. In front of the entrance, a chubby black dog was curled on the ground, sound asleep. And a tall, slender figure was holding the door board to close. Xiao Xiaolong and Wiang Xiaoai walked out of the store, astonished at the scene before their eyes. Owner Bulletin, I cannot thank you enough for your help today. Were it not for you, the Lightwind Empire would be in grave danger. Upon seeing Bulletin Fang, Ji Chinsu hurried toward him in large strides. He cupped his hands and expressed his sincere gratitude. Behind Ji Chinsu, all the officials were astonished. They peered at Bulletin Fang as if he was some kind of monster. Though they were aware of this store's unparalleled capabilities, none had expected a supreme being to be slain here. That was simply terrifying. No need to thank me. That old man started it by making a scene. You know, this store does not take kindly to troublemakers. They always come to no good end. Bulletin Fang stopped whatever he was doing, turned his face toward Ji Chinsu, and stated calmly. Ji Chinsu nodded his head but continued to express his thanks to Bulletin Fang anyway. If it were not for this store, Ji Chinjiu's army, backed by a supreme being and 2 blood guards who were nearly at the supreme echelon, would be truly invincible. Although 1/3 of the imperial city was destroyed in this battle, it could still be restored and thus did not pose a huge issue. Bulletin Fang chatted a bit more with Ji Chinsu, ended their conversations, and then pulled shut his doors. Ji Chinsu and the others drew in a deep breath. Then they returned to the main halls. Without taking any breaks, Ji Chinsu immediately ordered for the reconstruction of the city. Even though they had survived this crisis, everyone in the imperial city was still in a state of anxiety. They needed to console the population to boost public morale. This was especially true for the more devastated areas, which called for extra help to rebuild infrastructure right away. Amidst the intense atmosphere of restoring and rebuilding, the supreme beings of the godly temple of the Wildlands and White Cloud Villa finally arrived at the imperial city. Elder Sun almost teared up when he saw the supreme being of the Gold Temple of the Wildlands. He finally had someone to back him up. Chapter 326, I'm not a fool. Why would I court death? The supreme being of the White Cloud Villa was a man with short hair. He wore a forbidding look on his face, his eyes flickering like electric sparks, seemingly filled with sharp fighting spirit. He was the chief general of the White Cloud Villa, Bai Zhan, a supreme being warrior. With an outstanding cultivation level, he was the biggest name in the White Cloud Villa, only second to the Villa Master. The other warrior, sent by the godly temple of the Wildlands, was a bald fellow. The skin over his entire body flushed a bronze color as if plated with copper. He exerted a formidable presence. Next to him stood a giant spirit bird, the wings of which were as sharp as blades as they emitted a chilling glow. It belonged to a powerful species of 8th-grade spirit beasts, the blade bird. The master of the godly temple was the bald man named Jin Kun. He had a strong, muscular physique and a superior cultivation level. 2 supreme beings had arrived in the imperial city of the Lightwind Empire. They were both a little confused, however. The intelligence they received mentioned how the Shura sex demons had colluded with Ji Chinjiu's army to attack the imperial city. Yet, there seemed to be no troops around here at all. The imperial city was also intact, showing no signs of the demolition they pictured in their heads. Could it be the intelligence was false? Still in a state of bafflement, the two were quickly welcomed into the main halls by Ji Chin-su. They were both supreme beings after all and certainly considered top elites throughout the entire southern region. Having witnessed the disastrous ruins around Fang Fang's little store, Ji Chin-su finally gained a renewed understanding of supreme being warriors. If anything, he learned that the entire city could be wiped out in a day with supreme beings engaged in the battles. Therefore, he dared not neglect or treat them coldly. Even though the imperial city had already survived the crisis, he was still joyful that two supreme beings offered their help. To ease their perplexity, Ji Chin-su explained everything that had happened earlier. He described to the two supreme beings who were here for reinforcement the Shura sect blood guards and venerable master. Bai Zhan, with a solemn face, arched his dense eyebrows and gazed at Ji Chin-su. Jin Kun, as the temple master of the godly temple of the wildlands, was not only here to support the Light Wind Empire. He also came to the imperial city to avenge the deaths of Xiada and Xiaoyu, warriors of his godly temple. But after hearing Ji Chin-su's recount, he couldn't help but gasp instead. You said that the supreme being of the Shura sect was slain here. Ji Kun, with his shining bald head, widened his eyes, his face in utter shock. He evidently knew the supreme being of the Shura sect. As the temple master of the godly temple, how could he be ignorant of the Shura sect's top warriors? That was a genuine supreme being, one in the middle stage of the supreme echelon. Even he himself couldn't guarantee a victory over the venerable master. Yet it was this very supreme being who had perished in a small, ordinary store in the imperial city of the Light Wind Empire. Was that little store really so mysterious? And that store seemed to be the very place where Xiaoyu and Xiada were slaughtered. Ji Chin-su said no more but smiled at Ji Kun and Bai Zhan, who were both still in a state of shock. He understood that this piece of news was hard to digest. Therefore, he didn't continue on this topic and arranged living arrangements for the two before he left. A pitch-black darkness enveloped the imperial city as grey clouds floated in the billowing wind. Two crescent moons could be vaguely seen through the clouds, much like the faces of two bashful young girls. The courtyard in which resided the White Cloud Villa warriors. Bai Zhan quietly peered at Zhang Kong, who stood in front of him with a pale face. After hearing Zhang Kong's report, his pacified state of mind was disturbed once more, his heart shaking like ripples through a pond. So you're saying, everything that the emperor told me is true? That little store had actually injured two blood guards and slain the Shura sect venerable. Bai Zhan knitted his dense eyebrows into a frown, drew in a chilled breath, and asked. Zhang Kong nodded his head with a wan smile. This was the third time that the chief general had inquired about this. Despite how inconceivable it seemed, it was alas, the truth. This store is unbelievable. When I just arrived at the imperial city, Miss Wu specifically asked me to look after this store. It seems now that her concerns were truly unnecessary, Bai Zhan remarked. Hearing Bai Zhan mention Wu Yunbei, Zhang Kong narrowed his eyes and queried, Chief General, Miss Wu should be on her way to the Grand Serpentine City now, right? Is it really safe for her to go meet the Serpentine Sovereign? Don't worry. Though the Serpentine Sovereign has an outstanding cultivation level in the Serpentine tribe, there are still rules to abide. No harm will come to Miss Wu. What needs more attention is this little store. Able to exterminate a supreme being warrior, this store must be a non-negligible power of influence in the southern region. Let's pay a visit to it together tomorrow. Sure, absolutely. I must see for myself what kind of special powers are possessed by a little store strong enough to slaughter the Shura sect venerable. The courtyard in which resided warriors from the godly temple of the wildlands. Elder Sun came to Jin Kun's side with an aggrieved face. He went on and on about something as the muscles on his face wrinkled into an ugly, dismayed expression. Jin Kun rested on his seat majestically. As he took in Elder Sun's words, his face became a shade darker. Humph. Way out of the line. Does this store think it can be reckless just because it managed to annihilate a Shura sect venerable? There is no way it can afford to fight with my godly temple of the wildlands. Having already killed two of the godly temple's warriors, and yet still here mocking at us, that store owner is heedless of the consequences. Jin Kun uttered coldly. He smacked on the table beside him with a burst of true energy, instantly turning that table into a pile of crushed powder. Elder Sun, observing the now fully enraged Jin Kun, immediately put on a face of indignation and proposed, Exactly, Temple Master. We shan't let it go. We must make that brat apologize to our godly temple of the wildlands. Let's go there tomorrow. I want to see what's so unique about the store. Temple Master, are you going to make a move? That brat needs a good beating. You can definitely make him beg for mercy on both knees. Elder Son exclaimed excitedly. Ji Kun shot a doubting glimpse at Elder Son and rolled his eyes. How stupid do you think I am? The Shura sect venerable was slaughtered on the spot for causing trouble there. I'm not a fool. Why would I go there to court death? Elder Son's delightful face instantly froze. What does that mean? But that's not what you just said? Where's all the talk about restoring the reputation of the godly temple of the wildlands? Tomorrow we go and check out the store first. Didn't you say that the store serves delicious food? Let's have a taste. There is a supreme beast in the store after all, one strong enough to slaughter a supreme being. We should deal with this with caution. Jin Kun looked bold and reckless on the outside, basically all muscles and no brains, but he was actually a very cautious fellow. Able to acquire the position of Temple Master, he was naturally no ordinary man. The godly temple of the wildlands was not all peaceful and relaxing. Instead, there was intense competition as the three internal branches contended with each other furiously. Ji Chenjiu's army retreated. The tense atmosphere in the imperial city immediately evaporated and restored to its usual state of tranquility. The post-battle reconstruction project was still ongoing. Ji Chensu directed plenty of manpower to rebuild the devastated areas. When Bulletin Fang pushed open his door in the morning, the first beams of sunshine shot down from the sky. The glaring gleams made Bulletin Fang somewhat lightheaded. The alleyway had effectively blocked out these rays of sunshine in the past, and so this amount of light was rarely seen. However, when he opened the shutters, only a vast, empty space hit his eyes. This gave him quite an odd feeling inside. The buildings around the store had been flattened to the ground, rendering the surrounding infrastructure into a land of ruins. Qian Bao, the owner of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant, was most distressed. His #1 restaurant of the Imperial City, seeing as it was located so close to Fang Fang's little store, had been completely destroyed in the battle. His heart was bleeding. That restaurant, the work of a lifetime, had been burned to the ground in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, there weren't any casualties in the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. As long as his crew was all right, he had faith in making a comeback someday. He had already found another place in the city and would soon begin to rebuild the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. As for the choice of location, the further away from Fang Fang's little store, the better. He didn't want another disaster like this. If history repeated itself, he would probably die of a serious heart attack. A fragrant portion of sweet and sour ribs was placed in front of Blackie. That chubby dog's eyes immediately lit up as he devoured the food in the porcelain bowl. Bulletin Fang pulled over a chair and laid himself down in front of the store. Watching the empty space before him, he became somehow pleasantly pacified. He wore a blank expression on his face as he thought about the temporary assignment involving the 10,000 bestial flames. Xiao Xiaolong, on the other hand, arrived at Bulletin Fang's store very early. He had begun training his cooking skills in the kitchen. Warm rays of sunshine fell on Bulletin Fang, wrapping around every inch of his body. The comfortable sensation made him want to take a nap. He gradually shut his eyes in a leisurely, relaxed manner. A series of footsteps suddenly echoed in the air. The creaking sound of feet trampling over the crushed stones on the pavement caused Bulletin Fang to open his eyes. A dozen or so figures appeared in front of the store, completely blocking the toasty sunlight. Chapter 327, The Startled Supreme Beings. The system introduced the 10,000 bestial flames as a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Its name alone gave the impression that it was something amazing. Bulletin Fang clearly understood how important the heaven and earth obsidian flame was. After all, without it, he couldn't utilize the heavy black turtle constellation walk. As a part of the God of Cooking set, the effects of the black turtle constellation walk were extremely amazing. The flavor of dishes prepared in this wok would certainly not let him down. Bulletin Fang lay dormant in his chair with a vacant look in his eyes. Suddenly, cracking sounds became audible. It was the sound of rocks being crushed underfoot by someone, which made evident their approach. Several people came over and stood before him, blocking the warm sun rays from reaching him. Bulletin Fang was jolted out of his reverie, and his pupils slightly contracted. Bulletin Fang looked at the four people before him. They weren't strangers to him. In fact, he was somewhat familiar with them. Elder Sun looked at Bulletin Fang awkwardly, and he had no words to say. Just a moment ago, blinded by hubris, he spouted multiple insults and ordered Bulletin Fang to hand over the object that was sought after by the Shura sect. Back then, he had assumed that the Shura sect would easily crush Bulletin Fang if he confronted them. Who would have expected the outcome to be the complete opposite of what he thought? It wasn't Bulletin Fang who got crushed, but the damned Shura sect, instead. When Zhang Kong saw Bulletin Fang once again, his heart was filled with complex emotions. He had always feared this little store, and from the moment he witnessed that horrifying scene of slaughter, he understood how terrifying the store was. The existences at this store, whether it was the 9th grade puppet or that harmless-looking plump dog which was actually a supreme beast, were not the ones that someone like him could afford to offend. That plump dog was an expert who excelled at feigning weakness in order to bait its enemies. Who would have expected the fat watchdog to actually be one of those supreme beasts whose name struck terror in the hearts of everyone anywhere it was mentioned? Moreover, it was a supreme beast even capable of killing a supreme being of the Shura sect. As Jin Kun stood before Bulletin Fang, his shiny bald head appeared more dazzling when the sunlight reflected off it. Bai Zhan took a deep breath and looked at Bulletin Fang. This youth who had a fair skin and wasn't too robust or too thin had the cultivation level of a battle emperor, and although reaching such a level at his age could be considered a good achievement, having already surpassed many disciples of the White Cloud Villa, it wasn't really that amazing. Such a youth, who wasn't exceptionally talented, was unexpectedly the owner of this store, which would soon become renowned throughout the entire southern region. Since they had managed to kill a venerable of the Shura sect, their name would surely spread throughout the southern region. After all, a venerable of the Shura sect was one of the peak experts of the region. The news of the death of such an expert would definitely shock them. Bulletin Fang stood up from his seat. He hadn't expected anyone to come for a meal today. After all, because of the battle which occurred yesterday, the store was currently in an awful state, and its surroundings had degraded into ruins. All the bigwigs presently in the capital were now scared to come to the store. However, that little girl, Wang Xiaoi, still came over cheerfully. As one of the store's old personnel, Xiaoi was clear about how powerful was the store, and she was already accustomed to such matters. Therefore, she remained calm and composed as she proceeded with her usual routine. "If you want to have a meal, then please come in," Bulletin Fang calmly said and went into the store. Jin Kun and Bai Zhan glanced at each other before following Bulletin Fang into the store. When they entered the store, they were greeted with a scenery that was quite different from the one outside. Its ambience made them feel comfortable and warmed their hearts. Inside the store, the air was thick with the rich fragrance wafting from various dishes, making Jin Kun and Bai Zhan raise their brows slightly. "Well? Is this a 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree?" Bai Zhan quickly discovered the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree placed in a corner of the store. After the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree bloomed for the first time, it quietened down and, for a long time, there hadn't any considerable changes to it. It no longer emitted path understanding notes, and this made Bulletin Fang assume that it had been killed by the dragon blood rice soup which he fed it. As expected from the store which was capable of killing the Shura sect's venerable, their wealth truly is inconceivable. The 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree is one of the rarest treasures in the southern region, thus, it's extremely precious. Bai Zhan's thick eyebrows scrunched up as he exclaimed. Jin Kun clicked his tongue as he also expressed his admiration. A 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree wasn't something precious for those at their level, but as a spiritual tree which could help a 7th grade battle saint advance to the 8th grade, it was still extremely precious. It was extremely important and valuable for a faction. Normal factions would have no way of acquiring it, and yet in this store, the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree was part of the decor in this store, where meals were served to customers. The menu is behind you. Take a look at it, and when you decide what you want to eat, inform that little lassie, Bulletin Fang said as he gazed at the 4 of them. He also pointed at Wang Xiaoi, who was staring at them, before he leisurely walked back to his chair and lay back down on it. They looked for a table, sat down, and turned to take a look at the menu behind them. When they saw it, their eyes widened. Is this truly a restaurant? Its prices are slightly exaggerated. Bai Zhan's thick brows furrowed as he muttered. As a 9th grade supreme being, he definitely didn't lack crystals, but he wouldn't be resigned to being cheated. Great Commander, you may not know this, but the store's prices have always been like this. This is because owner Bulletin's dishes are worth such prices, said Zhang Kong. He had frequented this store several times already, so he clearly understood the flavor of the dishes served at this store, therefore, he conveniently introduced and described the dishes to them. However, he hadn't tasted every dish served in the store, so there were some he couldn't introduce. Hey. I stepped into the realm of Supreme Being a long time ago, and after that, I no longer cared to eat the mundane world's dishes, but this time, I'll definitely eat to my heart's content. Jin Kun slapped the table as he laughed heartily. However, his laughter quickly died down. He had exerted some strength into that slap and expected to leave a mark on the table. However, he discovered that after he slapped it, not even the slightest mark was evident on the table. What the hell? Bulletin Fang, who was lying on his chair, suddenly turned his head and looked at the bald Jin Kun. Do you want to cause trouble? Bulletin Fang asked expressionlessly. Jin Kun stared back and narrowed his eyes, but he said nothing, only snorting in apprehension. This store was truly interesting. Although he hadn't put any true energy into that slap, he was still a Supreme Being expert, and if he slapped an ordinary table, it would instantly turn into powder. However, unexpectedly, he had been unable to leave even a single mark on the table. Since you didn't come to cause trouble, then quickly order your dishes. As it didn't look like they intended to cause any trouble, the corners of Bulletin Fang's lip curled up, and he continued lying there. The warm sunlight exuded a calm ambience. Bai Zhan's thick eyebrows were scrunched upward as he gestured toward Wiang Xiaoi, who stood far away, with a wave, bidding her to come over. Wiang Xiaoi came over, blinked her big eyes as she looked at them, and asked, "What do you want to order?" Unexpectedly, this girl was a 5th grade battle king. Bai Zhan originally didn't care much for the lassie, but when he sensed the aura emitted by Wiang Xiaoi's body, his heart suddenly shuddered. How old was this girl? Yet, she's already a 5th grade battle king. This talent was truly terrifying. Moreover, such a genius was only working as a waitress in a restaurant. It was truly wasteful. Uncle, order some dishes. After being glared at by Bai Zhan for a long while, Wiang Xiaoi became quite displeased, so she coldly snorted and urged him. Zhang Kong was unable to bear the lassie's impatient gaze, so he used his elbow to nudge Bai Zhan, jolting the latter from his reverie. Although he was slightly embarrassed, Bai Zhan continued to regard Wiang Xiaoi with a scorching gaze. If he was able to take in such a genius as his disciple, then the land of southern region would gain another Supreme Being before long. However, he decided not to rush such matters, and instead wait until he finished his meal before he mentioned it. Jin Kun also recognized Wiang Xiaoi's talent, but he had no interest in her. After all, the disciples of the ferocious Divine Hall cultivated their fleshly bodies, and this path wouldn't suit her. Give me a plate of every dish. Also, what is this Frost Blaze Path Understanding brew? Why is it so expensive? Bai Zhan eventually ordered all the dishes available, after mulling over the menu for a long time. As expected of a rich and imposing Supreme Being. Bulletin Fang, who was enjoying his moment of peace, twitched his ears when he heard them. This guy had ordered all the dishes, this was big business, and Bulletin Fang was quite pleased, making him turn his head to look over. Jin Kun licked his lips, laughed in an imposing manner and said, "I don't like common bland dishes. If you have any dishes with intense flavors, serve them." Wiang Xiaoi blanked out for a while when she heard his request. It was the first time she had encountered a customer who requested a dish with an intense flavor. You want something with an intense flavor, then it must be something spicy. While Wiang Xiaoi was still lost in silent puzzlement over the order, Bulletin Fang came over and asked. Indeed. I want something spicy, and if it isn't spicy enough, it won't please me. I heard that the dishes served in the store are delicious, so if you aren't able to serve a dish which satisfies one of your customers, then the reputation of your store will be damaged, Jin Kun said to Bulletin Fang with a faint smile. It was as though he sought to provoke Bulletin Fang. Every expert from the wildlands was fond of spicy food, especially those from the ferocious Divine Hall because they had heavier tastes. In the face of Jin Kun's provocation, Bulletin Fang remained expressionless. He only gazed at Jin Kun before he turned around and walked away. Bulletin Fang stopped to pat Wiang Xiaoi's head before he went into the kitchen. Xiaoi's eyes immediately brightened. Would owner Bulletin personally cook this time? Snort, That bald head dared to provoke Owner Bulletin. Owner Bulletin will definitely shame him, all the bald head has to do is wait for it. After all, the sophistry of Owner Bulletin's culinary arts wasn't something that normal people could imagine. However, she couldn't imagine what kind of spicy dish Owner Bulletin would prepare. Mapo tofu? It was feasible, but the mapo tofu wasn't just spicy, it was sweet too. When he entered the kitchen, Bulletin Fang permitted the taciturn Xiao Xiaolong to stop his training. These days, Xiao Zilong's complexion didn't look good. As Xiao Meng had been heavily injured, it was understandable that he would be in such a bad mood. However, despite this, Xiao Xiaolong still diligently came to the store and persisted in his practice, which made Bulletin Fang quite satisfied with him. It was a pity that he couldn't help with Xiao Meng's injuries. Come here and assist me. I will cook all the dishes, so observe it carefully. This is a rare opportunity for you to learn. Bulletin Fang gazed at Xiao Xiaolong and earnestly said. Xiao Zilong's eyes brightened and he nodded. He understood that Bulletin Fang wanted to teach and guide him. Bulletin Fang turned around and faced his stove. Green smoke curled around his hand, and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in it. Chapter 328, A Spoon of the Abyssal Chili Sauce. Bulletin Fang gripped the dragon bone kitchen knife and twirled it in his hands. He picked up some ingredients and placed them on the stove, then began to process them. Xiao Xiaolong began methodically cooking on his stove. As he had trained for a long time and garnered experience, he was already quite familiar with cooking several dishes, and when he cooked them, their flavors rivaled the ones Bulletin Fang made when he just started cooking. Bulletin Fang's pace never faltered, and his skills were quite terrifying. His cutting prowess, carving prowess, and knowledge of dishes had all experienced a great leap in comparison to the skills that he had when he just started his business. He was steadily progressing toward his goal to become the god of cooking who stood atop the food chain of this fantasy world. He lit the stove and began warming the pan, and in only a short while, thick steam and rich aromas clouded the entire kitchen. Bulletin Fang, who was cooking the dishes ordered by Bai Zhan, only prepared the dishes which were difficult to make. As for dishes like egg fried rice and sweet and sour ribs, Bulletin Fang left them for Xiao Xiaolong. After all, it would be much faster if they both cooked than if only he made the dishes. Each time Bulletin Fang prepared a dish, he would put it on the window, and Wang Xiaoi would take it and serve it to Bai Zhan. The rich aroma seemed to possess a physical form as it revolved around the dishes before dissipating, leaving one's eyes watery. Xiao Xiaolong also put his finished dishes on the window, and they were all served by Xiaoi. As the number of completed dishes increased, the aroma enveloping the store became so rich, it seemed like it would burst out of the store and permeate the area within 10 miles of the store. Bai Zhan looked at all dishes being served with astonishment. They all looked good and smelled even better, and although he was a supreme being, he couldn't help but lick his lips unconsciously as he picked up his chopsticks. He picked up a piece of red braised meat which emitted streams of steam, and its luster was rosy, as though it was glowing brightly. As the chopsticks gripped it, a tiny amount of oil burst out from within it. Its enticing fragrance prompted Bai Zhan to stuff the piece of red braised meat into his mouth. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't greasy and melted in his mouth upon contact with his tongue. It was tender and soft, and with a slurping sound, he swallowed it into his stomach. Even after he had swallowed, the rich taste still coated his taste buds. The experience, and its succeeding sensation, which was comfortable and beautiful, was unprecedented for him. As he exhaled lightly, Bai Zhan was quite pleased. He never imagined that a meal could be this delicious, and prior to this experience, he only considered food something to fill his stomach with. When he reached the Supreme Being realm, Bai Zhan completely abstained from eating, and if he wanted to fill his stomach, he would simply drink an elixir. In the years after his advancement, Bai Zhan only focused on his cultivation and didn't have a proper understanding of food. As soon as he began eating the delicacies prepared by Bulletin Fang, his entire being became completely immersed in it. Zhang Kong, who sat beside him, couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched Bai Zhan gorge the dishes as if he was the reincarnation of a starved ghost. "Great Commander, you should pay attention not to damage our White Cloud Villa's image." Jin Kun stroked his beard in astonishment as he watched Bai Zhan wolfing down food. Was the dish that delicious? Although the fragrance in the air could easily tempt anyone, in his eyes, Jin Kun still considered it bland. In only a short while, all the dishes ordered by Bai Zhan had been served, and even the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew was amongst them. After Bai Zhan swallowed a mouthful of the frost blaze path understanding brew, his eyes became rounder, and his face became rosy as he burped comfortably. Good, it's a good wine. As the great commander of the White Cloud Villa, Bai Zhan had tasted all sorts of delicacies, yet he still considered wine the most essential, because as a cultivator of swords, there were several sword intents that he would be unable to comprehend if he didn't have wine. However, he had never tasted any wine that was as excellent as this one. It was as though ice and fire battled and caused a commotion in his stomach, which made him feel all the pores on his body open up. The delicacies at Bullet & Fang's little store were truly extraordinary. The last dish that was served was the premium Wok of Fortunes. Bullet & Fang carried a small pot with him from the kitchen and placed it on their table. Not only did the appearance of the premium Wok of Fortunes shock both Bai Zhan and Jin Kun, it also piqued their curiosity. When they saw the pot, they suddenly realized that the pleasant experience they gained from today's dishes was more than the experience they had gained from all the dishes they had ever eaten combined, till Bullet & Fang's. It was rare to witness someone directly wolf down a dish that was still in its pot. As he watched Bai Zhan cheerfully eat his dishes, Jin Kun began to itch for his own dishes. When will you serve my dish? I'm already quite impatient, Jin Kun looked at Bullet & Fang and said. Bullet & Fang glanced at him and calmly replied, impatient men won't get to eat a good, hot tofu. Once he'd said that, Bullet & Fang turned around and returned to the kitchen. He planned to begin cooking the intensely spicy dish that Jin Kun ordered. But what kind of dish would produce such an intense flavor? Bullet & Fang pondered for a while before he made a decision. Splash! He took out a big piece of fresh tofu and twirled the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hands, using his extremely gorgeous cutting technique to dice it into multiple smaller pieces. These smaller pieces of tofu seemed elastic and jiggled slightly as they were tossed into a bowl. A dish with an intense flavor. It's a good opportunity to try out that dish. Bullet & Fang muttered before he ignited the stove and started warming the pan. He took a piece of the wandering dragon cow's meat and chopped it into minced meat. He also cut the lightning demonic garlic, which the system had provided, into small pieces. This lightning demonic garlic was a type of spiritual medicine, albeit of a low grade. When he was done, a spicy aroma shrouded the entire kitchen. Bullet & Fang narrowed his eyes when he noticed small sparks of lightning flickering on the chopped pieces of lightning demonic garlic. After he washed the small pieces of tofu with the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water, they jiggled even more as if they were lively little spirits. Sizzle! He poured the lightning demonic garlic's pieces and the wandering dragon cow's minced meat into a pan and began to stir-fry them. A strong and rich fragrance of meat and garlic began wafting out. Xiao Xiaolong widened his eyes as he observed Bullet & Fang cooking. It seems like he's cooking mapo tofu, thought Xiao Xiaolong. He had once tasted Bullet & Fang's mapo tofu, and its flavor was truly intense. However, if Bullet & Fang only intended to prepare mapo tofu, then it wouldn't be intense enough. Bullet & Fang cut a piece of scarlet chili into pieces and tipped it into the pan. He continued stir-frying and soon, its aroma combined with the rich fragrance already permeating the kitchen. Bullet & Fang proceeded to tip the jiggling pieces of mapo tofu, which had been washed with Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water, into the pan as well. While stir-frying tofu, other chefs would need to exhibit extreme prudence and caution, but this was unnecessary for Bullet & Fang. He shook the pan as if he bore great hatred and enmity against the tofu, and as he watched the scene, the corners of Xiao Zilong's mouth couldn't help twitching. Bullet & Fang's control over his true energy had reached a level beyond Xiao Zilong's imagination. As he stir-fried, his true energy covered the pan, and he was able to notice all changes in the tofu, thus, he was able to prevent the tofu from breaking apart, while the flavor from the other ingredients seeped into it. He poured some rich juice into the pan, which immediately caused the dish's spicy fragrance to thicken. When Xiao Xiaolong perceived the reinforced fragrance, he frowned. Although it was spicy, the spiciness wasn't intense. After all, the mapo tofu was an ingredient which was both spicy and sweet. Spiciness was not its strong suit. After Jin Kun, who sat on the store, smelt this fragrance, he revealed a slight strange smile. This aroma is definitely not intense, owner Bulletin. Is this all you've got? If you can't satisfy me, this means that this store has an undeserved reputation. Jin Kun laughed as he sat comfortably on his chair. Crunch! Crunch! However, Jin Kun had just started laughing when the sound of Bai Zhan gorging food reached his ears. His face stiffened, and he snorted before turning to face somewhere else. When Bulletin Fang lifted the lid off the pan, thick steam immediately rushed out from within it and revolved in the air, as if it were a white dragon. The countless pieces of tofu jiggled actively within the pan, and their rosy sheen could easily attract any customer's attention. Its spicy aroma alone was enough to completely captivate many. "This dish is called the lightning mapo tofu," Bulletin Fang calmly said. When Xiao Xiaolong heard this, he was taken aback. It turned out that Bulletin Fang wasn't making ordinary tofu, after all. However, what are the differences between the two? Xiaolong pondered as he gazed at the mapo tofu, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He had just discovered that flashes of red lightning occasionally flickered between the mapo tofu. The dish truly contained lightning. Suddenly, he discovered a small jar in owner Bulletin's hands. The small jar was completely red and had a weird design depicted on it, which could cause others to tremble when they saw it. "Owner Bulletin, what is this? Didn't he request for a dish with an intense flavor? Therefore, how could we ever forget about this? Chili sauce." Bulletin Fang played with the jar in his hand as the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Chili sauce." Xiao Xiaolong was slightly stupefied. "This is called abyssal chili sauce, and it's definitely intense. Until today, I have only used one drop of it," Bulletin Fang said. He picked up a big spoon, scooped a spoonful of abyssal chili sauce from the jar, and poured it on the mapo tofu. The chili sauce, which was completely red, possessed a very rich fragrance. After he poured it above the mapo tofu, the abyssal chili sauce melted immediately and seeped into the tofu. The abyssal chili sauce, a drop of it would set one's mouth on fire, a spoon of it would take the meaning of one's life away from them, and a jar of it would let one immediately ascend to heaven. Chapter 329, The Supreme Being Who Wept Because of a Spicy Dish. The abyssal chili sauce was made from meticulously chosen pieces of scarlet-facing heaven pepper of the abyss, and it was nurtured daily by the essence produced by the abyssal devils, so its spiciness was extremely terrifying. The abyssal land was gloomy, moist, and cold, and that was why the abyssal devils were quite fond of the abyssal chili sauce. When they swallowed a mouthful of it, they would feel as though flames had combusted within them, which warmed their bodies. Therefore, it was one of the most essential delicacies for the abyssal devils. However, naturally, the abyssal devils also suffered from the abyssal chili sauce's scary spiciness. Xiao Xiaolong watched in astonishment as Bulletin Fang, whose lips had curled up, leisurely filled a big spoon with the abyssal chili sauce and poured it above the lightning mapo tofu. "Is this really okay?" He could recall the time when Bulletin Fang used one drop of it, and although a long time had passed since then, he recalled that a single drop was enough to torment that person. However, this time, it was a big spoon filled to the brim. "Owner Bulletin, do you want to murder him?" Xiao Xiaolong felt aggrieved for the person who had ordered the dish. Why did he have to be so pretentious? He had proclaimed his demand for an intense dish, and now, this dish would be really intense. If this dish wasn't intense, then Xiao Xiaolong wouldn't protest being beaten up. Bulletin Fang took a porcelain bowl and filled it with lightning mapo tofu. The dish's rooty texture was gorgeous, and the little arcs of lightning flickering between it seemed like gorgeous spirits, wielding an unparalleled beauty. "It is quite good." Bulletin Fang was quite satisfied with this dish. He moved his nose closer to the lightning mapo tofu and inhaled slightly. His brows quickly furrowed as he felt his nose become slightly sour. Bulletin Fang grabbed the bowl filled with this special mapo tofu and went out of the kitchen. When he saw Bulletin Fang leaving, Xiao Xiaolong pondered for a bit and decided to follow him. He felt an extreme interest in the scene that was about to unfold, and it would be a pity if he missed it. Jin Kun narrowed his eyes when he saw a thin figure leisurely walk out of the kitchen. It looked like the slender figure held a porcelain bowl in his hands, which emitted strong gushes of steam. He came. Jin Kun immediately sat up straight and focused. "Aren't you too proud of your dishes? I will make you question and doubt your whole life by criticizing this dish." The porcelain bowl, which exuded thick steam, was placed in front of Jin Kun. This dish fragrance was rich, and its aroma quickly wafted around the store, along with its steam. Even Bai Zhan was attracted to this dish. He stopped eating and looked at Jin Kun. His eyes immediately brightened. Zhang Kong unconsciously stood up as he gazed at the dish that Bulletin Fang prepared for Jin Kun. Cultivators from the wildlands were all fond of spicy food. Their personalities were wild and unrestrained, and so was their taste. From the dishes that Bullet Fang had prepared for him, it was obvious that he didn't specialize in making dishes with intense flavors, so Zhang Kong was quite curious to see if this dish could satisfy Jin Kun. As he stared at the dish in front of him, Jin Kun's eyes widened. Its ruddy luster pleased the eyes, and as he looked at the arc of lighting flickering between the mapo tofu, Jin Kun felt all his pores slightly open up. As he took a deep breath and perceived the aroma surging out of the dish, his eyes widened even more. It's really a spicy dish, and from its aroma, it is obvious that its spiciness is not intense. This is the lightning mapo tofu. It's a mapo tofu that has been prepared in a unique way, and it's extremely spicy and intense. Bullet Fang introduced the dish to him. After he was done with the introduction, Bullet Fang stared at Jin Kun in a composed manner, hinting at him to have a taste. Elder Son, who was sitting beside Jin Kun, swallowed his saliva with a slurping sound. Hey, you are not the one who decides if this dish is intense or not, it's me. Jin Kun sneered as he picked up the porcelain spoon which lay beside the bowl. He took another whiff of the tofu's aroma, before scooping up a spoonful of it. When he scooped up the tofu, the spoon left a trail of red juice behind, wherein lightning was slightly flickering. While watching the scene, the look of excitement on Bullet Fang's face became more apparent. He drew a stool close to Jin Kun, sat on it and stared fixedly at him. Jin Kun slowly raised the spoon filled with tofu, which was so scarlet that it resembled scorching flames, into his mouth. The lightning, which would seemingly only numb his mouth, made his entire body tremble instead. When he swallowed it, Jin Kun first felt its softness. The pieces of tofu were so soft and tender that they easily melted from the slightest bite. Soon, his mouth was filled with the tofu's rich fragrance. Subsequently, he felt the numbness brought about by the lightning, which made him feel like his body had been immersed in a pool of lightning. The numbness was swiftly followed by a scalding sensation. As a supreme being, getting scalded by a dish was an inconceivable matter for him. However, the scalding sensation wasn't real. It was just an illusion that had been created after Bullet Fang infused his true energy into the dish. After all, with his supreme being cultivation, even if he was being burned by flames, Jin Kun wouldn't felt the heat at all. Therefore, when Jin Kun felt that scalding pain, he also felt a rich and boundless true energy intertwining in his mouth. After that, the succeeding sensation slowly overwhelmed his sense of taste. Elder Son, who had been observing Jin Kun attentively, was astonished to see him enjoying this. After all, he clearly understood how heavy the taste buds of the ferocious Divine Hall's palace master was. Bai Zhan had also been paying attention to Jin Kun, and when he noticed the latter seemingly enjoying his meal, he couldn't help but desire a mouthful of Jin Kun's dish. All of a sudden, while he was leisurely chewing, Jin Kun's complexion stiffened, and he quickly opened his eyes and glared at Bullet Fang. An overwhelming spiciness engulfed his taste bud, leaving him feeling as though he were eating boiling lava. Immediately, his body became completely red. However, due to Jin Kun's natural skin tone, ordinary people wouldn't see it as a big deal if his skin became red. Several seconds later, beads of sweat began to drip down his head. Jin Kun swallowed another mouthful of tofu and felt like a fire had started in his throat, as the food slid down into his belly. Ah! Jin Kun could no longer resist the impulse to let out light groans, as his nostrils contracted and emitted thick streams of smoke. Sir, how does it taste? Is the dish's spiciness intense or not? Elder Son, who had noticed Jin Kun's strangeness, felt apprehensive and asked hesitantly. At that moment, Jin Kun's brain felt stiff, and he strenuously turned and glared at Elder Son. He pouted his lips, and his bald head seemed to more resplendent. If you want to find out, then you should take several mouthfuls of it. You can't properly savor the taste with just one mouthful, so the more you eat, the more intense the flavor will be. Believe me, if you still don't find it spicy by then, you can beat me up as you like, Bullet Fang replied earnestly. Phew! As he glared at Bullet Fang, Jin Kun's widened nostrils spouted more smoke. This flavor isn't intense, then. I will eat. Jin Kun pounded the table, as sweat dripped from him like rain, and he scooped another spoonful of the lightning mapo tofu. The lightning flickering within this spoonful caused his heart to tremble. After he stuffed it into his mouth, the spiciness seemed to reach a new degree, akin to Herculean waves of lava crashing against each other. Ah! Jin Kun blinked non-stop as his face became very unsightly. It is both scalding and spicy, how is it possible for such a flavor to exist in this world? Even the bursting pepper of the wildlands couldn't rival this dish. In fact, it was completely lacking in comparison to this dish. How is it? Sir, is it still not intense? Elder son excitedly asked Jin Kun. If its flavor wasn't intense enough, then they could viciously shame the insufferably arrogant Bulletin Fang. However, Jin Kun didn't reply to him. Bai Zhan licked his lip and grinned. It was already obvious that the taste was quite intense. Jin Kun's complexion had long since turned ashen. What's wrong? If it isn't intense, then you should try another mouthful of it. Bulletin Fang continued urging. Jin Kun completely ignored Bulletin Fang and continued shaking his head. What the hell is this dish? Elder son glanced at Bulletin Fang, and then at the abyssal chili sauce in the porcelain bowl. He took in a deep breath, scooped one spoonful of the tofu and ate it. Bulletin Fang looked at him in astonishment, and a trace of sympathy appeared within his gaze. The quantity of sauce that he had put in it was specifically for a supreme being. As soon as Elder Son swallowed the mapo tofu, the initial look of enjoyment that had appeared on Jin Kun's face was nowhere to be seen on his. He stiffened completely, and the porcelain spoon fell on the table with a resounding thump. He felt like he had just stripped off his clothes and jumped into a pool of magma. He could feel the spiciness permeate his entire body. It was overwhelming to the point that it had begun distorting his view of the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration if one of the spectators were to proclaim that Elder Son's 7 orifices were emitting thick smoke, as his expression remained unsightly. From red, his face became scarlet, and then gradually began turning purple. Cough, cough. After he swallowed the mapo tofu, he quickly lay on the table and coughed severely, with his hand grasping his throat as though it was about to spout fire out of it. Water! His hoarse echoed out amidst the unceasing coughs. At that moment, the elder son really wanted to slap himself. Why had he poked his nose into this? He already considered whether he'd end up getting killed by the intense spiciness. If that really happened, not only would he become the 8th grade war god who died the most miserable death, he would also become renowned as the first 8th grade war god who got killed by spicy food. As Jin Kun's bald head glowed even brighter, he twitched his nose and took a deep breath. His eyes then turned slightly moist, and tears dripped down to his cheeks. The heat emitted by his cheeks made the tears seem like they'd evaporate any second. Bai Zhan and Zhang Kong regarded the scene with dumbfounded expressions. A solemn supreme being from the ferocious divine hall, who wouldn't shed a single drop of tear even if he was being chopped by blades, had unexpectedly burst into tears. What kind of dish did that porcelain bowl contain? A dish which made a supreme being weep. This was perhaps something only Bulletin Fang could achieve. Jin Kun's face was filled with grief. Hadn't his loose mouth gotten him into this situation? Is the dish spicy enough or not? Is its spiciness intense enough or not? The sensation was so overwhelming that he began to doubt this world, and he even wondered if he was living within an illusion or not. Jin Kun opened his mouth and waved his hand as he wanted to say something, but his throat was being scorched from within, as if it contained flames, so he wasn't able to utter a single word. His tears dripped down without stop. He craved for water. He wanted to drink a large quantity of water, as his tears were doing little to moisten his swollen lips. Upon witnessing such a scene, the corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched, and he didn't know if he should laugh or cry. If the customer had something to say, then he should say it directly, there was no need to burst into tears. Chapter 330, Can You Defeat Black A? Elder Son knelt on the ground as he grasped at his throat. He felt as though he was about to sprout fire from it. His mind slowly became confused and the world gradually appeared to be more gloomy in his eyes. Where am I? Where do I want to go? What am I going to do? Why are my lips so swollen? Elder Son felt like his lips swelled to the size of 2 sausages. The fire burning within him made tears stream out of his eyes. What the hell was this intense flavor? As for Jin Kun, at this moment, he was still weeping. Tears were bursting out of his eye sockets and he felt as though they were never going to stop. He wanted to endure the pain and stop crying, but he was unable to do anything about it. He covered his mouth as he unceasingly gasped for breath. His furrowed brows formed a line and when coupled with the shiny bald head of his, he adopted a funny appearance. Facing such a scene, Bai Zhan didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. As for Zhang Kong, he was completely dumbfounded. After a long while, Jin Kun exhaled a breath of air as he raised his head. His nose was bright red and his tears were still twinkling at the corner of his eye. Do you think the flavor is intense? When Bulletin Fang saw Jun Kun's funny appearance, he couldn't help but ask. The moment he heard Bulletin Fang's question, Jin Kun's body instantly stiffened. He shot a look at the tofu where red lightning was unceasingly flickering in and his heart shuddered. Was its flavor intense or not? How much more intense do you want it to be? Will it be intense enough only when I died after eating it? Jin Kun was cursing in his mind and he gave Bulletin Fang an apprehensive look. Stand up. Let's go back. Jin Kun said this to elder son who was kneeling on the ground. Elder son squinted his eyes as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His swollen lips made him look as though 2 sausages were hanging on his face. His eyes were vacant. Elder son looked extremely confused and dazed. Jin Kun looked at him and sucked in a breath of cold air. Bulletin Fang speechlessly looked at elder son as he shook his head. If you wanted to eat it, why didn't you inform me before putting it in your mouth? Bulletin Fang sighed and shook his head at elder son. The spoonful of abysmal chili sauce Bulletin Fang added to the mapo tofu was prepared for a supreme being. Why on earth was an 8th grade war god like elder son eating it? If you wanted to eat it, you should have said so earlier. Jin Kun took crystals out of his pockets and placed them on the table. He stared at Bulletin Fang in fright. As it turned out, chefs were terrifying existences as well. A simple plate made a supreme being like him burst out into tears. Not to mention the fact that it almost killed an 8th grade war god. Why did you make the flavor so intense? Bai Zhan was quite curious about the lightning thunder mapo tofu's flavor. However, he thought about what happened after Jin Kun ate it. He managed to suppress his curiosity in the end. He didn't want to end up like Jin Kun. Turning his head around, he focused on the rest of the dishes before him. He could smell the rich aroma of the food on the table and he knew that they would taste extremely good. As such, he quickly turned his attention away from the lightning mapo tofu and started eating the rest of the dishes with relish. Jin Kun left the store with an anxious heart. As he hurried out of the store, he carried the barely alive elder son with him. Bulletin Fang retained his composure as he stood beside the door. He watched as Jin Kun left the store with elder son in tow. Bai Zhan used a long time to finish his meal. With his appetite as a supreme being expert, it wasn't difficult for him to finish all of the food on the table. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Bai Zhan, who had not enjoyed food for a long time, leaned back in his chair. He stroked his stomach in content and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. He squinted his eyes and his thick eyebrows wiggled around for a long time. It's delicious. It has been a long time since I ate such good stuff. I'm quite satisfied with them. Great Commander, I already said that Owner Bulletin's culinary art is perfect. Wasn't I right? Zhang Kong said with a smile. Bai Zhan nodded at him and sat up properly. He rested for some time before directing his gaze toward Bulletin Fang. He already finished his meal. However, he didn't forget about his original objective. He was here to do proper business. Owner Bulletin, this girl's talent is quite high. Working as a waitress in this store will definitely waste her talent. Bai Zhan looked at Bulletin Fang who was laying on his chair. With a clear voice, he spoke about the matter. While Bulletin Fang was lazily basking under the sun, he suddenly heard Bai Zhan's voice, so he turned his head and looked at him in confusion. What did you say? I said that leaving that girl, Wang Xiaoi, working as a waitress in this store would waste her talent. Since she has such excellent talent, you should find a proper place for her to cultivate. In the future, she'll definitely become another supreme being. She'll be able to overlook the southern region. Bai Zhan stood up and earnestly said. He had noticed that Wang Xiaoi's talent was really amazing. As such, he wanted to nurture her and take her in as his disciple. However, Wang Xiaoi was a waitress in this store. If this was an ordinary store, he would have taken her and directly left the store. How could it be possible for him to be so courteous and inquire about her future? It was only Bulletin Fang's mysterious store which would make a supreme being like him apprehensive. Do you want to take Xiaoi as your disciple? You should just ask her yourself. Bulletin Fang took a look at Bai Zhan in astonishment as the corners of his mouth twitched. He lifted his hand and pointed toward Wang Xiaoi when he replied to Bai Zhan. The moment Bai Zhan heard what Bulletin Fang said, his eyes brightened. He had originally thought that Bulletin Fang would stop him from taking Wang Xiaoi away. It's too awesome. As it turned out, owner Bulletin was such an open-minded person. It seemed as though he would be able to train up another supreme being soon. He clenched his fists as he turned his head toward Wiang Xiaoai. The charming Wiang Xiaoai was sitting beside the path understanding tree and she heard everything Bai Zhan said. However, everything went south the moment Bai Zhan approached her. Unexpectedly, when Bai Zhan expressed his desire of taking her in as his disciple, her response stunned him for quite some time. Squinting her adorable eyes, Wiang Xiaoai raised her head and looked at the thick-browed Bai Zhan. She earnestly asked him, "Can you defeat Blackie? Who in the world is Blackie?" Bai Zhan was immediately taken aback. What kind of expert was this Blackie? Lassie, you may not know who I am. I don't care who you are. Can you defeat Blackie? Wiang Xiaoai directly interrupted him with another question. Bai Zhan's body immediately stiffened and his complexion turned ugly. This girl dared to look down on him. What kind of person was he? He was the great commander of the White Clouds Villa. He was a solemn and grand supreme being expert. Even if one searched through the whole southern region, Bai Zhan would still be considered a peerless expert. Who is Blackie? This commander will go and defeat him right now. Lassie, you shouldn't waste your talent. It will be best for you if you accept me as your master. Bai Zhan's expression became dignified as he straightened his back. He heroically declared to Wiang Xiaoai. When Zhang Kong heard what Bai Zhan said, his muscles started to twitch. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth slightly tilted upwards and he was shocked by Bai Zhan's heroic spirit. As for Wiang Xiaoai, her expression immediately became strange. She blinked her big eyes and tilted her head sideways. She gave Bai Zhan a strange look. Tell me, who is Blackie? Bai Zhan squinted his eyes and appeared to be extremely arrogant when he said this. Wiang Xiaoai extended her white and delicate finger and pointed toward the front of the store. Bai Zhan furrowed his thick eyebrows and his gaze followed the direction of her finger. There was a dog there. A plump black dog was sleeping at the entrance of the shop. Huff! As it turned out, Blackie wasn't a person. It was simply a dog. Bai Zhan gawked for a long while as his heroic spirit instantly died down. Rage slowly replaced his excitement and he stared at the dog in front of the store. It's quite odd. Is this girl looking down on me? She dares to think that this commander can't even defeat a dog. Wiang Xiaoai widened her eyes and rolled them at Bai Zhan. Zhang Kong slightly coughed and he quickly whispered into Bai Zhan's ear. That great commander, that Blackie is this store's supreme beast. When he heard Zhang Kong's words, Bai Zhan's body stiffened. He blanked out for quite some time as he looked at the black dog in front of the store. A supreme beast. That dog? The one who killed the Shura sex venerable was a supreme dog? At the vast border city, beside the towering black tower, a whistling sound resounded from beyond the heavens. It was followed by bursts of sonic booms as something rushed toward the tower. The blood guard who was sitting beside the black tower immediately opened his eyes. It seemed like there was a strange radiance flickering in his pupils. He gazed at the shooting meteor-like stream of light rushing toward the city and he charged toward it. Along with a hissing sound, he shot out from his position. His blood-red true energy surged and he was ready to act at any moment. He raised his hand and tried grasping at that stream of light. The moment his hand came into contact with the airwaves shot outward toward him. A tremendous strength forced his body to continuously retreat as his complexion changed greatly. Bang! An even more tremendous pressure burst out from the black tower. A lithe figure swayed as she rushed out from the tower. She possessed small and cute feet and her toes appeared to be translucent. She seemed to be completely made out of white jade. As she flew out of the tower, she left ripples in her path. The high priestess was only wearing undergarments and a mask. With a graceful wave of her hand, she immediately appeared beside the blood guard. She waved her hand another time and the blood guard stopped in place. Her sparkling finger curved slightly before she tapped on the stream of light. The stream of light let out a burst of blinding light as a spiritual fluctuation on it scattered. When the light disappeared, the object within the stream of light appeared before the high priestess. It was a grey bead and there were strange and odd pictures drawn on it. When she looked at the pearl, the high priestess' chest, which was covered by her undergarment, heaved up and down. She grasped the bead tightly and started to murmur to herself in an aggrieved tone. The departed soul orb came back. However, the Venerable will never return. Venerable. You can rest assured that the Shura sect will definitely avenge you. The sect master will certainly kill the one who took your life. Chapter 331, Owner Buletin reached the 7th grade. The High Priestess lifted the departed soul orb which was floating above her palm and observed the indistinct radiance it emitted. Her eyes started to flicker under her mask and were filled with grief. Her voice was slightly solemn and deep as it resounded through the entire sky. Anyone who heard it would undoubtedly quiver. After the blood guard who was shaken away by the departed soul orb heard the High Priestess guarantee, his pupils constricted. He sucked in a breath of cold air and wasn't able to believe what happened. What? What did the High Priestess say? The Venerable died? How was this possible? The Venerable had extremely powerful cultivation. How was it possible for him to die? Protect the sacred tower well. We'll leave the border city shortly and make the Shura sect regain its former glory. When the Shura sect recovers, we'll definitely avenge the Venerable. The High Priestess' faint voice sounded out in the blood guard's ears. Her jade-like foot stepped onto the air as she held the orb in her palm. She left ripples in the air as she walked back to the Black Tower. The blood guard's gaze was fixed on the Black Tower and he took a deep breath. Absolute and abrupt silence was the scariest thing in the world. Currently, Bai Zhan had such a feeling and he felt quite embarrassed. Buletin Fang faintly smiled as he looked at Bai Zhan who was at a loss for words. Wiang Xiaoi tilted her head to the side and stared at Bai Zhan as well. As for Zhang Kong, he turned his head and looked toward another direction as he evaded their gaze. The store became extremely quiet and there was only the faint sound of breathing in the air. Bai Zhan's face gradually became red from frustration. Can you defeat Black A? Those 4 words filled his mind. Can I defeat Black A? Like hell I can. This was a supreme beast which killed a middle-stage supreme being. Although Bai Zhan was a supreme being himself, he would at most be able to end up in a stalemate against the Shura sect's Venerable. It would be impossible for Bai Zhan to kill the Venerable. Since this supreme beast was capable of killing the Venerable, it was obviously capable of killing him as well. So, could he defeat Black A? It should be. It should be impossible for him. Cough cough. Lassie, that Lord Dog is a spiritual beast. He can't teach and guide you. I'm the White Cloud Villa. Since you can't defeat Black A, why should I accept you as my master? Wiang Xiaoi rolled her eyes at him once again as she relentlessly grumbled. Bai Zhan felt as though he was about to burst out into tears soon. He thought that he would become like Jin Kun before long. Many people were desperate to take him as a master, but this little lowly was the complete opposite. He actually needed to wait upon and entreat this lowly into becoming his disciple. Why was there such a huge difference in treatment? I'm cultivating quite well in Owner Buletin's store. I don't need your guidance. In the end, Wiang Xiaoi informed Bai Zhan of her decision. Bai Zhan glanced at Buletin Fang before turning to look at Wiang Xiaoi again. His expression became complex and his thick eyebrows creased together to form a line. Enough. Since Xiaoi doesn't want to be your disciple, you should take your leave. Buletin Fang stood up from his chair which he was lying on and slowly walked toward Bai Zhan. He calmly chased him out of the store. Bai Zhan was about to add something but Buletin Fang had no intentions of listening to his words. Patting Wiang Xiaoi's head, Buletin Fang turned around and walked toward the kitchen. Bai Zhan was unresigned to the fact that he was rejected by Wiang Xiaoi. He didn't want to leave the store. After hesitating and pondering for quite some time, Bai Zhan didn't find a way to convince Wiang Xiaoi to follow him. He knew that there was no way to forcefully get what he wanted as he knew that he would be defeated by the Supreme Beast. In the end, he could only leave crystals behind before leading Zhang Kong away. Although he didn't want to accept the fact that he was rejected, he didn't have a choice. The moment Bai Zhan left the store, the system's solemn and earnest voice resounded in Buletin Fang's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the short-term task. The system will level up and the reward will be issued. Buletin Fang's body immediately stopped moving and the corners of his mouth tilted upwards. It turned out that those 2 meals allowed Buletin Fang to obtain enough turnover for the system to level up. The promotion of the system always excited him. That was because every time the system was upgraded, Buletin Fang's cultivation would improve as well. He immersed his mind on his body and he started to observe the system panel. Host, Bulletin Fang. True energy cultivation level, 7th grade, has already reached the level of simulating objects with true energy. As the man who would become the god of cooking in this fantasy world, the road ahead of the host would become harder and more arduous. Work hard, young man. Cooking talent, 3-star. Skills, Level 2 Meteor Knife Technique, 100/100, Level 1 Big Dipper Carving Technique, 80/100. Tools, Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking Set, Black Turtle Constellation Wok, God of Cooking Set. God of Cooking Overall Rating, Intermediate Chef, your culinary arts took a step further as you finally became a qualified chef. Your cutting and carving techniques reached a higher level. The path towards becoming the god of cooking had already been opened for you. System level, 7 stars, conversion ratio is at 100%. System reward, mortal grade Buddha jumps over the wall recipe, God of Cooking Sets fragment, 1/3. As expected, the system panel experienced great changes. His cultivation level finally reached the 7th grade Battle Saint level after being stuck at a bottleneck for so long. Bulletin Fang finally achieved a breakthrough. His cooking talent reached 3 stars and his mind became clearer and brighter. He instantly solved and understood many questions he had about cooking. The questions and issues he had with cooking were easily solved. An intermediate chef. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes as he was interested in this title. However, the thing that excited Bulletin Fang the most was the promotion of the system's level. His current system was at 7 stars. Its conversion ratio was at 100%. 100%. Bulletin Fang's eyes immediately brightened when he saw the conversion rate. This meant that all of the earning from his business would be converted into true energy cultivation. This was definitely a piece of news which would excite anyone. Owner Bulletin. Xiao Long gazed at Bulletin Fang, who blanked out in front of the kitchen's door. His eyes were vacant and no one knew what Bulletin Fang was thinking about. Bulletin Fang's expressionless face had a strange smile on it. His smile made Xiao Zilong's entire body shudder. He thought that Bulletin Fang was terrifying at this moment. The moment Bulletin Fang came back to his senses, his gaze fell upon Xiao Zilong's body. He said in a calm voice. The store is closed now. Quickly go home and rest. When Xiao Long heard what Bulletin Fang said, he was shocked. Today, owner Bulletin unexpectedly didn't want him to practice his cutting and carving skills. Anyway, since Bulletin Fang wanted him to go home and rest, he didn't say any more. He was worried about his father's injuries and felt as though it was good that he could leave early to take care of his father. Without thinking too much about it, he bade farewell to Bulletin Fang and left the store along with Wang Xiaoi. After they left, Bulletin Fang waited for the opening hours to end. He closed the door the moment the opening hours ended. He wanted to quickly experience and test out the system after the promotion. After reaching the 7th grade Battle Saint level, Bulletin Fang felt as though his body possessed an indistinct aura. It was something he sensed on Battle Saints like Xiao Meng and the others. Although Bulletin Fang didn't practice any martial skills, he felt like his body was becoming stronger. When the system promoted his cultivation, both his true energy and body cultivation broke through to the 7th grade Battle Saint level. This was of great help to him. With his fleshy body improving, he could use the meteor knife technique more skillfully and easily. Moreover, Bulletin Fang had a premonition that his cutting technique would experience great changes in the near future. Along with the promotion of his cultivation level and cooking talent, Bulletin Fang felt as though his level 2 meteor knife technique was unable to keep up with his current needs. The system's reward still contained a fragment of the God of Cooking set. It's just like I suspected. There should be other pieces from the God of Cooking set other than the Golden Dragon Bone Knife and the Black Turtle Constellation Wok. After thinking about all these, he placed all of his attention on the new dish. Bulletin Fang was quite familiar with this dish, as it was quite well known. The Buddha jumps over the wall was a famous dish in his previous world. System, why is the dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, classified as mortal grade? Bulletin Fang asked the system. The Buddha jumps over the wall is divided into 2 grades, mortal and heavenly. The dish had a strict requirement on the ingredients. The difference between the mortal grade and the heavenly grade is the difference in the ingredients used. The requirements to cook the mortal grade dish and the heavenly grade dish are very different as well, the system said. Bulletin Fang pondered about this for a while before figuring it out. It was obvious that this mortal grade Buddha jumps over the wall was of a lower grade. As such, the ingredients needed to prepare the dish was of a lower grade as well. It was obvious that his current skill didn't meet the requirement to prepare the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall. It was truly interesting. As it turned out, there were 2 different grades of the same dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. Bulletin Fang was quite interested in this. After thinking about it, he went to the kitchen. As his current cooking talent was promoted, Bulletin Fang prepared some dishes to see what exactly improved. The flavor and smell of the dishes rose up to another level and the results were completely out of Bulletin Fang's expectations. Moreover, he was able to easily and naturally use the meteor knife technique. It came to him naturally, as though he was eating a meal or drinking water. The promotion of his cooking talent was what pleased him the most. After practicing for a while, Bulletin Fang returned to his room. Taking a bath with warm water, he left the bathroom with his hair still wet. All of a sudden, the system's voice resounded in his mind. The temporary mission, obtain the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, will start after 3 days. The Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame's location will be announced on the delicacy map. Please get ready to harvest the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame in your peak state. Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame made an appearance on the 100,000 Mountains. Chapter 332, The 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains? The Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame was unexpectedly in the 100,000 Mountains. Bulletin Fang heard the name 100,000 Mountains more than once. When he was in Western Mystery City, he faintly saw the 100,000 Mountains outline. It was said that it was a vast mountain range where spiritual beasts and ingredients could be found everywhere. It was a famous region in the southern region. The 100,000 Mountains were also called by another name by those on the southern region. It was called the Natural Barrier. The Hidden Dragon continent was vast and boundless and the land of southern region was only a small corner of it. If one were to cross the 100,000 Mountains, they could leave the southern region and step onto the boundless land on the Hidden Dragon continent. However, crossing the 100,000 Mountains was an extremely difficult task. If one didn't possess powerful cultivation, they would only be seeking death if they were to enter the 100,000 Mountains. The appearance of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame in that place was slightly out of Bulletin Fang's expectations. However, he wasn't too surprised by it. When Bulletin Fang was drying his wet hair, he thought about many things. The 100,000 Mountains were rich in resources and there were countless ingredients hidden in the mountain range. After all, it was a vast mountain range and it was bound to be treasures hidden in it. Even the primitive forests on Earth were rich in resources. There were precious ingredients and medicinal plants hidden in the forests on Earth. On the Hidden Dragon continent's Cast Mountain range, how could there not be any hidden treasure? The only thing Bulletin Fang needed to do now was to think about what he should prepare for the trip 3 days later. The Lightwind Empire's imperial capital. In the imperial palace's courtyard. Jin Kun was carrying Elder Sun as he flew toward the courtyard. It was as though he was stepping on the wind. Throwing Elder Sun onto the ground, he anxiously rushed into a room. He grabbed a pot of tea and poured its contents down his mouth. Even at this moment, the spiciness which almost made him ascend to heaven remained in his mouth. He didn't care that the tea was boiling hot as he gulped it all down. The servants in the courtyard were all alarmed by this scene and they quickly handed him pots of tea. After drinking 7 to 8 pots of tea, the spiciness lingering in his mouth slightly disappeared. However, he was still able to feel the pain coming from his lips. The feeling made him feel as though his lips were sausages which were on the roast. He exhaled a long breath and lay down, gasping for breath. He stretched out his tongue and tried to cool the remaining heat from his mouth by taking big breaths of cool air. After this probe, he completely believed the news that the store's supreme beast killed the Shura sex venerable. Even a dish almost killed him. This store had many strange methods up their sleeve. It was a must-know that he was a supreme being. Both his body and cultivation reached the supreme being level. His body was extremely powerful. Not to mention a single chili pepper. Even if he ate a mountain of chili, he wouldn't so much as furrow his brows. Who knew what kind of chili pepper Bulletin Fang added to that delicious dish? Just eating 2 mouthfuls of it made him burst into tears. Elder Sun collapsed down on the ground and his lips were completely swollen. Even after such a long time, his lips were still puffed up from the spicy dish. Jin Kun didn't pay any attention to Elder Sun on the ground as he immersed himself in thought. There was another person who was deep in his thoughts. It was Bai Zhan, who was in the courtyard next to Jin Kun's. As a faction that wasn't any weaker than the godly temple of the wildlands, the White Cloud Villa was naturally quite apprehensive towards this store. Bai Zhan and Jin Kun came to the conclusion that Bulletin Fang was definitely someone not from the Lightwind Empire. Maybe he wasn't even someone from the southern region. No matter if it was the mysterious 9th grade puppet or the supreme beast who was lazily lying before the door. They were definitely not experts from the southern region. They knew of all the supreme being experts or the supreme beasts within the southern region. Besides the White Cloud Villa, Godly Temple of the Wildlands, Grand Serpentine City, Celestial Arcanum Sect and Clear Sky Pagoda, the only other faction with a supreme being expert was the Shura Sect. Since they killed the Shura Sect's venerable, they were obviously not part of the Shura Sect. As for supreme beasts, they were only 2 of them. One lived in the 100,000 mountains and the other one lived in the wildlands. Supreme beasts were rarer than supreme beings. This was the reason why they were so astonished when they heard that there was a supreme beast guarding the store. Jin Kun wanted to settle Xia Yu and Xia Da's enmity. However, he didn't expect the store to be so terrifying. He could only forget about it. The Shura Sect's matter temporarily came to an end. The White Cloud Villa and Godly Temples of the Wildlands experts received orders to return home. They left the imperial capital quickly. On the second day, Ji Chinsu respectfully bade farewell to the supreme beings from the White Cloud Villa and Godly Temple of the Wildlands. After they left, Ji Chinsu was finally able to relax. With their presence in the imperial capital, they oppressed and stressed him to no end. Now that they were gone, everything was good. In the tall and lofty Wuliang Mountain, there was the ancient and simple Celestial Arcanum Sect. Above the Heavenly Secret Plaza, the Celestial Arcanum Sect's disciples were all diligently cultivating. There was a small log cabin on one side of the plaza and creaking sounds could be heard as the old door slowly opened. An aged man slowly walked out of the cabin. The old drunkard was lazily lying in a corner of the plaza and basking in the sun. Springing up to his feet, they looked at the old man in astonishment as he walked toward him hurriedly and respectfully. "Supreme Elder, why did you come out?" The old drunkard kept his liquor bottle gourd. Even though his entire body was emitting the smell of alcohol, he asked the old man respectfully. The Celestial Arcanum Sect's Supreme Elder warmly looked at the old drunkard as he stroked his beard and said, "Stop wasting your time on wine. At least, don't drink in the front of the disciples. You will be a bad influence on them." Old drunkard awkwardly laughed and scratched the back of his head. The Supreme Elder's gaze fell upon the disciples who were vigorously training on the plaza and a slight smile appeared on his face. However, the smile soon disappeared from his face and a worried expression replaced it. The Shura sect made such huge movements. It's obvious that they have plans to rise up once again. They will require a catalyst to finally gain power and this catalyst will soon appear. The Supreme Elder muttered. The old drunkard was confused by what he said and looked at him in amusement. The sect master is in a crucial moment of his closed-door cultivation. As for the rest, their cultivation level isn't high enough. They will only throw away their lives if they were to go. It seems as though I have to make a trip there personally. A faint smile appeared on the Supreme Elder's face which was full of wrinkles. I haven't left the Wuliang Mountains for countless years. I'm slightly looking forward to the outside world. I wonder, how many people in the southern region will remember my name, Yun Kang. In the morning, the sunlight shone upon the store. The efficiency of the artisans which Ji Chinsu sent was quite high. In just several days of reconstruction, there were already many houses constructed around the store. The surrounding of the store which was quite spacious in the past became narrow all of a sudden. When everything was being rebuilt, there was another major event going on. It was the opening of another Immortal Phoenix restaurant on the other side of the imperial capital. The rich and imposing Immortal Phoenix restaurant's owner, Qian Bao, spent a large sum of money to buy another big restaurant in the imperial capital. He changed its name and reconstructed it to become the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion before opening it up for business. On the day of opening, the whole city was extremely lively and bustling. Countless people rushed to the opening ceremony of the Immortal Phoenix restaurant. When all of this was happening, Bulletin Fang was lying on his chair lazily as he basked in the sun. There were only some customers in his store. However, they had a satisfied smile plastered on their faces. After the customers left, Bulletin Fang went to the kitchen as he planned to instruct Xiao Xiaolong for a while. In the past few days, Xiao Zilong's complexion was becoming more wan and pale. However, he still prepared the dishes methodically and properly just like how he did before. Bulletin Fang was very satisfied with his performance. Tomorrow, I will leave the imperial capital once again. I may be absent for several days and while I'm gone, you'll be in charge of the store. Bulletin Fang looked at Xiao Xiaolong and stated. Owner Bulletin was going to leave again? Xiao Xiaolong looked at Bulletin Fang in astonishment. However, his complexion didn't change much as he was already accustomed to Bulletin Fang's temper. Okay. Xiao Xiaolong gave a simple and concise reply. Bulletin Fang blinked his eyes and gazed calmly at Xiao Xiaolong. His eyebrows slightly creased and he asked, How is General Xiao Meng? Are his injuries healing? When he mentioned Xiao Meng's injuries, Xiao Zilong's pupils immediately contracted. An aggrieved expression appeared on Xiao Zilong's face. The imperial physician said that the poison has already seeped into his internal organs. He won't be able to live for long. Xiao Xiaolong raised his head all of a sudden and stared at Bulletin Fang with an expectant gaze. Owner Bulletin. Do you know how to save him? Please, I beg you, save General Xiao Meng. Bulletin Fang sighed. He wanted to help Xiao Meng. However, he was simply incapable of doing anything right now. The poison in Xiao Meng's body was obviously different from the poison which he had cured in the past. Even if he concocted an elixir from the demonic fish's meat, it would be insufficient to save Xiao Meng's life. His relation with the Xiao family was quite good. Xiao Xiaolong was the first customer he served since opening the store. If he had the abilities to save Xiao Meng, Bulletin Fang would definitely do so. However, he honestly didn't have the capabilities right now. System, do you know what elixir can cure General Xiao's poison? Bulletin Fang asked the system. The system might have some method to save Xiao Meng. However, Bulletin Fang wasn't expecting much. If the host can obtain the heaven and earth obsidian flame and use the black turtle constellation walk to cook the Buddha jumps over the wall, there is a chance of curing him. Chapter 333, The top experts were dispatched. After Bulletin Fang heard the system's words, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. He must obtain the heaven and earth obsidian flame and use the black turtle constellation walk to cook the dish called Buddha jumps over the wall so that he could cleanse the poison inside Xiao Meng's body. However, he didn't even know the name of the poison which affected Xiao Meng. Could he even depend on the Buddha jumps over the wall to cure him? Bulletin Fang had his doubts regarding this. However, after looking at the ingredients which the mortal-grade Buddha jumps over the wall required, Bulletin Fang didn't feel as doubtful. That was because all of the ingredients required to cook the dish were uncommon ingredients. Considering the fact that it needed a piece of the God of Cooking set, the Black Turtle Constellation Wok, to be cooked, it might really be able to cure Xiao Meng. The reason why the dish could cure Xiao Meng should be. Who cared about the reason anyway? Why care what the poison was? As long as the Buddha jumps over the wall was able to cure Xiao Meng, none of that mattered. However, all of these were Bulletin Fang's guesses and conjectures. As for what was really going on, he had no idea. You should wait until I come back. I might have some way to save Xiao Meng after coming back. However, I don't have any way of helping General Xiao Meng right now, Bulletin Fang looked at Xiao Xiaolong as he calmly said. After hearing what Bulletin Fang said, Xiaolong blanked out for a while. Excitement appeared on his face before long after thinking about what owner Bulletin said. Did he just say that he might be able to save my father? Could this actually be happening? Bulletin Fang didn't pay much attention to Xiao Xiaolong as he turned around to walk into the kitchen. After practicing his cutting and carving skills for some time, he returned to his room. He started preparing the ingredients and seasoning which he would need on his trip to the 100,000 mountains. The night always seemed quiet and calm. Above the northwest plain, Western Mystery City was proudly erected like a giant who overlooked the heaven and earth. It emitted an endless amount of vast and boundless prestige. If one looked from the sky from inside the Western Mystery City, they would be able to see an indistinct, boundless, and vast mountain range covered in mist in the distance. On the road leading to the mountains, there was a swaying carriage pulled by a spiritual horse. As the carriage traveled down the road, it left a trail of dust behind it. After traveling for a long time, the carriage started to slow down. The curtain was slowly lifted and a handsome yet expressionless face appeared inside the carriage. Bulletin Fang's slim body slowly stepped down from the carriage and a huge puppet followed behind him. The carriage driver observed this odd duo and smoked on his tobacco as he said to Bullet Fang, "Youngster, this is the entrance of the 100,000 mountains. I won't send you any further than this. The 100,000 mountains are quite terrifying. There are countless man-eating spiritual beasts living on it. If you are planning to explore it alone, you must be careful." The driver kindly warned him. After giving Bullet Fang some warning, he shook his head. It's another youngster who was enticed by the 100,000 mountains' riches and treasures. If one was able to come back alive from the 100,000 mountains and bring out one or two treasures, they would be able to spend the rest of their life without any monetary worry. Countless youngsters came to the 100,000 mountains to seek treasures. However, there were only a few of them who were able to return alive. The beast tides occurred frequently on the northwest plain, and the 100,000 mountains were their source. This was the source of that disaster. Youngsters nowadays would throw away their life for money. The driver continued smoking the tobacco before starting to cough violently. Under Bullet Fang's gaze, he urged the spiritual horse to turn around. Bullet Fang was wearing a long gown and tied his hair with a velvet hair tie. His complexion was fair and white and his expression was composed and calm. He was standing before the 100,000 mountains entrance and it seemed eerie and gloomy. It seemed like a fearsome black hole which would swallow people whole. The surrounding of the entrance was filled with ferocious and malevolent plants. Bullet Fang patted Whitey's belly and lightly exhaled a breath. Raising his leg, he began his journey into the 100,000 mountains. Whitey's mechanical eyes flickered for a moment before following Bullet Fang into the mountains. On this trip to the 100,000 mountains, Bullet Fang didn't take with him Whitey's clone. Instead, he brought along the real Whitey, who was much more terrifying. From the system arrangement, it was obvious that this mission of obtaining the heaven and earth obsidian flame wouldn't be easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't allow Bullet Fang to bring Whitey out with him. The duo of a person and a puppet walked into the darkness as they passed the entrance of the 100,000 mountains. Those mountains were vast and boundless. The entrance they went into was the one nearest to Western Mystery City. The moment they entered the forest, Bullet Fang could feel the chill caused by the vastness of the place. Although it wasn't winter yet, the temperature was close to freezing. In the vast border city, the blood guard who was sitting cross-legged felt as though his whole body was shaking as an intense vibration hit him. He opened his eyes and witnessed something out of this world. The massive black tower which he was protecting was shaking. Just when the blood guard started to calm down, he saw the black tower soar into the sky. A beautiful figure rushed out of the tower. Behind this beautiful figure was a figure completely covered in pitch black true energy. The figure was blurry and no one could see the face of the figure clearly. However, looking at the body shape of the figure, it was obvious that it was a man. The black tower revolved in the sky several times before shrinking and falling into the high priestess' palm. The high priestess respectfully bowed toward the man covered with black energy. Giving the high priestess a slight nod, he turned toward the blood guard who was staring at him. The blood guard's body trembled violently and he felt as though all the blood in his body was about to gush out when he met the gaze of the man. Sect. Sect. Sect Master. The blood guard's pupils contracted and he had fright and happiness in his voice when he greeted the sect master. Did the sect master finish his closed-door cultivation? Since the sect master finally made his appearance again after so long, it should be to lead the Shura sect back to glory. After attaining its former glory, the Shura sect would make the factions in the land of the southern border live in fear. Let's go. If we want to refine the soul essence within the departed soul orb and soul congregation array, we'll need a catalyst. The catalyst is extremely important and we must obtain it. Failure is not an option. I waited all these years for it to mature, the Shura sect's master said before transforming into a mass of black energy as shooting into the distance. The high priestess' eyes which were hidden beneath her mask flickered. Her translucent feet stepped on the air as she followed behind the sect master. The figure of the two people disappeared into the darkness. Standing up and looking around, the blood guard stared at the empty ground where the black tower once stood. Since the black tower was gone, there was nothing left for the blood guard to guard. It was time for him to join the other blood guards in the war. When the Shura sect rose to power again, the whole southern region would be theirs. The White Cloud Villa. Within the hazy white clouds, countless refined and splendid buildings were erected. The buildings were orderly and organized and they were all surrounded by countless white clouds. This place seemed to be the legendary immortal paradise. In the middle of it, there was a small pond surrounded by countless pavilions. Above that small pond, which was covered by mist, there was a faintly visible small boat. A man was calmly seated on the boat. That man was leisurely fishing, and the sound of water could be heard, albeit faintly. From time to time, his fishing pole would slightly tremble when a fish bit on the bait. The trembling of the fishing line disrupted the serenity of the water, and ripples would appear on top of the water surface. Bai Zhan floated toward the side of the pond as he directed his gaze toward the small boat in the middle of the pond. Villa Lord. We received a confidential letter from the Celestial Arcanum sect. Bai Zhan's complexion was grave, as the Celestial Arcanum sect was the most mysterious faction in the southern border. All of the other factions were respectful toward the Celestial Arcanum sect. A confidential letter personally delivered by the Celestial Arcanum sect was naturally an extremely important matter. Splash! The boat moved without wind and quickly arrived at the side of the pond. A middle-aged man who was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat leisurely disembarked from the boat. Hanging on his back, there was a basket containing the fish he caught, and he looked at Bai Zhan with a smile on his face. A confidential letter personally delivered by the Celestial Arcanum sect? Is the content related to the Shura sect? The Villa Lord's brows rose up, and he asked Bai Zhan with astonishment in his voice. Bai Zhan was naturally not clear about the letter's content. He was only here to deliver the letter to the Villa Lord. Putting down the basket, the Villa Lord wiped away the water from his hand before receiving the letter from Bai Zhan. He carefully read the letter, which was sent by the Celestial Arcanum sect. The moment he read the letter, it burst into a light blue flame and turned into ashes. It seems like I must take a trip out. The Villa Lord started to laugh heartily after reading the letter, and his laughter resounded in the entire White Cloud Villa. Bai Zhan was puzzled by what just happened, but he knew that it wasn't in his place to question the Villa Lord. He simply followed behind the Villa Lord. The ambience of several powerful factions in the southern region became quite heavy in just a short period of time. All of the top experts from those factions were dispatched, and everyone in the faction was surprised. The people that were dispatched stood at the top of the southern region, and every time they came out, a large disturbance was bound to happen. The reason why they were dispatched must be of great importance. At the 100,000 Mountains entrance, oblivious to the great disturbance within the other factions, a frail figure was slowly striding into the depths of the mountain range. Chapter 334, Snakeball Dragon Blood Kanji. Nights in the 100,000 Mountains were immeasurably dead. As one walked along its mountainous roads, a certain sense of chilliness, carried along by the mountain breeze, would bombard the body, ever more so as one continued down this rocky path. With just 1 foot into this gigantic mountain range, the atmosphere changed drastically. That narrow mountain path, strewn full of leaves, seemed to reek of a rather unique stench, sour, almost reminiscent of wine brewing, with its signature mellow and thick aroma. Amidst the deafening silence, the soft cries of the insects became that much more moving as the symphony of bzzz and brrrs harmonized together into a song. Crunch crunch! As Buledin Fang stepped on the fallen leaves, they caved in, ever so softly, like a layer soft cotton, a sensation one would not expect at all from such harsh terrain. High above, the moon's silvery brilliance was all but blocked out by the lush canopy above. The fact that these trees were so verdant and lush spoke volumes about the 100,000 Mountains and its primeval state. The branching limbs of these trees seemed to spread endlessly over the horizon, and as the wind blew, they danced in the night like a demon waving its claws. Treading through this eerie environment, anyone, as long as he was still a human at heart, would understandably be on edge. Not Buledin Fang, however, for he had Whitey behind him, and that was no small degree of assurance, to be sure. Giving the robot a small pat on its rotund belly, he then continued onwards as if that mere act gave him the courage to press forward. The 100,000 Mountains were filled with dangers, but it was just as full of treasures and resources. That was an undeniable fact. Taking a few steps forward, his nose began to twitch and his brows jumped. Laying not too far ahead of him, sandwiched between 2 ancient trees, was a herb growing atop a little mound. It was a spiritual herb, dyed in an eye-piercing red hue, fragrance just as pungent. Just a mere whiff of its smell was enough to bring a reflexive frown to one's face and stir up memories of flowing blood. Heart blood grass, a 5th-grade spiritual herb, he muttered, eyes lighting up as he strolled toward the herb. While the heart blood grass might have looked as bloody as its namesake, it was more striking than anything else. From its delicate curves that seemed to rival the most bewitching of bells, to its dainty spots, there was nothing on it that didn't scream beauty. Rustle! Rustle! Beneath such beauty, as always, laid a terrifying face to be uncovered, killing intent. From behind it, came an equally red little snake, scales glistening like a blood-red jewel in the night. As its pitch-black tongue gently hissed in the air, its serpentine eyes locked onto the human standing before it. A 5th-grade spirit beast. Bulletin Fang gasped to himself, though that surprise didn't last long as he quickly came to a realization. This was a spirit herb. Even if it was merely a 5th-grade spirit herb, it was still a rare treasure and naturally had its own guardian. That was probably why the 100,000 Mountains was so dangerous, because everything inside it was a treasure of some sort. These treasures nurtured their own spirit beast, and in turn, these spirit beasts guarded the treasures. The two sides formed a symbiotic relationship and relied on each other for survival. The tiny crimson snake eyed Bulletin Fang for a long while. Suddenly, its serpentine eyes narrowed, and with a piercing hiss, it sprang into the air like a crimson bolt of lightning, right toward Bulletin Fang. To those who dared to covet its treasure, death was the only answer it had for them. The little snake was a fierce one. Its speed unusually quick for a beast of its grade. Had it been an old 6th-grade battle emperor facing it right now, they would have undoubtedly found it a difficult opponent. However, Bulletin Fang was different. He was the picture of calmness at the moment. His current self was a man worthy of the title Battle Saint. As a Battle Saint, he naturally had his strengths. He didn't even bother to take out his God of Cooking set equipment, as he activated his true energy, reached out right as the little snake came flying toward him, and then clamped down like a vice on its body. Just from its color alone, Bulletin Fang could tell that it was a poisonous snake. Thus, he knew he had to take extra charge when handling it. True energy surging forth and eyes narrowing, Bulletin Fang used his own unique hand skill to crush the weak point of the snake's body. The little snake shuddered, struggling for a mere instant before letting out a weak gasp and collapsing lifeless lay in his palms. As a chef, he naturally had his own special techniques for handling ingredients. Grabbing both ends of the snake, he coiled the snake carcass around into a bundle before storing it in the system. Without any interference from a guardian beast, Bulletin Fang was now able to harvest the spirit herb at his own leisure. He took a step forward but was immediately hit with a tidal wave of spiritual energy that came rushing out at him and left him slightly stunned. That heart-blood grass! Its age must have been pretty high, its quality too. Nights in a jungle weren't easy, whether it was for the eyes or the feet. Naturally, Bulletin Fang wasn't planning to travel all that much under such tiring conditions. All he planned to do was to find a place to rest and then wait till dawn. However, that didn't mean he would ignore all those spirit herbs that so happened to grow along his path either. While the spot Bulletin Fang was at could be considered a part of the 100,000 Mountains, it still wasn't its deepest reaches. That was why herbs like those at the 7th or 8th grade hadn't appeared yet. Gathering up some dried tinder, Bulletin Fang then used them to start a billowing fire whose smoke column seemed to rise endlessly into the horizon. With that settled, he lowered himself onto the ground cross-legged and peered into its dancing luminescence in a daze. In a distance sat Whitey, plump as always, mechanical eyes continuing to flicker in the dark. From time to time, the adorable-looking machine would reach for its head and give it a light scratch with its equally plump and large hands. Amidst the deafening silence of the forest, only the periodic faint cries of the insects and the distant howls of beasts allowed one some measure of reprieve from this spooky, almost frightening atmosphere. Having sat there in a daze for some time, Bulletin Fang began to feel a little bored himself, so he went out foraging once more, coming back with a bunch of branches shortly after. He stacked them together to form a makeshift stove before retrieving a black wok from the system's inventory. It wasn't a particularly large wok, but it was roughly the size needed for stewing and steaming. On long trips like these, especially ones that passed such mountain ranges, an iron wok was a necessity. Why? Because the mountain range was filled with delicacies waiting to be hunted, and Bulletin Fang naturally wasn't willing to forget about that. Soon, the spirit spring water in the wok started to bubble furiously and a column of steam rose not too long after, filling the air with the crisp, refreshing sensation of spirit energy. Bulletin Fang scooped a ladleful of the boiling liquid and gave it a couple of blows. Upon taking a sip, his body was filled with a sense of warmth and nourishment. Ah! He exhaled in satisfaction. A cloud of green smoke coiled around his hands, and soon after his dragon bone kitchen knife appeared within his palms. The recently killed snake was retrieved as well from the system's inventory. Giving the kitchen knife a quick twirl, Bulletin Fang deftly sliced apart the snake's belly, fingers dancing at a speed that left one's head spinning just to keep up. His practiced swift motions easily parted the snake's skin from its flesh in an instant. He then proceeded to remove the innards before giving the snake a wash down. A little snake like that was packed to the brim with toxin, so, naturally, a round of cleaning was needed before it could be used. From top to bottom, every inch of this snake could be said to be a treasure, but Bulletin Fang didn't care all too much about it. Snake gall and the whatnot were all discarded without a second thought, all he wanted was the snake meat and nothing else. Compared to the immense nourishing qualities of the snake gall and innards, he'd much rather focus on the delicacy that was the snake meat. Whoosh! Bulletin Fang took out a small serving of dragon blood rice and poured it into the bubbling wok of spirit spring water. With each and every grain eye-catching with its redness and freshness, they almost seemed to transform into beautiful rubies as they danced in the piping hot spring water. In the meantime, while the rice continued to boil, Bulletin Fang began processing the snake meat. First off, he sliced the snake meat into tiny pieces, continuously raining chop after chop with his dragon bone kitchen knife until finally the slightly red meat was minced into a fine paste. Having chopped it for a good long while, the snake meat was basically one processed lump that was clinging to his prepared wooden chopping board. It was at that moment that the dragon blood rice concoction came up to a boil once more, slowly filling the air with the refreshing feel of spirit energy as its thick fragrance wafted out from the pot. The energies within the rice were extremely dense, and as they tumbled around the wok, transforming into a cloudy little dragon that coiled around atop the iron wok. Grasping the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand, Bulletin Fang gave a showy flourish with his knife before deftly picking up the wooden chopping board, slicing off lumps of the snake meat and dropping them into the wok, one at a time. The boiling spirit spring water instantly enveloped the meat, causing it to tumble around for a second or two before sinking to the bottom amidst a plop, as if the cloudy dragon was the one being fed the meatballs instead. Soon, the minced snake meat was all dropped into the pot and a thick cloud of meat fragrance was starting to waft out of the wok, along which came that familiar refreshing sensation of spirit energy from the dragon blood rice. Combined together, the two ingredients seemed to create a unique sensation in oneself. Gathering his true energy, Bulletin Fang placed his hand over the top of the metal wok's side and closed his eyes slightly. Amidst all the boiling ingredients, he was able to sense the bubbling spirit energies within. The quality of the snake meat, thanks to the reaction with the dragon blood rice and the boiling spirit spring water, was starting to change. With the way the spirit energy of the rice and water mixed, the wok seemed to have birthed its own unique fragrance. The moment that rich fragrance broke loose of its watery restraints, it burst forth in all directions with a radiance that lit up the blackened forest in an instant, as if the wok was some kind of sun lamp. Seeing that, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but feel a little pleased with himself. This was what the culinary arts were all about, in all its mouth-watery beauty. Even amidst the wilderness of the 100,000 mountains, one was still able to savor such a delicacy as long as he possessed the skill to do so. Furthermore, this gastronomic artwork was warming as well. The appetizing fragrance slowly began to make its way around the forest like a seductive lady dancing in the wind as it circled around the trees. Soon, scratching sounds could be heard, echoing from within the silent abyss that was the night forest. A pair of greedy pupils appeared in the middle of all that. A sonorous roar resounded throughout the night sky. One by one, spirit beasts started congregating toward Bulletin Fang. Such a rich fragrance, such abundant spirit energy, how could they even resist such a temptation? No, they could not. Bulletin Fang withdrew his palm from the side of the wok and gently breathed. His heart was astir with excitement. Right now his cooking was finally done. A self-invented snakeball dragon blood congee. From the looks of things, it was going to be a feast for his palate. Bulletin Fang happily thought to himself with brimming confidence. From the system's inventory, he retrieved a porcelain bowl. Each time he went on a journey, he packed the system with a variety of necessities. To him, every journey was a culinary adventure. And since it was a culinary adventure, he naturally needed a variety of tools. Woks, bowls, ladles, and plates, whatever one could think of, he had. Scooping out a bowl full of fresh red congee, he lowered his face down onto the steaming dish and took a deep whiff of its fragrance. Immediately, his face lit up in satisfaction. As the porcelain ladle scooped out the congee, a couple of tender snake balls would come jiggling to the surface. With the way they seemed to wobble with the steam, the balls seemed almost endearing to Bullet Fang. Yet, just as he was about to dig into the kanji, his hand paused. All around him, he could hear the low growl of beasts. Why were there beasts growling? Bullet Fang asked himself, slightly shocked. A woo! Bullet Fang downed the spoonful of kanji he scooped out and then stood up, giving his surroundings a confused look. The moment he stood up, his surroundings echoed with a faint scratching. One after another, the shadowy figures of beasts could be seen coming out of the darkness, with cold greedy eyes fixed squarely in the direction of Bullet Fang. The terror of the 100,000 mountains was finally brought to bear against Bullet Fang. It was a pack of spirit wolves, one of the most terrifying killers in the mountain range. Chapter 335, Are you here to snatch my ingredients? In the pitch black and gloomy 100,000 mountains, a series of rustling sounds filled the air as countless spirit wolves emerged from the shrubs. The eyes of those spiritual beasts emitted eerie green light, contained greed, and were leaking killing intent as they glared at Bullet Fang. In the midst of the dried fallen leaves on the ground, raging flames were dancing under the pot. Bullet Fang was cooking snake meat in the pot and a steady stream of steam was rising toward the sky. The dragon blood rice, which was also cooking in the pot, emitted a rich fragrance. Bullet Fang took out a blue-patterned spoon in one of his hand. A bowl which was filled with the snake ball dragon blood kanji was held in his other hand. He stood still and stared at the pack of spirit wolves. They gradually surrounded him in all directions. The spiritual beast, Green Wolf, was a beast of the 5th grade. Such a huge pack of wolves. They were the nightmare of every single person who entered the 100,000 mountains. A single green wolf wasn't scary at all. However, the same couldn't be said for a pack full of them. They were the stuff of nightmares for adventurers. The wolves were feared not because they attacked in huge numbers. It was because they were orderly when they attacked. They were like soldiers who were properly trained. They were disciplined and acted more like the military than a pack of wolves. They understood that they had to force their prey into a tight corner. They knew how to torment their prey in both mind and spirit until the prey was utterly exhausted. The only fate of their prey was to become food in their mouths. A pack of green wolves. If they were hungry, they would even try to encircle and hunt a 7th grade beast. There wasn't a single adventurer who hoped to meet a pack of green wolves in the 100,000 mountains. When he saw that he was surrounded by a pack of green wolves, Bullet Fang was also surprised. He held the bowl up and scooped a spoonful of snakeball dragon blood kanji from it. The kanji was perfectly cooked and the tender, yet elastic snake meat was extremely tasty. When it entered his mouth, Bullet Fang felt as though the meat was bouncing in his mouth. The aroma emitted from the dish was rich. Although there wasn't much snake meat in the kanji, the whole bowl was filled with the snake meat's essence. As the essence of the snake meat was very potent, the snake meat was like a mobile fragrance sprouting machine which was unceasingly emitting rich fragrance when cooked into the kanji. The fragrance instantly aroused Bullet Fang's appetite. Even though he was surrounded by the green wolves, he continued to eat his bowl of snakeball dragon blood kanji. When the pack of wolves stared at Bullet Fang, they were able to sniff the rich aroma in the air. Smelly saliva started dripping to the ground and it splattered all over the place. They opened their mouths and rows of sharp teeth could be seen. In their eyes, Bullet Fang was food. So was the snakeball dragon blood kanji. Why would so many ingredients suddenly appear from the forest? I wonder how the wolves' meat taste. What was out of those wolves' expectations was that there wasn't the slightest trace of fear or worry on Bullet Fang's face. Instead, the human appeared to be excited as he stared at them with a gaze which wasn't much different from theirs. It was the gaze of a hunter staring at their prey. The way Bullet Fang looked at them was completely out of their expectations. All of a sudden, a mellifluous wolf howl resounded. All the other wolves raised their head and emitted howls. They formed a choir and the howls emitted by the wolves sounded like pleasant music to Bullet Fang's ears. Although it sounded melodious, Bullet Fang knew that this was a signal for the wolves to attack. It was also a howl to strip their enemies of their will to resist. As Bullet Fang listened to their howls, he scooped another part of the kanji. He ate it as he smacked his lips and clicked his tongue. Howl! Bullet Fang's fearless appearance angered those wolves. One of them angrily howled as it swatted the ground fiercely with its claws. It rushed toward Bullet Fang with terrifying speed. It seemed like there was some rhythm to their assault as all of the wolves rushed toward Bullet Fang orderly. This was a shocking scene. Anyone who saw this scene would fall to the ground with shock. After this pack of wolves rushed toward him in order, they didn't immediately try to push him down. They simply circled around him and left Bullet and Fang in the middle of their circle. They tried to break his will before consuming him. After Bullet and Fang drank the last mouthful of his congee, he placed the bowl down. He directed his gaze to the pack of wolves who were surrounding him. His expression gradually became grave. A wisp of green smoke twirled around him and a dragon's roar appeared from nowhere. A pitch-black kitchen knife appeared in his hands. As he had the golden dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand, Bullet and Fang was fearless. Everything on the other end of his kitchen knife was one of his ingredients. This pack of wolves. They were going to become one of his ingredients. Just as Bullet and Fang was about to display his skills and harvest the ingredients in front of him, a whistling sound resounded from the mountain's depths. It was the sound of an arrow breaking through the air. Countless arrows which were flickering with the glow of true energy shot toward the pack of wolves. The arrows pierced the body of a green wolf and nailed it to the ground. The green wolf howled in grief before it fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from its wound without stopping. The smell of blood stimulated the green wolves and their green eyes became scarlet. They glared at Bullet and Fang with a cruel gaze. Howl! As those wolves weren't able to find the person attacking them, they directed their killing intent at Bullet and Fang. This time, they were not going to wait for him to tire himself out any longer. They directly pounced on him. The sound of bowstrings being pulled resounded once again. Countless glowing arrows shot out from the darkness towards the wolves. The skill of the person shooting the arrows was pretty good. Every single one of the arrows hit their target and before long, the blood of the wolves dyed the ground red. Bullet and Fang glanced toward the gloomy forest in bemusement. He had no idea why the arrows shot toward the green wolves. Whoosh! The sound of people jumping came from inside the woods. 3 figures appeared on the trunk of a giant tree not too far away from Bullet and Fang. All 3 of them drew their bowstrings as they pointed toward Bullet and Fang. They had an extremely powerful aura. It gave Bullet and Fang a peculiar and profound feeling. The 3 of them wore long gowns and there was a picture of a small pagoda on them. The party of 3 consisted of 2 men and a woman. They stood in the tree as they looked at Bullet and Fang, who was surrounded by the corpses of the dead wolves. They had strange looks on their faces when they looked at Bullet and Fang. It was their first time discovering a person who didn't fear death. Where would they find a person so fearless that they would wander about alone in the 100,000 mountains? Was this person seeking death? Howl! Another howl resounded. A green wolf pounced toward Bullet and Fang, who was still staring at the 3 of them. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It opened its hideous mouth as it got ready to kill Bullet and Fang. This beast is seeking death. The brows of one of the men creased. Standing on top of the trunk of the tree, this man had a cold and indifferent expression on his face. He snorted coldly and pointed his bow towards the wolf. A glowing arrow burst out of the bowstring and shot toward the wolf, which pounced toward Bullet and Fang. The arrow instantly pierced through the wolf. The wolf was nailed deep into the ground and its faint howls of grief resounded in Bullet and Fang's ears. Bullet and Fang calmly took a look at the wolf pinned to the ground before raising his head. He stared at the 3 people who were proudly standing atop the tree trunks and he furrowed his brows. What is this? Are they here to snatch my ingredients? The other wolves emitted a rough howl before retreating. The stern and austere atmosphere in the forest returned to normal. It became cold and quiet. The 3 of them jumped to the ground as they walked toward Bullet and Fang. Are you a person from the village outside the mountain? How dare you come to the 100,000 mountains alone? This isn't a place where the likes of you can come to. The stern man furrowed his brows and coldly shouted at Bullet and Fang. He rebuked and berated Bullet and Fang for being a weakling. As for the other 2, they stared at Bullet and Fang with a faint smile on their lips. Didn't you come here to steal my ingredients? Bullet and Fang was taken aback. He returned their question with one of his own. Ingredients? What ingredients? The tree people stared at each other in puzzlement before turning to look at the corpses of the wolves. They raised their brows. Are you talking about those green wolves? Ha, we are here to save you. The woman who wore a long gown where a picture of a small pagoda was depicted stared at Bullet and Fang in amusement. Ingredients? Who would fight over some ingredients with a mortal like you? Let's not even talk about being mortals or anything else. Just taking into account how unpalatable those green wolves' meat taste, no one would fight over them. From the way you stared at the wolves in fear, it seemed like you were the ingredient. Thanks for saving me. As for those green wolves' corpses, leave them for me. Bulletin Fang nodded his head at her. Since they were not here to snatch his ingredients, everything was fine. The kitchen knife in Bulletin Fang's hands revolved before turning into green smoke. The knife disappeared and Bulletin Fang calmly grabbed the corpses of the wolves. He carried them toward the bonfire. When she saw what Bulletin Fang did, she was angered. Why was this fellow so boorish? We just saved his life. Senior sister. Don't you think that the stuff inside that pot is quite fragrant? One of the men who seemed to be a youth twitched his nose. His glittering gaze fell upon the snake-ball dragon blood congee which was in a pot above the bonfire's blazing flames. When she heard what he said, the woman's nose twitched subconsciously and her eyes slightly widened. It's truly fragrant. Senior sister, let's go there and eat it. Since we were the ones who saved him, we'll consider that as compensation. That youth grinned as he walked toward Bulletin Fang's side. Facing such a scene, the woman was quite helpless. She knew that her junior brother was a foodie. The three of them walked toward Bulletin Fang and they surrounded the bonfire. Bulletin Fang looked at them with a strange expression. What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you weren't going to snatch my ingredients? Kid, do you know the danger of entering the 100,000 mountains? You should wait till morning before leaving. This isn't a place you can stay in, the stern youth said to Bulletin Fang. Wow! Eldest senior brother. This congee is truly delicious. The stern man wasn't able to finish his words before the foodie youth interrupted him. He furrowed his brows and he stared at the youth who was scooping mouthfuls of the congee. How shameful! Yepeng, you should be more well-behaved. Stop shaming our clear sky pagoda, the stern youth said with displeasure. That youth's complexion immediately stiffened and he sat down awkwardly. The three of them sat beside Bulletin Fang for quite some time. Just as they were feeling bored, the stern youth's expression changed. He took out a glowing jade pendant and stood up. It's the summon command of the elder. We should hurry up. That stern man frowned and he turned to look at Bulletin Fang. Kid, leave this place quickly. Treasure your life. Snort. That woman coldly snorted toward Bulletin Fang and turned her head before walking away. Are you a chef? This congee is truly delicious. You should listen to my eldest senior brother's words and leave by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will end up dead. With your skill, it will truly be a pity. The youth grinned and he left words of advice for Bulletin Fang. Without waiting for a response, he quickly followed behind the other two. Bulletin Fang was speechless as he stared at the back of the three of them. He eventually turned his head and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand once more. He used it to effortlessly skin the green wolves. If this feat was witnessed by the three people, they would be utterly shocked. This was the skin of a 5th grade green wolf. Easily skinning them isn't just a question of proficiency in culinary arts, it would also need a powerful cultivation. Chapter 336, I came for the 10,000 bestial flames. Just like what the woman thought, the green wolf's meat was really bad. The taste was extremely nasty. After skinning the wolves and collecting the meat, Bulletin Fang was able to roughly judge their flavor. The wolves were very muscular and every single fiber in their muscle was extremely tough to bite through. Their flavor would definitely be bad. Even though the meat contained extremely rich spiritual energy, it wouldn't change the fact that the meat was unpalatable. When he looked at the ingredients, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but furrow his brows. This was the meat of a 5th grade beast. Just wasting it didn't conform to Bulletin Fang's mentality as a chef. He waved his kitchen knife and separated the wolf's meat into several portions. He pierced through the meat with a branch and placed them above the bonfire to be roasted. Throughout the roasting process, Bulletin Fang simply seasoned the meat from time to time with spiritual energy. The boiling snakeball dragon blood congee in the pot was almost completely eaten. As such, Bulletin Fang didn't want to scrape it out to finish the leftovers as he had already properly tasted it. Washing the pot properly, Bulletin Fang stored it before turning his attention back to the wolf meat roasting above the flame. He took care of the meat carefully with all of his attention. The smell of blood which filled the surroundings lingered and the roars of countless beasts could be heard. Anyone who heard the ferocious roars would be scared numb. Sizzle. The meat was quickly roasted above the dancing flames. Although the muscle fibers in the meat made it extremely tough, the meat became bright golden yellow after it was roasted. As drops of oil dripped from the meat into the bonfire, the flames crackled and burned more vigorously. Retrieving some seasoning from the system's dimensional bag, he lathered the meat with them. Although this wasn't the best ingredient Bullet Fang could get his hands on, he wasn't willing to waste them. He spared no effort trying to cook the green wolf's meat into something delicious. From the sizzling meat, a delicious aroma was released. The supposedly unpalatable wolf meat started to emit a tempting aroma which would make one involuntarily swallow their saliva. As the fragrance of the meat diffused throughout the entire forest, the restless spiritual beasts were attracted by the amazing smell. They rushed out from their hiding spots and surrounded Bullet Fang once again. Just as they were about to pounce on Bullet Fang, the sound of an explosion stopped all of them. It was as though the spiritual beasts sensed something. Raising their head to look into the sky, the beasts turned around and fled. In just a short while, every single one of them disappeared into the forest. Bullet Fang looked in the direction of the explosion in bemusement and grabbed the wolf meat. It had already been roasted to a rich golden yellow color and it emitted a fragrant aroma. He stood up and was about to head towards the sound of the explosion. He leisurely roused his true energy as he slapped toward the bonfire. It was extinguished with a single slap from Bullet Fang. Holding on to the roasted wolf meat, he slowly walked toward the direction of the blast. He came to the 100,000 mountains for the seed of the fire called 10,000 bestial flames. Who knew if the explosion was related to the flame? When he thought about it, he couldn't help but rush toward the sound of the explosion with the roasted wolf meat in his hand. Whitey's mechanical eyes flickered for a while before it nimbly followed behind Bullet Fang. Hee. Are you someone from the Clear Sky Pagoda? A disdainful voice resounded and echoed in the hollow valley. In the gloomy valley overflowing with vegetation, above a giant and tall tree, a grey-haired youth crossed his arms as he stared at everyone standing on the ground. The people on the ground wore long white gowns where the picture of a small pagoda was depicted. They were obviously experts from the Clear Sky Pagoda. The 100,000 mountains were, after all, the territory of the Clear Sky Pagoda. Lunatic! Since you dared to kill a disciple from the Clear Sky Pagoda, you should obediently surrender yourself to us. An old man who wore a cold expression stared at the grey-haired youth. His eyes were filled with anger as he shouted at the youth. The disciples from the Clear Sky Pagoda beside him were also indignant and angry. You guys are really scary. The Clear Sky Pagoda is truly amazing. All of you dare to be so unreasonable just because you come from the Clear Sky Pagoda. The grey-haired youth sneered at everyone on the ground. It's me who first discovered this 8-grade lion-head demonic potato. When your Clear Sky Pagoda's disciple tried to snatch it from me, I killed him. He died because he was weaker than me, so how can you blame me for this? The Clear Sky Pagoda's elder coldly snorted as his gaze fell upon a dark green plant. Spiritual energy was revolving above the lush green leaf of the plant, and although it didn't seem special at first glance, the elder knew it was a special plant. He was surprised at his discovery as this was the 8-grade lion-head demonic potato. An 8-grade medicine was extremely precious. This is still not a valid reason for killing my Clear Sky Pagoda's disciple. The elder took a deep breath and continued to pressure the youth. His eyes became sharp and the several disciples beside him drew their bowstrings. They aimed all of their bows toward the grey-haired youth. Twisting and cracking his neck, the grey-haired youth sneered. His gaze became colder as he looked at the people from the Clear Sky Pagoda. A small faction in the training ground dares to behave so arrogantly and wildly? As expected, ruffians were born from the barren hills and wild rivers. Since all of you are trying to seek death right now, I'll send you all to hell. The grey-haired youth laughed out loud and killing intent filled his eyes. Buzz! A strong fluctuation exploded from within him. The Clear Sky Pagoda's elder angrily shouted, "Shoot!" Whoosh! 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 Countless arrows shining with true energy shot out toward the grey-haired youth. Although he was standing on top of the giant tree and the distance between him and the people from the Clear Sky Pagoda was large, the arrows were extremely swift. The arrows whistled as they tore through the sky and toward the youth. The disciples from the Clear Sky Pagoda were specially trained in archery. When they worked together to cover the sky with arrows, their enemies would find it difficult to find a place to hide. The strongest of the disciples from the Clear Sky Pagoda had reached the 7th grade. The weakest of them was at least of the 5th grade. The rain of arrows would be able to threaten even an 8th grade war god. However, the only response they got from the youth was a cold sneer. The corners of his mouth curled upwards in disdain as he faced the rain of arrows. His hand glittered with a bright radiance as a fireball appeared on his palm. The flame was blazing and scorching, and it seemed to distort the air around it. The moment the youth swung his arms forward, a wall of flame was formed before him. The moment the arrows touched the wall of flame, sparks flew. Even though the power behind each arrow was really strong, the arrows were unable to pierce through the wall of flame. Is that the heaven and earth obsidian flame? The old man from the Clear Sky Pagoda sucked in a cold breath. He knitted his eyebrows together and thought about it carefully. No. It couldn't be the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Although the power of his flame was amazing, it was weaker than the heaven and earth obsidian flames by a whole grade. Did you come to our 100,000 mountains for the 10,000 bestial flames? The appearance of someone with such a powerful cultivation and the fact that he possessed such a peculiar flame. The only reason he would come to the 100,000 mountains was definitely for the 10,000 bestial flames. Old Foggy, you are quite smart. The appearance of the 10,000 bestial flames in the southern region is this land's good luck. I'm naturally here to try my luck, the grey-haired young man indifferently said. The elder from the Clear Sky Pagoda was about to continue speaking, but he shut his mouth quickly. He discovered that the blazing wall of flame had suddenly transformed into a chirping ardent bird. The bird extended its wings and rushed toward the group from the Clear Sky Pagoda with terrifying power. The few disciples from the Clear Sky Pagoda who were standing in front bore the brunt of the blow, and they instantly turned into ashes. That grey-haired youth was an 8th grade war god. With the peculiar flame of his, he was extremely formidable. When facing the attacks of the Clear Sky Pagoda's elder, he was able to defend himself. He managed to cause the elder to cough out blood without sustaining many injuries. In this fight, several of the Clear Sky Pagoda's disciples were burned into ashes. In the end, they had to rely on an array to resist the assault from the grey-haired youth. The array was created by the joint powers of all the disciples, and they managed to hold out against the attack for quite some time. Even though the disciples were holding out against the attacks from the grey-haired youth, it was clear that he wasn't using all his power. He simply used his flames to toy with the people from the Clear Sky Pagoda. All of a sudden, the eyes of the grey-haired youth fell onto the lion-head demonic potato below him. Jumping to the ground, he walked toward the lion-head demonic potato. The spiritual plant was swaying in the wind and it emitted a rich fragrance. He took a deep breath involuntarily. The lion-head demonic potato was named as such because there was a lion-head-like mushroom growing under the leaf of the plant. Grabbing tightly onto the leaf, the youth exerted all his strength as he gave it a strong pull. The moment he pulled on the leaf, a lion's roar resounded. Rich spiritual energy surged out of the plant and it filled the surroundings. Under the leaf, there was a vivid and lifelike golden lion's head. It opened its mouth and issued a loud roar. This lion-head demonic potato is an extremely delicious ingredient. Looks like I didn't waste my time. The grey-haired youth grinned as he moved his nose closer to the lion's head. He took in a deep breath and a joyous expression was written all over his face. As though he sensed something, the youth stared into the distance. His gaze became grave all of a sudden as he shouted, "Who is there? Get out here!" When the people from the Clear Sky Pagoda heard the youth's shout, they became overjoyed. After resisting the mysterious ardent flame bird for so long, they were about to lose the fight against it. Are the reinforcements from the Clear Sky Pagoda finally here? They stared into the distance, where rustling sounds came from the bush. Although they were feeling despair just a moment ago, they were delighted now. However, their delight quickly disappeared as they realized that the person who just arrived wasn't the reinforcement from the Clear Sky Pagoda. It was just a strange thin figure. It was a youth who was holding a handful of roasted meat. The meat was still dripping with oil as he stared at the group of people fighting. Chapter 337, Why is he still alive? 2 crescent moons were hung up in the pitch-black sky, where countless stars flickered, and a shooting star streaked past, from time to time. The shooting star was reminiscent of a rock tossed into a lake, creating countless ripples. In a peaceful and boundless plain, the ancient and dignified city, Western Mystery City, stood tall. There were 2 figures covered in pitch-black gowns rushing toward the city. Both figures seemed like they were gliding toward the city, as they were able to cross a great distance with every step they took. Whoosh! As the whistling wind blew past them, the hood covering one of them was blown back, revealing an ice-cold mask. Sect Master, that city is the Western Mystery City. Should we go in? The High Priestess respectfully asked the figure beside her, from whom not even the slightest trace of an aura could be sensed. Our objective is the catalyst required to refine the 100,000 soul essences in the departed soul orb, so what would we enter the city for? The soul essences in the departed soul orb are already of sufficient quality, therefore, we do not need to vainly massacre a city to increase its soul essences. The man replied in a hoarse voice, and the High Priestess nodded in acknowledgement. Both of them shot an indifferent look at the Western Mystery City, then took a detour around the city and hastily made for the mountain range behind it. This was the objective of their trip, the 100,000 mountains. Why, it's you! Quickly escape! At this moment, Ye Peng, who was drenched in sweat, used all his strength to stir his true energy and resist the chirping, ardent, flaming bird in the air. Just like the others, he believed that reinforcements had arrived, but he hadn't expected it was only the chef who they ran into earlier. Ye Peng thought highly of Buleten Fang, or rather he thought highly of Buleten Fang's culinary arts, as that red rice congee thoroughly conquered him. Before Ye Peng left, he had persuaded Buleten Fang into leaving the 100,000 mountains, so that he wouldn't meaninglessly lose his life. Therefore, he hadn't expected Buleten Fang to rush over there, despite his warning. Couldn't he see that there was an intense battle taking place? Had he not realized that this place was extremely dangerous? The true energy fluctuations that Ye Peng sensed from Buleten Fang weren't intense, and in his eyes, Buleten Fang was probably only a 4th-grade battle spirit, or a 5th-grade battle king, at most. Such a cultivation level was nothing in the 100,000 mountains. In his hands, Buleten Fang held the roasted golden yellow wolf's meat, which emitted streams of steam and dripped trails of oil. Its aroma quickly wafted around the surrounding. Buleten Fang munched on it while he walked over. Although the flavor of the meat was acceptable, its texture was extremely bad. Even after it underwent Buleten Fang's special processing, its texture still wasn't tender. This was, after all, the primary property of this meat. Trying to change it would be an arduous and unrewarding task. Once he took 2 more bites of the meat, Buleten Fang felt that it was slightly insipid. "Hey, don't come over here," Ye Peng shouted anxiously. When Buleten Fang heard Ye Peng's shouts, he turned to look over, and when he finally noticed Ye Peng, who was resisting the ardent bird with great effort, a trace of surprise appeared on Buleten Fang's face. "It's quite a coincidence that you are also here," said Buleten Fang. Coincidence? How the hell was this coincidence? Didn't he comprehend the danger they were in? Truly, Buleten Fang hadn't considered any of that, and as soon as he caught sight of the lion-head demonic potato, he couldn't help but walk toward it. The grey-haired youth had been staring at Buleten Fang all along, curious about his identity. When he saw the chubby whitey trailing behind Buleten Fang, his pupil slightly contracted and he asked, "Are you from the puppet sect?" Buleten Fang had no idea who the puppet sect was, so he didn't reply and continued to stare at the lion-head demonic potato with a peculiar gaze. "No. You aren't from the puppet sect, and this chubby thing isn't the puppet sect's copper corpse puppet, what the hell is it?" The grey-haired youth asked. His attention was fully focused on Whitey, which was following Buleten Fang. Whitey's mechanical eyes flickered slightly, and it swept the grey-haired youth with its gaze. The grey-haired youth's pupils slightly contracted, and he felt his heart thump in fear. Buleten Fang continued striding toward him. The grey-haired youth furrowed his brows and shouted coldly, "Get lost!" Buleten Fang stopped for a moment to shoot an indifferent gaze at the youth, then he continued forward. "You are courting death." The grey-haired youth sneered coldly. Since he wasn't from the puppet sect, then there was no harm in killing him. He waved his hand, and the flaming ardent bird, which had been suppressing the experts from the clear sky pagoda, unfurled its wings and charged toward Buleten Fang. It wanted to burn him to ashes directly. The glow in Whitey's eyes quickly turned purple, and just as it was about to make its move, it was stopped by Buleten Fang. Buleten Fang stared at the approaching chirping flaming ardent bird with excitement. A wisp of green smoke curled around his hand, and the black turtle constellation walk appeared before him. The walk slightly revolved in the air, and under his control, it floated to the top of his head. At that moment, the chirping bird reached Buleten Fang. Bang! A dreadful flame burned up as heat waves billowed all around. The surrounding experts from the clear sky pagoda all widened their eyes and their hearts lurched. Although that grey-haired youth's flames weren't the heaven and earth obsidian flames, its power was still extremely terrifying. They had never heard of anyone else like the grey-haired youth in the land of southern border. That fellow is doomed. The woman from earlier gazed at Bullet Fang's position, but soon her complexion turned red as the billowing flames approached her. What a pity! Ye Peng sighed. He truly appreciated Bullet Fang's culinary arts and considered the unexpected death of an outstanding chef like him a pity. The other experts from the Clear Sky Pagoda didn't think too much about it because they didn't care about Bullet Fang. All they cared about was how they would escape from the grey-haired youth. Although the youth's cultivation was only at the 8th grade war god level, the power of his peculiar flame made him almost on par with a 9th grade supreme being, so they weren't his match at all. Since such an expert had appeared in the 100,000 mountains, the people from the Clear Sky Pagoda sought to return and inform their own experts. I will tie him down, then all of you must quickly escape. You must definitely return back alive, said the Clear Sky Pagoda's elder, with resolute determination visible in his eyes. He rushed forward and stood in front of the other disciples, blocking the grey-haired youth. The disciples seemed quite sorrowful, but they knew that they couldn't make the elder change his mind, so they turned around and prepared to leave. Do you want to escape? After being so arrogant in front of me, Duan Yun, you still want to escape? The youth laughed coldly as he waved his hand, and his flame swiftly rushed into the sky and transformed into a flaming giant palm. Immediately, the raging palm of flames swatted downwards, toward Ye Peng and the other disciples. However, when the flames which were burning at Bullet Fang's position rushed up into the sky along with the others, being commanded by grey-haired youth, Duan Yun was immediately taken aback. Tha was because a tall figure was still calmly standing at the same spot. Why weren't you burned to ashes by my alchemical flame? Duan Yun immediately exclaimed in alarm. He was quite amazed at the feat because he understood his level of power. Although the alchemic flame was inferior to a heaven and earth obsidian flame, he could use it to kill an 8th grade war god, let alone someone like Bullet Fang, whose aura didn't seem all that strong. Duan Yun wasn't the only one amazed by Bullet Fang's feat. The experts from the Clear Sky Pagoda were so shocked that their jaws almost reached the ground, especially the woman from earlier. When the flames struck Bullet Fang, she thought he would have immediately turned to ashes. However, the outcome was outside everyone's expectations. He's unexpectedly still fine. Ye Peng gasped with wide eyes. Bullet Fang calmly stood at the same spot and furrowed his brows as a trace of disappointment appeared in his eyes. The black turtle constellation walk hovered atop his head, and every flame Duan Yu sent at him could only slam against it and dissipate. He wanted to try whether that scarlet flame could operate the black turtle constellation walk, however even after it burned it for a while, the walk temperature didn't change for the least bit. It was obvious that, as the system said, only a heaven and earth obsidian flame could operate the black turtle constellation walk. Unexpectedly, you are able to resist my alchemical flame. It seems like I underestimated you, you truly hid your strength. Duan Yun's expression turned cold, he pinched a talisman, and the palm of flames rushing toward the disciples of the Clear Sky Pagoda changed directions and charged at Bullet Fang instead. Bullet Fang's impression of Duan Yun was quite bad. He had just come out of the shrubs and only wanted to take a look at that lion-head demonic potato, yet this Duan Yun wanted to kill him. The situation dumbfounded him. Bang! The gigantic flaming palm crashed down onto Bullet Fang, and the raging flames scorched the ground and rose back into the sky, like a mushroom cloud. This time, he must truly be doomed. Duan Yun exhaled lightly. The might of that palm was much stronger than the flaming ardent bird, which he had only used for convenience. He didn't believe that Bullet Fang would survive his latest attack. The mere heat caused by the alchemical flame combustion was something ordinary people could not withstand. When the disciples of the Clear Sky Pagoda witnessed the power of the flames, the corners of their mouths twitched. If the palm had swatted at them instead, they would have already turned into ashes. This time, he must be dead, right? Ye Peng stared at the raging flames with uncertainty. His pupils quickly contracted when he saw a figure slowly emerge from it. Witnessing the same scene, Duan Yun's muscles tightened. He stared intently at the flames. The scorching flames which had risen into the sky were suddenly shredded apart when a light exhale reverberated. Suddenly, a huge black wok flew out from within the flames and rushed toward Duan Yun. What the hell was this wok? Duan Yu was taken aback, and he subconsciously tried to smash away the black wok, which he already considered an eyesore. However, when his palm came in contact with the work, an expressionless face appeared behind it. Bulletin Fang held the black work and leisurely smashed it into Duan Yu. Chapter 338, I want to borrow your flame to roast a sweet potato. Duan Yun didn't care a whit for Bulletin Fang. In his eyes, there were no opponents under the Supreme Being realm that he needed to take seriously. In this insignificant training ground, he was confident that he was invincible within his realm, 8th grade war god, and that he could easily kill anyone below the Supreme Being level. His confidence stemmed from his powerful backing and trump cards. However, this black wok had completely shattered his confidence, leaving him in a daze. Since it was only a wok, he believed that he would shatter it easily. Alas, the reality was cruel. When Duan Yun smacked the black wok, he didn't leave a single dent on it. Instead, he felt his hand become numb from the huge force of impact. He was taken aback as a greater suppressing power dispelled the force in his arm, and the wok went on to hit his head. Thump! A crispy and heavy sound reverberated as the wok hit Duan Yun's head. The impact left Duan Yun completely dazed, his ears rang, and his eyes became hazy. Grasping the black turtle constellation wok in one hand, Bulletin Fang approached Duan Yun. Although the black wok smash had slightly dazed Duan Yun, he was still a very powerful expert, after all, even more than the blood guard who was at the peak of the 8th grade. Duan Yun's blurry sight was only able to register Bulletin Fang's figure when he had arrived in front of Duan Yun, with an indifferent expression on his face. When Duan Yun came back to his senses, his pupils immediately contracted. You unexpectedly didn't pass out. I must try again. Bulletin Fang muttered, and Duan Yun heard him clearly as they were both facing each other. The corners of Duan Yun's mouth twitched, and he opened them as if to say something, but Bulletin Fang didn't care for any replies. He raised the black turtle constellation wok and smashed it into Duan Yun, again, with a resounding bang, knocking the latter unconscious. Despite his cultivation being at the 8th grade war god level, Duan Yun was still knocked unconscious by a wok. He would definitely be weeping in his heart. Bulletin Fang remained standing at the same spot, holding onto the black turtle constellation wok in one hand, and the unconscious Duan Yun in the other hand. When Duan Yun passed out, the raging flames gradually began to dissipate. Rips! The sound of a bowstring ripping the air resounded from the forest. An arrow glowing with true energy streaked toward Bulletin Fang. The arrow's might was extremely terrifying and many times stronger than those shot by the Clear Sky Pagoda's disciples. Bulletin Fang felt a sharp wind rushing toward him as though it wanted to pierce through his flesh. He subconsciously used the black turtle constellation wok to block it. Ding! An extremely crisp sound resounded as the arrow smashed into the wok, and gave rise to sparks. Upon collision, the arrow scattered into motes of light and disappeared. A wisp of green smoke twirled around Bulletin Fang's hand and the black turtle constellation wok disappeared. Bulletin Fang exhaled and stretched his slightly numb hand. He grabbed the lion head demonic potato and steadied his hold on the unconscious Duan Yun before he turned around and left. Whitey lifted its mechanical arm and scratched its round head, as the purple glow in its mechanical eyes reverted back to red. They all silently watched Bulletin Fang leave, and no one had the courage to go and speak to him. This was someone who knocked the assailing 8th grade war god expert, who had suppressed them all by himself, unconscious, with just 2 hits of his wok. What kind of person walks around waving a wok? Why was he this terrifying? Ye Peng looked elated. It turned out that he had misunderstood the chef, who was really an unfathomable and powerful expert. The woman and the stern man felt embarrassed, especially because of the advices that they had given Bulletin Fang. They thought they had saved him from the wolves, but they hadn't expected that the wolves would end up as Bulletin Fang's delicacies. They acted like they were powerful people, but in front of such an expert, they were only being meddlesome. It was truly embarrassing. Luckily, Bulletin Fang didn't pay them any mind, otherwise, they didn't know how they could have faced him. Swoosh! Several figures led by a beautiful young girl rushed out of the forest. Big sister! When Ye Peng saw the graceful girl, his eyes immediately brightened, and he waved his hands at her before he shouted. When Ye Xiling saw their pitiful appearances and felt the scalding heat still present in the air, her heart shuddered slightly. It seemed her reinforcements were late. She was slightly puzzled because when she was still further away, she had seen the back of someone in front of Ye Peng, a back which was familiar to her. However, by the time she got there, the person had already disappeared. The back of that person looked very familiar. Ye Xiling furrowed her beautiful brows as she tried to recall, but even after pondering about it for a long time, she couldn't remember who the back belonged to. She soon gave up and tossed the thought to the back of her mind. When she saw many of the Clear Sky Pagoda's disciples still alive, she relaxed even though there were still a lot of disciples who had perished, but at the very least, a large number had managed to survive the ordeal. Kid, you should obediently go back with me. You almost scared me to death, this time. Although Ye Xiling had been scared silly, she still put on the appearance of an elder sister in front of Ye Peng and scolded him in displeasure. At that moment, there were no traces of the obedient appearance she had when she had followed behind Ni Yan. Ye Peng grinned and recounted the earlier battle to her, and he made sure to vividly describe how mysterious and great that chef had been. Duan Yun awoke with a jolt and was greeted by a splitting pain in his head, making it seem like it was about to burst open. He sucked in a deep breath, partially opened his eyes and took a look at his surroundings. However, all he could see was the bright sky, the clouds hovering within it, and the horizon over yonder. Thump! 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 Duan Yun could feel his head bubbling up and down as it brushed against the ground, which seemed to be the cause of the splitting pain. This sobered him up fast, and he quickly tried to completely open his blurry eyes. When he succeeded, he discovered that his legs were being held by someone, who seemed to be dragging him, while his head brushed against the ground. His posture was quite embarrassing. Duan Yun felt an unprecedented humiliation from this and started trying to struggle. Who are you? Let me go. Don't you know who I am? I am the ruffian of the training ground. Bulletin Fang had been dragging Duan Yun when he suddenly realized that the latter had woken up and begun bickering without stop. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and turned to look at the grey-haired youth, who was glaring at him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Green smoke curled around his arm and the black turtle constellation walk appeared again. Duan Yun looked at that black walk in alarm, before he took a look at the expressionless face of Bulletin Fang as he saw that the black walk was unceasingly enlarging in his eyes as it approached him. Thump! He was once again knocked unconscious by it. However, with his constitution, it didn't take too long before he woke up again. Bulletin Fang frowned and knocked him unconscious again. When he regained consciousness for the third time, he didn't struggle and simply lay on the ground in low spirits, and let Bulletin Fang drag him. When Bulletin Fang noticed that Duan Yun had stopped his grumbles, he didn't knock the latter unconscious anymore. In a short while, they left the valley, and Bulletin Fang looked for a good spot before he put Duan Yun down. The marble-white brilliance of dawn glowed even bright and soon, the sun rays shone on them, highlighting the dead and dry leaves on the ground, which made it seem like the ground was littered with pieces of gold. When Duan Yun finally noticed the black walk disappear, he struggled to get up from the ground and rubbed the painful bumps on his head. Then, he proceeded to take a good look at his captor. The more he stared, the more indignant he felt. He also discovered that the lion-head demonic potato which he had stolen from the Clear Sky Pagoda's disciples had been seized by this walk fiend. The walk fiend examined it carefully and turned to face Duan Yun with a nonchalant expression, causing the latter to nurse a bad premonition. Do you want to taste a delicacy? The fiend calmly asked. When he heard the question, Duan Yun was taken aback. Ah! Don't be afraid. I only want to borrow your flame to roast a sweet potato, no, I mean, a demonic potato. Chapter 339, A Demonic Potato Roasted by an Alchemic Flame. You want to borrow my flame, to roast a sweet potato? Are you sure that you aren't making fun of me? My flame is an alchemic flame. A precious flame used to refine elixirs, and you say you want to use it to roast a sweet potato. Duan Yun stared at Bulletin Fang with wide eyes. At that moment, he felt like thousands of black dogs were galloping in his mind. Don't be afraid. I won't take advantage of you. Since I intend to borrow your flames, I will give you half of the sweet potato. When Bulletin Fang noticed that Duan Yun was staring at him with a peculiar expression, he pondered for a second and suddenly said with an understanding gaze. When he heard Bulletin Fang's suggestion, Duan Yun was taken aback, and he felt the urge to vomit blood. This fellow that went about smashing people with a wok, what was going on in his head? Do I seem like someone who would sell his dignity for a sweet potato? The alchemic flame was an alchemist's treasure, and to a certain extent, an alchemist's honor and dignity. How could he discard his honor for a trifling sweet potato? The alchemic flame is used for refining elixirs, not for roasting sweet potatoes. I will absolutely not lend you my alchemic flame. Duan Yun gnashed his teeth, coldly snorted in his heart, and turned his head in disgust. The impression he gave off was quite akin to "I'd rather die than obey." Bulletin Fang was quite surprised by his reaction, he hadn't expected this fellow to be this unyielding. As Bulletin Fang played with the lion head demonic potato in his hands, a fragrant scent gently wafted out of it, and he became slightly impatient. As Duan Yun watched Bulletin Fang play with the demonic potato in his hands as though it was a ball, he suddenly thought of something and stared at Bulletin Fang in surprise. "The sweet potato that you spoke about, it wouldn't happen to be the lion head demonic potato, would it?" "It is indeed the very one. Don't be shy. I will truly give you half of it," Bulletin Fang earnestly replied. Duan Yun vomited blood in his mind. This was an 8th grade spiritual medicine, an extremely precious ingredient. It could already supplement one's essence, heal injuries and increase the quantity of true energy, and if it were refined into an elixir, it could consolidate one's foundation and increase their cultivation level. It was an exceptionally good treasure. And this fellow with him unexpectedly wanted to roast and eat it. Was this an ingredient which someone would dare roast? If one roasted the lion head demonic potato, how would they go about optimally preserving and utilizing its medicinal properties? Roasting it would truly be a reckless waste of a natural treasure. You! How could you even consider roasting this demonic potato? Duan Yun's lips twitched with annoyance. Ryeb! Duan Yun watched in astonishment as Bulletin Fang lightly tore off one of the lion head demonic potato's roots. A rich essence gushed out from the split and immediately permeated the surroundings. Bulletin Fang's eyes brightened as he took in a whiff of the fragrant essence in enjoyment. The pulp of the lion head demonic potato unexpectedly had a sparkling orange color, it was extremely attractive. "Well, what's wrong? Wouldn't you like a roasted sweet potato? You have nothing to worry about. If I boiled it along with a meal, its flavor will definitely be good, however, you must lend me your flame," said Bulletin Fang. The only reason why Bulletin Fang knocked Duan Yun unconscious and dragged him all the way here was to make use of his alchemic flame. It was the first time Bulletin Fang had seen such a peculiar flame. Its temperature was extremely high, and it seemed sentient. A dish cooked using such a flame would definitely be delicious. "Who was talking about food with you?" When he heard Bulletin Fang's reply, Duan Yun was quite annoyed. Was food the only thought this fellow had in his head? If only he was able to refine this demonic potato, he might even manage to refine an 8th grade elixir out of it. "Will you lend me your flame or not?" "I won't. This is related to an alchemist's dignity, so I can't lend it to you," Duan Yun replied stubbornly. Bulletin Fang stood up and faced Duan Yun, who was still lying on the floor, with an indifferent expression, before slowly raising his hand. When he saw Bulletin Fang move, Duan Yun squinted his eyes. "What, do you want to fight?" A wisp of smoke curled around Bulletin Fang's hand, and a pitch-black, simple kitchen knife appeared in his grip. A kitchen knife? What is this fellow trying to do? If you have something against me, just properly say it. What are you taking out a kitchen knife for? As the sunlight reflected off the sharp kitchen knife, it twinkled with a bright radiance, and Duan Yun felt every pore on his body contract. At that moment, Duan Yun wanted to weep. Why did he have to meet such a weirdo? Was he shortly to become the first noble alchemist who died under a chef's kitchen knife? "I'm sorry. I took out the wrong item." Bulletin Fang's complexion stiffened, and he muttered awkwardly when he saw the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand. The knife turned into green smoke and vanished. Along with a humming sound, and the appearance of the green smoke, a giant black wok appeared in Bulletin Fang's hand. He gripped it and raised it above Duan Yun's head. Duan Yun dispiritedly looked at that wok. "It would have been better if you simply used that kitchen knife. You should stabilize the fire intensity, don't be anxious and impetuous. Just slowly take your time." Bulletin Fang's calm voice echoed, and in a corner of the forest, a flame burned brightly, and the temperature began to increase. Duan Yun tilted his swollen head sideways as he sat before a big pit. There was a scarlet flame burning brightly inside the pit, it was Duan Yun's alchemic flame. Bulletin Fang came beside him and gently placed a hand on Duan Yun's shoulder as he stared at the lion head demonic potato roasting in the pit. Within the alchemic flames, the lion head demonic potato's essence was quickly extracted from the ingredient and into the alchemic flame, and it began to burn more brightly and vigorously. Can a lion head demonic potato which has been roasted like this still be of any use? You are simply wasting a precious medical plant. If you were a member of my sect and got caught doing this, you would be thrown into the pig's cage, Duan Yun said weakly as he glanced at the excited Bulletin Fang. This lion head demonic potato is an excellent ingredient, so how could it ever be unedible? Not only is it edible, it's also a rare delicacy, so don't put back your flame. Instead, stabilize its intensity, Bulletin Fang earnestly said. He walked to the side of the pit and observed the flame more closely. As its temperature was extremely high and it seemed sentient, the alchemic flame was definitely something that mortal flames couldn't rival. If a chef ever used this sort of flame to cook, it would bring them unimaginable benefits. Bulletin Fang stretched out his hand over the pit, his senses heightened, and true energy winded out of his outstretched hand like a small snake and drilled into the alchemic flame, right down the middle. There in the midst of the flames, the lion head demonic potato unexpectedly trembled intensely and generated the faint outline of an angry lion roaring. Although the outline of the lion head demonic potato was faintly visible within the alchemic flames, its golden color had already become slightly dim. Look at it, if we continue roasting this demonic potato, all of its essence would be completely lost, Duan Yun said in distress. Shut up and continue producing the flames, Bulletin Fang said without even sparing him a glance. Duan Yun felt quite aggrieved. After all, he was an alchemist, not a flamethrower. But when he glanced at the pitch-black, heavy wok at Bulletin Fang's side, he breathed out lightly and obediently continued controlling the alchemic flame. Bulletin Fang's true energy parted the alchemic flame and wrapped around the lion head demonic potato like countless threads. True energy cooking was Bulletin Fang's specialty. He infused the ingredient with his true energy in order to smoothen its texture and improve its flavor to the optimum state. This method of cooking was an extremely difficult and complex one. It required an excellent control over true energy and a powerful soul. Duan Yun was quite surprised when he sensed Bulletin Fang's true energy threads within his alchemic flame. He is unexpectedly capable of controlling his true energy to such a degree? How terrifying was this fellow's soul strength? The extent to which he can control his true energy is too terrifying. Roar! Another lion roar resounded, and the lion head demonic potato seemed like it was about to repel the alchemic flames and rush out, but Bulletin Fang's true energy threads, which had wrapped it, held it in place and made it incapable of budging from its spot. Strengthen your flames and burn it! Bulletin Fang hollered. Duan Yun obeyed and strengthened his flames, and with a rumbling sound, the pit suddenly exploded. Thick, black smoke surged out from the scene of the explosion. Cough, cough! Duan Yun's face was covered in soot, and the thick smoke caused him to cough repeatedly. He became slightly dazed as he watched a man slowly walk out from the pit. Bulletin Fang came out of the pit untainted, not even a speck of dust was visible on his person. His hand was shrouded in true energy as he held a pitch-black ball which resembled carbon. However, from its shape, it was easy to tell that this was once the golden lion head demonic potato which overflowed with essence. Will you look at that? I told you not to roast it. How did that turn out? You have roasted it into a mass of carbon. What a way to waste a lion head demonic potato! What a way to waste an 8th-grade spirit medicine, ah! Duan Yun was in pain because such a treasure had been wasted by the foolish chef. Bulletin Fang remained calm in the face of Duan Yun's hollers. He raised a thin finger to his lips and lightly blew on it. Shut up and listen to me. Duan Yun was abruptly taken aback. In the next moment, Bulletin Fang lightly tapped the pitch-black ball of carbon, and the black cover immediately broke apart with a rustle, revealing a resplendent golden roaring lion. Chapter 340, The Roasted Demonic Potato with a Touch of Spiritual Sagacity. A golden gleam of light gushed out of the pitch-black pieces of round charcoals. It was a glint even more dazzling than that of an ordinary golden shimmer, fully capturing one's eyeballs. As if it was a dormant bud suddenly blossoming, the pitch-black layers of charcoal began to peel off at a speed detectable to the naked eye. With that, the shine from the golden rays of light further intensified. A hot mist fluctuated with the golden shimmer. Such hazy fog created a backdrop of a wonderland, in which sat the gem-like streak of gold. A rich, simply irresistible aroma wafted past. The now fully roasted lion head demonic potato emanated an indescribable fragrance, one that was extremely concentrated and contained traces of a crispy burnt flavor. Once the layers of charcoal flaked off, it uncovered the reddish demonic potato flesh from within. The entire thing looked like a work of art delicately carved by God himself, both exquisite and bright, almost as marvelous as a precious piece of amber. The enshrouding hot steams spread from this amber-like flesh, tugging at one's heartstrings and triggering one's appetite. Isn't it beautiful? Bulletin Fang clutched the lion head demonic potato with one hand and declared satisfyingly. The sweet aroma of the demonic potato even put a gentle expression on Bulletin Fang's face. Duan Yun stared blankly at the steaming hot demonic potato. His nose couldn't stop twitching. It was almost as if the fragrance had a magical power, luring him to inhale, and with each breath draw in all of the aroma permeating through the air. Hearing Bulletin Fang's words, he nodded absent-mindedly. Never had he imagined how bewitchingly exquisite a lion head demonic potato could look. This potato was a rare 8th-grade spirit herb. Most folks used it for alchemy and brewing elixirs. Nobody other than the freak before his eyes could ever choose to cook with such a precious ingredient. But no matter what, though Duan Yun disapproved Bulletin Fang's decision in cooking with the lion head demonic potato, he had to admit that it looked ravishing once fully roasted. Give it a try. The taste is even better. A wisp of smoke twirled around Bulletin Fang's wrist and the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. With a flash of the blade, half of the sparkling lion head demonic potato was sliced off and handed to Duan Yun. This is really edible? Duan Yun gulped. He flickered a glance at Bulletin Fang and took in a deep breath. Well, there was no point in missing out on food. Waves of true energy wrapped around Duan Yun's hand as he grabbed the demonic potato. The steaming demonic potato flesh was scorching hot. Though his palm was protected by a shield of true energy, he still yelped at the heat. In fact, it totally stirred him up. Carefully clutching the lion head demonic potato with both hands, he blew at it gently to dispel the hot mists. Bulletin Fang paid no further attention to Duan Yun. His gaze landed on the lion head demonic potato in his hands. Roasted sweet potato was actually a form of light cooking. It entailed digging a hole in the ground, placing a couple of stones inside, and burying the sweet potato within. Lastly, one would light a fire on top with dry branches and use this heat to cook the sweet potato. Bulletin Fang remembered this as a cooking method from his previous lifetime. Of course, there were also other ways of cooking it, such as preparing a charcoal furnace and placing the sweet potato inside for roasting. Sweet potatoes done this way would end up with a dried, crispy layer of outer skin and burning hot, aromatically sweet flesh within. The taste was delightful. After peeling off the layers of charcoal on its surface, Bulletin Fang drew in a long breath and blew at the potato. Then, he sank his teeth into it hurriedly. The scorching hot demonic potato almost burned his teeth off. As he took this bite and inhaled deeply, he could clearly detect its uniquely rich aroma. A sweet flavor enveloped his taste buds and teased every fiber of his being. His eyes immediately lit up that very instant. The texture of this demonic potato flesh was excellent. Most of the spirit essence was successfully retained, which meant it was infused with a strong dose of spirit energy. This small piece of lion head demonic potato was simply exploding with rich surges of spirit energy, much like a detonating grenade. Most importantly, Bulletin Fang discerned from the roasted demonic potato flesh a sensation that he had never detected from other dishes. It was a kind of inexpressible, indefinable feeling. It was comparable to a path-understanding epiphany, a state of enigma. Bulletin Fang concluded to himself that this was a kind of spiritual sagacity. Even though the roasted demonic potato flesh was simply made, it was distinguishable from all of Bulletin Fang's other dishes in that it had an extra touch of spiritual sagacity. Though this dash of spiritual sagacity was faint, and perhaps barely discernible, with Bulletin Fang's improved cultivation level, he had become more and more sensitive to such ripples of energy. The emergence of spiritual sagacity in cooked dishes was a whole new discovery for Bulletin Fang. As he had slowly reached the level of an intermediate chef, Bulletin Fang's cooking skills seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Though he still managed to improve, the amount of progress made each time was clearly reducing. As a man who aspired to stand at the top of the food chain and become the god of cooking in the fantasy world, Bulletin Fang was unsettled by his slow progress, as it set him back from his ultimate goal. He also knew very clearly that huge leaps were easily achievable in the beginning phases. As his cultivation level grew, his outlook broadened, and his cooking abilities sharpened, it would become increasingly difficult to further improve himself. Or perhaps, with each advancement, he needed to accumulate a much stronger level of depth. As Bulletin Fang munched on the roasted demonic potato, he fell into a deep contemplation. Nom nom. Nom. A rhythmic sound of chomping snapped Bulletin Fang out of his meditation. A gaze that gave Bulletin Fang an eerie sensation landed on him, prompting him to arch his eyebrows. As Bulletin Fang traced back to the source of the stare, he discovered Duan Yun, already up on his feet and leering at the demonic potato flesh in his hands with sparkling eyes. What's going on? Bulletin Fang was taken by surprise. Duan Yun's mouth continued to chew, until the demonic potato flesh was finally swallowed after a loud gulp. Then, he emitted a long breath. Duan Yun felt like he was just baptized. This was the first time he had ever tasted something so delicious. This gourmet delicacy provided him with the same gratification as devouring an 8th-grade elixir. How bewildering! After being roasted, the demonic potato did not lose any of its spirit essence. Instead, everything was perfectly preserved. With a bite, the spirit energy and spirit essence all erupted in his mouth, making him feel as if he was surfing on the sea. This refreshing sensation simply intoxicated Duan Yun. How can anything be this tasty? Duan Yun was silently screaming in his heart. Now this is what you call a genuine gourmet delicacy. He had never expected potatoes roasted with alchemic fire to taste this succulent. Duan Yun was feverish with excitement, suddenly thinking whether he should make a career out of alchemic fire roasted potatoes. However, this was just wishful thinking. Now, if his master ever found out he was cooking potatoes with alchemic fire, it was just a matter of time before his neck was twisted off. In the face of Duan Yun's rapacious ogle, Bulletin Fang kept his poker face and gracefully crammed the rest of the lion head demonic potato into his mouth. Nom nom. This rhythmic munching made Duan Yun feel like all the energy in his body has been drained. Having gulped everything down, Bulletin Fang belched loudly. His burp released rich waves of spirit energy and spirit essence that pervaded the air. Suddenly, Bulletin Fang widened his eyes and slapped his own chest. He waved his hand and extracted a jar of wine from the system's dimensional storage. Pouring a good mouthful of wine down his throat, Bulletin Fang finally breathed out in satisfaction. The Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew proved a good match for the roasted potato. The combination was lovely. As the concentrated fragrance of wine disseminated through the air, Duan Yun almost squeezed his eyeballs out of his sockets. This scent of wine was simply too damn fragrant. Bulletin Fang poured another mouthful of wine down his throat and merrily smacked his lips. Then, he caught sight of a gaping Duan Yun standing from a distance. Want a cup? Bulletin Fang raised up the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew in his hand. Really, could I? Duan Yun's eyes brightened as he asked abashedly. Yet his body couldn't lie, as his feet quickly scurried to Bulletin Fang's side. Of course, not. Bulletin Fang waved his hand casually and stored away the Frost Blaze Path Understanding Brew back into the system's dimensional storage. This wine is extremely pricey. Duan Yun found himself in an awkward situation. What happened to the foundation of trust between people? What happened to sharing is caring? Aren't we friends? Having tasted the lion head demonic potato roasted with alchemic fire, Bulletin Fang was now intrigued by the capabilities of such exotic flames. His heart was burning with fervor, as he was now sure that possession of this fire could help advance his cooking skills. The mere use of alchemic fire was enough to instill a trace of spirit sagacity in the roasted demonic potato. Now what if he were to use heaven and earth obsidian flames, or 10,000 bestial flames to cook it? All of this was beyond Bulletin Fang's imagination. He had originally come to the 100,000 mountains in search of the 10,000 bestial flames to activate the Black Turtle constellation walk. But now, he was much more fascinated with obtaining the 10,000 bestial flames itself. This could well dictate whether he could reach a breakthrough for his cooking. Duan Yun watched as Bulletin Fang's figure left. He licked his lips, and with sparkling eyes, tailed Bulletin Fang like an obedient puppy. Chapter 341, Is that chef owner Bulletin? 100,000 mountains, the clear sky pagoda. An unadorned, cloud-capped tower was erected within a forest in the mountains. The iron tower was surrounded by houses in all shapes and sizes. These buildings were linked together, forming a little city based around the tower. Disciples of the Clear Sky Pagoda, all dressed in long white gowns covered with the patterns of the Iron Tower, sauntered through the city. As the city gates crashed open, a line of people supported one another as they returned to this little town. A screech echoed through the sky. The intense sunbird spread its wings, bringing with it intense waves of heat, and landed in the city. A chubby elder got off of the back of the intense sunbird. This was the supreme being warrior of the Clear Sky Pagoda, Yayunking. We've got more casualties. Yayunking furrowed his brows and gazed at a heavily injured elder. The 100,000 Mountains was in a turbulent state lately given the impending eruption of the 10,000 bestial flames. In the past, they were able to suppress the 10,000 bestial flames every time it broke out. However, as the frequency of containment increased, the 10,000 bestial flames became even more violent. Perhaps this time around, the 10,000 bestial flames would finally be released. It was obvious that countless warriors entered the 100,000 Mountains in pursuit of the 10,000 bestial flames. After all, it was the heaven and earth obsidian flames. How could it possibly not attract greedy eyes? Grandpa! Ye Xiling carried a longbow on her back and emerged from the crowd, one hand pinching Ye Peng's ear. Seeing that Ye Xiling and Ye Peng were safe and sound, Ye Yunqing sighed in relief. You insensible children! Aren't you aware of how dangerous the 100,000 Mountains is these days? Stay put in the Clear Sky Pagoda and don't leave without my permission. Ye Yunqing put on a rarely seen stern face and scolded them. Ye Xiling pouted her lips. Ye Peng, on the other hand, craned his neck and kept silent. Grandpa, we met a senior on our trip this time. That senior's cooking was just spectacular. Ye Peng waited until Ye Yunqing had cooled down before moving to his side. Chef? There are so many chefs out there. There's nothing special about it. Ye Yunqing was someone who had already witnessed owner Buletin's cooking. That dragon liver popsicle was constantly on his mind. He had slaughtered a good amount of flood dragons residing in the 100,000 Mountains. In fact, so much that it had provoked a supreme beast to chase after him in fury across the entire 100,000 Mountains. So, upon hearing Ye Peng's praise for a chef, Ye Yunqing was unmoved. How could this chef surpass owner Buletin? Ye Peng would not give up. He first recounted his adventures, then he described in details the snakeball dragon blood congee made by Buletin Fang. Even thinking about the snakeball dragon blood congee made his mouth water. Ye Xiling stood on the side, scornful as ever. Oh please, get a hold of yourself. Wait a minute. Lad, what did you just say? Ye Yunqing wasn't paying much attention to him, but he suddenly felt like something was off. Did you say there's a metallic lump following the chef around? Yeah. That metallic lump is really chubby but also very eccentric. I gave it a good look. Ye Peng replied solemnly. A stony-faced, slim-figured chef with a plump puppet, and had brilliant cooking skills. Could it be? Standing on the side, Ye Xiling was also taken aback. She suddenly recalled the one glimpse she caught of the figure. Could it really be? Holy shit! The muscles on Ye Yunqing's round face trembled. Could it be the little brat really did encounter owner Buletin? Owner Buletin also came all the way to the 100,000 Mountains? What is owner's Buletin purpose here? Surely he wasn't interested in the 10,000 bestial flames, right? What good would the 10,000 bestial flames do for a chef? The chubby elder's face gradually changed. He suddenly recalled something. Is it possible that owner Buletin plans on using the 10,000 bestial flames to cook dishes? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Given the nature of owner Buletin, if he could come up with something like the dragon liver popsicle, then using the 10,000 bestial flames to cook, wasn't that much of a surprise. Though the chubby elder thought this in his heart, the expression on his face became increasingly more bizarre. Duan Yun followed Buletin Fang. He peered at Buletin Fang's slim figure, then cast a glance at the metallic lump next to him. A trace of perplexity swept across his face. Buletin Fang did not have a high cultivation level, but his techniques were impressive. That black wok still made his heart tremble. He couldn't stop thinking about the wok. That object was definitely not ordinary, and could even be a semi-divine tool. But he really couldn't be sure. What kind of a weaponry blacksmith would be frivolous enough to make a wok of a semi-divine tool? Creating weapons required rare ingredients. It made sense to make cleavers or spears. But a wok? Has the blacksmith been kicked in the head? All the signs indicated that Buleten Fang must be a remarkable man. Duan Yun was not familiar with the southern region, but it only served as a training ground for him. Duan Yun came from somewhere outside of the southern region. With his cultivation level and possession of alchemic fire, passing through the 100,000 mountains was no hard task for him. Could it be Buleten Fang was also from somewhere outside of the southern region? Perhaps he also traveled to the 100,000 mountains for the 10,000 bestial flames. The more Duan Yun thought about it, the more he was convinced of this notion. The 10,000 bestial flames was a type of heaven and earth obsidian flames, and something incredibly valuable. He made his way here the moment he heard of the news and learned of the location of the heaven and earth obsidian flames. He wasn't the only one. Countless gifted warriors also arrived solely for the heaven and earth obsidian flames. The southern region was merely a small site at the border of the hidden dragon continent. It normally served as the training ground for the Grand Sect. With such a label, one could easily guess its main function. This was the training ground where the Grand Sect used to cultivate their disciples. Duan Yun himself did not belong to this sect. He just secretly sneaked in. Since the 100,000 mountains was so vast in size, it was not hard for him to slip in. Do you know where the 10,000 bestial flames is? The two strode through the forest. There were green pines and aged trees everywhere. The fallen leaves blanketed the ground like a cotton-padded jacket. There was also a rotting stench hitting their noses. There were silhouettes of tiny figures scurrying through the forest of aged trees. These were some of the lower-grade spirit beasts residing here. I have no idea. I also came for the 10,000 bestial flames. I was hassling the fellow from the Clear Sky Pagoda earlier to ask for the whereabouts of the 10,000 bestial flames. Before I had the chance to extract any information from him, you came along. Duan Yun replied sourly. He felt like he just underwent undeserved misfortunes. He suffered Buleten Fang's walk slams for nothing. He was still shaken from that incident. But don't worry. As a kind of heaven and earth obsidian flames, once the 10,000 bestial flames is released, it will raise a crowd. We can simply follow the commotion and trace our way there. It can save us the trouble of having to confront the Grand Sect disciples. Duan Yun did not mind at all. He flipped his head of grey hair and remarked. If it weren't for the gigantic bruise on his forehead, this toss could appear as quite coquettish. Buleten Fang nodded. The appearance of the heaven and earth obsidian flames would attract numerous pairs of contending hands. The competition would be fierce. Huh? Buleten Fang walked for a bit and suddenly twitched his nose, detecting a faint trace of fragrance mixed within the rotting reek. There's something good around here. Buleten Fang's eyes lit up as he traced the direction of the aroma. Duan Yun was stupefied. What was going on? He mimicked Buleten Fang and jerked his nose. However, he didn't sniff anything nice. He tailed behind Buleten Fang, making multiple twists and turns through the towering trees. Even the path itself was narrow and confined, forcing them to squeeze past the bushes. At last, they reached an enchanting sight. Everything before their eyes brightened. Buleten Fang widened his eyes and stared at the open space from afar. The area was vast, not hosting even a single tree or a patch of grass around it. As if in a glorious isolation, a small violet sapling stood in the middle of the soil. Tiny buds of flowers had already blossomed from the branches, on which even hang a few violet-colored fruits. The aroma that Buleten Fang got a sniff of came from this very sapling. It's a violet cloud fruit tree. There's actually a violet cloud fruit tree here. Duan Yun stretched open his eyes in excitement. Violet cloud fruit tree was an 8th grade spirit herb. The violet cloud fruit that such a tree bore was also a precious 7th grade spirit herb. It was really rare to come across one. Plus, the most valuable part of the violet cloud fruit tree was neither its fruit nor its flower. Instead, it was the natural nectar that ran through its branches. Once one sliced open the branches of the violet cloud fruit tree, a light violet shaded liquid would flow out. That would be the nectar of the violet cloud fruit. It tasted delicious and was a treasured spirit nectar with recovery functions. Duan Yun was thrilled. He extended a foot, ready to charge straight for the violet cloud fruit tree. Buleten Fang, on the other hand, kept his calm composure and shot him a look. Then, he turned his gaze back to the mountains of skeletons piled around the open space and blinked his eyes. Chapter 342, A Petrified Duan Yun. A pair of dainty feet, as smooth and pale as jade, tread across the paths of the forest. The piles of fallen leaves covering the ground sank in with each step, albeit not leaving any trace of dust on these feet. Against the now pitch-black shade of fallen leaves, the pair of walking feet appeared even more fair-skinned. The slim legs, with its beautiful curves, caused one to fall into a reverie. Sect Overlord, are we heading straight for the city where the Clear Sky Pagoda is situated? A gentle female voice suddenly rang and echoed through the tranquil forest. What's there to do in the Clear Sky Pagoda? We want to go straight to the location of the 10,000 bestial flames and wait for its release. This is a type of heaven and earth obsidian flames after all and must attract a huge crowd. We want to get there ahead of time, just consider it an opportunity to capture a few extra spiritual essences. The Shura sect overlord had a raspy voice, one that reflected having undergone the vicissitudes of life. The high priest's eyes, hidden under her mask, instantly sparkled with a sense of excitement. The two sped up. Though the forest was crowded with trees, they were able to traverse large distances with each step. The densely packed forest did not throw them off, as they had a very clear target in mind. Outside of the 100,000 mountains, a hoary figure riding a skinny white bird soared through the sky. With his white gown, white strands of hair, white beard, and eyebrows, he exuded a divine and majestic demeanor. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the white bird, the elder gracefully leaped off, as agile as a swallow, once they hit the border of the 100,000 mountains. He lifted up a hand and patted the bird's head. With a gleeful chirp, the bird spun around in the air, flapped its wings, and headed for the direction of the sun. The white-gowned elder pulled his hands behind him. Hunching his back, he trod lightly across the air. He gazed at the boundless chains of Alps with squinted eyes. The 100,000 mountains is still as beautiful as ever. It's a pity that such a lovely landscape suffers from an endless threat of crisis. The elder exclaimed softly. He could somehow detect, with his eyes, the shape of a ferocious dragon silhouette bursting out of the 100,000 mountains. The dragon silhouette twisted its body and emitted muted screeches. An eye-blinding gleam was wrapped around its belly. The elder drew in a deep breath. The probing energy technique of the Celestial Arcanum sect enabled him to detect all the energies within each mountain. The dragon energy of the 100,000 mountains surged like turbulent waves. However, the resplendent gleam of light on the belly was like a source that absorbed all of the dragon pulse energies. That must be where the 10,000 bestial flames was birthed. Able to seize the dragon pulse energy dominating an entire mountain has to be the work of the heaven and earth obsidian flames. Of course, simply the plundering of such dragon pulse energy was not enough to create the heaven and earth obsidian flames. There had to be other determining factors involved. The elder was not interested in learning the details. He only needed to know that the dragon pulse's point of blockage was the birthing spot of the heaven and earth obsidian flames. Gushes of wind brushed past him, causing his hair to flutter in the air. Suddenly, right outside of the 100,000 mountains, a swift sword energy slash pierced through the air. The elder twisted his head and smiled. The flash of a blade swooped in, on which stood a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. He wore a commanding look on his face, with dashing eyebrows and a pair of sparkling eyes. There was an elegant air of dominance on him as he flew in on his sword. The bright rays of the blade began to fade as the sword gradually slowed down. Not before long, the shadow of this figure reached the elder's side. The Villa Master of the White Cloud Villa, Wu Mu, pays his respect to the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect. The middle-aged man bowed to the elder in humble reverence. The elder smiled gently and waved his hand. Wu Mu was the Villa Master of the White Cloud Villa, a 9th-grade Supreme Being swordsman. The flying sword under his feet was the White Cloud Villa's semi-divine tool, the Cloud Rising Sword. Villa Master Wu's sword will is getting stronger. Looks like you've improved by great strides. This is worth celebrating. The Supreme Elder chuckled. A trace of smile suddenly swept across Wu Mu's serious face. The two exchanged more greetings and continued to charge toward the mountains. Both aimed for the 10,000 bestial flames, or in other words, to at least obstruct the Shura sect master from obtaining the 10,000 bestial flames. Once the two left, another roar erupted in the sky. A gigantic one-legged toad, large enough to almost obscure the sky, hopped down. Each leap caused the ground underneath it to quake violently. This was a supreme beast. There were a few tiny figures standing on the head of the supreme beast. Up close, one could easily detect the forbidding forces of energy on their bodies. This was especially true for the person in the lead. Despite his petite physique, his aura was not a bit weaker than the massive one-legged toad supreme beast. The warriors from the godly temple of the wildlands had finally arrived. Bouletin Fang looked at Duan Yun with a spurious smile. He was too lazy to alert him and instead watched in silence. There was a circle of empty space around the violet cloud fruit tree, but countless skeletons were scattered there. The ghostly white skeletons looked eerie as ever, as if screaming danger. Duan Yun was both talented and bold. He did not belong to the southern region and naturally showed no signs of fear toward this training ground. He possessed the alchemic fire and had a respectable cultivation level. Therefore, he was not concerned with his safety at all. Yet, just as he stepped into the empty space, he was overcome with a bad feeling. The soil beneath his foot began to crack. A bloody jaw appeared before him, causing the hair on his body to stand on their ends. There was an 8th-grade creature here. The alchemic fire began to billow. With a loud boom, Duan Yun's body instantly shot up. This was an 8th-grade earth dragon, with bloodshot eyes and a body covered in ferocious pricks. Its bloody jaws were filled with rows of teeth as sharp as blades. This earth dragon was like an enormous lizard, traveling at an incredible speed. Bang bang bang, it bolted straight for Duan Yun. Its whip-like tail swept across the air, charging straight for Duan Yun's torso. Duan Yun was instantly enraged. How dare an 8th-grade creature make a move on him? With the alchemic fire in his hands, Duan Yun was undaunted. He sprinted forth and began to battle with the 8th-grade earth dragon. At this very moment, an intense surge of strong winds and flames of fire rose up from the empty space, blowing the piles of skeletons in all directions. The violet cloud fruit tree continued to emit its luring radiance and aroma, swaying gently against the breeze. An 8th-grade earth dragon. It suddenly dawned upon Bouletin Fang that this creature was using the violet cloud fruit tree as a trap to catch prey. Of course, one could also say the earth dragon was the spirit beast guarding this violet cloud fruit tree. Given the existence of dragon in its name, the creature's combat capabilities cannot be dismissed. Duan Yun grappled with the earth dragon for a while but found it impossible to defeat it. This caused him to sweat non-stop. Of course, his level of fury rose as he continued to wrestle the creature. The earth dragon had coarse skin and could even spit fire. Even though it was afraid of his alchemic fire, it was still able to resist Duan Yun's strikes. Duan Yun himself was only an 8th-grade war god. Without the alchemic fire, he was no match for the earth dragon. The earth dragon's cultivation level was strong, to the point where it was probably ready to evolve into the echelon of a supreme beast. Roar! The swaying tail flung Duan Yun out of the empty space. As the earth dragon crawled forward, it stretched open its bloody jaws and howled at Bouletin Fang and Duan Yun. A nasty stench immediately wafted through the air. Bouletin Fang shot a cool look at the earth dragon and took a stride forward, leisurely stepping into the empty space. A wisp of smoke twirled around his wrist, and the pitch-black, unadorned kitchen knife immediately appeared his hand. This was the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, the kryptonite of any spirit beasts that belonged to the dragon species. Given Bouletin Fang's current cultivation level, if he triggered the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, dragon-type spirit beasts even at the echelon of supreme beast would face defeat. This earth dragon also detected a sense of crisis, its savage eyes suddenly wincing. Duan Yun stood from afar and gaped at Bouletin Fang, who was about to make a move, in astonishment. The alchemic fire burning in his hands waned. He was very intrigued to see how this would go down. This earth dragon was incredibly fierce. He waited to see how Bouletin Fang would handle it, surely not slamming it with a wok again? This earth dragon had a layer of thick, coarse skin. Did he think it was as easily subdued as Duan Yun? However, the next scene he witnessed almost popped his eyeballs out of his eye sockets. The earth dragon that he almost grappled to death with, the very creature that nearly snapped his body in half, was effortlessly slaughtered by Bouletin Fang with 2 slashes. A lustrous golden gleam gushed out, almost lighting up the cold, gloomy forest. Bouletin Fang shouldered his giant golden kitchen knife, his face still without any expressions. By his feet was the hotshot earth dragon that, 1 moment ago was all high and mighty, and now, a slab of dead meat, with both its head and tail badly severed. A river of dragon blood poured through the soil, filling the forest with an unbearable stench. Duan Yun ogled with his mouth agape, utterly flabbergasted. He was baffled. He was dumbfounded. Just 2 slices? Was this a freaking fake earth dragon? Bulletin Fang was merely a 7th grade battle saint, making him even a level lower than himself. The earth dragon was full of energy when fighting him, but was reduced to a piece of trash before Bulletin Fang? Was he too impotent himself, or was Bulletin Fang simply too powerful? Bulletin Fang stored his flashy golden kitchen knife and flickered at glimpse at Duan Yun. He patted the earth dragon's gigantic body and uttered calmly, "You're in charge of carrying this earth dragon. Tonight we shall feast on dragon meat." Chapter 343, Believe in yourself, you are a professional. Bulletin Fang was able to slaughter the earth dragon, which Duan Yun had to fight with for ages, with 2 quick slices. Why was Bulletin Fang so powerful? This seemed a bit far-fetched. Duan Yun was absolutely shocked. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. With Bulletin Fang's sense of effortlessness against his own desperate struggles, an indescribable dejection rushed to his heart. Bulletin Fang didn't care what Duan Yun was going through emotionally. He walked around the earth dragon's corpse and sauntered to the violet cloud fruit tree. A faint glow circulated above the tree, emitting a fluorescent light. The aroma that pervaded the air contained a trace of sweetness unique to spirit fruits. Bulletin Fang wouldn't wait to pick one off and taste it himself. He plucked off a violet cloud fruit from the branches. This was a 7th grade violet cloud fruit and contained a rich source of spirit energy within. He easily peeled off the outer skin of this violet cloud fruit. In comparison to the tender flesh inside, the violet cloud fruit's outer layer was coarse. Plus, it had a bitter astringency to it and did not taste good. The star of the show was still the flesh inside, which was truly the essence of this fruit. The flesh of the violet cloud fruit was not a purple shade. Instead, it was as transparent and pale as a cube of ice, much like the texture of the lychee flesh. As he took a bite of the violet cloud fruit, a nectar filled his entire mouth. A delicate fragrance circulated in Bulletin Fang's mouth alongside the sweet taste. It was quite a treat. After quickly gobbling up this violet cloud fruit, Bulletin Fang took out a blue and white ceramic bowl. Behold the correct way to process the violet cloud fruit tree. With a wisp of smoke, the dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand again. Rubbing the violet cloud fruit tree's smooth branches, Bulletin Fang located a spot and wiped his cleaver against it. The branch was easily sliced apart. Once cut apart, a fountain of sparkling clear nectar flowed out. In comparison to fresh spring water, this nectar was much more viscous. Bulletin Fang placed the blue and white ceramic bowl under the branch's opening, catching the river of nectar that gushed out. After collecting an entire bowl of fresh nectar, Bulletin Fang pressed down lightly at the cut with his thumb. The cut was somehow sealed, and not after long, stopped dripping out nectar. Duan Yun walked over. He was excited to see this bowl of fresh violet cloud nectar. The violet cloud nectar had wonderful healing properties. Not to mention its main function, it also tasted incredibly delicious. It definitely made a fine drink. Bulletin Fang ignored Duan Yun's envious gaze and instead lifted up the ceramic bowl for a sip. Gulp gulp gulp. He chugged a big mouthful of this violet cloud nectar. Once it hit his tongue, Bulletin Fang's eyes instantly lit up. This violet cloud nectar was ice cold as if it had been frozen before. It had a refreshing texture, both sweet and cool in taste once down the throat. It was a little bit similar to the sugar cane juice that Bulletin Fang had drunk in his precious lifetime, only it wasn't as sweet. A lingering aftertaste curled around in Bulletin Fang's mouth. The aroma caused Bulletin Fang to squint his eyes. The violet cloud nectar contained just as much spirit energy as the violet cloud fruit. After a single swig, Bulletin Fang opened his mouth wide and spurted forth rich waves of spirit energy. After one sip of the violet cloud nectar, he felt that all the weariness on his body simply washed away. Very nice. Bulletin Fang was satisfied. He lifted up the ceramic bowl and continued gulping down the content inside. Not after long, he had drained the entire bowl. This violet cloud nectar really quenched one's thirst. It had a spectacular texture and indeed made a fine drink. Bulletin Fang dug out the violet cloud fruit tree from its roots and placed it into the system's dimensional bag. He planned on taking it back to the store and replanting it there as an addition to the store's afforestation. When he curled up in a chair to enjoy some sunshine on an ordinary day, he could also get himself a bowl of this violet cloud nectar. Now that was the way to live life. Duan Yun also yearned for a sip of this violet cloud nectar, but Bulletin Fang took no notice of him and instead proceeded to store away the violet cloud tree. This made him feel like he was kicked in the balls. "Carry this earth dragon. It's our dinner tonight," Bulletin Fang instructed solemnly and then walked ahead with hands behind his back. Duan Yun's face darkened. The body of this earth dragon was rather big. However, with Duan Yun's cultivation level at the peak of 8th grade war god level, carrying it certainly wasn't an ordeal. The two figures, on top of a puppet and an earth dragon corpse, trod through the forest. The night was falling. The scorching sun hanging in the sky also slipped down the horizon. After the last bits of the evening glow, the sun completely disappeared, leaving behind a state of dusky stillness. Two crescent moons gradually crystallized, intertwining with each other in the night sky. A bonfire was lit. A large black wok was set upon the bonfire. The boiling clear water inside bubbled. Duan Yun sat on the side and threw in a couple of twigs from time to time. He still couldn't quite digest everything that just happened. This time it wasn't because of Bulletin Fang's intimidating combat capability, but because Bulletin Fang had just sliced off all the meat from this gigantic dragon in a grand manner. In the end, all that was left of the earth dragon was a pile of bones. His dissecting and cutting techniques covered Duan Yun's scalp with a tingling sensation. Bulletin Fang did not put away the leftover skin of this earth dragon. Given that this earth dragon has been living underground throughout the year, its skin was rough and coarse. Since it was completely useless, Bulletin Fang cast it away after carving out the flesh. For today's meal, Bulletin Fang was going to make red braised earth dragon meat. Duan Yun, still absent-minded, sniffed the rich aroma that dissipated through the air. Watching as Bulletin Fang cooked skillfully, he couldn't quite believe he was in the training ground. Though this training ground posed little threat to the genius disciples of the Grand Sect, Duan Yun's own cultivation level couldn't be considered that impressive, and hence he found this training ground somewhat dangerous. This was the first time Duan Yun had witnessed anyone like Bulletin Fang, who managed to turn the training ground into his kitchen and cooked at such ease. The earth dragon's flesh was dark-toned. Without the addition of any extra condiments, it already wore a beautiful shade, both glossy and sparkling clear in texture. Stripped of its outer skin, the earth dragon flesh was extremely tender. The glittering chunks of meat even quivered in the bowl, shaking slightly like pieces of jello. It shimmered against the flames and was blanketed by a lustrous layer of oil. Just looking at it stimulated one's appetite. Bulletin Fang glanced at Duan Yun, who was drooling helplessly, and casually tossed him a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. Duan Yun caught it and shot a look at Bulletin Fang with an odd expression. This fellow has all sorts of kitchen appliances on him. Surely, Bulletin Fang didn't really take this training ground as his personalized kitchen. However, he didn't give it another thought. Instead, he mimicked Bulletin Fang, picking up a piece of the glittering, steaming hot earth dragon meat and pushed it into his mouth. It was so fresh and tender to the tongue, its texture almost akin to jelly. The meat was awfully springy upon fully cooked, bouncing between his teeth. He was immersed in a state of satisfaction. The meaty aroma spread through his mouth and shot up his nostrils. It was as if every waft of fragrance had transformed into a thick winter's coat and enveloped his body. It made him feel as comfy and cozy as ever. How could this dish taste so good? It turns out earth dragon flesh was absolutely succulent. As Duan Yun continued to chomp on the meat, he gasped in admiration. Grease was smeared across the corners of his mouth and his eyes couldn't stop sparkling. The more Duan Yun ate, the more he was shaken to his core. The roasted demonic potato from before was already beyond his expectations. Yet the cooking techniques involved with that dish was not high. Or, in other words, even if it was intricate, Duan Yun certainly could never tell. He dismissed it as a fluke, especially since the texture and taste of the demonic potato itself was enough to make a fine treat. However, this time, the red braised earth dragon meat revealed Bulletin Fang's true capabilities. His body movements during the entire cooking process were as fluid as a stream of water, all appearing so natural to him. This Bulletin Fang really is a chef. As a disciple of the alchemy sect, he was defeated by a mere chef. This was too painful. But no matter how despondent this realization made him, Duan Yun simply couldn't resist the temptation of gourmet delicacies. Anything that happened once could happen twice. Sure enough, Bulletin Fang successfully coaxed him into utilizing the alchemic fire again. Only this time, Bulletin Fang applied his alchemic fire to roasting meat. Duan Yun refused at first, reminded of the dignity that a master of alchemy should retain. However, picturing the mouth-watering red braised earth dragon meat, he convinced himself that upholding the dignity of a master of alchemy could be postponed. He was already forced into roasting potatoes anyway, was it really a loss to roast meat as well? Just as the earth dragon flesh was roasted into a glowing red shade, glistening drops of sauced oil dripped off the roasted meat. The concentrated meaty aroma dispersed and almost shot into Duan Yun's body like tiny serpents. Though he was still spouting out flames, Duan Yuan felt his mouth water. Meat roasted by the alchemic fire smelled too delectable. That fragrance had the power to entice anyone. Sniffing that aroma, Duan Yun began to tremble, almost losing control of the fire. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows, keep still and keep the flames under control. Believe in yourself, you are a professional. Duan Yun almost spat out blood as he screamed madly in his heart. I am not a professional fire lighter. I am a noble master of alchemy. AHH. Just as the roasted earth dragon meat was about to be done, a giant explosion erupted within the 100,000 mountains. From the source of the outburst, a flame shot to the sky. The glaring flames almost obscured the entire sky, turning the night back into day. Duan Yun was startled. Could this be the release of the 10,000 bestial flames? Buletin Fang flickered a glimpse at the dazzling flame and calmly twisted back his head. He looked at the earth dragon meat roasted into a scarlet shade and scrunched his brows. Concentrate and keep the fire steady. Even if the 10,000 bestial flames has been released, we still need to finish cooking the meat first. Chapter 344, The Birth of the Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flames. The violent explosions left the clear sky pagoda wobbling non-stop. A commotion broke in the city at the foot of the clear sky pagoda. Numerous disciples rushed out of their respective training grounds. Their faces had yet to recover from the shock, all badly shaken by the sudden eruption. Such explosions had not occurred there for years. What was going on? There was a lot of information that these regular disciples had no access to, as they had not reached a certain level. The 10,000 bestial flames was a heaven and earth obsidian flame that the clear sky pagoda had safeguarded for ages. This type of fire had a forbidding amount of might. If it weren't for the suppression of the dragon pulse from the 100,000 mountains and the clear sky pagoda magic array, this entire piece of land would have already been burned to ashes. Knowledge of such details was reserved for the higher levels of the clear sky pagoda. This was why when everyone else was startled by the eruption, the supreme beings of the clear sky pagoda wore grave expressions instead. Their gazes shifted toward the same direction. In the distance, flames had dashed up to the sky, completely lighting up the night. This was really a chilling sight. Ya Yunqing knit his brows and stared at that direction for a long time. Then, he drew in a deep, long breath and sent Ye Xiling and Ye Peng off, warning them not to wander around. Then, he sat down on the back of the intense sunbird and bolted straight for the source of eruption. Countless figures also rushed out, all being the finest warriors of the clear sky pagoda. Within the densely packed 100,000 mountains, a line of people slowly lifted up their heads. The forces of energy on these folks were extremely powerful. They all wore uniformed long robes. It was obvious that they did not belong to the clear sky pagoda. Senior disciple, is the 10,000 bestial flames about to erupt? One of them asked solemnly. How could there be heaven and earth obsidian flames in the training ground? I fear the sect elders aren't aware of this fact. But that's fine, consider it our chance to obtain the heaven and earth obsidian flames. If that is the case, this trip would be just perfect. Plus Bei Gongming, would gain much more respect within the major sects. The one in the lead was a fine-looking man. He gazed at the direction where flames were flickering in the air, his eyes filled with excitement. The southern region was their sect's training ground. It mainly provided a space for the disciples to cultivate but did not garner much attention from the sects. Yet who would have thought that a ball of heaven and earth obsidian flames would appear in such an overlooked area? That was truly a precious treasure. Once acquired, it could provide immense assistance to one's advancement in cultivation. It was not an exaggeration for someone in possession of it to become an influential figure among the sects. Come on! We must secure the 10,000 bestial flames. Anyone standing in our way must be eliminated. A sense of greediness flashed across Bei Gongming's burning eyes. Then, an instinct to kill burst out of him as he took his men to sprint toward the location of the 10,000 bestial flames. This concerned the future of his cultivation level and reputation. How could Bei Gongming not attach great importance to this mission? Very good, gradually peter out the alchemic fire, just like that. Duan Yun had a gloomy face. His most cherished alchemic fire was used to roast meat. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry about this. But he had to admit that the aroma pervading through the air was getting richer by the second. This intensified his hunger, leaving his stomach grumbling. The eruption continued on. The sky burned with glaring lights. Both Duan Yun and Buletin Fang knew this was a sign that the 10,000 bestial flames was about to burst out. Duan Yun was all jittery and anxious since he was keen himself on acquiring this heaven and earth obsidian flames. Yet, Buletin Fang remained calm, with his eyes glued to the roasted meat. He took his time, showing no sense of urgency. It was as if this roasted meat was much more important than the 10,000 bestial flames to Buletin Fang. All right, the meat is done. Earth dragon flesh roasted by alchemic fire, it must taste good. Buletin Fang declared, then told Duan Yun to store away the alchemic fire, and squinted his eyes. Having been roasted by the alchemic fire, the earth dragon flesh flushed red like an exquisite piece of ruby, both sparkling and divine. A hot mist circulated on top of the earth dragon meat, bringing with it a rich fragrance. This dragon earth meat was a feast for the eyes, not to mention a big stimulus for one's appetite. Buletin Fang stood up and stretched his body. This earth dragon meat was high in cultivation level. He needed to use true energy cooking techniques to soak up its spirit energy and ensure its tastiness and juicy texture. He strung a few pieces of meat through a branch and tossed it to Duan Yun. Seeing that this lad had spurred out alchemic fire for so long, Buletin Fang naturally wouldn't treat him shabbily. Duan Yun was absolutely thrilled as he caught this kebab. The aroma of the roasted meat had completely enveloped his nose. He felt like his entire person was drowning in this enchanting fragrance. He had completely thrown the sky full of flames out of his mind. Smells so good. Duan Yun gulped as he exclaimed. Buletin Fang clutched a kebab and flickered the dazzled Duan Yun a look. Then, he turned his gaze to the direction of the burning flames. Without another minute of hesitation, he tidied up everything and headed in that direction. Duan Yun was licking the oily sauce on the roasted meat when he realized Buletin Fang was ready to leave. He got up in a rush, took a bite of the meat, and strung along. The roasted meat was absolutely delicious. It had not been overcooked under the alchemic fire and instead retained a tender texture. Its rich aroma and succulent chewiness filled his mouth with a delightful taste. Bang! With a thunderous boom, a fierce howl of wind whistled by, blowing apart the trees of these chains of mountains. An enormous foot smashed down from the heavens and landed ruthlessly on the mountains, trampling batches of trees. A spiral of wind brushed past, fluttering Duan Yun and Buletin Fang's robe and hair. The two protected their roasted meat and studied the gigantic one-legged creature with scrunched brows. Boom boom bang! The single leg raised up again, making a huge leap. It bolted straight away at an alarming speed, leaving behind only a giant footprint. This was a massive long-legged toad with a terrifying force of energy. This is a supreme beast. Duan Yun was stunned. He came from outside of the southern region and was not that curious about supreme beasts. However, to have one appear in the training grounds was bewildering. I wonder how supreme beasts taste like. Buletin Fang peered at the body of the gigantic one-legged toad and muttered. He took a bite of the roasted meat, causing its oily sauce to splash everywhere. Aside from the fat dog lying before his front door, this was the first time he had witnessed another supreme beast. He really couldn't help but feel intrigued. Duan Yun flickered Buletin Fang a glimpse, completely speechless. How is eating always on your mind? The supreme beast could be considered indestructible, even the disciples of the Grand Sect could not belittle this creature. How could an existence like that be reduced to food on a platter? Duan Yun smacked his lips and sunk his teeth into the roasted earth dragon meat. He had completely forgotten that the cooked flesh in his hands belonged to an 8th-grade spirit beast. The birth of this heaven and earth obsidian flames has definitely attracted numerous warriors. Even the one-legged supreme beast traveled for tens of thousands of miles to rush here. Look! Duan Yun observed as he pointed his finger at something. On the back of the supreme beast sat a couple of cross-legged figures. A flash of blade glided across the sky like a shooting star. That was the flying sword of another warrior. Those who dared to covet the heaven and earth obsidian flames were undoubtedly supreme being warriors. I had never expected there to be so many supreme beings in the training ground, This is quite a conundrum. Duan Yun chomped on the meat as an unpleasant feeling spread across his body. Bulletin Fang paid no heed to Duan Yun, who was muttering to himself. Instead, he sauntered towards the targeted direction slowly. The 10,000 bestial flames, a type of heaven and earth obsidian flames, was something he must obtain. With this flame, his cooking skills could finally advance to the next level. A good fire that had enough spiritual sagacity could bestow upon the ingredients even more spiritual energy. This would be a tremendous help to Bulletin Fang's cooking. Duan Yun sighed and tailed behind him. The two, plus a puppet, sped up their paces. Now that they had a clear target, they were able to reach the destination quickly given their cultivation levels. They arrived at the scene only to see numerous battles already broken out over the 10,000 bestial flames. Chapter 345, The Supreme Beings have assembled. Bei Gongming caught sight of the golden flames from afar, which were burning with intensity as they emitted raging streams of heat. Though they were still pretty far away, he could feel the scorching heat of the fire, in addition to rich wafts of spirit energy pervading the air. This was no ordinary fire, being a ball of spirit energy flames instead. This was a blaze that contained spiritual sagacity. The heaven and earth obsidian flames. Bei Gongming was feverish with excitement. If he could merge with this heaven and earth obsidian flames, then he could certainly transcend the intermediate level of the Supreme Being echelon. In fact, he might even climb to the peak of that echelon. With the heaven and earth obsidian flames in his hands, his combat capabilities would also see a steep improvement. He'd also make a name for himself among the sects. Add a couple more years of cultivation with the heaven and earth obsidian flames and he may even surpass the echelon of Supreme Being. By then, he'd be a most distinguished figure among the younger warriors. He could become the leader of the younger generation. In the face of the heaven and earth obsidian flames, he really couldn't suppress the avaricious craving in his heart. Just as he was about to sprint toward the golden flames, a screech echoed in the air. Then, a streak of flames was spurred out by a blazing bird that intercepted him. This was the intense sun bird, a spirit beast that came from very hot regions. On the intense sun bird sat a cross-legged chubby elder Yayunking. The heaven and earth obsidian flames has been held down by the Clear Sky Pagoda. As the elder of the Clear Sky Pagoda, Yayunking would not permit anyone to seize it. A supreme being of the training ground. Humph! Anyone who is between me and my good fortunes must be killed. It seemed like Bei Gongming only had eyes for the heaven and earth obsidian flames. He flickered a quick glance at Yayunking and scoffed coldly. Bei Gongming had a very impressive cultivation level. Even though he wasn't exactly the most prominent warrior among the younger generation, he was still very capable and even had a reputation good enough. He was so self-assured that he paid no attention to Yayunking. In his eyes, the supreme beings of the training ground were all trashy bumpkins. Those from the training ground were essentially slaves that other sects kept around to train their own disciples. How dare a slave defy its master? It is time to meet your end. Bang bang! As Bei Gongming summoned his cultivation method, a pair of pale white wings spread out from his back. Feathers made of spirit energy drifted down from the pair of luminous fair wings. Buzz! After a loud noise, Bei Gongming's body dashed out, charging toward Yayunking like a bolt of lightning. The two were both supreme beings. However, Yayunking was merely at the early stages of the supreme being echelon. After colliding with Bei Gongming for the first time, his entire body shot backwards with the force of a detonating bomb. He crashed into the pavement, causing the small hills around them to rupture. Bei Gongming smirked, his face covered with a frosty expression. Given that his cultivation level was much higher than that of Yayunking, he could easily subdue the opponent. The heaven and earth obsidian flames must be mine. It is a good fortune that I am entitled to. Bei Gongming's glowing wings flapped as his figure hovered majestically in the air, howling with laughter. However, one after another wave of sound ripped through the air. Numerous warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda had arrived. There was another supreme being warrior among them with a strong cultivation level. He pulled out his bow and shot an arrow that glided through the air with dazzling sparks and headed straight for Bei Gongming. Those from the Clear Sky Pagoda were very proficient with archery. Their arrows contained a powerful amount of force. However, Bei Gongming had an even higher cultivation level. Nobody could figure out what the pair of glowing wings was, but it blanketed his entire figure. The bright arrows that warriors from the Clear Sky Pagoda shot out merely bounced off the shield of wings and exploded. Then, the disciples that came with Bei Gongming also stormed in, entangled in a huge battle with warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda. These people did not come from the southern region. The cultivation methods they used for training were of a superior level. Even though their individual cultivation levels were not high, they were able to fight those from a level above. This was why disciples of the Clear Sky Pagoda found themselves badly losing, though they were greater in number. Even the superior warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda were being brutally crushed. Bei Gongming looked as if he had gone wild. He fluttered his wings and suddenly zipped past like a stroke of light. The two primary level supreme beings were utterly subdued, to the point where their forces of energy began to fluctuate unsteadily. "Grandpa! Xiling will come to save you!" Suddenly, a thunderous roar emerged from the deep of the forest. An arrow flashed by, wrapped in a coat of thunder. Like a shooting star, it glided toward Bei Gongming and his unfurled wings. Bei Gongming's hair fluttered in the air. He thrust out a punch and smashed away the thunder arrow. Yet his entire person was flung back by a tremendous force, and even his fist felt numb. A semi-divine tool. Bei Gongming's pupils shrank. An elegant figure emerged from the forest with a blue bow in hand. The bright thunder arrow was attached to the bow. Ye Xiling, in a heroic spirit, released his finger, and the thunderous arrow instantly swooshed in. This was the semi-divine tool of the Clear Sky Pagoda, the Thunderbolt Bow. Bei Gongming bellowed. He showed no signs of fear toward the semi-divine tool and continued to overpower the two other Supreme Being warriors. Bang! Flames spew out of a deep pit, within which danced sparkling blazes. A beam of light shot straight to the sky. Numerous cries instantly filled the 100,000 mountains. Everyone in the battle jumped up in fright and gazed towards the red-eyed spirit beasts climbing out of the pit one after another. These spirit beasts emanated fiery forces of energy. Those from both sides of the battle pulled apart and began to deal with these wild and vicious spirit beasts. Innumerable spirit beasts flooded the scene. The hordes mainly consisted of lower-level spirit beasts, though there were still plenty of 6th and 7th grade ones. 8th grade spirit beasts acted as pact leaders, though they were few in number. There were simply too many spirit beasts. All at once, pandemonium broke out amidst the battles. Roars and screeches filled the sky as two intense sunbirds flew out of the pit. Even the warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda felt their hearts shudder. Hundreds of thousands of beasts have uprisen. It looks like the 10,000 bestial flames is about to be released. On a towering tree not far from there, the high priest walked with her bare feet as she said to the black-robed Shura sect overlord. The departed soul orb in their hands shone with a greyish glow, absorbing the wailing spiritual essences and phantom spirits floating in the air. The spiritual essences came from both spirit beasts and humans. This was an added benefit to them. High up, a shadow large enough to cover the entire sky emerged. A single foot stomped down and landed ferociously near the pit of fire. A terrifying wave of energy spread in all directions, immediately killing numerous spirit beasts with its force. The 9th grade supreme beast, the one-legged toad, finally appeared. This one-legged toad was gargantuan in size. Its two bulging eyeballs rolled around. Suddenly, a loud croak burst through the air like a flash of thunder. More spirit beasts physically exploded, sending splatters of blood everywhere. A good handful of humans were even sent flying away, coughing up blood at the emergence of that sound. A ruthless look flashed across Bei Gongming's eyes. He flapped his glowing wings and lifted himself up into the sky. The two Supreme Being warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda also floated about in a flustered manner. They were clearly intimidated by this gigantic supreme beast, the one-legged toad. Its combat capability was simply too menacing. Just as this one-legged toad was wreaking havoc, a red fire dragon slowly crawled out of the fire pit. Its body was covered with burning flames, both awe-inspiring and tormenting. Another supreme beast. This was the spirit beast guardian of the heaven and earth obsidian flames. Two supreme beasts had surfaced at this point. A flash of a blade whipped past. A figure stood majestically on his sword, gliding through the air. An elder with white robes, white hair, and white brows also drew nearer as he stepped across the air, watching from afar. Slither, slither, slither. From a distance, a wriggling body was wrapped around the branches of a towering tree. The figure continued to slide upwards, staring straight ahead intently. This was a member of the Serpent Man, being actually a female. Her head full of green hair swayed against the air. Her lovely face and ravishing beauty took one's breath away. Even the Serpentine Sovereign traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to get here. The villa master of the White Cloud Villa, Wu Mu, remarked with a smile, still hovering mid-air on the semi-divine tool, Cloud Rising Sword. The look he cast at the stunning Serpentine Sovereign was filled with complicated emotions. Oh dear heavens! How could there be so many Supreme Being warriors? And 2 Supreme Beasts, how can I obtain the 10,000 bestial flames now? Duan Yun stared blankly at the warriors jumping out one after another. The levels of energy on them were incredibly strong. This sent shivers down his spine. These were all Supreme Being warriors, none of which Duan Yun himself could take on. He was so distressed he had even forgotten to eat the roasted meat. He had never expected that so many Supreme Beings would emerge in the training grounds. With this many Supreme Beings, he had no chance of ever touching the heaven and earth obsidian flames. What a miscalculation! Bulletin Fang kept his cool. Given how precious that heaven and earth obsidian flames was, its ability to attract so many Supreme Beings did not come as a surprise. Leaning against a towering tree, Bulletin Fang calmly chewed the roasted meat as he observed the heated situation. As time went by, the sense of grimness pervading the air worsened. Even the blistering flames burning in the pit of fire kicked up a notch, getting hotter and hotter. Chapter 346, Tens of thousands of beasts breathed out, the obsidian flames blossomed. Ribbit! The giant one-legged toad croaked. Those nearby felt their hearts shudder in fear. This was the domineering force of a supreme beast. Its every move affected one's state of mind. Swarms after swarms of spirit beasts crept out of the blazing pit. A large number of them also swished in from the heart of the forests. In that very moment, the spaces surrounding the fire pit had transformed into a spirit beast kingdom. It was as if the crowds were engulfed by this spirit beast fever. The warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda were not perturbed by this spirit beast fever. Having grown up in the 100,000 mountains, they had witnessed countless waves of the spirit beast fever. So, they did not feel the need to fuss over this. They were aware that the outburst of the spirit beast fever was a product of the 10,000 bestial flames, which coincidentally blocked the dragon pulse of the 100,000 mountains. The dragon pulse energies were the source of spirit energy for the mountainous ranges. Spirit beasts depended on such supply of spirit energy for their cultivation. Every time the spirit beast fever broke out, it would cut off the spirit energy source of the 100,000 mountains. This forced the nearby spirit beasts to run to this pit of fire, exchanging spirit energy for the vitality energy they breathe out. Once the spirit beast vitality energy entered the pit of fire, it would come out as spirit energy after a cleansing by the 10,000 bestial flames. The resulting spirit energy pumped out was extremely rich and pure. It was essentially a drug for the lower grade spirit beasts, who could not stop inhaling this purified spirit energy. This was also the origin of the 10,000 bestial flames. Having absorbed the vitality energy of countless spirit beasts roaming through the 100,000 mountains, this heaven and earth obsidian flames had become unbelievably powerful. Hordes of spirit beasts were so densely packed that water almost couldn't pass through. However, the humans hemmed in by these beasts were of high cultivation levels. Being the finest supreme being warriors of each major force of influence, they were naturally unintimidated by these creatures. When a spirit beast emitted a low growl, spitting vitality energy into the pit of fire, other spirit beasts followed suit. These surges of vitality energy looked somewhat hazy, almost producing a fog. If it wasn't obvious when one spirit beast breathed out, it was certainly conspicuous when hundreds of spirit beasts exhaled together, not to mention switching up the number to tens of thousands of spirit beasts. The richly concentrated vitality energy that gushed to the sky almost turned back into droplets of liquid. These whirls of vitality energy floated above the pit of fire, gliding slowly like a layer of mist. Suddenly, an immense force of suction emanated from the pit, swallowing the vitality energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not after long, everything was fully absorbed. This bizarre scene caused everyone to hold in their breaths, excited to see what would happen next. Tempestuous golden flames gradually rose up from the blazing pit. Around the stream of fire was a ring of unseeable beastly roar. That beastly roar was like a dragon's growl, a tiger's howl, an eagle's screech. It consisted of the roars of hundreds of beasts. A mystifying sight indeed. The golden flames also changed shapes constantly, metamorphosizing into a lion, and then a fearsome tiger, to a squirming dragon. One scene after another, bestowing upon the blazes varied kinds of spiritual sagacity. This ball of fire had effectively absorbed the spiritual sagacity of tens of thousands of spirit beasts, forging into their unique flames of truth. Now this was the heaven and earth obsidian flames. The difference before the heaven and earth obsidian flames and an alchemic fire was, therefore, the degree of spirit sagacity they contained. The reflection of the 10,000 bestial flames burned in Bei Gongming's eyes. More accurately, this was the tinder of the 10,000 bestial flames, given it had just formed. Unlike the matured heaven and earth obsidian flames, it could not burn all things into ashes. The energy of this flame was not big, and so demanded tender care and further cultivation. Bei Gongming wanted the 10,000 bestial flames badly. He could only accomplish a breakthrough in his capabilities by gaining the 10,000 bestial flames. This ball of fire tempted him like no other objects could. Flapping the bright wings behind his shoulders and leaving the other supreme beings behind, Bei Gongming shot for the radiating 10,000 bestial flames like a bolt of lightning. He must seize the 10,000 bestial flames before anyone else got a chance at it. However, just as his body launched, Ye Yunqing, who kept a close eye on him, also stirred. A surge of true energy burst from his body. Ye Yunqing caught the thunderbolt bow that Ye Xiling tossed his way. This was a semi-divine tool, and once in the hands of a supreme being warrior, its powers were infinite. A flash of lightning suddenly whizzed past, instantly shaking everyone in the crowd. The gigantic one-legged toad rolled its eyeballs and fixated them on Ye Yunqing and Bei Gongming. Then, it stretched open its mouth and stuck out its tongue. An indescribable sound word, one that ripped through the air quietly. Boom boom. However, both Bei Gongming and Ye Yunqing were highly alerted. The two glided through the air smoothly, effectively blocking the strike from this one-legged toad's wriggling tongue. The one-legged toad croaked once more, stamping down its paw to swat at the two figures. These petite humans were like insignificant mosquitoes in the eyes of this gigantic one-legged toad. Bei Gongming and Ye Yunqing were all instantly enraged. How could they be terrorized by a mere supreme beast toad? They charged at the gigantic toad one after another. The two men and one beast kick-started another battle. Beams of light flickered as they launched strikes at each other. Bang bang bang! The other supreme beast, the red fire dragon that had crawled out of the pit of fire, growled, and burning flames spewed out of its mouth. Their power was frightening. Rib! A sword flash dropped from the sky, heading straight for the 10,000 bestial flames. A fierce sword will burst forth, enveloping everything around it. The fire dragon roared once more and spurred out another ball of fire. It flapped its wings and soared to the sky, glaring at Wu Mu with a heavy killing intent. Though the Serpentine Sovereign had the body of a snake, she was still able to move at an incredible speed. The Serpentine Empress had a face more beautiful than that of most human women. Her head full of lush green hair fluttered in the air like tiny serpents. She swayed her serpent tail and moved quickly. Her target was also the 10,000 bestial flames, which was even more important to serpent people. Serpent people shed their skin each time they went through a breakthrough. As their cultivation levels heightened, the energy needed for shedding grew exponentially. For a serpentine sovereign to shed a layer of skin, the amount of energy needed was beyond one's imagination. The serpentine sovereign was already a supreme being warrior, after all. Skin shedding was needed to break through to a higher echelon. Once the shedding was completed, the serpentine sovereign may move to the next level. Yet, he or she would then need a specific catalyst, which was this 10,000 bestial flames. Another supreme being warrior also made a move. He could not stand idly by as the serpentine sovereign tried to snatch the 10,000 bestial flames. At the same time, the warriors from the wildlands sitting on the one-legged toad also leaped out. The battle broke out in an instant, one flooded with warriors at the supreme being echelon. Buleten Feng and Duan Yun observed everything from a distance. They were also surrounded by swarms of spirit beasts, to the point where they were forced to seek refuge on the tree branches. They were not too far from the pit of fire. Other onlookers like them were also hit with unexpected misfortune. A couple of spirit beasts charged toward them with ferocious growls. Duan Yun concentrated his mind and summoned the alchemic fire. A cascade of flames sprang up around his body. These streaks shuttled to and fro, exterminating each and every spirit beasts that jumped at them. With the special alchemic fire, he had an impressive combat capability. Even though this alchemic fire couldn't compare to the heaven and earth obsidian flames, it was still a notch above any ordinary fire. Buleten Feng handled these spirit beasts with an even easier approach. Or, one could say, with a lazier approach. With the wisp of a smoke, the pitch-black dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand. He flicked his fingers and spun the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hands effortlessly. A terrifying dragon's might burst out of the knife, scaring the spirit beasts just charging at them out of their wits. With a thump, they also sprawled onto the floor. With that, not many spirit beasts dared to approach Bullet and Fang. Duan Yun stared at him with his mouth agape. What kind of technique was this? He could scare away spirit beasts with the twirl of a knife? How pretentious was that? Spirit beasts near them couldn't stop howling. The vitality energy they breathed out was getting richer by the minute. The vitality energy was poured into the golden flames and flooded out again after a cleansing, transforming into a tempestuous wave of spirit energy that was inhaled once more by the spirit beasts. As time passed, the golden gleams of the flames shone more radiantly. It became divinely resplendent, almost as if a blossoming flower. Petals fell down one after another as these tiny balls of golden flames clustered together. The tinder of the 10,000 bestial flames had finally appeared. The Shura sect overlord, Duan Ling, who had been watching in silence all this time, brightened up. An overpowering sense of energy instantly erupted from his body. This force of energy was like a hurricane, immediately startling everyone else engaged in the battle. The Shura sect overlord gazed at a ball of fire rich with spirit sagacity floating above the other flames. His eyes were filled with yearning and anticipation, his body shivering with excitement. He took a stride, stepping across the air, and walked toward that special blazing ball. Chapter 347, The Departed Soul Orb Fueled by Obsidian Flames. The tinder fire of the 10,000 bestial flames floated in the sky quietly. It was dainty and delicate in size, and as beautiful as a harmless flower. It levitated in the air with a dazzling glow. Many warriors still in combat mode peered toward that ball of fire. They suddenly began feeling all jittery and agitated inside. This was the object of their desire and the reason for their journey here, the tinder fire of the 10,000 bestial flames. If they could obtain this heaven and earth obsidian flames, they could surely achieve a great elevation in cultivation. As a sect disciple coming from outside of the southern region, Bei Gongming attached great importance to this heaven and earth obsidian flames. This was a rare piece of treasure that could attract attention no matter where it was. The force of energy on the Shura sect overlord exploded like a thunderstorm. Everyone nearby felt a sense of pressure, one that weighed down their hearts. The warriors of the Clear Sky Pagoda also looked at the Shura sect overlord gravely. Everyone felt a little restless in the face of this legendary figure, who was known for stirring a havoc in the southern region. Halt! That heaven and earth obsidian flames belongs to me, Bei Gongming. Bei Gongming's eyes flashed red when he caught sight of the Shura sect overlord inching toward the radiating 10,000 bestial flames. He bellowed and thrust a punch at the Shura sect overlord. Buzz! The Shura sect overlord flickered a calm look at Bei Gongming. He took a step forward and with a swoosh, suddenly traveled multiple feet. A dark force of true energy hovered around his body, one that almost distorted the air. Bei Gongming's fist arrived before the Shura sect overlord but was easily blocked by an unseeable force of energy. His punch, containing a rich source of the true energy of a supreme being, was instantly dissolved. Bei Gongming's heart thudded. His fist contained a brutal degree of might, yet the black-robed man before him easily withstood it. Was this really a supreme being bumpkin from the training grounds? Duan Ling lifted up his head, revealing eyes that were as cold as ice. A sense of bloodthirstiness washed over his body. Anyone who dared to fight over this 10,000 bestial flames, must die. The 10,000 bestial flames was his and his only. Bang! He shoved a foot down. This heavy stamp almost left the air around him shaking violently. After a rich surge of energy rippled outwards, Duan Ling's figure whizzed past and reappeared right before Bei Gongming. The two exchanged looks. Confidence and contempt filled Bei Gongming's eyes, whereas only frostiness and ferocity could be seen in Duan Ling's. Merely a supreme being of the training grounds, you've got some guts. Bei Gongming glared. The force of energy on his body heightened as he summoned his cultivation prowess. The training grounds. Duan Ling's murderous eyes suddenly dulled. Then, he curled the corners of his lips. You're from the Grand Sect. Bei Gongming's heart skipped a beat as he sank into a state of mental unrest. How did this fellow know he belonged to the Grand Sect? Who are you? Bei Gongming howled as he flung at his opponent the glowing ball in his hand. Duanling curled his lips scornfully. The waves of true energy suspending around him formed a claw that quickly smashed the glowing ball. A terrifying force of energy poured down and exploded between the two. One of the figures was sent flying backwards and crashed onto the ground, causing the entire pavement to quake. The disciples of the Grand Sect are always so conceited. How unpleasant! Duanling stretched his neck. The black robe wrapped around his body has been blown into pieces during the explosion, uncovering the silver armor underneath. This armor glistened with a silver glow and exotic true energy fluctuations. It burdened everyone nearby with an uncomfortable sense of pressure. With the flick of a finger, Duanling sent a stream of true energy toward the direction where Bei Gongming landed. Then, he proceeded to focus on the 10,000 bestial flames once again. The 10,000 bestial flames was a kind of heaven and earth obsidian flames and something very important to him. The semi-divine tool of the Shura sect, the departed soul orb, was a very unique object, one that lacked the adequate capability for attack found on other semi-divine tools. However, this departed soul orb was a marvelous cultivation training tool for members of the Shura sect. The hundreds of thousands of spiritual essences and phantom spirits captured inside this orb, once cultivated with the heaven and earth obsidian flames, would form a surge of spirit energy. This wealth of spirit energy would then be fed back into the person whose body contained the departed soul orb, helping him or her achieve a breakthrough. Duanling's current cultivation level had reached the peak of the Supreme Being echelon. If he wanted to achieve another breakthrough, he had to resort to risky methods. The southern region was deficient of rich sources of spirit energy. If he attempted to surpass the Supreme Being echelon through ordinary cultivation training, only God knew how long it would take. He certainly did not have that much time to waste. With a swoosh of the sword, a strong beam burst out of the blade, forcing the red fire dragon that had crawled out of the pit to recoil. Wu Mu, the villa master of White Cloud Villa, pointed his sword at Duanling. He must stop the Shura sect demon from obtaining the 10,000 bestial flames. From afar, the white-haired, white-brown Supreme Elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect finally stepped in. A couple of jade talismans appeared in his hands. He injected a few streams of true energy into them and sent them flying straight toward the Shura sect overlord, Duanling. The Celestial Arcanum Exorcism Array. The solemn voice of the Supreme Elder reverberated in the air. Wu Mu also bawled. Tens of thousands of flashes of blades showered down from the sky like a waterfall, the river of swords. Two Supreme Being warriors united, launching their respective strikes right at Shura sect overlord. A terrifying pressure spread in the air, prompting many to retreat backward. This was a battle between the fiercest supreme warriors of the southern region. No matter the Shura sect overlord or the Celestial Arcanum sect Supreme Elder, both stood at the top of the hierarchy in the southern region as matchless warriors. The disheveled Bei Gongming crawled out of a pile of rebels. He gazed at the battle in the sky with an incredulous expression. How could there be so many supreme beings at the optimal stage, in the training grounds? Damn it! Even though Bei Gongming was a disciple of the Grand Sect, his cultivation only reached the middle stage of the Supreme Being echelon. How could there be this many supreme beings at their peaks in the training grounds, a land he dismissed as barbaric and backward? One after another jade talisman bloomed high up in the sky, forming a giant magic array. This magic array encircled the Shura sect overlord and transformed into a pitch-black darkness, as if night had befallen. Shooting stars glided across the night sky. Each and every jade talisman rested in a location guarded by a sparkling star. A sword flash plunged down from the sky, and without tarnishing the magic array, shot straight for Duanling, who was trapped within. Having dipped into the magic array, the river-like sword flash somehow absorbed additional energy to become even more powerful. You old bastard of the Celestial Arcanum sect! You cannot stop me this time! Duanling glared at the white-haired, white-browed Celestial Arcanum sect Supreme Elder coldly. He bellowed as all the true energy from his body soared skyward. These pitch-black waves of true energy transformed into a tornado, effectively swallowing the sword flash charging his way. This was a spectacular sight. The sword flash mixed in the dark surges of true energy. It looked like a hurricane that shook the earth. A thunderous boom erupted. A figure broke out of the howling tornado like a beam of light, ripping apart the magic array, and bolted for the 10,000 bestial flames. The Supreme Elder bellowed angrily. Wu Mu also waved his sword. Both chased after the figure. A blaze broke out in the sky as blood-colored jade talismans plummeted down. They formed a dense net large enough to blot out the sky and sun, effectively obstructing the Supreme Elder and Wu Mu. The Shura sect High Priestess made a move. "Damn it! You sorceress!" Wu Fu, incensed, slashed with his sword. The sword beam traveled like a majestic dragon, but the strike was dispersed the moment it hit the blood-colored jade talisman net. This sorceress is an expert of magic arrays. In fact, she is a magic array master at the echelon of Supreme Being. Let this old fellow handle her. The Celestial Arcanum Sect Supreme Elder wore a sober expression. He twisted his wrist and extracted a fair, clear jade talisman. He crushed the talisman and threw it toward the blood-colored talisman net, on which a crack appeared soon after. Wu Mu nodded and glided through the air on his sword. He penetrated the jade talisman net and chased after the Shura sect overlord. The high priest wanted to further intercept but was held back by the Supreme Elder. The two magic array masters came at each other in the sky as their respective magic arrays collided into each other. The scorching flames were burning violently. As one drew nearer to it, the degree of heat escalated. Duanling eyed the heaven and earth obsidian flames below with the utmost excitement and greed. Seeing that this 10,000 bestial flames had just taken shape, its force of power was limited. If it had already matured into the fully developed heaven and earth obsidian flames, he sure as hell couldn't even physically approach it. He groped for the grayish-white departed soul orb, clutching it with one hand. Dense mists drifted within the departed soul orb. Every trace of smoke was a spiritual essence. If one looked closely, one could see the distorted human faces. Duanling's heart was joined with this departed soul orb, and so could detect the sense of desire stirring within the orb. He pinched it with his fingers and the departed soul orb transformed into a white beam of light. The light rushed toward the tinder fire of the 10,000 bestial flames as tempestuous waves of vitality energy began to spread outwards. A sword beam fell from the sky. Duanling's face hardened. Instead of dodging, he had to bear this slash. He couldn't move. If he dodged, the strike would harm the departed soul orb. If you want to die, I can make that happen. Pitch-black waves of true energy dissipated. Duanling twisted around his head, burning with a bloodthirsty intensity. He charged at Wu Mu. The two were drawn into a fierce battle. The 10,000 bestial flames flickered quietly. The departed soul orb hovering continued to spit out vitality energy. These streaks of vitality energy, when set ablaze, transformed into strands of spirit energy and converged within the departed soul orb once again. Buletin Fang stuffed the last piece of meat into his grease-covered mouth. This roasted earth dragon meat tasted delightful indeed. The texture of 8th grade spirit beasts never disappointed. Duanyun had lost all hope on the 10,000 bestial flames at this point. He gripped his roasted earth dragon meat and sat on the side. He chomped on the meat, feeling like all meaning of life was lost. He fueled his appetite with this intense sense of grief, seeking to thoroughly savor this gourmet dish. Buletin Fang peered at Duanyun and then looked back at the battle of the supreme beings happening in a distance. The flames that had lit up the sky reflected on his slim face. He suddenly curled the corners of his lips. Buletin Fang drew in a short breath and stood up. After patting Whitey's belly, he took a big stride and sauntered off. Whitey rubbed its round head, its eyes flashing red, and then trailed behind. The man and puppet were both headed towards the direction of the Supreme Being battle. Duanyun gaped at them dully. A piece of meat fell out of his mouth. Are you freaking crazy? There are so many Supreme Beings engaged in a battle, what's a 7th grade battle saint like you got to do there? Chapter 348, Owner Buletin advances. A piece of grilled meat fell onto the ground, giving Duanyun, who was just snapping out of his thought, quite the heartache. But what was more bewildering to him was Buletin Fang. How dare that fellow just saunter toward the center of the Supreme Being's battle? What's he got to gain as a mere 7th grade battle saint? Duanyun might have held a fantasy about obtaining the 10,000 bestial flame at first, but all such unrealistic imaginations had evaporated by now. There were so many Supreme Being fighting over it. He would be easily crushed by their pressure as soon as he tried to step in. He hesitated for a moment and then bellowed at Buletin Fang's fading figure. He decided that he had to stop Buletin Fang rather than watch him die. Yet his shouts were drowned by the roars of the battling Supreme Beings, failing to call Buletin Fang back. Duanyun sank onto the ground dejectedly. He took a bite of the meat, sniffing the dense fragrance of the grilled meat in the air, whilst feeling a touch of sorrow in his heart. Nobody else could ever cook such delicious grilled meat. Whitey's chubby body trailed behind Bullet and Fang. The man and puppet swiftly trod through the mountain valleys and gradually approached the location of the fire pit. Bullet and Fang clutched his pitch-black dragon bone kitchen knife in one hand. The spirit beasts nearby were sensible enough to detect the knife's aura and so didn't try to harass him. Once in a while, a foolish spirit beast tried to charge at Bullet and Fang, but was sent flying backward by Whitey's punch. Bullet and Fang was now a 7th grade battle saint, which meant Whitey had reached the peak, which was the 9th grade. Yet even then, there were sub-levels within the 9th grade echelon. For example, Whitey was totally subdued by the venerable master of the Shura sect earlier, back when it only had the combat capabilities of an emerging 9th grade warrior. As Bullet and Fang's own cultivation level rose, and Whitey also saw an advancement to the middle stage of 9th grade echelon. However, that was neither here nor there. With so many supreme beings around, to rely on Whitey alone in seizing this 10,000 bestial flame would be a fool's talk. Bullet and Fang was evidently not this ditzy. Though Whitey was tough and resilient, Bullet and Fang didn't know whether it could survive the bombardment of so many supreme beings. Therefore, Bullet and Fang planned for Whitey to distract the supreme beings while he tried to sneakily slip through the crowd. He would become a noticeable target with Whitey, whose fighting ability was not weaker than that of the supreme beings currently battling each other. That would easily draw their attention his way. If Bullet and Fang were by himself, he would be less eye-catching given his background as a 7th grade battle saint, which was considered a non-entity in the eyes of supreme beings. As for whether the supreme beings would notice him when he got closer to the 10,000 bestial flames, he'd have to wait until that time came. If I cannot get closer to it, then how can I obtain it? Bullet and Fang thought to himself. Find a place and stand by. Pay attention to my order for the next move. Bullet and Fang patted Whitey's chubby belly and instructed calmly. Whitey paused, then stopped in its tracks and turned around, indicating that it's got Bullet and Fang's back like a solid rock. Bullet and Fang nodded his head, and with the dragon bone kitchen knife in hand, walked toward the pit spurting out towering flames. A loud splash echoed. From afar, the sound of rocks being crushed echoed in the air. A bloody figure, in a very sorry state, struggled to crawl out of the debris and ruins. The figure's breath seemed weak as he took in large gulps of air. Bullet and Fang stopped after a couple of steps, widened his eyes and gazed at the man picking himself up a second ago. Bei Gongming was no longer the handsome, majestic man he was before. He was now in a wretched state, his body covered with bruises and wounds. The last streak of true energy thrust by the Shura sect overlord nearly maimed him. Fortunately, he still possessed an excellent cultivation level. He held on to his true energy and managed to survive that whip of true energy. Bei Gongming was also dumbfounded when he saw Bullet and Fang. This was because Bullet and Fang did not conceal the true energy circulating around him, which indicated to Bei Gongming at first glance that he was a 7th grade battle saint. Seeing through him was precisely what confounded Bei Gongming. A 7th grade battle saint, freaking sneaked into the battleground of numerous supreme beings? Was this some sort of a hallucination, or was this fellow completely deranged? What 7th grade battle saint wouldn't keep themselves as far away as possible from this kind of battle? What are you doing? Bei Gongming narrowed his eyes. As disheveled as he was, his eyes were still as sharp and his force as domineering as that of a 9th grade supreme being. Bullet and Fang cast a look toward Bei Gongming and twisted the corners of his mouth. He ignored this fellow in tattered clothes and continued along his way, heading straight for the fire pit. Bei Gongming, just got snubbed by a useless 7th grade battle saint from the training grounds. Bei Gongming was already choked up with resentment. Being brushed off by a fellow like this was the last straw. What was even more striking was that, this fellow's goal seemed to be that heaven and earth obsidian flames floating up in the sky. How dare a 7th grade battle saint lay hands on the heaven and earth obsidian flames? That was the most absurd, laughable thing in the world. Stop! The heaven and earth obsidian flames is way out of your league. Get lost! Bei Gongming scolded Bullet and Fang with disdain. The heaven and earth obsidian flames was his, nobody could snatch it away. This was the good fortunes that belonged to him. Though the Shura sect overlord was at the peak of the supreme being echelon, Bei Gongming himself did come from somewhere outside of the southern region. Thus, he had some special tricks up his sleeves. Of course, even if he couldn't obtain it at the end, a mere 7th grade battle saint still had no rights to lust after the heaven and earth obsidian flames. Bulletin Fang knitted his eyebrows, turned around, and peered at the disdainful Bei Gongming with his poker face. Stop the nonsense. The one blessed with good fortunes gets the treasure. I am naturally allowed to give it a shot, Bulletin Fang replied. The contempt on Bei Gongming's face deepened. That really was an idiot poisoned by his greed and temptation. Yes, the lucky man will get the rare treasure. But how could a 7th grade warrior like you be the one? Surely you cannot even stand the formidable force exerted by the heaven and earth obsidian flames. A 7th grade battle saint trying to snatch the obsidian flames would be burned into ashes upon the first touch. Rather than seizing good fortunes, it was more like committing suicide. Bei Gongming tapped the ground lightly and with a splash suddenly appeared by Bulletin Fang's side. He grabbed Bulletin Fang by the shoulders, trying to push this battle saint out of his way. Just get lost like I told you to. Don't waste my time. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Bei Gongming warned coldly. However, no sooner had he finished these words than he felt a numbing sensation crawling over his scalp. Somehow, the hand he placed on Bulletin Fang's shoulder wasn't enough to pull this 7th grade battle saint away. But he was a supreme being after all. Though badly injured, he was still a supreme being. Bei Gongming's face froze as he twisted his head toward Bulletin Fang. The latter turned his head slowly at the same time and the two exchanged looks. Swoosh! With a wisp of smoke, a black wok appeared in Bulletin Fang's right hand. As he swung his arm, the wok expanded in size, and soon became as large as a human body. What the hell is this? Bei Gongming sensed a gust of wind blowing toward him. His eyes widened as he stared at the black wok flung toward his face. Before he could even finish his sentence, the wok had already smacked into his head. At that instant, his heart was filled with all sorts of mixed feelings, much like an assortment of sauces getting knocked over and flooding his mouth. He heard a crispy sound and began sensing a throbbing pain around his nose bridge. It's usually an unspoken rule to avoid hitting the face in a fight, for the sake of both parties' appearances. Must you afflict this kind of pain on me? Bei Gongming murmured as he was smacked away. His body flew out and crashed onto the ground far away. Without any traces of warning, Bei Gongming brushed his lips against the black turtle constellation wok. Having just picked himself up earlier, he was beaten to the floor again. But this time, he was knocked out cold and couldn't even get up. His nose was slightly distorted and streaks of blood trickled down from it. Bulletin Fang waved the black turtle constellation wok, twisting the corners of his mouth as he glimpsed at the unconscious Bei Gongming. As I said before, the one blessed with good fortunes gets the treasure. You do your part and I do mine. Why did you insist on harassing me? Now this guy is evidently brainless. Not wanting to waste any more time on Bei Gongming, who was already knocked out by his wok, Bulletin Fang turned his gaze to the heaven and earth obsidian flames burning furiously. After a few more steps, he finally arrived at the giant pit of fire. Down below was a turbulent bed of lava. Hot steams gushed up. Roar! The loud growl of a dragon echoed above Bulletin Fang. A huge head dropped down slowly. Two giant lantern-like eyes stared right at him. With another roar, that supreme fire dragon crawled out of the fire pit and charged at Bulletin Fang. Chapter 349, Seizing the 10,000 Bestial Flames. The one-legged toad was a supreme beast of the wildlands. Its capabilities were terrifying, enabling it to take up a dominant role over that land. Even the godly temple of the wildlands dared not infuriate this one-legged toad. They had even reached a prior agreement to compete for the heaven and earth obsidian flames in the 100,000 mountains. The supreme beast's combat capabilities were terrorizing. Every time it croaked, those around it felt their hearts tremble. The gigantic one-legged toad waved its hands and slapped them downwards, sending a slight tremor through the ground. The serpentine sovereign swayed her serpent tail. Hers was different from the tails of the ordinary serpent men that resided in the illusory spirit swamp. Her serpent tail was a shade of green, covered in scales made of dark green gems. The entire sight was dazzling to the eyes. She had a very attractive body. With her slim figure, she moved at an incredible speed. Since the serpentine sovereign was able to easily glide around, the one-legged toad found it difficult to deal with her. The ferocious supreme beast leaped high into the air and stomped down, but never managing to crush the serpentine sovereign. The serpentine sovereign spun around. Her beautiful face was both cold and elegant. She suddenly stretched open her red lips and slowly squeezed out a whip made of bones from the back of her throat. The serpentine sovereign's head of green hair fluttered as she curled her lips. Then, she bolted forward and jerked the whip of bones, leaving bloody gashes on the one-legged toad. The wounded one-legged toad became even more enraged. Clink clang! The two were drawn into a fierce battle. The warriors of the godly temple of the wildlands and those of the clear sky pagoda continued on with their combat. There were supreme beings and 8th grade war gods on both sides charging at each other. Waves of true energy continued to fan out. They were giving it their all, for the sake of the 10,000 bestial flames. Before actually seeing the 10,000 bestial flames, they were driven by the sole goal of obstructing the Shura sect demons. Yet, the moment they caught sight of the 10,000 bestial flames, they were overcome by the desire burning in their hearts. To each of them, it was supposed to be their own. The Shura sect overlord, Duan Ling, had obviously anticipated this all. He merely shot a look at these folks and smirked coldly. He could feel the purified spirit energy surging into the departed soul orb. The spirit energy instilled into his body, then transformed into a type of Shura sect true energy. The amount of true energy he felt in his body continued to grow. Wu Mu, the villa master of the White Cloud Villa, also clearly detected the heightening sense of pressure pushing downwards. This unbearable weight added an ugly expression onto his face. He waved the cloud-rising sword in his hand. Every slash stirred up a ruckus. Tens of thousands of sword slashes sprinkled down like a river stream. Bang bang! Two different sword wills collided with each other. Wu Mu's sword will was penetrating and solid, Duan Ling's was gory and barbarous. Once they crashed into each other, Wu Mu's sword will began to steadily lose its ground. As time passed, a series of defeat hit him even faster as Duan Ling's sword will became more aggressive. Duan Ling trained with the Shura sect sword will. This was a power cultivated by the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Years back, the Shura sect wreaked a bloody havoc in the southern region because Duan Ling was cultivating the Shura sect sword will. Back then, Duan Ling was simply unrivaled and completely terrorized the southern region. He was basically a nightmare to all forces of influence there. The Celestial Arcanum sect ended up collaborating with the warriors of other major sects to suppress the Shura sect. Now that the Shura sect was seeking to make a comeback, Duan Ling's Shura sect sword will had become even more assertive. Since his cultivation level advanced, he now needed the heaven and earth obsidian flames to break through the shackles of the Supreme Being echelon. Only then could he climb above the stages of Supreme Being and reach the 10th grade. Shura sect demon! Don't even think about seizing the 10,000 bestial flames. Wu Mu tasted blood in his mouth. Seething, he howled and summoned countless sword slashes to converge into a single, gigantic blade. The sword glistened, almost about to slice the sky into half. Duan Ling's gaze froze as a grave look filled his eyes. This Wu Mu had begun to burn with vital energy, and he increasingly emboldened as the battle continued. Bulletin Fang clutched the black turtle constellation walk in his right hand and the dragon bone kitchen knife in his left. He lifted up his head and directed a glance at the fire dragon covered with fuming flames. This was a supreme beast. One could detect the pressure exuded by the fire dragon. Bulletin Fang could even feel its ferocity. Roar! The fire dragon howled as hot magma spurted out of the fire pit. Scorching waves of heat rolled along and blew at Bulletin Fang's hair. The velvet rope tied around his hair snapped, leaving strands of hair fluttering against the wind. Bulletin Fang scrunched his brows and injected true energy into the black turtle constellation walk. The pitch-black walk expanded in size instantaneously and gained a new layer of golden sparkle. The moires of patterns on the walk also seemed revitalized in a mystifying manner. The fire dragon opened its jaws wide, showing off the lines of razor-edged teeth inside. Then, it roared and chomped at Bulletin Fang. It was going to devour the little ant hunched down below. Bulletin Fang waved his palm and raised the gigantic black turtle constellation walk into the air. Then, he spat out a light breath and slammed his palm onto the walk. A muffled bang echoed. The enormous and radiating black turtle constellation walk was sent flying toward the fire dragon by Bulletin Fang's smash. The fire dragon stretched open its jaws and breathed out a ball of fire. The scorching hot dragon's breath crashed into the black turtle constellation walk. Bang bang bang! A purple light suddenly flashed by. White E's figure suddenly stormed in from afar. Both of its eyes flickered purple. Stomping down on the ground, Whitey lifted up its chubby head and suddenly shot for the sky like a rocket. With a swish, it appeared right before the black turtle constellation walk. Whitey swayed a fist and jammed it into the walk. With a buzz, the black turtle constellation walk, previously obstructed by the dragon's breath, now rolled forward forcefully and smacked the fire dragon's head. The walk was incredibly heavy in weight and sturdy in build. One slam, and even the supreme beast fire dragon felt a little dazed. The giant fire dragon stumbled a few steps backward and instantly crashed back into the scorching lava. Whitey was attached on the black turtle constellation walk, its purple's eyes still flickering. Then, Whitey stomped down a foot and made a full spin in the sky like an agile fatty. Its figure landed on the pavement with vigor. Having completed the strike, the black turtle constellation walk returned to its blackish shade and flew back to Bullet and Fang, who caught it with one hand. With a light puff, it turned into a wisp of smoke and evaporated into thin air. Splash splash splash! The fire dragon's figure bellowed and dumped out of the flowing bed of lava. It flapped its wings and swept up tides of flames, glowering at Bullet and Fang with deadly eyes. Whitey kicked its leg once again, leaving behind a shattered pavement where its foot landed. Its figure shot up like a bullet and effectively caught the fire dragon's attention by thrusting a punch its way. The two went at each other furiously, neither one gaining the upper hand. Bullet and Fang gazed at Whitey and the fire dragon both in combat mode. Then, he twisted around his head and laid his gaze on the golden ball of fire suspending mid-air. There was a greyish-white orb just above the blaze, within which circulated an infinite amount of spiritual essences and phantom spirits. Bullet and Fang tipped on his toes, enabling his body to wobble and float upwards gradually. Having reached 7th grade Battle Saint, he could accomplish temporary levitations. This was somewhat helpful, as Bullet and Fang was just fretting over how to approach the 10,000 bestial flames. This was his first time walking on air, and even though he looked unsteady and clumsy, he alas still, smoothly reached the 10,000 bestial flames. The temperature around the 10,000 bestial flames was insufferable. Once Bullet and Fang drew closer, he felt as if his entire body was burning into ashes. The scorching heat put a frown on his forehead. As a kind of heaven and earth obsidian flames, the 10,000 bestial flames must have some exceptional attributes. From time to time, sparks around the burning blaze metamorphosized into savage, howling spirit beasts charging at Bullet and Fang. It looked like a wild tiger, then a male lion, then a lone wolf, and then a fierce dragon. The silhouettes changed constantly and the atmosphere was dense with a tyrannical force of pressure. System, how could I obtain the 10,000 bestial flames? As Bullet and Fang inched toward this heaven and earth obsidian flames, sweat broke out from his body. Strands of hair flapped backwards and stuck onto his face and body. Since Bullet and Fang naturally had no idea how to seize the 10,000 bestial flames, he consulted the system. The 10,000 bestial flames is a kind of heaven and earth obsidian flames, a rare treasure consisted of the spirit energy floating between the heavens and earth. The system does not provide service with regards to the heaven and earth obsidian flames but can inform the host how to obtain it. The system's solemn response echoed. Bullet and Fang was stumped for a moment, then a muffled voice, both wispy and distant, rang in his head. This was the system delivering to Bullet and Fang the method of acquiring the heaven and earth obsidian flames. From afar, the Shura sect overlord Duan Ling was still crushing Wu Fu. A sensation suddenly flickered across his heart. He turned around his head only to see a tiny figure floating beside the heaven and earth obsidian flames. When did someone get so close to the heaven and earth obsidian flames already? Duan Ling's heart shuddered. However, with a closer scrutiny, he detected that the figure only had the cultivation level of a 7th grade battle saint. Only an overconfident loser. The heaven and earth obsidian flames is so fiery, how could anyone besides a supreme being dare covet it? Just wait to be set on fire. Duan Yun laughed to himself contemptuously and paid no more attention to that figure. He was sure that once the greedy fool tried to snatch the heaven and earth obsidian flames, he would be ruthlessly burned to death. Not only Duan Ling, but many others witnessed this scene. They too scoffed at Bullet and Fang's reckless brashness. Of course, there were also some exceptions. The supreme being of the clear sky pagoda, Ya Yunqing, widened his eyes. The muscles on his face trembled as he studied the figure hovering beside the 10,000 bestial flames, leaving him instantly stupefied. Isn't that Owner Bulletin? Ye Xiling also wore a perplexed confusion. Her cherry-red lips parted as she exclaimed in shock. It really is, Owner Bulletin. But isn't this fellow supposed to be running a business in the Imperial City? Why did he come to the 10,000 mountains, sneak through a crowd of supreme beings, and end up appearing beside the 10,000 bestial flames? Most importantly, is this 10,000 bestial flames something you can lay your hands on? Owner Bulletin would be burned to death by this 10,000 bestial flames, wouldn't he? Ye Xiling asked herself hesitantly. Bulletin Feng, on the other end, slowly fluttered open his eyelids. He couldn't care less about what others thought of him. The 10,000 bestial flames, both dazzling and scorching hot a moment ago, suddenly waned and transformed into a much softer glow. Chapter 350, The Fire-Eating Owner Bulletin. The system's distant voice echoed in Bulletin Feng's head. He realized how the true energy within his energy core began circulating at an incredible speed and then pumped through his entire body. Waves of true energy wrapped around his arms and charged through his veins. The swelling sensation was quite uncomfortable. Bulletin Feng knew this was the cultivation method sent by the system to conquer the heaven and earth obsidian flames. This heaven and earth obsidian flames was a rare treasure that consisted of the spirit energy floating between the heavens and earth. How could one obtain it without some tricks up the sleeves? However, after thoroughly studying the method provided by the system, Bulletin Feng opened his eyes to cast a soft glance at the 10,000 bestial flames. It was a look filled with affection. If anyone was there to witness the look in Bulletin Feng's eyes, they would have reckoned he was crazy. Only Bulletin Feng knew deep down that he wasn't losing his mind, since this was a method tailored for him by the system. Subdue the 10,000 bestial flames, by eating it. Eat it? This bizarre method was what put a baffled expression on Bulletin Feng's face. But having worked through the initial stages of bewilderment, Bulletin Feng slowly understood the instructions. This was why his gaze toward the 10,000 bestial flames was so tender. The method provided by the system was one that suited Bulletin Feng the best. He peered at the 10,000 bestial flames, his pupils dilated and bubbled with excitement. He wondered how good this 10,000 bestial flames would taste. But it is simply a ball of fire, it shouldn't taste that good, not to mention its expected mediocre texture. Bulletin Feng squinted his eyes and thought to himself. This was his first time eating fire, so he felt all jittery inside. Just as he mulled over this, waves of true energy, abiding by the system's cultivation method, had already enveloped his entire body. Bulletin Feng's skin flushed a shade of red. He parted his lips and exhaled a hot breath. His eyes burned as they fixated on the 10,000 bestial flames. A loud boom. The blood-colored Shura sect sword will directly shattered the sword will of the White Cloud Villa's master. Wu Mu was thrust backward as blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. Their battle had already cut down all the trees nearby. Nothing could stop the sharp sword will. Every time one slashed down, it left a deep gash in the ground. The battle between the Supreme Elder and Shura sect High Priestess had also turned white hot. The exchanges between the two magic array masters were much more eye-opening. Even though their back and forth didn't seem conspicuous on the surface, each bore an intense degree of risk. One weak point uncovered and the other would gain a leverage. Once a weakness was cleverly exploited, the losing side would be left with a broken array and a dead body. Therefore, the battle of magic array masters was much more wild and dangerous than that between two ordinary supreme beings. The high priest, dressed in a bodice, showed off her curvy figure. Her elegant face hidden behind a mask was currently filled with grimness. Her fair legs twisted together as numerous blood-colored jade talismans circled her body to form mystifying magic arrays. The Supreme Elder of the Celestial Arcanum sect looked much more at ease. Having spent years studying magic arrays, he was much more experienced, after all. His familiarity with such arrays far exceeded that of the High Priest. Handling her was not the hardest task. From afar, Duan Yun gaped with dull eyes. He widened his eyes and sucked on the tree branch used to string the roast meat together. His grey hair fluttered in the whistling waves of energy. This fellow managed to make it all the way there, and is so very close to the heaven and earth obsidian flames. How isn't he burned to death yet? Duan Yun's heart was filled with bafflement. Or, in other words, Bulletin Feng as a whole just made him scratch his head. Were it Bulletin Feng's mysterious cooking skills, his 7th grade cultivation level, or the ability to knock others down with a black walk, everything appeared bizarre and inconceivable to Duan Yun. He had always suspected that Bulletin Feng came from somewhere beyond the southern regions. The hidden dragon continent was so vast in size, for there to appear one or two eccentrics was not that uncommon. A sense of excitement suddenly washed over Duan Yun. What if this fellow succeeds in seizing the 10,000 bestial flames? That would be a hoot. A bunch of supreme beings battling over the heaven and earth obsidian flames, and it ends up in the hands of an ordinary and insignificant 7th grade battle saint. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Those who were acquainted with Buletin Fang, including Ye Xiling and Ye Yun, found it increasingly bewildering. They could never imagine in a million years to see Buletin Fang there. Duan Ling felt his own cultivation strengthening by the second. Beams of spirit energy shot down from the sky and straight at him, as if replenishing the thirst in his body. He felt the shackles around his body fracturing. He had the illusion that he was about to step into a whole new echelon, the 10th grade divine state. The Shura sect came from somewhere outside of the southern region, and so he knew very well just how powerful was the echelon of 10th grade divine. Anyone below that state, be it even 9th grade supreme beings, were merely mortals. They were confined by shackles that held them down. Before the divine state, a supreme being was a nobody. He clutched the Shura sect sword as the sword wool gushing out of his arm toughened. With a slash, a thick surge of true energy shot across the sky. This slice sent Wu Mu flying backward, crashing into the ground and coughing up blood. Wu Mu was also a swordsman who excelled in the sword wool. However, in the face of an opponent whose power increasingly ballooned, he appeared extremely frail. Ha ha ha! Go down! My Shura sect shall resurrect. I, Duan Ling, will reclaim my glory. Duan Ling threw back his head excitedly and laughed. His guffaw was filled with a domineering force that reverberated through the air. Down below, Bei Gongming, who was knocked out by Buletin Fang's walk earlier, finally sat up. He felt like his head has been ripped apart. One touch of his distorted nose bridge brought searing pain. He wanted to cry but had no tears to give. Who did he offend to deserve this? What happened to the no-face hitting rule? Bei Gongming felt like his face no longer belonged to him. He failed miserably at such an easy task. Thinking about this brought up unresolved anger toward Buletin Fang, the initiator of all evil. His mind flickered as he began to look for Buletin Fang. His eyes turned and paused on a figure in a distance. Things were fine before he actually took in the sight before his eyes. It gave him such a fright that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Is that guy insane? He was witnessing with his very own eyes, a petty 7th grade battle saint, reaching for the heaven and earth obsidian flames. Even a supreme being warrior wouldn't dare to touch the heaven and earth obsidian flames with bare hands. Buletin Fang felt his entire body heat up, which put a frown on his forehead. He reached out his hand, extending his slender fingers. Buzz! As if able to detect Buletin Fang approaching, the 10,000 bestial flames shook violently and sent unseeable ripples of energy outwards. These fluctuations seemed to be warning Buletin Fang, don't come any closer. However, Buletin Fang was never one to care about others' emotions, let alone the mood of a ball of fire. In his eyes, the 10,000 bestial flames had almost transformed into a steaming hot oyster pancake that emitted an alluring fragrance. Buletin Fang licked his lips. His palm has finally reached the 10,000 bestial flames. A peculiar force of suction exploded from his palm. Buletin Fang instantly arched his brows. Bang! Whitey stomped down fiercely and shot up to the sky, floating right next to Buletin Fang. A purple light flickered in its eyes, its will to fight suddenly enlarged. Once Buletin Fang snatched the 10,000 bestial flames, the only feeling he could feel was scorching heat. This ball of fire was blistering hot. Waves of true energy circulated within Buletin Fang's body. The mysterious patterns allowed Buletin Fang to hold onto the heaven and earth obsidian flames, making it difficult for the fire to break away. Fortunately, this 10,000 bestial flames had just recently formed and contained a limited amount of might. It enabled Buletin Fang to control the fire. If its force was any stronger, Buletin Fang would have been easily burned into ashes. Holding the 10,000 bestial flames with his hands, Buletin Fang could more genuinely appreciate this notion. Huh? What is this? Buletin Fang exhaled lightly, spitting out a breath so hot it almost simmered. Yet, he remained composed. Next, he caught sight of a greyish-white orb suspending above the 10,000 bestial flames. Rich waves of spirit energy, as well as miserable howls, gushed out of the orb. Buletin Fang extended a hand and grabbed the searing hot orb, directly pulling it down from its previous position above the flames. This looks familiar. Bulletin Fang narrowed his eyes. He felt like this orb was very similar to the departed soul orb he had gained once before. However, he had always looked down at such things in scorn. After all, it wasn't edible, was it? Whitey, open up your belly. Bulletin Fang said calmly to Whitey, who was floating beside him. Whitey, filled with a tyrannical sense of force, was just about to swoop down and slaughter the fire dragon down below. Suddenly hearing Bulletin Fang's instruction, its mechanic eyes flashed purple. Whitey obeyed Bulletin Fang's command and stretched open its tummy to reveal a dark black hole. Gazing into the gloomy, pitch-black hole, Bulletin Fang tossed the grayish-white orb in his hand and directly hurled it into Whitey's belly. Duanling, still levitating in the sky, was basked in a shower of spirit energy. His face was content with a sense of pleasure. He felt like his entire being was undergoing an elevation. The purified spirit energy all came from rich sources of vitality energy and could be easily absorbed by his body. Once he absorbed all the spirit energy of the spiritual essences contained in the departed soul orb, he could break through the shackles of the Supreme Being stage and step into the 10th echelon. Then, he'd become a ruler that descended upon the world. He'd have the capability to rejuvenate the Shura sect and take over the continent. He was intoxicated in the accumulation of true energy, indulging in the strengthening of his powers. Yet, this satisfying sensation didn't last long. It suddenly came to a halt. The beam of spirit energy that dropped from the sky suddenly waned, and disappeared. Duanling fluttered open his eyelids. His heart trembled. What happened? Why has the spirit energy sent down by the departed soul orb evaporated? Who touched my departed soul orb? Who is tampering with my good fortunes? A flame burned in his heart. He twisted his head to look toward the 10,000 bestial flames. What he saw next made him blow up in anger.